Bryle on, and then Tomato was just playing like Juggernaut or Monkey King. He'd go Echo Saber, he would fight. And so he was never really the carry for this team. And so it made me really hopeful for them in DPC Season 2, seeing that they actually adapted and they were giving Bryle some space creators and then picking Tomato hard carries and trusting him to carry the game. And we asked him about it in an interview, and he said, yeah, they're trusting me now. Like, we're working on this as a team. That's and good. Here he is, 41 KD on Spectre, and it's his signature hero.
It's incredible, and that team on itself has also gone through quite the evolvement. They've also stepped it up. They've improved. We can take a look at all the standings. There's been a lot of teams that have improved. We mentioned T1 also as one of those teams. There's also teams that started rough, had then a great day. Because, for example, yesterday, T1 went 6-0. They had 6 games to play. They won them all. On the flip side of that was Alliance in their group as well that also had 6 games, but they had a rough day. They couldn't claw back. They didn't get a single win out of that apple.
Yeah, Alliance has been struggling a bit. They've been up and down, as opposed to T1, which seems like streaks, right? Yeah. Alliance has been trying to find their identity. I gotta say, though, we've seen a lot of experimentation from them, both in drafts and in playstyles, but sometimes we see a couple of mistakes that should be uncharacteristic from a team that's in TI.
Yeah, I also want to address the scores. Because people are wondering at home, potential for tiebreakers, Group A, Jenkins, talk to me. Because we know who's out already. Thunder Predator is already out. But there are 3 teams with 8 and 6. VP and OG are looking very good to make it.
This is
true. Upper, but what are the scenarios? You don't have to do all the math, but what is the craziest scenario you can think of?
I'm pretty sure there could be like a 4-way tie. It could be like let's see, who has to play who?
T1 would have to drop a game to Thunder Predator. If you get to 10 and 6, you're definitely going to get in.
Yeah.
It is theoretically possible for OG, VP to both lose their 2 games, and then EG Undying to 1-1 each other because they're playing.
Yeah,
that would result in
other.
4 teams at 9-7.
I think what makes it a lot more simple is that Thunder Predator is already out, and I know they tweeted like, "Oh, we're gonna give it our all." It's really hard to do that.
You're demoralized.
And then you have T1, who's on this massive upswing, and like that is not a team that you want to give any sort of momentum to, emotionally speaking, because those guys will just destroy you. So I think that's what simplifies it a little bit, is that that's very likely going to be a 2-0.
And then let's talk about Group B, because tiebreakers potential there for sure as well. People are able to see that bottom trio, if you will, Fnatic, Quincy Crew, SG, with Quincy Crew and SG both only have 2 wins to their names. We already mentioned they have to face each other today, but they also still have to face Elephant and Spirit, respectively. And Brian, it's looking like there could also be a tiebreaker still for the side of the upper bracket for this group, right?
Yeah, it's hard to keep track of who's playing who, but
I will tell you that Beastcoast still needs to play Spirit and PSG LGD.
Okay, so I'm going to guess for them that they're going to win 2 games out of 4.
Yeah, I would get maybe 1. Maybe 1. Spirit's the type of team that could beat almost any team given a good day.
Yeah, they could take 1 off LGD. If there's
Beastcoast, you know what? Actually, if there's one team
that can do it, they can lose to anyone, they can win to anyone, and also LG is already qualified. Or sorry, already in the upper bracket.
Already upper bracket. Yeah. But people also need to be aware, if you're upper bracket, that's great. If you're first in your group, even greater, because you get to choose your opponent. Basically, the number 1 in the group can choose between the number 3 and 4 of the opposite group. Now, I know OG last year is like, we don't care. So
they did the coin flip, right?
Yeah, they did the coin flip. Because, if you're superstitious, you hold your faith in your hands, and what if you choose wrong? There's a lot of pressure on that. And what if one person chooses, and what if me and Ava were in a team, and Ava says, well, I really want to face IG, and I'm like, no, don't want to. They can't choose IG. IG probably in the top, but, and then we don't agree, but I choose at the end, and then we lose, and you're going to hate me forever.
That's true. Disband for sure.
Yeah.
There's no... The Shiver team wouldn't work anymore.
It wouldn't work. And that would be a darn shame.
It makes a lot of sense because TI is all about chaos.
Yes.
It's all about like thriving in chaos, creating chaos maybe for these teams that are, more comfortable in structure. So just flip a coin. That's chaos incarnate.
I think that's the best method as well, because out of the 4 teams that are really, I guess some teams really match your playstyle sometimes, but sometimes you'll rack your head so much about who's the best team to go up against.
Overthink it, yeah.
Exactly. And I agree with the superstitious. I know a lot of teams that are superstitious, like ridiculously so.
Yeah, about the weirdest things as well. Well, yeah, we all know about Matu's Lucky Pants. Lanham used to have a sweater that he was wearing all the time.
Yep.
So, yeah, there are some superstitious things, and I think TI definitely, if you're going to be superstitious for any event, TI is the one. I mean, there's $18 million for the winning team, which is mad. Absolutely mad. And you hear Jenkins talk about chaos. There's a little bit of order in the chaos, as we have another whole bunch of games coming your way here today. We don't know exactly how many due to tiebreakers, but we can at least show you the plan for now. This is the schedule for Stream A. We're going to kick things off with LGD versus Elephant.
Dude.
This is, I mean,
That's a great stream.
It's blockbusters all the way through.
Yeah, these games are insane. I mean, LGD Elephant could genuinely go either way, just because I feel like that's the type of team that Elephant is. But then again, I feel like if you're ever betting against LGD, you're probably doing it wrong. IG, OG, those are the two top of the group. OG can beat anyone. Secret, Vici. I feel like Secret's the same.
The thing about these games is all the best teams in the tournament.
Yes.
You know, none of these teams are going home.
All right,
These
so you
aren't
want
the
to
games
see
that I'm watching. I want to watch the
true.
games.
Okay,
like,
that's fair.
I mean,
happening on
OG's got really
Stream
important
B?
games because they might get knocked down to lower bracket, but aside from an Elephant as well. But you know, the Quincy Crew SG game.
Oh, don't
Shopping
worry.
block.
If somebody 2-0s,
That's the one.
the other team's gone.
Yeah, they're done pretty much.
Oh,
So the first game is so important in this
Yes.
matchup. The first game is what determines the tempo, what sets up the everything.
How did they get teams in this group? I mean, it's not the third series, but the first two series, they're tied in record. Quincy Crew and
Also,
SG are
it's-
deciding each other's fate, and EG Undying.
Well, that was
same
the
thing.
script set, obviously.
It's
Yeah,
like
of
4
course.
teams that know each other in and out
Yes.
as well. Like these guys are scrimming every day for years.
But isn't it mad that someone is like, okay, this schedule, let's put these on the final day because they will be the deciding it. I mean, it's great scheduling.
There's
Love it.
somebody
do it.
orchestrating
There's
this.
somebody with the
Illuminati
brain
of
out
some
there for
sort.
sure. Let's take a
Yeah.
look at Stream C as well. More games, and we can make a case for every game to be indeed the blockbuster. It's madness. VP also still very important for them to win their games to continue staying in the upper bracket. You got Quincy Crew and Elephant. We just mentioned already how important that first series is, but also that last series of the day for them. Depending on how the first series goes, Avo, this one could be do or die as well.
Yeah, and also the Elephant, Quincy, or Elephant against any NA team is a little bit of the ROTK beef with the NA teams, which is always spicy. Well, and with the panel whenever Kyle's casting, so.
Yeah, that game is exciting in the sense that both teams are fighting for something, but one's fighting for upper bracket, the other one's fighting to stay in. So
Yeah,
they're kind of like
exactly,
looking to
exactly.
screw each other over for their own gain.
Yeah.
And depending on how the first series go, Fnatic in the first series of the day, because they at the moment they're fine, they've got 4 wins, but they still have the potential of being dragged back down
They
into
could be pulled
tiebreakers.
out, yeah,
So
they-
if they can just at least win one of them,
Yeah.
one of these games, because this is their final series. They only have one series today, I believe.
And you know what? Fnatic is the team to take one game off of anyone. They have 4 1-1s so far. I think it's the most in the entire tournament.
But Secret is hard game to take a
oh,
game off.
yes,
just,
yes.
just take a game off
Yeah,
Secret.
yeah.
They
take a
looked
game
way
of
better
Secret.
towards the end of the group stage. I
They
think, for
did.
Secret
They're
as well.
looking on point.
Their
which is
pace
scary.
yesterday, was it against Quincy Crew?
Yeah.
It was against Quincy Crew that we were casting. Yeah, they were just running at you nonstop because they had the Monkey King plus like Hunters on their team, and
Yeah,
they beat
they-
bottom, and then 2 seconds later they're top.
No openings whatsoever. And like any time there was like a 30-second window where they had cooldowns and then the enemy team didn't have cooldowns, they would already be smoked on a high ground waiting for you to walk up. It's like they were 100% on point. They looked like peak Secret, which is scary.
It is time. I mean, this is the multicast. We've caught you up with the standings, what is happening in Dota right now as well. We've caught you up on everything. You should be totally ready and prepared to watch some top tier Dota today. And we are going to watch the stream eventually that has the elimination match going on because, well, okay, it's not an elimination match, but potential. Because Quincy Crew, NSG, I did not expect for them to be in the bottom of the group. We talked about it a little bit earlier. You opened the show with it, Jenkins. What are you guys doing? Are you good?
He started it.
Okay. I'm glad. I don't think that was Colin Karras. It's,
children in a
not
classroom.
sanitizing. Yeah. No.
I have
But
no
you look
idea
at
what
them.
you're
They're
referring to.
preparing. This stress is palpable.
It is.
I wanted to talk about coaches because Quincy Crew is, of course, one of the teams that got a coach fairly short before TI, just like Thunder Predator, and it didn't work out for Thunder Predator. I personally think that if you're going to have a coach, you should have him grow with you throughout an entire DPC season if you have the chance, right?
I'm with
And
you.
speak your language, ideally.
Yeah.
Yes.
In the case of Thunder Predator.
Yes, that would be ideal.
That's ideal.
Absolutely, communication key. But I also I think it's a risky business adding a coach right before TI, and I'm hoping that they are able to still find their balance here in the potential final games, right? Because it's like if you haven't learned in these last 4 days, what's the next step? Like you don't know. Like it didn't work. Is it the pressure? What's the problem?
That's rough.
It's different if you're having like strategical issues.
Yeah.
But for Quincy Crew, for instance, I think they're just playing pretty sloppy.
Nerves.
Yeah.
I think
They
they
are
could use. I think they could use a Dr. K.
They
Yeah.
really could.
They really could. Healthygamer.gg. And but I don't know if Kezu is that guy. I feel like he's a very strategic sort of player.
But I was gonna say, like, he's not hired to be that guy, right?
No, he's not. No, it's not his job exactly.
I
But
do think coaches kind of do that though, because they're like the third.
They do, but it
neutral third party that
Yeah.
emotionally
Depends on the
experience
coach.
the
it
loss.
depends on the personality type and if the players like are even open to that. If that's what they want, maybe they just want somebody that's doing like analytics. That's perfectly valid. But it looks like Quincy needs that. It looks like they need somebody to be like, look, guys, like just play like it's a pub. Because Quinn, the amount of times that he jumped in on like Void Spirit and didn't have a way to get out, it's like he had one astral step, you know, and that is the polar opposite of how he plays. If you see him in DPC, he's always the best at kind of dangling, making you jump in on him, and then he has a way to get out. And it's like, oh, Quinn is so high skill, but not.
He's been winning his lane, like every
Oh
game.
yeah.
And
I
yet
feel like that's his comfort zone.
I feel zero impact from him. I don't understand. I actually don't understand. It's really sad. It's just like we play with this guy and we get ran over by him in pubs every day.
You fall behind, and like it's you know, you have a few deaths like after the laning stage, and like the whole lane is gone. It's like the problem is like you have to carry the momentum forward. So like, you know, all it takes is 5 minutes of like not doing the right thing and making mistakes, and you're done for the rest of the game. And it just, to me, it just shows like how much pressure there is on like TI mid laners.
Yep.
Is that like all of the mid laners that are not getting crushed under the pressure, I just think they're really high skill. And also they have like crazy mental fortitude.
So let's talk about the other side, because SG, I mean, obviously, I've got to panelists are very passionate about Quincy Crew because they have high expectations from Quincy Crew. But SG, they also, Avo, they were supposed to be doing a little bit better than what they're doing right now, right?
I mean, to me, SG was a question mark because
Okay.
it's a project that you were seeing a building being built, and
Yes.
so you don't know where it's going to finish. You don't know when the banging in the morning is going to stop, and I can finally sleep. And in the case of SG, they have a coach that is a mental coach, or
Yeah.
that's his job. Mangusu, I believe, and I think he's Romanian actually, which is
He is,
interesting. Yeah, he's
yeah.
in home ground here, and he is a coach that has been with them through thick and thin. They are a team that knew that their biggest issues were entirely mental. And they've worked really hard on this aspect. That's why I think that's why I'm a bit worried for Quincy Crew, because even like if you look at Quincy Crew, their storyline is also one that you can imagine being a high-pressure storyline. You say no to sponsors, you come to TI on your own dime, you go
Yeah,
and say
that's true.
we can do this ourselves, and all of a sudden you're facing elimination in group stages.
Yeah.
Imagine how you feel then. And SG is the opposite. SG is a team that did not do well in DPC. A team of good players that got pummeled and destroyed all year, that probably lost all confidence. I can't imagine they have any of that
Like they have
left.
nothing to lose now.
They have nothing
yeah.
to lose.
And I think that's reflected in how
they play.
too. That's why going into this, it's like if you asked me, you know, prior to TI, like SG versus Quincy, it's like, well, I see these teams play together all the time. I would say Quincy, for
Yeah,
sure.
exactly, I agree.
They're number one at like NASA, you know, maybe Beastcoast depending on the day. But but SG, I would vote for them right now. Like I would bet on SG because Timber carry. I mean, they ended up losing, but they are playing loose. Like they are having.
They're fearless.
They're having fun. They're fearless. They're willing to try these kind of crazy strategies. I feel like looking at that says to me that their mental game is going splendidly. They're doing great.
Wouldn't you say, Brian, for Quincy Crew, facing SG today, that there is a little bit of that they can draw confidence from the fact that they have beaten SG in the past online?
I don't think there's any confidence in that. I feel like they're in their own TI zone, and it's not a good zone. Like, I'm watching a Quincy Crew make uncharacteristic mistakes in their games, and I don't think, maybe like they had some pep talk from Jack that was like, yeah, we can beat these guys. We've beaten them so many times before. But then at the same time, I think in this high-pressure situation, that might just favor SG.
Yeah.
Like, we've lost to these guys every time, but if we beat them this one time, it's all for naught. So I've just been looking at SG's drafts, and they're prioritizing heroes that are really not highly picked in the first part of the draft. There's
Hell
only been,
yeah. My boy.
There's only been 5 Batrider picks the entire tournament, and 2 of them are by SG in the first round of the draft. So it's just interesting. They're also Night Stalker Tinker they've done twice. They did beat Fnatic with it once, but Tinker also only picked about 5 times. So, and that was first round Tinker, by the way. So just very untraditional, which I respect. It's their own flair, but clearly it's not working for either of the 2 teams here. So.
I think flair is an important word, or like flavor. Like a lot of the TI is all about that, right? It's all about that like special thing that makes you different from the other teams. And I feel like looking at SG, they clearly have that, and that's like what Quincy Crew lacks to me. Is that they at least for TI, it's like they are during DPC. Their flair was that they were like aggressive and oppressive. They would play the line, but they would always know when to stop, you know? And that's kind. I suppose that's kind of happening, but like when Quinn dies and he falls behind, they can't do that.
Yeah, we really want to watch this Quincy Crew versus SG game. They're actually the last draft to still start. We can start with the multicast though. I mean, we're multicasting everything, so there are 4 streams going on at the same time. Don't worry, if you want to watch the full screen of any of the others or of the Quincy Crew SG, of course you can find that. There's loads of streams out there. It's all Dota, TI, and then it's 2, 3, 4, and 5. Yeah, and there's some drafts on our screen. So I'm gonna do the very great host like Brian. What do you think of the drafts?
Yeah, I was looking at the LGD draft just because when you watch a team that's winning, you'd love to see what exactly they're pulling out of their hat here. And they've got the last pick CK. I think that hero's only been picked once or twice the entire group stage.
LGD last pick CK?
Yeah, last pick CK offlane. Faith Beyond CK.
We have 2 CKs.
We have 2 CKs.
Hell yeah.
I thought you were confused with the Beastcoast CK
Yeah,
right
no,
there.
that's the hero I'm highlighting. Thank you, John.
Fair.
Yeah, that's
good for you, BS.
But the CK offlane, in the pubs, it owns. I just will say these Chinese teams I've never seen it before, and then they just all pick it, and they go. I'm looking for this Ether Lens build. They go like Armlet, BKB Ether Lens, and then they eventually get the shard.
And you're just stunning from
Reality Rift plus Chaos
range
Bolt
away.
is pretty insane.
Yeah, there's good
the cast
offlane.
range.
There's good offlane talents for CK now, like cooldown reduction on the stun and on the.
Ooh, let's zoom into A. There's a fight going on. Minute 0.
Ready.
That's always great. Good way to start the day. Welcome to the match. You're dead. Well, in this case, Maybe is dead on the side of Elephant. Somnus M is dead on his Storm Spirit. Oh, that's a painful one, actually.
That's a rough one.
Yeah.
He wants to get his bottle quickly. The question is, like, did anybody see who got the kill?
The Morphling got it.
Oh.
Ame got it.
Uh-oh.
That's like a
tough.
full wand or a
Yeah.
Wraith Band going into the laning stage.
Yeah, that's rough. Some first bloods are a lot worse than others. Like a hero that's about to like pick up boots where it matters a lot, or, you know, if somebody gets like a Basilius, it's like, whatever.
Is it Morphling Magnus that they picked up?
Yep.
Yes. Nothing to say, Magnus.
Okay. That is a classic. They used to do this a lot in the TPC, and then we saw it less because they didn't play with Nothing to Say for like 2 months.
Morph Willow. Don't forget that.
Yeah, the Morph Willow is a great combination. I feel like it's a good combo against the traditional Morphling counter Aversa as well.
How would you prioritize the Ags though? If you do Morph Willow, like, are you still trying to get it second or something?
Probably need Manta first.
Yeah, Manta Ags.
Probably Morbid Manta Ags.
Because you need Manta because of the Storm and Silencer for sure. Decent against Mars as well.
And tempo-wise, it's better because you want the experience to be able to get the high-level morph before you actually morph.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, like you want to get the Ags for like when you have level 18, because then you have the perma morph.
Yeah.
Or almost perma now.
And of course,
5 seconds left.
we're talking about Morph Willow because Morphling can then turn into Willow, use her Shadow Realm with Ags, and basically pummel anybody down with a long distance
while being
rocket
immune.
cannon. Yeah, while
Totally
being
invulnerable.
immune.
Which is why Ursa starts to struggle against that,
It's
even
so
though
annoying.
he's a traditional Morphling.
Yeah.
counter.
like you think of that combo and you're like, you know, it doesn't do that much damage. We'll just focus more. Well, you can't. He's invulnerable.
And it does do a lot of damage.
Yeah, it does. But the thing is, like, so does Shaker Morph, but you just disable him. You can't when he's invulnerable.
Also, most of the other Morphling combos, like Earth Spirit Morph or Sanking Morph, you actually can't beat him with a bit of stat resistance or BKBs, because the stun's a big part of him being able to deal damage and get away.
Yep.
Not the case with Willow.
Yep, for sure.
You can spare him, at least. Mars is a little bit of an answer to that combination.
Yeah.
This game in particular, of course, we know that these two teams are very familiar with each other. PSG LGD is on top of the group, and they already secured upper bracket. Elephant, how do we estimate their chances here? Do you think their draft also gives them a good shot? We talked earlier that they are very familiar with PSG LGD and that they do have decent results up against them as well in their own region.
CK is one of Ursa's worst matchups. It's a horrible matchup.
Yep.
Not like as a carry to carry, it used to be really bad, but CK's kind of fallen out of favor there. I personally think he's going to struggle on Eurus to really stick on anybody. You've got tons of stuns. You've got ET that's going to move really fast. Willow and Morph who are going to have the Shadow Realm, and then Nothing to Say can lock him down. So I'm favoring LGD pretty heavily. But that's kind of like the most basic prediction. History of Dota.
Yeah. I'm honestly not. I'm not. I think Elephant can definitely win. Like, they have timings. Like, Morph plus any combo is like a late timing now, like later than a lot of teams are playing for. And we've seen quite a few times like it fail because of the timing being so late, where you pick up that Ags and get the combo. Magnus also is like the type of hero that you know, you just sit there and farm with Empower. He can farm like aggressively because he's really tanky. And then CK as well, to me, is the type of hero that, like, if you fall behind from the offlane perspective, like, you could be kind of useless and it takes a little while to come online. So I do see like Elephant can do stuff early with potentially Storm Spirit and like the Global Silence before any sort of way of taking the silence comes out. But with that being said, like, this is classic LGD, where if you don't end the game, they're going to beat you. Like, they give you such a small window to win the game, and it's a good window, but LGD is really good at like avoiding that window.
Gentlemen, I have a suggestion. We obviously all want to watch SG and Quincy Crew, right? They're in the draft. And in the meantime, all the other streams have begun and they're out of draft and they're in the game. This is stream A. How about we check in with the rest and then circle back after the draft is done for the Quincy SG?
Okay.
Yeah. I got nods all around.
I'll give you a thumbs up.
All right, I'm curious, Team Spirit and Beastcoast. We mentioned that for both of these teams, this game is very important as well. So there's another game with the CK, and they just began. And like their latest stage, the first wave is coming. So let's narrow it down on stream C, and C. Sorry, that was not funny. And see where they're at. And
My sister.
How many times has she made that joke in the...
no, this is the first time.
This is the first time.
Okay, I can't believe you guys.
But it's
I
bad.
believe
I
you.
know, I apologize.
Yeah, she's been really wanting to say that one for days.
She was saving it for
Don't
me.
say
I
it
saw her
today.
writing that.
Don't say it today.
Okay, so this one is not a CK off lane, by the way. This is a CK safe lane.
That is the
am I-
special.
Is it Schofield
It's K1.
Tiny?
Is it?
Oh no, it's Chris Luck Tiny.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because you
They
see the
do it with
ancient
A
apparition.
pretty much. Yeah, it's always
Well,
with A.
you know, it's Chris Luck just doesn't play that much Tiny from what I've seen. Oh wait a minute.
No, wait.
Chris
No,
Luck
it's-
ancient apparition.
It's Ancient Apparition mid.
Ancient Apparition mid.
I told you. I knew it.
Yeah, you're right,
This
you're right.
team, the Chris Luck does not play Tiny, bro.
No, they play. This is the team I think that flexes ancient apparition the most, because Whisper also
They're
plays him off
psychopaths.
lane.
They're psychopaths,
crazy.
dude. They're completely crazy.
All right, well, analyze that then, because do we favor the AA mid? Do we like that? Is that a strong thing coming out from them?
It's a strong laner, and obviously, so this is the Beastcoast mentality. And actually, this came from a game in the Animajor. If you recall, one of the very first games they lost, they last picked an Ancient Apparition. It was against a Morphling, right? And it was the last pick 5. And from that game, they learned never to do that again, because they realized that
good.
if you have a good Ancient Apparition counter, it's just best to put him as a core and get that really fast level 6, start being super oppressive overall.
Yeah.
And I think that's the mentality here. I don't know when he got picked, but I'm assuming it was later in the draft.
Because if like Morph starts getting levels and items, then it's like it doesn't matter that you counter that you counter him with AA because you're never going to hit him with an Ice Blast
Exactly.
because he's one-shotting you.
Exactly.
So yeah, it's rough. So
And-
yeah, I agree with that.
And the laning is good. If you kind of slot Ancient Apparition into drafts just as a counter, it doesn't have the synergy with your draft. So here's with a CK, so theoretically it'd be a good draft, but I guess they decided against that.
Tiny as well, Disruptor. Like they do have good combos with AA.
Tiny AA though as supports I don't like very much because Toss will dispel Cold Feet, and that.
Does it still do that?
Yeah, it's been doing that for
Oh.
ages. So that it's very.
Really, when it goes up into
The
the air, even if you
Z-axis,
do
It
it,
goes
Yeah,
up
it's
so far up that
classic.
Cold Feet won't get dispelled. So as a if one of them is core and one of them is support, it's fine because you've used the Ice Blast. But if they're both supports, then you want to trigger the Cold Feet ideally.
So in this case, you're fine because
Yeah, exactly.
it's a support and a core.
The Tiny deals the damage, you Ice Blast on top of that, you're good.
Yeah. Okay.
This is. Have you guys been seeing a lot of support Tinies? I saw my
No.
first one yesterday.
Beastcoast is doing this. This is the
Okay,
only
because
team
I
that
saw
I've seen.
T1 did it yesterday.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
That's
they flexed the Tiny and it actually won them the game, I think. So.
Schofield loves Tiny. That's
He
like
does.
one of his top heroes.
It's Tiny, Nyx, and Earth Spirit.
yeah, because those are
Oh, Tusk. Yeah.
those are heroes that he can just be like right in front of the enemy base, like sniping couriers with like one shot. Like Puppy's just walking at 20% HP. Nobody's here. Schofield's there. One shots him.
The joke is that Schofield has trouble with his vision, so if he's too far away with a ranged hero, he can't hit people.
I
He misses
see,
his
that's
spells.
fair.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That actually makes a lot of sense after playing with a lot of games with him.
He has this very small screen.
Yes. A lot of aggression.
A lot of aggression because we're talking a lot about Beastcoast's draft because Team Spirit's draft is just a little bit more conventional as to what we've been seeing over these last few days. How do we feel about their lineup and their chances up against Beastcoast in this game?
There's not much to enable the morph. Like he could go like Ags to be Weaver, but I imagine this would be a pretty easy game to set up the Ice Blasts with Glimpse plus stuns. That he needs a lot of items. I think Beast Coast is going to be. What am I listening to? I'm like I hear it, but what am I hearing?
Yeah.
I feel like the Doom's got a lot of weight on his shoulders this game because if he's not up in their face forcing the Ice Blasts and Avalanche combos on him, it's going to be happening on the morph.
That's a Doom mid, right?
Yes.
That's a Eastern
Carl
Europe
special.
Yeah.
Oh, Carl special.
Yeah,
as well.
Carl special.
That's true.
I've
But
seen them do that like 4 times.
in Eastern Europe, Iceberg was playing this forever. Like even when it fell out of favor, like they really still liked the Doom mid. They saw it as another Tiny, like just a beefy core that ignores the lane, goes through, and then comes and gets ganks.
Get
Ungankable.
loads of money.
Yeah.
Yeah, always nice. Do we like the Doom as the mid laner here? Because it does put a little, with a Morphling and a Tide on the other side, it does put a little bit more pressure on Toronto Tokyo being the one to make plays, right? And Doom is not your traditional playmaker. Are you okay with that? Like you're happy with this draft then, with the Doom mid?
I personally think they have a lot of do nothing cores. I'm agreeing with you there.
But I also think they have a way to accelerate farm with, like Tide can farm Ancients, Morphling can, maybe not against Ancient Apparition, but Morphling like generally can take pretty aggressive farm. But then Doom just like, he just creates gold from nothing. So I feel like going late, they're fine with it. Like Tide double Ravage, double Doom. I think if Spirit can just chill and farm their own side of the map, which is their playstyle, like they're super defensive in the way that it's like I know they run at lanes and stuff, but it's usually as a distraction to like secure their own side and get Yatoro farm. So
That's a good point. They actually start really committing to fights when they can bunch up as 5 and then actually take these engagements.
yeah, but it's like 15-minute timing rather. Like some teams like do it 5 minutes.
That first AA ulti already netted a kill for bottom lane.
Yeah.
That's a lane that should never get a kill. Like a CK versus a Tide, but that AA mid already
look at this
paying massive
rotation,
dividends.
Oh, run, Chris.
That's
There's a
Sentry
haste room.
actually still giving the vision there as well. Yeah, well, he still might get his haste room because Toronto Tokyo is a little late to the party, and well, that means
That's
back
actually a really
to the
good play.
lane, please. All right, that's unfortunate for Team Spirit because the moment that you mentioned, like, they just want to sit back and chill against Beastcoast, they're not going to allow for that. That's going to be a tough one. So we're going to let this one simmer for a little bit because if Team Spirit won't reach their timing for minute 15, then, the Beastcoast will probably get a little bit of a lead. The question is how much. If you want to know exactly how much, you, of course, can go to Stream C on Dota TI4. Make sure to check that out. But I kind of want to check in with the other stream going on right now. That is not the game that we most want to watch because the draft is still going on there on Stream B. But Stream D has got Team Secret and Fnatic, and this game is especially important for Fnatic. This is Fnatic's last series, as mentioned during the pre-show. Fnatic is at a point where they're okay for lower bracket, but there is still a chance they're going to get pulled down into a tiebreaker for elimination. If they can at least win one game of this series, they will be mostly safe. And it's going to be a tough ask because on paper it should be Team Secret coming out ahead. I believe that I, at this point, have talked long enough for my analysts to have looked at the draft and have gained a little bit of an idea.
Joke's on you, Sheever.
I want to ask, who's on the Bane? Is that DJ?
Bane is DJ.
So
yes.
I think the old Fnatic, back when Ice was on it, was actually one of the best Bane teams in the world because I've seen this team do this a lot.
Yeah.
They are the most patient team.
Ooh, that was dope.
There we go, proving my point.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was really scared there.
The anti-caster curse,
Right.
very nice.
I think Fnatic, at least before, the support duel was still there. So
Yeah.
their plays with Bane are so incredibly patient. This is a hero that obviously when you're not actually going for kills, you don't do much as support because you can't really push out lanes. There's no shoving or really farming that you can do. So I've seen them, I think I've seen Jabs on Bane wait for a solid 2 minutes just to cancel a TP with Nightmare or Fiend script. They know how to play the map really well with this hero, and they sometimes really send him far away. He's not as much of a ganker as other teams use him as. It's very interesting. So I'm really happy to see Bane on Fnatic. It's a learning experience.
Yeah, Fnatic is, speaking of learning experience, has had a great learning experience this group stages. This is a team that is one of the freshest because they only changed rosters right before the qualifiers as the last roster swap. And that means you have a lot of things to learn and to get adjusted to with your teammates in a fairly short period of time compared to your opponents. And the best way to do that is by playing a lot of games. And obviously there was a bit of a lull in terms of competitive Dota, so they haven't been able to until the group stages, but they are adapting so fast, Jenkins.
It would be the most depressing thing if they got knocked out just because they've won so many teams.
Yes.
That it's like, if we do get to see them, hopefully in the playoffs, they could go a very long distance.
Because they learned in every series, right? So the best of three is where they're going to shine best.
It's like, what would happen if they had gotten a game 3 and all of those 1-1s?
Yes.
Would they just be like, 4 or 5 wins instead of 5 ties at this point?
They're dominating the early game. They've got 3 of the top 4 CSers, and offlane IO I think starts off a bit slow, but I like the Nisha rotation at top. It's just a very free tower that Fnatic has no desire to contest, and I like this Terrorblade game. I think he's going to have I think he's going to be the strongest hero like 40 minutes in. Sven's going to fall off pretty hard if he doesn't get off to that snowball, but that's secret for you. They're going to run at you with a non-ulted Sven. That's what I'm kind of predicting, which you wouldn't expect, but they don't stop.
Also important to note, we were talking about how important this win could be for Team Fnatic, but for Secret, they are actually, at the moment in their group, PSG LGD is already guaranteed upper. Vichy Gaming is most likely going to get out upper, not mathematically yet, but they'll probably get there. Team Secret, together with Beastcoast, Spirit, and Elephant, they have potential of having these 4 teams fighting over the 2 slots of upper bracket remaining. So if Team Secret can get a win here, they got 2 series left today. They will be facing Vichy Gaming later today, which is arguably, well, not arguably, is the tougher opponent compared to Fnatic. Secret needs these wins too, and it's looking pretty rough. And you're saying this Terrorblade is going to be scary minute 40. Maybe minute 14 is also, it's a bit earlier, but this is minute 10. They're going for it. All 5 mid lane.
Yeah, we've seen Terrorblade struggle early. I think he's going to get off to the start he needs. That's the thing. Is like, I think he's scary then because he is set up to be strong now.
When the hell do you see this? They're 5-manning mid. I feel like I can't ignore this.
Why are you surprised at a 5-man mid against Secret?
I'm sorry,
That's the only way to
Jabs
beat
is
Secret.
farming. They're creating space for their position for Nature's Prophet.
He's going to have a Spirit Vessel at like 11 minutes in.
Yeah, and he's even in the dead lane.
DK.
So he's
They
creating
just showed
space.
up with their carry Terrorblade and tied mid, and their Prophet was farming. That is so cool.
It's working out. They are able, like, Team Secret, like you're saying, okay, they're gonna run at them with Sven, ulti or no ulti. That's great, but Team Secret needs a little bit more time normally.
That's the guy getting the space right there.
That's a solo kill, though. That's pretty rough.
Yeah, Matu needed that as well. He's gonna have a lot of pressure on his shoulders. Okay,
We
Team
gotta
Secret
stop praising Fnatic here, guys.
Yes, we're
twins
constantly cursing.
fight.
Okay, Team Secret is answering fire with fire at this point. Unfortunately, we did indeed cast a curse. Chuen, a little bit, tiny bit.
Oh, you wish he got that regenerate.
His Storm performance, though, in this tournament has been like stellar. I think he's in my top Storm. Like, he's gotten a fair amount of those Ags, like black holes onto 4 people in one game. I think one of the games they won particularly was off that. One of the was the Chinese teams. What?
I don't remember which game it was.
All right.
I know the 4-man jump that you're talking about.
You can see it in your head, right?
Yeah, I can see it in my head.
Who needs Enigma anyway?
Honestly, yeah, he's been the Storm Enigma, and he's been styling. I think this is. I also really like Fnatic's vision control of the MP. I haven't seen many MP supports this tournament, and if you get
OG is one of the few teams, I guess, that's been doing it.
If you get the early towers, then you stop the IO relocate from being so powerful. You can have the trains to scout the whole map. That's what MP support does anyway. He has the best warding of any support with Monkey King, maybe.
4 position is odd though. It's really odd.
You rather have him 5?
I don't know. I mean, it's just weird. Like it seems like the 4 position now is becoming like
I just don't
very strange utility heroes. Like Nature's Prophet, what's his utility? Like stacking camp, blocking camp, scouting.
That 20 talent.
Monkey King, yeah, of course.
The Sprout, 75%.
Monkey King, what's his utility? Like standing on trees, like A-toasting people, scouting ahead. It's like the what they provide to the game is so strange, but it's very impactful, obviously.
I don't think Fnatic is a traditional 4-5 though, because I think Jabs and DJ are both 4 players.
They're both 4s, yeah.
So they both adapt. And I do feel like the MP is perfect for Jabs because he was a Tinker Spammer back when he was playing mid. So
yeah.
I mean, isn't he top 3 in the SEA leaderboard, something like that, as a support player?
Jabs is.
Yeah, Jabs.
Yeah.
He's crazy.
Yeah,
good
Jabs is like rank 6 in EU right now.
Yeah, which is the world.
Which is the world, which is
yeah.
all of the good players. So it's like he's one of the only position 4s that I've seen.
That is actually crazy because mostly it has been cores and mids specifically.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. So it says a lot about like Jabs is a beast.
Yeah.
He's a beast.
Right.
You could argue he's like the best player in SEA right now.
We're gonna watch this smoke gank,
I could see.
and hopefully it will deliver. Then we wait for this because it might just be very anticlimactic. That's fine too. But do want to point out for people at home as well, if you want to switch early and not wait for us, that's fine as well. Stream B does now have the Quincy Crew SG game, and this smoke gank indeed it did not deliver. Team Secret only just took over the jungle a little bit with it. That's fine too, a little bit of control. This game that we were watching, Team Secret and Fnatic, is on Stream D, which is Dota TI5. Make sure to check that out if you want to continue watching that. But let's be real. It's today, and yesterday we eliminated one team. Today we're going to eliminate another team, and we don't know yet who that is, and we want to watch every second of the potential deciding series, which is Stream B, Quincy Crew versus SG. So let us move on to Quincy Crew SG as they just kicked off here. And we got the Storm versus Ember. You got the Spirit matchup in the mid lane. We talked about this mid matchup being fairly important with the with Quinn maybe not having the most stable performance so far, right, Jenkins?
What is he up against? Storm versus Ember.
Ember.
Storm versus Ember. Oh, I hear that's like very Storm favored.
I think so,
That's
too.
what I've heard.
The lane is Storm.
The lane is Storm favored, yeah. Well, you know, the game is. I've seen Storms like zip and kill Embers and Void Spirits more often than the other way
I'm just
around.
saying, if you have chains plus like follow up, it can be pretty terrifying. And
Yeah,
they've got like
sure,
AA,
sure.
Monkey King, Centaur.
Right.
So the chains will make it very reliable for these unreliable stuns from the Centaur to land.
1,000,000%. I just think it's difficult for Ember to like, you know, just beeline it down lanes with a Storm. It's like, where the hell is he? Where is he going to zip on me and like set
So
up
you
on
already feel like Quinn's set up for failure a little bit because Quinn's the Ember.
Yeah, I think so, but you know what? Maybe that's what he needs. Maybe he needs to not have the pressure on him to be the one that's like, you have to carry this game.
Okay. So who's
good
the
point.
pressure on? Like who could take it?
Yowler.
Yeah.
I
think this is
The
low.
Spectre?
What?
I think it's Leslau.
Center?
I think it's Leslau. If he has a really good game, like he's going to be the one that can take this over. Because if he gets like an Ags and I'd even just say like a Heart, just some tanky item, I think he's going to be the X factor because he enables, I think, both the Ember to be a threat because he's the follow-up, and also the Spectre Haunt, the illusions will stampede through you. So.
That's a very good point, actually.
Gyro IO, though, is a very difficult lane to go up against as Centaur. It's just, I mean, maybe Costabile will go for...
What are you doing this? Costabile.
Maybe Costabile will go for the flak builds.
Don't worry, I've heard him call him in the past Costa Billy. So.
I've heard him called Costa Bile.
Yeah, that's what I keep hearing from him.
He doesn't like being called vile. I mean, he is leveling Q.
I have to ask regarding the IO gyro combo. I've heard people say that they are not really. Obviously, it's a traditional combo, right? Used to be, right? But I heard people say that they're not really a big fan of the IO gyro combo now. They prefer IO with basically anybody else.
I don't love it because I find that the strength of IO gyro was the whole farming. That's the best thing. You probably the fastest farming combo. I think the other combos are a bit better at the fighting aspect. The relocate ganks are good for this combo, but I do like the Sven or the Ursa more because of the timings that we're playing at right now. That said, if there's someone that likes to farm the whole map and not do anything for the first 20-25 minutes, that's Costabile.
They will say Gyro's win rate's 23%.
It's bad.
It's
yeah,
looking
it's
bad.
rough.
It's very low across, I believe, 18, 17 games.
Is
for the
it
group stage.
possible? I might be stretching the capabilities of what website you're using at the moment. How many of those were with an IO? Or were they all with an IO?
Oh, I can look that up.
It's most, to be honest.
IO's win rate's not so good either. It's like 43%.
Oh, really?
Because 39% actually.
Because Gyro's pulling it.
Maybe, yeah. But no, I do think with Gyro, it's like sometimes there are cases where there's complicated reasons, like the meta has shifted, et cetera, why a hero is bad. I straight up think Gyro's just been over-nerfed. I think it's just he's nerfed so much that the hero sucks. Like playing it feels extremely bad. You can barely hit 2 camps with the flat cannon now. It's like, it's really rough. His damage is low. Like you need to go for a Crystallis now to just do the same damage that you used to do. Dragonlance got nerfed. The Dragonlance disassemble build was the build that people would go 4 Dragonlances within the whole build. So I think he's just fallen off. The hero's just kind of bad.
I do think that a lot of the core-to-core matchups that he has now are bad as well. And when you play that as your sole win condition with an IO, it leads to that being a reality.
Yeah.
With the nerfs, and also because Gyro is not the best anti-carry. Like, compare him to TB, for example.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I do like this, though. I like that Costabile is going for the Q and that he's... I think it's very likely, even though he is the hard farming type of carry player, I think he's probably going to fight because... Against Spectre, you kind of have to, because if you let Spectre get to... I really like Blade Mail on Spectre versus a Gyrocopter. I don't know if he's going to get it. It's kind of not the build. But I remember 2 months ago, Spectre was actually a really good matchup versus the BSJ Gyro build, which is just to flak out the lane. It's like you would play for Spectre's timing, and then she'd have a Blade Mail when you want to fight her, and she would kill you. She would just sit on you and kill you.
In the last 10 games that's been played, IO Gyro is... Actually, in the last 12, it is 2-10.
Ooh.
Yeah, so it's Gyro that's tanking IO's win rate.
Yeah, but
you're right. I think, that's 100%.
and one of those wins was IG.
If you eliminate all the
like-
Gyro games, IO would have a 60% win rate.
True.
Oh, that's quick maths.
Thank you.
He didn't actually calculate that. He just threw out a random.
No, I do the math. 62.69.
Repeating.
Yes.
Sure, yes. Indeed, everybody is
So
going to be
coincidental
very
that all your
believable on that.
percentages always have 0.69 in them. That's just crazy.
But if we're talking back to the game, one thing that I think SG did that is also pretty decent with the IO Gyro, if we consider Gyro might not be the best carry, is Storm can be a nice secondary win condition as well.
Yeah.
He can cover that carry deficit in the late game. And Mars can too. They've done this a couple of times. They'll give Costabile something that can't really carry the game entirely, and they'll just put Tabo and APR and something else that can also carry the game.
And I think I said this yesterday when we were watching SG. Like,
with Tabo.
I like Tavo on these heroes. I mean, I feel like every other team other than this iteration of SG that he's been on, he's always like the hard carry. And, you know, if he's getting killed like this, maybe it's not so hot for him, but he's fine. He's fine. But he can do like the Deso build, and he's perfectly okay having a ton of pressure on him in the game.
How often on these panels have you guys been giving like updates, like small ones about the other games?
We do them when they finish.
Yeah, I personally, updates when they finish. If I see a good fight, I'll ask to swap. But are you curious?
I was just saying that I was wondering because all 3 of the other games are actually pretty stompy, one way or the other. Yeah, like Fnatic's up by 6K at 20 minutes against
They kind of seem
Secret. And then Team Spirit's up by 7K at 20 minutes against Beastcoast.
The boys
and
on
then
Fnatic.
Wait. So Fnatic is in the process of beating Secret.
Yes.
Spirit is in the process of beating Beastcoast.
Yes.
That would be, by the way, my opposite prediction for both of those
both
series.
of those, yeah, same here.
How about Elephant PSGLGD?
The Elephant PSGLGD is exactly what we were saying, where we thought the Ursa lineup would get off to a good start, but then the Morphling lineups, they've made a comeback. So
And
LGD
Morphling
probably
lineup is the
looking good.
PSGLGD.
Yes.
So
they're looking to
that's
come back
the
well.
expected results. But the other two, I'm
That's the
surprised.
LGD classic.
Yeah, I just figured that all those games are very decisive so far at 20 minutes in.
I am very surprised by that. Well, the Beast Coast versus Team Spirit, does the Doom have anything to do with that? with the net worth differential? Because a lot of net worth on Doom is not that valuable.
Do you want to quickly check? I mean, we have the luxury, we have the technology.
Are you talking about the secret game?
He has a
No, the
BKB, I
Beastcoast.
can tell you that.
Let's check
Beastcoast.
Stream C for
Yeah.
a little bit. We're jumping right into a team fight, I believe, as well, by the looks of things, because they are they're fighting.
Hector is the most farmed. Very good. Who would have predicted that? Somehow on Chaos Knight. Yeah. Oh, he's got a Midas. Yeah, that's about right.
How is he higher net worth than a Doom?
How is he highest net worth when they're down by 5K?
We don't even question it at this point.
I'm gonna make a video on this one, man. Like, what? How?
Brian, this is every Hector game. I don't know what you're giving.
But
me-
he's CK.
Have you watched Beastcoast?
I'm
asked me the
saying
same
he's
thing about-
usually like Sven or
No,
something.
he does this
No,
on
no.
CK
He farms-
consistently.
He did it on the
CK,
first
Abaddon, he does this
I'll tell you.
Yeah.
I'll tell you.
He's played a bad in this tournament.
No, but he would do that before.
And then you'd be
Farm
like,
fast.
how does he
I've seen
farm
him do
fast?
that.
Yeah.
Abaddon.
I can tell you how he does it on CK. Every time his ult is off cooldown,
He pushes ult.
presses it.
Okay.
It's like a battle fury to him. Like it's on cooldown. See, it's always on cooldown. God, Hector's such a.
You know, if you ask him, he would tell you that the Phantasm is to farm.
I know
like,
he
he's like,
would.
it's a farming ultimate.
I
of
know
course.
he would. God.
Wow,
I
I said
don't,
they
I
were
don't think
losing.
this game
but-
is like honestly that.
No.
Yeah, it's pretty even now again. Like after that team fight, and now with the ages especially, I feel like Beastcoast is in a, they still have their tier 1 mid as well.
Yeah, this is just one of those
pretty decent.
scenarios where Chris Luck is on like a support mid. It went really horribly, and he's just a support now. Like, he's just a support. Look at his
It's
network.
fine.
Yeah. But it's like Hector having the entire like
Oh.
the pressure of the game on him. He's fine. This is how they play.
Nice static storm.
Okay. I was just baiting you guys into going to that game.
No, but it's fine because it's an interesting moment to tune into this game because I feel like it's a little bit of a crossroads, right, for this game.
Yeah, somehow the team that's down by 5K feels like they're in control of the map.
Yep.
Yeah.
I guess that's just Hector Dota, because even though you're down by 5K, he's at the top.
Do you want to check the same thing for Stream B? I know we're making the switches overtime perhaps at the moment, but I'm seeing in the corner of my eye that on the Secret versus Team Fnatic stream, sorry, yes, I mean there's a 5-man smoke going on the other one. This one's still fairly even. They're 10 minutes into the game with Quincy Crew and SG.
You were right about the Centaur, huh, BSJ?
Is he owning?
He's taking over for
He is
now.
taking
yeah,
over.
he
He's
is.
top net worth.
I wonder if he went for. He goes. Oh yeah, he goes Vanguard Hood and just runs at people. Okay, and he did.
That's
and
the
he
only
did
way
that.
Centaur scales.
Yeah, I don't-
The minute you buy a blink, you're done hitting
Right,
creeps
but
for the
there
rest of
are
the game.
other offlaners other than like Lelis that will like even in a good game be like I'm gonna give this back to my team, whereas Lelis is like I'm
gonna take this.
Maybe
off.
they
I'm
had
gonna
to
be
talk
tanky
about
boy.
this. Maybe like because Laylis is I think is the highest MMR other than Quinn, right? He's like ranked 5.
What do you think that
in-
they decide these things based on MR?
No, I'm
No,
saying
I-
that he's like a hero. He's a player that plays offlane in pubs to carry the game.
Yeah, sure. I feel like Lelis has been doing this build for. We saw him do it in DPC quite.
Saying like his
quite a
hero
bit.
pool's like nature's prophets that go like satanic and a BKB.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
the kind of offlaner that he is.
He's been more sacrificial in the DPC. Like we've watched him kind of adapt to that role. Although he adapted very quickly. I feel like Lelis is just a really adaptable player in general.
But I'm saying for today, what if they said, Laylis, you're gonna pick Centaur, you're gonna carry.
Take the pressure off of Quinn.
Yeah. Yeah.
It feels good.
That's fair. Thank you, PPD. That was PPD. Yeah.
Okay. That we brought him here.
There's a low-hanging fruit joke that you could have made there at Alliance, but glad you didn't take it. It was low-hanging.
Go into depth about that one, will you? What do you mean?
Can you explain it to me, please? I haven't watched the UDPC.
Don't make him explain.
I'm fine. I'm good. Okay, back to the game.
Back into the game because after the laning stage it looked like SG had a good start, but it seems very even now. This game is undecided.
I don't think the gyro being up in net worth is as powerful as CK being
Yeah.
up in net worth. I think this is what you'd expect.
It's
from the
expected,
gyrocopter.
yeah, I
and
agree.
I do find that the gyrocopter versus Spectre matchup is really bad. I was thinking about Leshrac as the other one that like Spectre loves playing against.
Yeah, any like
Uncontrollable
damage, Spectre just loves it.
Also, they have AA, so he's never gonna get the point where he has satanic and he's unkillable on gyro. He's never like 6 slotted.
Yeah.
Just
point.
sitting there stunned,
True.
killing you.
Yep.
And the Centaur is also another one that's good against this kind of uncontrollable damage as well. He tanks it really nicely. It's not the best gyro game, but I haven't seen any game that I was like, oh, what a great gyro game.
That's because it has a.
Maybe this will be the first one. At the end, on hindsight, it will be actually. Gyro was the hero that made it all work.
I mean, Costabile is a brute force kind of carry, right? Like he's used to, he'll pick a hero that he likes just because he likes it, and then he'll just play it
It's
and
true.
pump so much.
He makes it work.
Yeah.
He'll go his own build and make it work.
I don't even think it's the best hero sometimes. He just thinks, oh, this is the hero I can farm the most with.
I remember Juggernaut was the one for me. I'd always get him on my pubs, and he'd go Jug Battle Fury when nobody was picking Jug and nobody was going Battle Fury, and he would carry.
He would carry.
Oh,
Oh, the save. But
he's fine. He's still he's still kind of shattered.
He's
yeah.
dead.
Yeah, I think he's still dead.
Not fine.
He did die.
yeah.
Oh, I forgot I'm on a 2-second delay.
Oh, he's doing the same thing I was doing. He's doing the same thing.
told me about
you
this.
for this.
I had one job.
That's pretty funny.
What an
good.
oracle BSJ is, huh?
Thank God. Thank God he's on here. Making me look smart.
ATR though is pulling out the stops of the storm. I feel like he's doing a lot. Him and Davo are making a fair amount of space and making up for what Gyro might be lacking here.
Yeah.
It's going to come down to 40R finding, or ADR finding the AA in the back. That's why they picked the Storm in the draft, right? Because there was almost certainly the IO pick first, into the Ancient Apparition, into the Storm. And so if he can bring down the AA, then suddenly the Gyro feels much more comfortable not happening what just happened.
Quinn face checked the rune, and it was the one he needed the most to regen, I see.
That's how you become #1 MMR.
Yes, it is.
Done.
Thank you, Gaben.
Easy.
Some teams use more favored.
Quinn buys a lot of compendium points. For sure.
He loves Gaben, and the best meme is Quinn seeing Gaben appear on stage. I've never seen someone more excited for anything.
Yeah.
He was very excited.
It was a great picture.
It's good stuff. It's good stuff. But, I mean, this game is still very even. So very very young.
You know who's
I
not
know
young?
this is an elimination series, but I do feel like this one is has slowed down to a little bit. Am I the only one?
We're chilling a
feeling
bit.
like
We're
that?
chilling. We got an NA versus SA classic
Yeah,
Farm.
going on. Oh yeah, we're hitting creeps
we're hitting
up in
creep.
this game.
I love
Elephant
it.
seems to be running away
What?
with their game. They just took a lane of racks,
Yeah.
up
Oh,
by
we can check that.
double-digit net worth.
We can
maybe
do.
tuning them
How
out.
about we do a quick rotation
Okay.
of all the other streams just to make sure that you're up to date with everything, because we look at the draft, we expect the game to play out in a certain way, and sometimes that's completely wrong. Oftentimes that's completely wrong, which is fine. But we
Yeah.
do need to, just update our opinions on how things are going. So let's start with Stream A. Just do it simple like that. Stream A has got PSG LTD versus Elephant, and
Wow.
Elephant is doing it.
We have 3 upsets. It looks like.
Is Elephant really doing it?
They seem like they're doing it.
They're
So
doing
we
it.
thought, okay, Ursa does good early, but then eventually the Morph Willow will be.
Okay, that was ridiculous. Where's that reality?
That
risk?
was the Morph Willow, proving a point.
You know what? Actually, I still agree with the sentiment of earlier that even down a racks, you can't count LGD out with Morph Willow.
Well, the problem is they're probably going to get every Roche on Elephant. That's like the uphill battle that
That
they're
is
going to
the
be
uphill
dealing
battle,
with because
yeah.
they have the RP, they have like a pretty hard wombo combo, but
They need to win a Roche fight.
yeah.
Yeah.
And
Which
they
is not
don't
that
get out.
easy. Which is not that easy with the deficit and also down a racks.
And down an outpost.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
he has the
that's-
quickening charm on CK. That's value.
He went for the Etherlands
Farming.
build you were talking
Yeah.
about. It's interesting. The reality rift is ridiculous with that Etherlands.
Yeah, the thing is that you want to go it later though. You want like Armlet BKB Blink or something
is he
like
going-
that.
is he
but
going Ags?
He just
Is
went
my
Armlet
question.
Etherlands, and that's
And
because
Shard.
they're losing pretty bad.
Yep.
So he doesn't feel like he can enter the fight with his hero.
The Ag CK just like doubles your team's damage. It's really cool. Especially with a Morphling, you just get another Morph.
How did you calculate that exactly?
It creates an illusion of every hero on your
Right.
team.
That hits for 100%
Yes,
damage.
it literally
Well done.
doubles. Yeah.
All right, let's see.
Quite
This
good.
is a 5-man on 5. Well, 4-man smoke. Sorry, they forgot to put the Mars in there. It's all good. Yang doesn't
Or
need no
Yang.
smoke.
It's also good save, by the way, that CK Ags. You can use it when you got cut
Yeah,
the spell.
sure,
You
for
give
sure.
you the invulnerability of Phantasm
Yeah.
for a second.
That's the least fun part of it, though. It's fun to just blow up the enemy Ancient Apparition or Silencer.
I mean, some
in
teams
one
are doing
shot.
that with, like, actually against Silencer, for example. They buy some sort of spell in CK and then
And then
go
they
Ags.
dispel their team. Yeah, that's
exactly.
fair. God, you know what's funny?
This is funny because they're both doing the same thing and they're not getting anything.
That was like a ring around the rosy.
It was like, I was like, oh my God, we got 5v5 smoke, 5v4 smoke. And then you're just going the opposite way.
They just swapped the sides of the map.
Yes.
We're gonna invade you.
Yes.
I remember what I was going to say, which is funny,
Oh.
Brian. If you could micro, if somebody had the ability to micro the CK Ags illusions perfectly, it could be the best theoretical hero in the game. Because have you guys like just ever seen an enemy like Crystal Maiden hitting mid and it turns out to be a CK illusion? But it's like it's only because that's the CK sent all the illusions down mid,
Yeah,
but the CM's just the first one that got there. But then people go on it because it's like, oh, there she is. She doesn't have illusions. There's, if you could micro them to make them look like heroes, it would be very confusing. In fact, I remember an Arkosh Gaming game.
Hey, there's a
I'm
very,
just wondering when I'm supposed to laugh
there
at
is
this.
a very
It's not that
easy
funny.
solution for that. Shared hero control. You tell your team, guys, every time I'm a press ult and you get your illusions,
That's
please
on
use
you.
them. Yes.
Actually, I learned something from watching Team Arkosh Gaming of NA Division 1 DPC.
What team is that again?
Team Arkosh Gaming.
I've never heard of it.
And which
And what I
division do they play?
learned is that when you're playing against Chaos Knight, you should turn the player names on. Because if you have hero names, it will show the names of the heroes that the illusions are made of. If you have player names on, you see the name of the CK. So you can tell the difference between illusions.
You're normally playing with hero names on rather than player names?
I do, because if you play against
He
people...
forgets what the heroes are in the game.
No, because if
He
you
doesn't
play
wanna
against...
talk
You
about
need
it.
some reminder.
If you play
I get
against
it.
Miracle or somebody, you're like, oh God, that's Miracle. Oh no, I need to doom him. And then you remember that you're Pudge and not Doom.
Why?
But that's because you have the pudge above your head. So you know you're
No, Brian, I don't forget heroes.
You literally said you play with the hero names.
This game is very exciting, I must say. The LGD is putting up a great high ground defense.
Jenkins
but
is not making it
and
sound
was
like
able
it
to
is.
do the Roshan. You said that their trouble was going to come from them not being able to take Rosh.
Suddenly this
Take a
game's a bit
Roche.
upside down
Yeah.
because Ursa's forced to buy back. If he doesn't get this Aegis after buying back,
Now
the
she's gonna be too late,
Bloodthorns from
surely.
Mag, nothing to say.
Are they going to jump in time? No.
What a play,
No.
Oh, they're going in after.
Yeah, they're going in after. They might be able to burn the Aegis straight away, but they're... I mean, he's already morphing it. No. They're
he's
morphing
fine.
it straight.
He's got a
Yeah.
backpacked Ags. Who's he giving it to?
Use it
CK?
to sell the Ags.
CK Ags?
Nah,
Did
dude,
he get it?
sell
Did
the
he get it?
Ags.
Sell your own Ags.
Easy
yes.
20,
Did he actually do
100
that?
gold.
Yeah.
No, he gave it.
No.
Wait.
Did he?
Did he actually
Wait.
sell the eggs?
No, he doesn't have
You
it.
probably give it to ET. Honestly.
He put it in the base, I think.
Probably give it to ET.
I think ET is
It's
going
in
to
the
go
base, it's in
snag
the
it.
base.
There it
Someone's
is.
gonna pick it up.
Race to it.
Willow.
Oh, Willow.
Oh, that.
Okay.
Oh, he's
he's
got a
got a
Mask of Madness. I love it. I love it. That is
Okay.
Chad. That is Chad.
That is a great move.
Yeah. Okay, so
Who
now.
needs illusions when you have 2 Willow battery assaults?
Seriously, yeah, that's the one thing you don't get from the illusions, so.
And he's level 16. Just give him a couple of tomes, delay the game long enough.
Yeah. Dope.
Get
Wow.
him some extra farm.
Well, Willow's actually better than Morphling.
Because
too.
the Shadow Realm duration.
Yeah,
talent.
because of the
Yeah.
talents.
I died to
also
that
you-
one game because I didn't realize how long it lasted. I'm like, why is this lasting so
Yeah,
long?
it's forever, bro.
Yeah.
I don't think you can jump the Willow with as much confidence. You can, like, if the carry's dead, the carry's dead, you're done. But if you have to do that for a 4,
Yeah, you got 2 problems now,
Yeah,
honestly. That's
exactly.
the issue.
and then CK is also putting you out of position constantly with Rally Rift.
And then there's a
Refresher
second Willow and a
Mars.
second Morph with the CK eggs. Yeah. This is going to be a very confusing game soon.
Ursa's gonna have to buy Battle Fury.
He
eventually.
really is. Get some 3 Battle Furies.
Well, if it's a very confusing game, then it might be better for people that want to continue watching it to watch it on the stream too, which
was
is
smart.
OD Pixel and Fogged. They'll be able to make
great
sense
casting
of it
duo.
all. A great casting duo right there. I'm just checking to see. I think Elephant is not going to fight them until the Aegis is gone. So let's check in with another game right now because I'm gonna skip stream B and C because I want to go to D because it looks like Fnatic is crushing Team Secret right now. They were able to take a lane of Rax, and they already took mid lane of Rax. If I can see that properly, they already took Megas. It's done.
All right,
About done.
I'm
This
like-
game did not play out the way we expected it to.
Well, we did praise the TB.
Yes. Oh, we saw that it
I
could
think
be
in terms
good.
of drafts, I feel like Fnatic was looking really strong.
Yeah.
I mean, Fnatic has to take 1 game off each team. It's in their contract. I feel at this point.
They really
Oh,
do.
yeah.
They really do.
That's
I
true.
would hate to. I'm so glad that they're winning this. I know we're supposed to be unbiased. I'm so glad that they're winning this just because, like,
The storyline is the best.
the
possible.
storyline's awesome. They're just one-wanting everybody, including like Team Secrets.
This was also a very important game.
Hey, there's
to
still a
get
game
one
after this. They might be 2-0ing. They might
They
have
might be
upgraded.
2-0,
The 2-0
yeah,
doesn't
but-
actually matter, though, for
But
them.
Gaben knows it's going to be a 1-1 though.
hope
'cause
it
it's
is.
Fnatic.
The puns make them as the only team with a tie player. The only team that's creating ties. I think it's.
That is good. You're right.
Wow.
I mean,
feel
this
like I
is
learned
this is
something
very
like that.
impressive, and I want to reiterate how important this win is for Fnatic. They want to avoid elimination, and they are not really in contention, but could be in a tiebreakers depending on the results of today for other games. Team Secret, though, they really also need at least one win, and hope. Well, I don't think they're going to get two at this point, but very important for them as well. They have 2 series today, and they are not yet secured in for upper bracket, and it is looking like there will be 4 teams fighting for that upper bracket slot, and every win is a much needed win. Yeah. And this one looks. I mean, they're holding on. They're trying. What's the comeback potential? Like we got a Sven. Of course, you can get some nice, juicy cleaves with your Silver Edge.
I mean, this is a pretty good anti-Maya Creeps lineup because you have a fair amount of splash, tango, right? It's possible. You just wait for like a good team fight when the enemy team overextends. Ideally, you get the initiation of your life.
It's going to come down to Nisha being like a second hard right clicker.
Yeah,
Sven
I agree.
scales very poorly,
okay,
terribly.
we're sorry. We're too late to skip to stream C, but Beastcoast did end up taking. Team Spirit did end up taking down Beastcoast. Nice. Yes, and that's only game 1 of
That
2
puts
game
them both at
series.
7-6, correct? Let me pull up my group
Yes,
stage.
yes, it does. They're 7-6. Yep.
Okay,
Yep.
so they're both 7-6. Secret is
Elephant's
now going to
winning,
be
so there's
8
gonna
and
be-
5. And then if they lose, and then Elephant will be 7-6 if they
If
win.
they win,
Yes.
if they win.
It
Yeah.
is basically Vici Gaming, Team Secret, Beastcoast, Spirit, and Elephant are fighting for 3 slots in the upper bracket. Vici Gaming only needs like
Very
1
simple
game, and then
stuff.
they're good.
They're fighting for 2 slots.
No, only.
Oh,
if you
Vici
count- if
Gaming. Okay, sorry,
I'm
yeah.
including Vici Gaming because Team Secret still has to face Vici Gaming. So, Group B. I mean, there are so many possibilities in Group B that every game very, very much matters. A question: do you guys want to check in with Quincy SG, or you want to see the end of Secret Fnatic? Like, what's the odds of Secret Fnatic making that comeback, or we don't believe in it?
They're getting Roche, and they're going to have Refresher Shard on Raven. I'm pretty sure we can call that one.
Let's go Quincy SG. If something changes, we'll of course keep you up to date and we'll let you know. If you want to check in with the stream yourself, you can do that on Dota TI5, where the game is live together with Trent and Lyrical. But SG, Quincy Crew, very important. It is very likely that one of these 2 teams will not see the main stage from a player perspective. And this series means everything. And we looked at this game 10 minutes ago. We said it's going to be a little bit of a farm on both sides. They just want to get their items. It still looks like it's very even. What's the biggest development you feel like we've seen here since we last checked in, Avo?
I don't see any development.
I was going to say, I see nothing. It looks
I
the
was
same.
wondering if you were going to come up with
It
something.
looks
I'm
the
like,
same.
I haven't paneled with this guy yet. How
I was
good
like,
is this?
thank goodness she didn't ask me.
Love it. But that's very characteristic for these 2 teams, right? You guys all said like they know each other, they played each other. Okay, it's NASA. Yes, we do have time to check out the other games going on because it's not going to get decided. This Roshan, though, that might be the deciding factor for swinging one way or the other.
I feel like this is looking very good for Quincy, though, to be honest. Maybe it's because, again, my distrust of Gyro as a person. But,
Yeah, horrible guy.
yeah.
He's flying around when, like, he's definitely using a lot of fuel.
Rude as
Yeah,
well.
very
Rude man.
anti-ecological.
Sedentary
right?
lifestyle. He can't be healthy.
Yeah.
No, but the Gyrocopter, what is he going to do against this Spectre Centaur? I just don't feel like he's going to... Can he really solo carry the game? I thought ADR...
They're going to jump in for this. He just goes the way of Quincy Crew, and Radiant got the Roshan as well, so let's see if Quincy can actually make this into a big lead for them.
Blast missed.
Did ADR get away? Yes, he did.
He's dead now. I think.
Oh.
He has no satanic. Problem is you don't want to build one because you're against the AA, but I think he kind of just
Yeah.
has to and hope he misses.
Hope for the best.
What if you build Satanic on Gyro, then everyone else builds 4 staff so they can try to bait the Ice Blast out.
That I don't know if you're joking. That actually
That's
sounds
usually
pretty
one of the
goddamn
best ways
good.
to deal with it.
I'm
That
not
sounds
joking.
really good. Okay, because that sounds really good.
I think he was serious.
Yeah, I was serious.
Yeah,
I wasn't,
yeah.
like,
It's hard to tell with Avo.
How
It's
many
actually,
fluffy hats do you normally want to get on your mid AA, by the way?
You really want protective headgear, at least 2.
Zero.
Yeah, there are 2. Okay, good.
He
I
has
actually
2.
didn't see
I-
that,
Maybe
but I
he's using
figured
them
he had
as
more than one.
gloves.
Oh, yes.
I like it.
Classic
He's
Chris
got
Luck.
cold. Oh no, he's got cold feet. They should say maybe use
Look,
it.
wait, Chris Luck is bottom net worth.
Shira, I hope you've been saving these for me.
Oh, wait a minute. No,
'Cause this is a
I'm
pleasure
dude,
to
wait
be
a
a part
minute.
of.
Mid AA.
No,
This is not a mid AA. That was
No, it's
Beastcoast.
Yeah.
I'm so out of it. Okay. Why are you talking about mid AA?
Because I'm confused.
We're swapping between
You-
games, man.
That confused the hell out of me. I thought we were watching Beastcoast together.
I just heard
You
her made
are all
the. She needs to put
just
something out
instantly
for her feet 'cause she
agreeing
has
with me
to-
Alright.
as well. So it's okay. Sorry, guys.
Very
confused.
This makes sense that he's bottom of net worth.
And this makes sense
Okay.
that he has 2 fluffy hats.
Yeah.
Yes.
He's not bottom of the net worth. He's
Bottom
he's
for
Bottom
his
of his
team.
team.
Okay.
Bottom of his
No, the
of his
bottom net
team.
worth is Io because he keeps having to do this because his whole team is hell bent on going in and down.
Yeah. Yeah.
He saved ADR 2 times already like that. And that is slowly creeping ADR's form back up. And I want him to do well, not SG, but just him, because he's the oldest mid laner in TI.
How old is that?
28.
Grandpa.
Yeah,
Wow.
exactly.
That's
and,
just so old.
right.
But
And
he
Dota players
has,
are.
he has a big history in the qualifying.
He does.
Like this TI is huge for him, right?
Yeah, it's like for ADR, it's the second. He tried 3 times in a row. 2 times he was like one game away
game.
in the finals, and now finally he's here. And if he wins, I feel like you can finally tell all the age. Every team in Dota is super ageist about mid laners. Like, oh, if you're above 24, you're done.
Yeah.
ADR is what's gonna prove them all wrong.
I got a question for you, Brian. Who's the most dodgeable player in this 10-man roster?
Define
Quincy versus
dodgeable. What
is
SG.
dodgeable?
Like avoiding list?
Like
or?
a void list, they are going to grief your pub, whether it's intentional or unintentional. Let's spill the beans here.
I'm curious.
Oh man, I need to. Are you really putting me on the spot now?
I'll tell you mine.
Who is it?
You first.
It's probably ADR.
Really?
Yeah, for me.
I have a good time with ADR. I would say Yawar. I like Yawar.
Yawar.
He likes me. But here's the thing. He binge queues until 5 a.m. And so if you dodge him, you get him on the enemy team. He's tilted, not having a good time.
From playing with you all day.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
He doesn't like having Pudge on his team.
So you're fine when it's like on the start of the day.
Yes,
you're
yes,
fine
you
with him
wanna-
in your team, but at
Yeah.
5 a.m. you're like, hey.
You want to get Yawar on a downswing and then unavoid him on the upswings. That's what you want to do because he is up and down like crazy.
You
Why
guys
ADR?
are seeing OD Pixel and Fogged in your top left. That is because PSG LGD was able to take the victory in the end
Wait,
over
what?
Elephant.
Yeah.
I don't
okay.
even know how. We
They
missed
got the
it.
one Roche and
But
turned it
we
into a win.
did say that their comeback potential and the Roshan that they got would set them up for the comeback. In the meantime, also Fnatic was able to close out the game as we expected. Team Secret not able to come back from Mega Creeps. First game taken there by Fnatic. And we're also, of course, waiting for game 2 to start on the C stream with Team Spirit versus Beastcoast that we saw Team Spirit taking game 1 of. Let's jump back into stream B. Big fight going on at the moment. And Quincy Crew still with that Aegis. They haven't needed to use it yet. Maybe this will be the fight.
There goes Chris Luck on the Ancient Apparition. He's going down.
What are you talking about?
Rough.
He's just talking a bunch of crap.
Okay, Brian.
He's just trying to confuse you further from what Shiva did earlier.
I'm just imitating BSJ's YouTube channel.
Here's a question for the rest of the panel. Do you think the gyrocopter is doing anything?
He has no capability of doing anything.
Right? I'm not as this to Costabile. I just feel like the hero feels
The
so
hero
weak.
is-
No, his
It's rough.
counters needed to be dealt with, which means his teammates needed to have more net worth.
Yes.
And it's so you're not going to solo carry the game. And then if you look at the net worth, that's not available to you guys right now. But it is overwhelmingly the
there it is.
gyrocopter at the top. No, like I'm saying individual.
Oh,
hero
individual. I
net
see,
worth.
yeah.
You think that was a mistake? You think there was like Gyro should have played a more aggressive game, less farmy, and then gave it to his teammates?
Yeah, we weren't watching the entire game, but I definitely think he shouldn't have been content being the only farmer on his team.
Right.
I would have been willing to be a bit more sacrificial to give ADR a better game.
I feel like Gyro was in a place where he won every carry matchup because he was just so good and his timings were just so good. Like the satanic Aghanims, like those timings were so good that even his like quote unquote counters didn't counter him. And then with the nerfs, now they just do, and so he's bad now. That's kind of how I feel, because I was spamming that hero whenever I was forced to play the carry position. And if I'm able, I out-carried Kuman as gyrocopter, and if I'm able to do, if Jenkins Dota's able to do that.
How many games against Kuman did you have?
He
That's
played,
like,
he plays
the
a lot.
one game that he brings up time and time
plays a
again.
lot.
I feel like I've heard this before.
His win rate was probably 1 in 17, but that one time he played gyro.
It's
against
true.
Kuman.
Kuman
It's
is
true.
a very high-rated
He
Eastern
is.
European Dota 2 player, by the way, which is why Jenkins is very impressed with
Himself, yeah.
that he was able to beat him that
I'm
one
saying
time.
if I can do it, you can too.
That's the spirit.
Kuman.
Kuman. Yeah,
Out there.
the thing, I think this patch is actually a lot about equally distributed network. I think there's very few games that you want just one guy at the top. We've seen multiple losing teams, even in this first volley of games, where it was one guy at the top, like Hector, and also in this case the Kostabi play, that just lose because you'd rather have your farm equally distributed. Like we saw Team Spirit, they had a really passive lineup, but all three of their cores had a lot of fun. At the end of the game, it was Morphling, Tide, and Doom. And they just eventually run you over because you don't have enough resources to dedicate to 3 tanky dudes with farm.
Okay, we just saw Quincy Crew take a good fight, but they're not able to take a lot of extra buildings off the back of it. But they are in the process of taking I feel like they're definitely in the lead. It's up to them to lose the game, if you will. And when you're talking about you need to divide your net worth more, I think SG can take a page out of that book, because everything is in that gyrocopter that we say is just, as a hero,
Not winning.
exceptionally not great at the moment.
Stop picking IO Gyro.
Yeah.
It's rapier time for him, but also if you're building a rapier against Ancient Apparition Spectre and a bunch of jump, you're probably just gonna lose it. But I don't see what else he can do to win the game.
Did Yowler go Blade Mill?
No.
He didn't even need to.
No. Yeah, like I feel like the Manta Scotty build
You
is-
can't delay it unless
is-
it's like the Ags maybe.
it's enough to, I mean, I feel like it's just enough to chew through a gyrocopter pretty easily, even without the blade mail. It's just that the blade mail is an option. Like if your game isn't going so well and the gyro's game is going well, you just get a blade mail and you kill him in the next fight. But you don't have to do it.
I do think this game is very Quincy favorite. I don't think SG can really come back from this on it.
Orchid on Monkey King, I like that a lot.
I've seen this before.
That plays into your theory, Brian, of just things that you can press from the trees and set up on side lanes. Like this hero is.
Does he have boots, by the way? No.
Nope.
No,
None of
no.
the Monkey Kings buy boots, pretty much. There's very few. They'll buy it for the lane.
Shouldn't you get
Maybe.
it eventually?
It
I
kind
know,
of.
you're on the trees all the time.
Well, it makes sense because before, with the 0.2 extra seconds between the jumps, boots would actually move you from point A to point B faster, but now it's just not faster. Like you don't need boots because you get there slower if you're walking there. It's only about like when the small moments where you jump off of trees where you would use the boots.
But you can also jump from tree to tree while taking damage.
Yes,
but if
you
you're on the
can.
ground, you cannot jump off.
Yeah,
so
exactly,
you'd rather just
exactly.
not be on the ground.
SG going for a Hail Mary.
Oh, here they go. And there's nobody on the high ground, so this is a good start for them.
Yeah, because Monkey King normally is the one that will thwart smoke like this, right?
Yep.
Oh, hello. That's
Well, that's the Hail Mary.
it. Oh, actually, Quinn going in. This BKB already used. There's a chance. Maybe. Maybe not. Maybe it's just a little bit of an uphill battle for SG.
The
here.
relo.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but they
nice
just left Dal
save.
behind.
Yeah, he's
He's fine.
in.
He's
oh,
fine.
he is maybe actually fine.
Nobody died.
What?
Okay.
Yes.
Spear, dust.
The relocate back in.
Okay.
All right, they get.
Oh, what the hell?
Hello.
What's going on over there?
ADR. Making space.
Oh.
Okay, that's why they were losing the other fight, because ADR was distracting them.
Yeah, of course, naturally.
No, I mean, I'm genuinely.
Okay, well, I feel like it's probably not worth dying
I
there.
feel like he's making good points, and Jenkins is just so confused that they're good points that he doesn't think you're serious, Avo.
They're
that's-
making
that's not-
they're making this fight
You have a
work,
very
though.
deadpan way of joking.
They're making
never
this
made a
fight
joke on
work.
this
He,
whole
he has not made a joke yet.
That's a joke.
That was actually a joke.
Thank you, Brian.
BSJ can read me like a book.
Yeah,
He
I've got
can.
you, man.
He really can. I mean, that's how he has to read all humans like a book because he can't feel emotions.
Only feels positive emotions, much like his voice line. Keep it PMA.
Yes,
keep
exactly.
it PSJ.
on the Steam store for $1.
I should have hired you to do my voice line. That's what I should have done.
You know, we all should have hired the same person to do the voice. Just have like all of them from the same person. This was a great fight for SG, by the way. It might not have been 100% what they were aiming for, but they are able to delay the game longer and actually make an even trade despite being 14k gold down,
Yeah,
which
these
is
were-
a win on itself.
These are much needed clutch plays from Tavo and KJ. I think it's KJ playing the Wisp,
Yes.
Yeah.
bringing
Oh.
They
Did I
get this
just-
Bobby
rush.
Lay out.
Spectre's dead for 40. Wait, when did Spectre die?
He died at the end of that fight.
Oh,
He can buy back though, but he
I was so
doesn't have haunt.
distracted by Avo's points.
I know. You guys are missing the tail end of that fight.
Oh, he has the Ags, even though he didn't have Haunt to get back in. So Gyro drops before Aegis is on deck.
That's unfortunate.
And
But you know,
Theodore got the Aegis,
I was
though.
gonna say if your support Snapfire, nothing more
Is he
you
out?
want. Yeah, he's
No,
dead.
he's dead.
Well, at least he didn't let it go to the enemy team. Could have been worse.
I think Gyro needs the Aegis a lot more than anyone else on Quincy Crew. So if nobody gets
The
Aegis,
Elikar. Oh my God, if he survived. I mean, there's good space.
There's no way he survived. It's space. The rest of his team is back farming in the triangle.
Does this not feel like every SG game when they're losing, where you're like, you count them out and then they make like two really good plays?
Yeah, exactly.
And then they lose anyway.
It's a roller coaster.
I
to
think
watch
their
this
mental
team.
fortitude is pretty insane.
It's good,
Pretty
yeah, it's
wild.
I think they just it looks to me like they just have fun playing together.
I mean, me too. I think they like each other a lot.
They look a lot like T1, honestly.
They do actually, they do, but like not there yet, right? I feel like
Not
T1.
quite there, yeah.
T1 is the ultimate form of SG. It's what they aspire to be to.
They are. Yeah, they are.
Well, the high ground defense, it's gonna be difficult. Very difficult.
Yeah, they're looking to basically just save that bot racks and go for a Hail Mary. I think there's no really other hope. Although Kastabile is respawning, so maybe Quincy.
Yeah,
plays it
they
safe.
got everything up. They're a little low on the buybacks. Only Io and Mars have it at the moment, so a bit unfortunate.
It's a very confusing net worth setting.
Yes, but this is done in preparation for the big fight that will happen soon with the buyback status. Which, by the way, because there's a lot of people wondering, so at the moment on the net worth status, you see who actually has currently got buyback with the golden lines next to the portraits. But sometimes during fights, you'll still see our observers switch to the actual buyback status, because not only do you see who has buyback, but you also see how close someone is to having buyback, be that via the timer, the cooldown timer that people have if they bought back earlier in the game, or perhaps they are close to having the amount of gold needed to be able to buy back into the game. So it's a little bit more detailed.
Yeah, whys are important in Dota. You know, why do or they don't have buyback.
Yeah?
And also, when someone dies, a little tidbit, and they're around their death portrait, there will also be a golden line,
Yeah.
and that will indicate if they have
If
buyback.
they have it as well.
So stop asking me if I have buyback in my games, please.
That
You can
sounded,
see it
that,
on
that
your
sounded like
allies.
deep-rooted
That was-
frustration.
Yes.
Passive
But
aggressive.
you can only see it on allies. You cannot see that on your enemies, by the way. Just let it
If
point
you
it
have
out.
a certain setting on your Dota, you might be able to see it on it.
Map hack?
Yes.
But we would
So
never.
that's
condone
what I was
such
getting
stuff.
Let's
at.
not do that. Let's not do that.
Brian.
Oh dear. Is he out? He's out. Oof.
That was close.
That was
Maybe
very
if
close.
Yawar had waited till he went back to base first,
Oh, I see. To haunt
it
them.
haunt into the fountain, yeah.
Hunt into the fountain, let it hit you.
Well,
so you get
also,
that
he's-
reflected damage.
He's building
Genuinely
Basher.
good point.
It actually would have killed him, I
It
think.
would have killed him, and he could hunt back.
I think Jenkins thought I was joking again, but
I
I was
did not
pulling
think
an
you were
Avo
joking.
and
Now you
giving
can't
a
tell.
relevant point that was serious.
Can we ever?
I guess.
You're the only one that's being confused on this panel. I get him entirely.
Yeah,
Oh,
we're,
yeah,
we're
of
mind
course you
melded.
would, you
Cheever's a
big narcissist.
professional, and then there's Jenkins.
I love that Slacks called you a narcissist. I'm just gonna keep doing that.
I was the only one that wasn't called an narcissist.
Oh,
It was
okay.
mostly Lizard.
Well, everybody got lumped in at the end.
Actually, sorry, Insania with 2 1s. and like
Let's
that.
be honest question. If you're Lizard and you get caught looking at yourself, would that be considered like narcissism? When you're
I
a
would
Lizard?
look at myself. I was.
I would too. Okay, just we're on the same. Me and you get it.
I can't look myself in the mirror.
I mean, that's understandable.
That's why we're saying if you were Lizard.
I still couldn't. The depression.
Wow.
Wow. Okay, that
I
turned real
think
dark.
that's a different couch you should take that talk to.
I'll see if Dr. K is available.
Twitch TV, Healthy Gamer, GG.
Underscore, I believe in there.
That smoke gank you guys were talking about just happened. They couldn't find anybody. The Hail Mary for SG.
There is a
the
Dota
one
game
thing.
actually going on right
There
now.
is a Dota game going on, and there's so
Welcome
much
to the
pressure
couch.
on SG right now. Because even though this is a 2-game series, and obviously you'd like to win both, but you gotta win a game, at least one, because the loser of this series could just be facing elimination before the day is done.
I understand why Quincy is trying to be so safe then.
Yes, they're being very safe, right? Because they could have already taken high ground or maybe a couple more buildings, but they are not pushing it.
I feel like SG is a good lineup as well to delay, with like a Storm, you have the Relocate. I mean, nobody thinks of this as the best use of Relocate, but you can't just use it to cut lanes, and it's a pretty effective tool. I even seen IO sometimes do it while they're like hide in the trees a bit as the timer's going away. And
then they go blow up the wave with spirits.
Exactly, and then they go back.
Yeah. Solo, literally alone.
Yeah, it's literally alone,
Yeah,
yeah.
no friends. It's important.
You just had to mention the no friends part of it.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
That was just such an unnecessary insertion.
please don't point that out, Brian. I'd like to forget that.
You understand, guys, that he says like an entire statement, and like the no friends part is the part that he really wants you to hear. It's okay, buddy.
He really does read you like a book. It's impressive.
He does this. He studied.
Yeah. As a Dota game,
Yeah,
Basher done on Spectre.
These teams have also studied each
That's
other.
a third smoke now.
Yeah, I think it's on cooldown for a while after this one.
At what point does it stop being a Hail Mary smoke?
I mean, it's still a Hail Mary smoke.
Every smoke is a Hail Mary smoke.
I think for SG, they have to win 2 Hail Mary fights in order to have a good comeback in this game.
I think you're right.
Because
Yeah.
they can't just win one game. It's like, oh, relief. No, it's win one game. Win one fight.
Oh, that's
and then,
a good start. Getting an arcane rune.
Yeah.
They're
or
baiting it.
using it as
Baiting it?
bait. Who did they find? They found a Monkey King.
Beyond
a
this
good-
proc,
He's got Aeon and
BKB.
BKB though, so he's gonna buy a lot of time for the rest of his team to get there.
The Axe Stampede letting the MSS reset. That was pretty powerful, as they didn't even finish him. As the target they found as support Monkey King.
Yep. Two places the fight's going on right now. Can this Gyrocopter do enough damage to even get 1 kill is the question mark.
The Snapfire.
That's it.
Oh, he threw him back in.
Yeah, that was hype. He used that as a stun. That killed him.
I think
Last
he's just
game.
throwing him away, right?
GG.
I kind of feel like, yeah, that's the last fight. They kind of
Right,
knew.
right,
With
sure.
everybody not having buyback.
You said they had fun, so that looked more fun than throwing.
That did look more fun, yeah.
That did look fun to just chuck him super far. Yeah. That is always fun.
The game itself definitely more fun for Quincy Crew. They end up with the victory there. Again, 2-game series. We'll see if SG can tie the series up, which would be super important for them because otherwise they will be the one out. And well, it depends on how Fnatic is doing. Actually, already Fnatic with the 1 win. Okay, so follow me here.
Okay.
Fnatic with the 1 win.
Yep.
Already now have 5 wins total, meaning that now with the 1 loss on SG, the max amount of wins
They can get his 5.
Yep.
SG can still get 5 wins.
still 5. Oy.
So
Okay.
Fnatic has to win again.
So they could.
That was a
tie.
really good
Is that a
point. So
rat
they
on
have
a
to win
cannon?
out, and Fnatic has to lose.
Yes. If Fnatic lose, then the loser of this next game, or sorry, then if SG lose, they're out.
Yes. Who's SG's last?
SG's last opponent is Spirit. Yeah.
Well, what happens is if SG goes down 2-0 here, Quincy Crew would have to 0-2 their next series, and SG would have to 2-0 their next series for them to then be tied again to go into a tiebreaker.
They need to win, but I would say that this probably is the best case scenario for spectators. I feel like if the first game went to SG, the pressure would be pretty instrumental for Quincy. Whereas I feel like SG doesn't feel that as big a pressure.
Or
due
at
to the
least they
circumstances.
don't crumble as much under pressure from what we have seen compared to. For instance.
I honestly think Quincy's pressure is bigger. I can't imagine a bigger pressure than Quincy's. Maybe Undying if they were doing badly, but I feel like Quincy has a lot of pressure. I don't think it's fair to.
Okay.
And it mounts tournament to tournament. Like every time they come to a tournament, they're expected to do like a little bit better, I think,
Yeah.
than they do, or a lot better. And then constantly they get knocked out, and it's like they say that they had higher expectations, so they're going to this one. It's like, God, I don't want to have this happen again.
Yeah. And it was extra in during the Singapore Major. They actually did do well, but they were playing with the stand-ins, so it's like, we can do even better if we do have MSS with us.
Yeah.
And then the major after that, They
Animajor, they did well. Animajor was the one where...
They did okay, but you could put an asterisk to that because from what we saw, they were the only team that, well, one of the only teams that, they won their region, right? They won on the main stage only against someone else that didn't do groups.
They 2-1 no pin.
Because that was the major where everybody coming in from the group stage was just looking better than everybody that didn't play that group stage.
That's true.
Because the meta evolved to such a level that everybody was evolving. The standings here on your screen, by the way, as well. This is all updated. IG and PSG LGD still on top of their groups and already guaranteed upper. And Thunder Predator still eliminated. If you were not able to tune into yesterday's games, that unfortunately means that they are guaranteed out. No wins to their name. They do have one more series today against T1. But the rest is like so many possibilities still here for tiebreakers. Of course, we are mostly narrowing in today, this morning, on Quincy Crew versus SG. As you can see, those are fighting at the bottom of Group B. And they are waiting for Game 2 to start. In the meantime, on all the other streams, the games are almost concluding on the drafting side of things for their second game. The results were, I guess in the end, there was only one game that we thought was an upset, right, Avo? It was Fnatic upsetting against Secret, because the rest it was PSG LGD winning and Beastcoast winning, and we kind of thought...
Spirit won.
Spirit won. That was also an upset.
I think that that can go
It was
either way.
even. It's even.
Yeah, it's like an upset with regards to the results we've seen in this tournament so far, but I think given the past, people would be like, yeah, that's about even.
I think Beastcoast and Spirit are both the teams that are like, I don't know.
You have, it's really hard
they
to
go
say.
into
With,
a game and...
with either of those teams, they could win out anything.
Yeah. I do feel like the Fnatic one was an upset, but I think their draft was really good, honestly. I thought their draft gave them a lot of advantages.
It did indeed. Okay, how do you guys want to do this? Of course, we've got 4 games very soon as well. You want to start with the laning phase of Beastcoast Spirit?
I'm actually really
just,
excited for that
shoot
draft.
around?
Yeah?
Oh,
I think that's a really cool draft. We got Slark. Not very many of those throughout the course of the entire tournament. Beastcoast, that's a K1 Hector special as well. And then also the highlighted hero for me is the Necrophos last pick.
Okay.
Necrophos has a really high win rate. I believe he's 4-1. Only 5 games, obviously, but when he's picked, it's good. As opposed to the Gyro, who's picked a lot, and it's not good.
Yeah.
Ever.
Less Gyro, more Necrophos.
I'm with you. I mean, I feel like there's just a lot of really tanky heroes that are unkillable if you don't have percentage HP, and Necro is just like the best percentage HP guy in the game.
That's true.
Like Tidehunter does extremely well against Kunkka. That hero just like builds to take long fights and be tanky. Even Terrorblade builds a ton of stat items, and you dumpster him in lane as Necro because you do magic damage and TB has high armor. It's a really great Necro game.
Necro is 4-1. Yeah, he has 4-1 across 5 games.
That's not bad.
Kunkka has the damage mitigation though, which sometimes sucks as Necro. Like when because you do the calculation, you try to do the exactly precise.
Actually, damage or what is it called?
No,
I'm talking about Heartstopper. I know you're talking about the alt. I know you're talking about the alt. But Heartstopper aura goes entirely through damage reduction.
That's true.
So it's actually good against Kunkka in that respect.
I think the Axe Necro build was the one that was really
HP
good.
removal, that's what it's called. I forgot what it's called for, but that goes entirely through any form of damage reduction. But magic resist does work against it, funny enough.
Necro also owns Kunkka in lane traditionally.
Yes,
So any strength hero melee.
And you
You're
just
gonna take
out-heal the
death pulse.
harass that Kunkka does.
And you don't die to him at 6 either. So there's really like no point where it gets better for Kunkka. Usually you end up getting pressured under your tower, so we're going to look for the rotations from Schofield to potentially set up that level 6 Reapers. I don't think Necro will ever solo kill Kunkka, but with like even just a level 1.
With the +1 of any hero, it's a kill. Yeah.
Once again, though, we do get a very traditional draft for Spirit. I mean, this is what they've been doing. You know, hard carry offlane that creates space and is a teamfight offlaner, and the mid laner that can go a bit ham. Toronto Tokyo likes to be the one leading the fights as opposed to Collapse most of the time. They actually use Collapse sometimes as a secondary initiation. And on that note, I think Collapse's best hero is Tidehunter. He's a ridiculous Tidehunter. He makes Tidehunter look like he is such a complex, diverse hero, even though we all know he's not.
Have you seen Collapse Mars?
Collapse Mars is really good
That's
too.
his best hero.
I feel like
I don't think so. I think Tide is
Really?
better.
I like both of those heroes for him just because I feel like the Collapse, he builds this like Blink, Octarine refresher stuff, and he's really good with this like utility scaling where you're just like stunning as many people as possible for as long as possible with these big items. So I feel like both of those heroes work for him. Same with Sand King. Like, he just plays these utility carries really well.
Actually, on that note, he has, I think he's one of the most patient offlaners that I've seen, which is why I think his Mars is also very good on that note. Because I've seen him wait on Ravages more than usually people would, or even get arenas once everyone has BKBs and still be impactful, because he knows, like, instinctively the right time to use this big ultimate and never waste it.
Which is why I think, like, the Octarine Blink, you know, Arcane Blink or whatever, like, these builds on him where he's actually getting a lot of net worth, he can use it effectively. Like, other people, maybe they're just going in and dying, and then obviously, like, having Refresher and Octarine in these items won't matter. But it matters on Collapse.
It's a very even mid lane at the moment. Both are 11 last hits and 1 or 2.
I don't think it's super Necro favored until like level 3, level 4.
Okay, you think it gets worse?
It gets worse. It gets worse, absolutely. And you never kill Necro. He gets a raindrop and your combo will never kill him.
That's true.
Even with help, like you get a, you're not gonna die.
So Slurk is good against Tide, right? Master Slurk PSG.
Not really.
Really?
It's good in game.
It used to be.
It's good in game, and it used to be good in lane. But now the way Tides play, I don't know. Slark just got nerfed so many times in lane. You have to.
What is it that makes him?
It's just the fact that you're a really low armor hero.
That's
that gush.
probably
Gush plus
Silencer.
anchor smash makes you take a lot of damage.
Yep. Oh,
And since Silencer's getting bullied by Weaver, Slark has to like threaten to kill you. You don't win the trades. That's the thing. Slark doesn't win the trades.
I played this exact Weaver versus Silencer matchup like 20 times in the last week, just because like Silencer's like
I don't
one of the
believe you played it that
leading-
many times.
I have. Well, maybe not the last week. It's been TI, so.
I was gonna say, how
The
did
week
you get
before
time to
TI.
play 20 games?
The week before TI, because Silencer's like one of the top 5s, Weaver's like one of the top 4s, and you'd think it would be like Silencer favored to a large degree because of
Oh, you told me this.
because of Silencer like pressing his Q and then making it so that Weaver can't Sakuchi, and you take like a ton of damage because Weaver's just these low cooldown spells. But Silencer gets a single bug on him and he just dies. He folds. He's just too squishy. Weaver is so good at running him down.
Weren't you? We're actually discussing this, us three, ironically, that sometimes Weavers will go for 1 extra point in Swarm if you're up against Silencer.
Yes, I
And
like
you
that
just
a
can
lot.
Destroy him.
Yeah, I think you go like 1-1-1 or like 2-1.
And Slark can't dispel that bug. He has to hit it. So another.
He's 1-1-2 at the moment.
1-1-2?
That's the wrong
I see,
hero.
I see.
They just switched it.
Well, you know, 1-1-2 is not actually bad on Weaver either, because the second point in Geminate is
It
like
was 1-1-2
it's like
on the Terrorblade.
It's really bad. Don't do that.
What? It's the 10 to 30.
it's
damage.
not bad. It's not. He's crazy. It's not bad.
Well, no,
But
we're gonna click him in a second. Actually, no.
Against Silencer specifically.
You can check it out,
Okay.
right? You've got the technology.
I can. Yes. What are you asking me to check out?
Weaver build.
Oh, I was just watching the other stream.
Oh.
I wasn't inclined because this laptop doesn't have Dota on it.
okay.
I was.
What are you talking about?
Download it.
You need to go to Steam and. Yeah, of course, there's Dota on it.
Steam.com.
Do you think they would give us laptops on the Dota?
/Dota.
There's Dota on it.
Okay, I'm gonna try again. I'll trust you. I feel like you might be the type to bait me right now, but it's fine.
I would never say a laptop that they gave us here doesn't have Dota on the international broadcast.
It has it. Sometimes it just takes really long to load.
Exactly. Thank you.
Okay, maybe I misread it. Maybe it was like updating. It's I thought it was like a 10 gigabyte update or something. So I thought it was just downloading the game.
A lot of hats.
A lot of hats, yeah. A lot of
Understandable.
voice lines.
Oh yeah, true. Keep it PMA. Keep it BSJ.
$1 at the Steam store. What a bargain.
So which team are we favoring right now? Now that we're seeing the laning stage develop a little bit, is there any particular team that you feel like has got a big edge going into the remainder of the game, or is it too early to tell? I know I'm asking 5 minutes into the game. It's like, hey, how is it gonna go?
I think draft-wise is kind of even. I
Yeah.
think both teams have their strengths. I mean, well, now this Necrophos is very important though. Okay.
Spirit has a faster lineup at this current moment. Oh, that's a nice little toss back there.
I think their mid-game power spike is going to be a bit stronger with Konka Tide.
I think so too. Yeah, I feel like Kunkka is the only hero that really runs around and does stuff. Mars kind of needs a blink, and his ulti is like a really long cooldown now to do things with, whereas Kunkka just runs around with the boat and does things like this.
This is the most Schofield play.
It is so. This is very, very Schofield.
No, he's gonna cleaves up the creeps.
He's trying to avoid it.
That was impressive.
In the meantime, on this top lane, Slark just died after getting chased down by Collapse and Mira, and then
He's
he killed the
1-1-1.
Silencer as well.
Which is definitely the right build. 1-1-1.
Yeah, not
Yeah.
1-1-2.
Yeah.
There we go. Yep.
Well,
Well, he's almost level 4. What's he gonna get next?
Yeah,
but
yeah.
the Team Spirit is doing really well this game so far. Feels.
Yeah.
It's frustrating for Beastcoast because they're used to, or they try to always win their safe lane. Actually, this combo tends to pick safe lane winning combos so Hector can farm. And when you don't, they have to start creating space like crazy by sacrificing stuff.
Schofield and Chris Luck start getting into action.
Yeah,
That's when-
exactly.
Do you guys see Whisper's build here?
What is his build?
He's going for the straight meteor hammer.
Oh, he's done this before. He's done this before.
Not this tournament.
Yeah, this tournament.
Is this the first? This is the second meteor hammer that's been built
On
up?
Mars specifically.
Okay.
He did this before on Mars, and we were all like, what? And then he pushed tier 2 with Meteor Hammer alone. Like, oh, okay, he's just playing Broodmother on Mars. Okay, that's nice.
Because like one of the items had not been built at TI yet until
Jenkins
yesterday or so.
it has a really great theory of Meteor Hammer. You should explain on panel.
Listen, Insania corroborated, all right?
Insania corrected is the word he was trying to use.
Okay.
That's not the right
Okay.
word.
But what is your theory about Meteor Hammer? Because I think it actually was interesting.
Okay, my theory on Meteor Hammer
Actually.
is that if you get this item early, and this is why people were going Meteor Hammer before Boots on OD, there's like this timing window where you can show up to towers where the enemy team isn't ready to like 4 or 5 man defend those towers.
Yeah.
They can't kill you while you're just like sitting there Meteor Hammering, but it's only like a 5-minute window. So for a lot of heroes, I think going for Meteor Hammer like later isn't as good. But on a hero like Mars, I mean, I feel like the reason that he's getting it is not so he can like epically push towers before the first 10 minutes. It's like,
Perseverance.
it's not perseverance. That is the most absurd claim that I've ever heard.
Only Insania is what he said, and I think for Mars it makes a lot of sense, to be honest.
They are losing their mid tower. When you have a
Yeah.
Necro versus Kunkka. That's not supposed to happen.
I do like the way that Team Spirit played this. They made it very clear, like, hey, come and fight us. You know, they placed an obs right
Whisper.
next to the tower. Why not?
this is
It's
the-
and then
Fnatic.
they still.
We just saw Fnatic
Yes,
do the
we saw
exact same
Fnatic do the
thing.
exact same thing.
TB and Tidehunter,
Yep.
same two
Yes.
heroes.
And also around minute 5, this is minute 7. Go mid, take that tower. Which, by the way, brings
That's
me
dope.
to wanting to check out the other streams because, of course, Team Spirit and Beastcoast are playing at the moment on Stream C. But the other games, they've kicked off as well. And let's go to Stream D. Let's check out Fnatic. They've won game 1 versus Team Spirit. And I'm really curious to see what they got in game number 2, if they can do it again. Because for them, beating Team Spirit twice, Team Secret, sorry, twice in a row, this is gonna get real confusing, would be their crowning achievement on the group stage. It would then be so clear that they have just gotten better and better, and it
Yeah.
would be very scary going into the main event.
Is that Ricky Carey?
That is a Ricky. That is a Ricky on
the
the
first
safe
Ricky?
lane. Yeah, laning together with an ogre. Ricky Carey.
First Ricky of the
First
tournament,
Ricky.
I think.
I think so too.
Against PL, quite strong because you can't doppelganger off the cloud. You know, it's one of those silences that you can't do anything about. As PL, you can't manta it, anything like that.
It's not the kind of hero you think about when you talk about Raven, right? Like the consistent carry, the farming, like
True.
he's not the go in out like the Ricky style carry. He usually plays much safer,
He's a Spectre, though. Like, Spectre's kind of similar.
but she has a lot of HP, right?
True.
So I do find him as a very safe person you can play around. Ricky, one misstep and you die.
But do you like the? Well, what do you think about Ricky ogre lane? It feels kind of rough when you're up against a Rubik's support.
You know,
Plus
I mean
one.
that's
It's
true.
actually kind of good because
But it's a good lane.
They both have like I think they would have the 2 highest base regen in the game if I'm not mistaken.
And the Ricky's base armor is
And
also
high armor,
insane.
yeah, both of them. Like I think normally 2 melee would be like, oh, that's garbage. But with those 2 in particular,
Then it works.
it's
Nah.
just because of the high regen and armor.
Shiver, I'm gonna validate you here. Like,
Okay.
if I'm an offlaner and I'm against Ogre Ricky, I'm like, I'm just gonna hit creeps and not hit these guys with really high armor and regen, and I'm gonna free farm, and that's exactly what we're
Is that what we're seeing?
seeing
yeah, but-
from Zai.
Yeah, but
Zai's
so are
having a
they.
good
Yes, in the
time.
lane.
Sure, that's
Oh, yeah,
fair.
Zai is having a great
Like,
time.
you're not gonna shut the opponent down, but as an offlaner, would you rather lane against that or something like a Weaver or a Tiny that's gonna hit you for?
Jenkins, when we were
Ton of
talking
damage.
first panel of the entire group stage, we were talking about positions and how position 5 at the moment feels very good because you have, you've got more gold and you feel like you can shut down the enemy's offlaner a lot more than what you're used to.
Yeah.
So the way, if indeed just Zai is able to farm quite freely, the way that Brian is describing it, isn't that then a really bad thing? Because that is basically a one lane that, at the moment, on average, if you take all the games of Dota being played across the entire globe, it's a thing that now more likely, more so than anything, doesn't really happen anymore?
It's true. It changes up like the formula for like how people are currently playing Dota, which is like fives are usually completely dumpstering and like decimating lanes. Like being an offlaner right now is currently hard.
Yeah.
And we just saw Quincy completely snowball with like the Centaur from the offlane having a really solid game, and it's just not something you see very often. Like when I saw the Centaur top net worth, like I had a double take and I was like, oh, he went for like the Hood Vanguard build. I'm so used to seeing Blink because like the offlane is back to the position where like you're kind of a third support. So yeah, it does change a lot of things, but also on the flip side, Ricky's not really a hero that you see very often, and so that also changes the formula because I remember this hero with the Octarine build and Aghanims and Battle Fury and Daedalus, and he's just one-shotting you but invulnerable all the time. Like, who knows how this hero fares against like a PL in the late game? We just don't know the matchup.
I gotta interrupt you for a second and say that I just watched the most Chris Luck play of all time. He was stacking Ancients with his courier delivering items, and the Ancients for some reason stopped to hit his courier. So they killed his courier and then didn't stack.
I see. Yeah, that would be Chris Luck for you. That would be him. What a legend.
That was so funny. I was listening to your spiel, but like, holy moly, I couldn't stop laughing at that.
Yeah.
I wanted to add to your Ricky point because I feel like one thing that does destabilize us a bit is Ricky's kill potential once he hits level 6 is insane. Like he deals so much, particularly against Mars, who's a relatively low armor hero.
The reverse bristle as well.
Yes.
You know,
By the way, think about that for a second. Ricky is a small satyr who's pretty much naked, and he has 5-6 base armor.
Yeah.
And Mars is a legionary and has 2 armor.
Doesn't make
If
any sense.
you were getting stabbed and you turned around, would you prefer it to be a guy with a shield and a spear, or a naked guy that's like really low?
I'd rather
Shield and spear, 100%.
I would I would actually, I agree with that.
But he's got very thick hide. He's good. It's like
I guess
elephant
it's the
skin.
horns, right?
Well, you know, they say that you shouldn't shave a dog in the summer because actually the fur, as the seasons progress, it's better for heat or for cold or whatever.
Yeah,
And so
insulation.
it's kind of naturally, you have to let
Who
nature.
shaves dogs? Who shaves dogs?
Some people do. They do shave cats.
Well,
Some
I
people
will.
shave
That actually does
cats as
happen,
well.
yeah.
It's the
Feral
same
dogs
story.
on the street, I'll just give them a quick shave and just,
To practice your shaving.
just to practice
Because you
the
can't
shaving.
do it on your face.
Exactly. Thank you, Shiva. That is not something a sister
He's
should
preparing
say
for when he hits
to
puberty.
her sister.
Sorry.
Very
I'm
rude.
sorry.
Anyway, on the Ricky, I think that once you hit that 6, you can maybe start winning the lane and farming a fair amount.
Of course.
And you actually have the Weaver as well to rotate. So unless Secret is willing to commit a fair amount to push the Ricky out of the lane, I think you can stay there a fair amount of time. He is not a hero that's easy to push out, and Mars is not the best hero doing that.
Yeah, for sure. I think Ricky's like one of the few. It's actually really hard to hit that hero with an arena combo.
I know.
I know you don't necessarily want to just like sit there and lane against a Mars, but I kind of feel like because it's such a long cooldown at level 1 now, or I think all levels now actually, and Ricky can like dodge out of it so easily. Maybe you do just stay and just risk it for the brisket, as they say.
It's the biscuit.
Avo.
Yeah, it's definitely a biscuit.
Woo!
I see.
Looks like looks like Puppy just evaded death from that tide.
It was a short window they managed to evade it from.
A short window of opportunity, and it was too short for the tide of death.
I'm
And then
personally
Death
rooting for
Tide,
Beastcoast
yes.
on the other stream just because this might be the weirdest game of Dota I've seen in a while, but Team Spirit's currently running them over, so it's not exactly interesting.
Okay. So does that mean that you are glued to that screen, that you're not thinking this game is gonna evolve at any point soon? You
This
think it
game,
needs
the
some
one we're
time?
currently watching?
Yeah, the
no, I
Secret
think
Fanatic
this
one.
game is like kind of in a. It's in a narrative that's going to be consistent. Like we're going to see the PL farming, the Ricky's going to get a defusal, and then that's when the game's going to change. 'Cause
Okay.
both carries are going to get a defusal.
Okay.
And then the pace is going to ramp up.
Well, then I will suggest, because we've obviously we checked out Stream C, we now checked out Stream D. We want to check out B eventually, because Quincy Crew and SG are playing a very, very important series for their careers. But we also want to just quickly see PSG LTD versus Elephant. PSG LTD won game 1 of this Stream A series. And Elephant, I mean, it's an important series for Elephant too. They still have a very good upper bracket shot. And this might be a series that, you know, PSG LTD is doing very well, but Elephant, no, PSG LTD very well as well, and they've got a good shot, I think, here to do it. But let's see Stream A, see what draft they're going to try to do it with. Because that's where it all begins. They went for the Night Stalker. I like it. We've seen a lot of Night Stalker on the off lane, and we heard you guys talk earlier, vision game. That's why we like Monkey King position 4 so much. Well, if you're talking about vision game, the best vision game possible is the Night Stalker at the moment.
I like Night Stalker a lot with Storm because you, even if you don't get a blink on Night Stalker, it lets you jump backliners like Sky or like Elder Titan, Magnus, depending like what build he's going for. You can pick your targets, and Storm is like obviously a hero that wants to pick targets. Even like Sven Io, if you have Night Stalker ult, you can like see that somebody is isolated and know that it's a good relocate. Heroes that like abuse the information are very strong.
This lineup by Elephants actually. They have the double heal as well with the Warlock IO, which is something OG's been running with Legion Commander. It is really good. The Night Stalker IO combination is also insane. I think that early you can just pair with Night Stalker and do a lot. Not now, clearly, but usually.
This is apparently the new meta build on PA. Ame's gone for the Falcon Blade Maelstrom. That's the replacement for
I have seen that.
for the Battle Fury. Yeah,
How
'cause you get a
many
little
times
mana
is
regen,
PA?
you don't have the health
I don't
regen.
mind that actually because you need mana regen to spam your W. And if you're spamming your W, you're getting attack speed and you're using the Maelstrom.
Yeah,
That
it's
makes
a
sense.
smoother buildup because before you get Battle Fury, when you're going Battle Fury, you're pretty much just a farming creep.
Yeah,
Like, you just don't do any damage.
you're totally useless.
But if you are contributing, like say you're farming bottom, and somebody comes and interferes with you, right? If you call for one of your supports to come over and you've got a Maelstrom, you might actually kill that
yeah.
guy.
Oh yeah.
And
Gives
that's
you
going to come
options, too.
online
Yeah,
a bit
that's
earlier
true.
too.
But we've rarely seen PA this group stage so far. We've seen a couple of times here and there.
It is very good against Sven in like a vacuum, like if you ignore the other 8 heroes in the game. But that's generally speaking tough because PA has a really bad laning phase.
Yeah.
And Sven has a strong laning phase. But with the nerfs to Sven, PA got a few buffs to her base HP regen and base stats, evasion level 1. Maybe, I mean, the thing about the Elephant lineup, you guys were talking about all the heals and stuff, they have a lot of slow cores. So it seems like he had all the time in the world on Ame to, I mean, look at the net worth, that's just terrifying. 11K PA, next is 8K.
That was an ambitious jump from nothing to say, by the way, but he's got his team to back him up, maybe. And I don't know.
Ame's just doing whatever he
I mean,
wants.
the player. Yeah, that was, that is just confidence. Nothing to say, jumped in.
What? GG?
What? 17 minutes?
They did surpass the
Fastest game of
420.
TI.
Disconnect by Somnus.
Done.
Instant. Oh my goodness.
Okay, well, I'm glad we caught that, actually. I was not expecting the game to be that short. Well,
They
you
look
can see I was
confused.
surprised if I was like,
Full context though, they were winning by 15K game 1 Elephant, and then they lost.
yeah, that might be
in a bad
So that could be
loss.
I think that's a bleed over from game 1.
Oof.
Better
That's
to
a-
GG out early though. I mean, ROTK is their coach, and I think he's one of the most veterans at experiencing mental defeat. So I think he's a very good coach at knowing when to just call quits.
But he's not in the room with them when they're playing. He's not saying, guys, it's over.
GG out.
I don't know, you're playing against Mag PA and you're losing at 17 minutes. Like Mag
Oh
PA
my
is meant to
goodness.
be like the Morphling Willow where you have to come back after narrowly
Your
making it
early
through the
game's
laning stage.
terrible. Yeah, you just want to survive barely.
So if you're losing to that, I'm down for them to GG out.
Yeah, that's fair.
I mean, that
Reset.
was
It is
painful.
TI though.
It's
Yeah.
LGD though as well. It's like okay,
They're
winning
not
by
gonna throw
15.
this
Yeah,
game.
it's,
We're
maybe
not
they'll
gonna-
make a mistake. No, not LGD.
Yeah.
By the way, for people that are curious what's coming next on Stream A, that's IG versus OG, so make sure to check that out later on. But of course, we have 3 other games going on at the same time. We'll jump into Quincy Crew versus SG in a second. You want to catch up on Beastcoast Team Spirit? It's been a while since we checked
still
in.
the
so-
same dominance
Stream C?
being exerted
Yeah.
by Team Spirit, but it's definitely worth watching.
Yeah, it looks looking like a fairly well. I'm saying back and forth. It looks like back and forth on our screens right now, but it's 19-4 on the kills. So it's
No, it's
Team
not a good
Spirit
arena.
definitely having a good time.
I don't think I've ever
Looks like
seen
they did.
Slark have an Ags without maxed pounce.
That is a bit weird.
He has 3 points pounce right now.
I don't know what they've been doing until now, but these kind of team fights,
They're not good for Beastcoast.
like you're forcing into, I would say, Team Spirit's power spike. Like you're trying to go 5-on-5 when we were explaining that they have a tie hunter and a Kunkka. You're not going to win these. Yeah, I'm surprised by that. I think they should be opening up the map and trying to get pickoffs, honestly, more than trying to go for these 5-on-5 engagements near choke points like the mid lane.
Also, they were out. They were out. Why did they go back in after they have already used Shadow Dance? Like, literally, Slark going in right now. He's just used everything under the sun.
They even used Reaper Scythe just for a Winter Wyvern.
Yeah, it's just, like, that's not worth.
That block on the Weaver, though, was very impressive. The blocking of the pounce.
The pounce block, yeah.
Yeah, it was very good.
How does it work if you, so doesn't it set pounce to be a certain cooldown? Like, couldn't you technically, wouldn't it be better if it's level 3? Am I crazy here?
I think it sets it to 10 seconds.
I think it sets it to 10 seconds.
I
So
think you're right.
he might have intentionally left
That's genius.
That's
Wow.
kind of cool.
Wait, explain that to me?
He's saying that usually they nerfed Slark's Ags by setting the cooldown to 10 seconds. And
Yes.
It used to be 8. It just used to match your pounce, but
Yeah.
pounce level 3 is 12 seconds. So he's saying by leaving pounce at level 3, you're actually getting like a free point.
Go stats, yeah.
Stats.
Yeah, just go stats.
Why would you go for the 3rd point if you're going to get an egg? Or the 4th point?
That is the most Hector thing I can imagine as well.
Seriously.
I can take stats now. It's like a free
Yeah.
item.
I'd love to see if he has stats.
That might be the smartest thing I've heard you say.
Okay, all right.
You should have heard him yesterday on panel. He
I
was
have
on
been
fire.
advertising your voice line all week.
That was actually the smartest.
Oh, I see. You're a sellout.
I know.
It's unfortunate because that's smart, but I think the engagements they're taking are not that clever. And that's unusual for Beastcoast. We're actually really good at opening up the map as usual.
The thing is, they have a Necro mid, so Chris Luck's not much of a playmaker. He also died once or twice early, so he lost his ability to stand in lanes that we were talking about not dying to boat. So he was dying to boat afterwards. And then Whisper went for this no boots meteor hammer, and then TP'd mid to show up to a fight, and then just couldn't position himself because he has no boots, and got ravaged and died. So they had like this like lane momentum playstyle being constructed.
Yeah.
And then they died on like the 2 heroes that are supposed to do it.
Yeah.
And if you have like the heroes intended to sit in the lanes and they're behind, that's just not gonna
Yeah,
work.
Slark and Silencer are not going to do that for you.
Yeah. So now like now we've seen what that happened. That was at 8 minutes into the game. We're now seeing like 15 minutes of just slowly bleeding.
Yeah.
And that's what Team Spirit's been punishing. I really like the Nullifier from Toronto, Tokyo. If you guys don't know much about Spirit, a lot of these guys are relatively unheard names in terms of the TI scene. Toronto, Tokyo has been a great up-and-coming mid laner in the Eastern European region. I've been a big fan. We casted him all throughout the year, and he's got some flair. He does some
Yeah.
cool things. Really fun player to watch.
It's
It's a Volker.
definitely one of the most improved teams as well as a whole over the season. It's really fun to watch.
Yeah, I'm glad to see Team Spirit making a run. I liked this Beast Coast Spirit game because I was happy if either team went 2-0
Yeah,
because they're
same
likely
here.
going high upper bracket.
High ground? Sure, we'll go.
I was thinking high ground, but I was thinking upper bracket,
Yeah.
high bracket.
I
Both,
want to
it
just
seems.
inform people like what is indeed at stake here. Now that we know that Elephant lost 0-2, they are now 6-8, which means they are most likely not making it upper bracket. They still have Quincy Crew to face later today. There's still a chance there. But for Team Spirit, with Secret also losing their first game against Fnatic, Team Spirit, if they win this, which is looking pretty likely at the moment, they will end up at an 8-6, which will put them even with Team Secret. If Secret lose against Fnatic, we'll check in with that in a second. But okay, so far PSG already in upper bracket. Vici Gaming most likely going to upper bracket, depending on what happens later today. They already have 10 victories. And Team Spirit, if they win this, they do have SG to face later today, but on paper they should be able to take that. They are steamrolling through to upper bracket at this point, if from the looks of this. This is super exciting for them, the way that they're playing. Beastcoast is a very scary situation, though. It's a good voice line.
It's a great voice line.
Beastcoast is sitting at a 7-6 right now. For people at home wondering if this is a loss for them, it could put them at a 7-7, which, you hear it right, puts them in the middle, which is, well, you don't really want to be in the middle because you want to be in upper.
Yeah, 4 out of 9 make it to upper.
4 out of 9 make
Slightly
it to
above
upper, so
average.
you have to be slightly above average. Beastcoast still have PSG LGD to face later today, which, let's be real,
They're not
PSG
winning that
look on
game.
fire.
Yep.
It's hard.
But depending on the VG Gaming results, PSG LGD might not care so much about all games, and that might be better off for Beastcoast.
That's true.
We could get some pudge action going on.
Oh, that's true.
That is
Carry
Pudge
Pudge.
Sniper.
Maybe some carry pudge sniper. They did run
They
it. I
did
think
run
they copied
it.
Arkosh Gaming, who ran that first
Yes.
Division 1 DPC.
Tell us more about
Absolutely.
this.
Jenkins, that was your so many Arkosh mention on the panel today.
Okay.
And he only has got a certain amount to go through every day, and he's out of it right now. So out of fear for him mentioning
realize I
a
was at the
certain
cap.
team again. You were at the cap. I think you're at the cap.
I'm really glad you're holding him accountable, Shiva. You're
Yeah, I mean
professional.
someone has to.
It's true. It's not
Do
Avo.
you want to do one last shout out for BSJ before you go?
Keep it being BSJ. Keep it PMA in the Steam Voice Store. €9.99 by today.
$9.99.
It's way less than that.
Inflation.
Steam Voice Store.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Jenkins. We are going to get.
Nobody's here
Insania.
to reflect.
He's right there!
You're just making me leave and do a 3-person panel. Oh, okay. I see.
We're definitely improving the
I
panel.
see. This is vengeance.
Hey, Brian.
Wait, am I getting
just
taken out?
kidding.
I was like, well, damn, I just burned myself.
I was
out.
like, oh no, I must have
Well, there's not a
misheard.
better person to be replaced by. I'll tell you that much.
Thank you very much. Jenkins, you're having a tail. Thank you.
That's all right. Good to see you,
Good to see you too.
young
Insania.
gentleman. Yeah, Insania
Thank you,
Prime.
Jenkins.
See you guys.
Hey, Insania, how are you doing?
Oh, I'm good. How are you guys?
Pretty good. Are you looking forward to some bloodshed today?
Oh, I think it's so exciting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was talking to Yawor last night and like trying to get him amped up for the series against SG. Obviously, a lot on the line. And I know what it's like. We've had many group stages where it comes down to the end, and you got to clutch out some wins.
Yeah, you like tiebreakers.
I mean, I
So
don't
you
like
think-
them. I just happen to play them quite often.
Yeah, that pressure. I mean, there's a chance that these two teams, or those two teams, will play tiebreakers too. These two teams have a chance for tiebreakers as well. At the moment, though, Team Spirit, they're just, as I said, they're just doing really well, and Beastcoast is left searching. So we can actually switch our game for a little bit. The draft has ended in the meantime on Stream B, so let's see what they've got. It's Quincy Crew and SG. It is the series to watch. It is potential elimination on the line, and the first game taken by Quincy Crew, meaning SG is, they need to tie this series. Otherwise, their fate's no longer in their own hands. What do
Wow.
they got? They got a Tinker on Quincy.
Oof. I've never seen Quinn play Tink. Is that bronze tier Dota Plus?
That is Bronze Tier Dota Plus.
Yeah, that
Correct.
Wow. It's such an important game.
Is who's gonna check their pro checker? I'm gonna check it. I will keep you guys up to date. But yeah, as we said, Team Spirit able to beat Beastcoast 2-0. Great result for Team Spirit. They are looking hot, and they still have one series left to go today against SG. And if they win that one, they are almost certainly going to the upper bracket. Still a little bit of results. Again, Group B is a spicy one. Fnatic and Secret still going on Stream D, but let's take a look at Stream B, where it is such an important series. And I'm gonna see what the last time was that Quinn practiced his Tinker.
It doesn't really feel like a traditional Quincy Crew draft. I would agree with what Brian had to say there. Like, they have this tiny Tinker Timbersaw as their tricore, and I feel like when I think of Quincy Crew, I think like heavy laning, right? They want to do well in lanes, and they want to snowball that. But usually Quinn is like the tempo player on their team. His timings are usually the ones they fight around. And I think Tinker right now, while it can be played that way, I'm not sure they're like the kind of team that would snowball the Tinker, right? They wouldn't necessarily probably use it to play ultra aggressively. And I think the games that we have seen Tinker be really successful, it's been with some sort of vision tool.
I was
It's
going to
been-
say a vision hero.
Yeah, Night Stalker,
Bounty
Weaver,
hunter.
either some Invis hero that can run in, and you have like the bugs from Weaver and the Sakuchi that allows him to position himself aggressively, and they don't really have any of that. So it's an interesting Tinker pick. I'm curious why they think it's good.
Well, he's not played in the last 8 days.
I think they exclusively picked it against TB. Like, they
Yep.
said, I see TB, I pick Tinker.
Which makes sense, but there's also a Pango in the game, which is usually pretty decent against Tinker. The Void Spirit's not bad either. Weaver even gives you somewhat vision, especially as a support.
I'm just surprised because even if it's a good Tinker game, I think you have to be that is a hero that you have to play a lot of games. And if it says he's bronze tier Dota Plus, I don't think Quinn smurfs.
No, I
think
checked.
he only plays main account.
I believe he has one, but he doesn't play on it. So it's
Oh yeah,
I
I
don't think any
so.
pro player has or plays on Smurfs ever. It's
No.
unethical, and you don't.
Nobody would ever.
And
do
I
that.
mean, at TI, it's pointless as well. At the moment, like everybody knows where to find you. Like you're a certain MMR, might as well play.
And if
in
you're
the
a viewer
way
that's
you should
tuning
be.
in for TI, you are Tinker is a different hero.
Yes.
You should probably read his spells. He doesn't need boots of travel anymore.
Which you can, if you go actually, you can obviously hear BSJ say it in a second, but if you go to the actual stream, the Twitch extension is working, so you can hover over and basically read at your leisure. But what is the main points that you feel like that people should know that have watched Tinker 2 years ago and watch Tinker now?
So they gave him a spell that is the boots of travel. That at level 1 he can go to towers. Level 2 it's creeps, and then 3 heroes. So he's eventually the same hero, but people are just going like no boots blink dagger into Shivas and strength blink, and they're not. You don't have march anymore. So instead of using march to farm, you use laser to farm, and you use this like
Just
Shiva's-
laser area now.
Yeah. He actually got like, if you read the patch notes that they changed him, it was like a 4-paragraph patch note on Tinker. So he has laser as his farming tool. He doesn't need boots of travel. He buys Shivas and he just spams abilities and never gets march.
I think he's
Unless he
less
buys
obnoxious.
But nobody does.
Nobody does.
Yeah, he's less obnoxious to play against, right? He's better at being this like kill threat, and he deals a lot of damage, and he spams the rockets. But it's no longer this. He's gonna hold high ground for 35 minutes when the game is
Exactly.
over,
I
and
agree.
you can't end.
So for Quinn, in terms of his professional matches on Tinker, he's played 9 over his career. Win rate of 56%. Yes, it's not bad. He won 5
That's more
out
than
of
50.
9. Last game, January 2018. And in his professional matches, so that doesn't say anything about his practice.
I might have played Tinker more recently than he has, and I don't play Tinker.
But he seems to be doing quite well. I mean, both him and Yao are at the top of the net worth, and I think Tinker is the kind of hero where if you hit your blink early enough into the game, you're almost always guaranteed going to have impact. And the way the hero kind of wants to play out now is, together with Ogre and Mirana, basically anything that gets stunned by Ogre is going to get Tinker rocketed and lasered with an arrow on top. So
Oh, Tinker in his pubs. Sorry, I got that too. It's 123 games total.
That's actually way more
on
than I
his
thought.
pubs.
Okay, that's a decent amount.
45% win rate.
Oh.
Last played December 2018.
Oh, wow.
That's a long time ago.
Wow. Wait, what?
Like,
They have to be like scrimming with it or something.
okay, scrims are not recorded in the stats that we
Yeah.
have. They are
Yeah.
hidden data, so they might have been scrimming with it, but he has not been practicing it outside of scrims if he has.
Wow.
If he hasn't practiced it, I gotta commend his courage. This is not the picture of Quincy Crew we were painting of this team that's like starting to crumble under the pressure.
Yeah.
This is a Quincy Crew that's bringing out anything that works.
Yes.
This is good mentality-wise.
You think it's courage? I think that's like,
desperation?
what would you call it,
courage.
Aiden? You call
Yeah.
it courage?
I think so. I think you like. In some, like, it depends, right? If they win, we're gonna say, yeah, that was a really like smart thing to do.
Sure.
And if they lose, we're gonna be like, wow, they really should have stuck to
Like,
their
why
guns.
would you do that?
Yeah, exactly. Like, I think at the end of the day, as a player in that position, to be like, hey, I think Tinker's really good here, and I'll carry the game with it. And that takes courage to say.
Yeah, that
I
is
think
fair.
like you, from Quinn, that is like him being confident in himself and his ability to play the game.
Which says something very good about their state of mind right now.
Agreed.
I
Yeah.
think there's a very different way that drafting goes between like a tier 1 team like Aiden's played on for a while and like at the tier 4 teams I played on. Because like whenever somebody who didn't have a lot of games on a hero, in my experience, said, let me carry you guys, they didn't care.
I mean, so that's the thing, right? We need to look at it regardless of result, because we're judging him based on like how confident is he.
Yeah.
Yes.
And if he's confident, I think that translates to your teammates. If you're like, hey, trust me, I'm gonna do this, it's gonna carry
I'm
over
going to
to your
ruin
teammates.
TB's game. That's pretty
Yeah,
much what
exactly,
he said, right?
exactly. Like it'll carry over to his teammates.
Okay.
And it'll be a positive influence, like I think for his teammates.
I like
And
you.
then whether it plays out or not, that's a different story. But in terms of what it says about their mentality, I think it shows.
You know what? I'm hyped now.
Yeah, you're
Okay.
so
You've sold me.
nice.
I do have a question about this game because I'm wondering how much it is similar to a previous game. Remember, Avo, when we took a 10-minute break and it looked like nothing changed? Is the same thing going to be the case here, you feel?
I don't think so. I agree with Aiden's point. the Tinker is not played to just hold high ground, farm a bunch, right? And you even have Timbersaw as well, so I'm expecting some sort of mobility. I mean, Tiny, yeah, until minute 20, you're not going to do as much, but the rest of your team is usually going to create space for you. So I'm expecting them to try to at least put a bit of pressure so they can ensure Tiny's farm. My real question is actually how SG is going to prevent the Tiny's farm from happening. Because Tiny versus TB is not the greatest matchup for TB.
It gets better later, but
yeah,
in the
like
mid
quite a
game,
while.
It's not good for a while.
So they need to. I think they need to do something now to make sure that Tiny just doesn't pop off and destroy your tower super early. And I don't really see much kill threat for this team.
I think the story of this game is going to be. I think for Quincy Crew's side, what they have going for themselves is they have a lot of very good heroes against the Terrorblade and the Illusions. Like they have the Tinker, they have the Tiny, and they have Timbersaw. These are all three good heroes against Terrorblade for a very big portion of the game. But they don't really have an answer to Tidehunter. And I've talked about this multiple times on the panel, but this seems to be a really problematic hero in most of the games that I see. And if you can't answer Tidehunter, the games seem to be very, very difficult to execute. So when I look at Quincy Crew's heroes, I feel like if this game drags on to late game, the Tidehunter will be a big issue.
He will be able to push Ravage every single fight.
There's no way to stop the Ravage. And you see some teams draft these like inbuilt BKB mechanic heroes or Magic Immunity heroes like Juggernaut, we saw from OG. I've seen a couple of Pangoliers.
There's the Ravage.
Yeah, there's none of that for Quincy.
You
They
think
are
the
relying on
Silver Edge,
Tinkers
though?
just like destroying. Sorry?
Do you think the Silver Edge Tiny might change that, or is it still difficult?
I think that's true actually. That's a good point. I didn't think about that. That's a fair point. But I still think the Tidehunter might be problematic for them to play against.
Even then, you still have to get the Silver Edge hit off, right? To break him in the first place. But yeah, I totally agree with you that Tide makes any hero that you see that you can't kill is like obnoxious. As I think you're about to leave, Avo.
Yeah, I'm gonna walk all the way around. I wish I could. I'm gonna try and like.
Do you want my seat, Brian?
I gotta log myself out of Steam. I don't trust you guys.
Dude, you leave yourself logged in on everything. Like, in Sweden for DPC, he just left his Twitch open. The next season we came back
tell
in.
people this.
I was like, wow, I could stream as Brian for a day. I should have done that. Should've
Thank you,
rated
Brian.
myself.
Much appreciated. Hey T, how you doing?
Hello, I'm doing great.
Great, good to hear. I am actually was about to propose a quick check-in.
Ooh, check-in time.
Because there's 2 games live at the moment. We're still waiting for the draft to start for the second series on Stream A and C. But Team Fnatic and Team Secret are fighting in the Stream D, and I really just want to check in to see how they're doing. After a quick check, we will go back to Quincy SG. That is the more impactful series of this day, I want to say, of the whole day. But Fnatic has been on fire in Game 1 and are looking to repeat their victory, which is incredibly impressive. And again, for them, this is their final series of the group stages. It would be the absolute cherry on top after just growing as a squad. Being able to take out Team Secret would be massive. Ava, what do you feel like this game? It's 27-7 in kills. It's looking pretty rough on the net worth as well. This is the Ricky carry that we talked about earlier. It's doing it.
I was a fan of the Ricky carry. I thought it was a solid pickup, and it was what BSJ was saying. Unfortunately, he's on the panel that this just starts popping off once he gets Diffusal Blade. Similar with the Phantom Lance, right? There's somewhat similar timings, except Ricky's is so much stronger, and we're seeing just Fnatic honestly kind of run at them now, force fights. You have a Tidehunter anyway. You have superior counter initiation, such high damage, and for the most part, Secret's heroes are kind of burstable with this combo of like Ricky Weaver. I haven't seen this combo. It's actually pretty smart. You swarm him, gives vision. Ricky can always blink strike as well. It's kind of hard to catch, and you deal a ridiculous amount of physical damage.
Yeah, and the question mark we had earlier, T, if you could shine some light on it, because we haven't really seen the matchup that often. Ricky versus PL late game. It's a tough one, right?
It sounds like PL should do pretty fine because he'll be able to be tanky enough not to initially die. And I think Ricky, realistically, it's like the early smoke cloud value and bit killing him. I guess, can you itemize to kill the PL?
We can Battle Fury,
Ag plus Battle Fury,
I
Daedalus.
actually think Ricky is actually quite good against PO.
It's a lot of items, right?
It's primarily the smoke cloud, and it's
Yeah,
not
exactly.
necessarily that the hero one-to-one matches extremely well, but if you think about PL and how it fights in late game, it's usually off of that talent that allows him to doppel around constantly, and Ricky's really good at stopping that. It's the big, you have like a smoke cloud AoE talent as well on Ricky now, which he might take, I'm not sure. But I think Ricky's like quite all right. And with the heroes that they have damage to kill the illusions. Like I think on a Ravage, they'll kill off most of the illusions, and then you will know which one is the real one for Ember to chain up, and then like Ricky can really wail on it with just the
Here we go. Let's see this Team Secret high ground defense. They are struggling. They're just dead. Did we just witness the end of this? Is this?
Yeah,
I mean, this looks really rough.
Yeah, the nice thing here as well is like Ricky does really well against Mars in lane, and then like Aiden just mentioned, is the fact that the Ember, he's the one dealing with the PL realistically in the big fights because you can clear out the illusions as you jump in.
Exactly, right.
Like a classic counter, and then it's the added value of a smoke screen. Like you don't really itemize to deal with this. Like, do you really want to buy a BKB on PL? Like,
Oh, that's a GG.
Yeah.
There's one good thing for Team Secret. When they come out of this game, they can look at the scores of Beastcoast, Team Spirit, and because Beastcoast lost 0-2 to Team Spirit, Team Secret is still ahead of Beastcoast in terms of score because Team Secret, after this 0-2 loss, they are 8-6, with Beastcoast being 7-7. So they're still ahead of the average, which is good, but it is. I mean, Team Spirit edging ahead, and Elephant. Oh, Elephant lost 0-2 as well. So they're actually okay. Team Spirit is happy that Elephant lost and is happy that Beast Coast lost, but they have a series left today as well against Vici though. So.
Final series is like the final set of games, right? Like potentially this could have been like us already locking in more teams, but now it's like that final set. It's like Secret, they need to get at least one win to try and out like a Beast Coast or an Elephant Resurgence, and it's exciting stuff.
If you are IG and you top your group, would you pick Secret or, let's say, Spirit?
Spirit.
There's still potentially a Beast Coast there as well. Like they're three in contention. But
Sure, but Beast Coast just lost 0-2. Who has Beast Coast last series? PSG LGD.
3-0 for Beast Coast.
Yeah, easy.
LGD haven't looked strong this year.
No,
I don't think this is LGD's year.
ever since they replaced the mid laner Zhao Wei with this coach,
I
nothing
just feel
to
like
say.
they moved away from these
No,
classic...
that's their translator, nothing to say.
Yeah, their translator, yeah.
I heard he was a mechanic in Malaysia. That's where they found him.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's rough, but...
Okay, we're back in Stream B because, again, this is the most impactful series, and it is SG Quincy Crew, a lot on the line.
One thing I will say for SG is Terrorblade is by far Costabile's favorite and best hero.
Okay.
For some reason, every Brazilian player has a contract where they have to learn to play TB.
Yeah, I was just going to say. I think
RDO as well.
Yeah.
I don't know why, but like he loves this hero. And Costabile has such a high understanding of TB that his way of playing is actually somewhat different to other TBs. Like he sees the hero. You know the play that we saw Fnatic make with TB where they were pushing like 5-manning mid, taking the tower super early, creating space with the hero. Costabile was doing this a year and a half ago. He thought this was like a really important part of TB, like the illusion spam, the pushing out the lanes, not so much the let me farm and carry the game for you here. And I'm always afraid when I see Costabile TB is really his ace in the hole.
I think something important to note, so we haven't been in this entire game, so we don't know exactly what happened, but Quinn is very far down on the net worth graph.
That's true.
You do not want to see Tinker where he is right now. This to me means that Quincy Crew failed kind of their timing of the game where they're stronger and they needed the Ogre to set up moves.
Because it was a while ago since he played it, so I mean, how big of a deal is that?
Sorry?
Like, how big of a deal is that? Okay, so he obviously knows the concept of the hero. It is one thing to know everything about the hero, know how it's supposed to be played, and then coming into a game and playing it the way you want it. Like, how big is the practice that you need to have on a hero like that?
So I think for certain heroes it's huge, and I think Tinker is one of them. Like, Tinker is the kind of hero where you expect. It's kind of like a specialist hero. Like you won't see somebody play Huskar or Lone Druid if they haven't played it a lot. And I think Tinker kind of, for me at least, falls into a similar category where certain players are Tinker players and others are not.
Yeah, it's just maximizing the efficiencies, right? Like most players can farm the Ancients or the DB2 lane, but is it worth TPing to a side lane early on and actually spamming with missiles? Like it's like the smaller things on Tinker that can really push you into the game and find you that early net worth. Because I think Tinker nowadays, like, you can go for a couple of these earlier kills, but again, like I think Quinn, he's currently 1-2-0, so I feel like he's probably been run out a little bit. He's been shut down, and that's where we're kind of seeing the repercussions here, where Tinker's kind of in recovery mode rather than being the aggressive with the Timber.
Exactly. And I think that's like when I look at Quincy Crew's draft, I really see this Mirana, Ogre, Tinker that are going to be able to pressure one side of the map while Tiny farms the other and has the Tinker travel in to provide damage so that he can also kill anything that shows. but it doesn't really seem like the game has played out that way. And when I look at their draft, that's kind of like what I would expect. But he's closing in on Ags, and this is a huge timing for him. So maybe they're taking a little bit more of a slow approach throughout the early game.
It's also like, if you look at the minimap, right? Like this is a Timbersaw game where he's not really just barreled down towers, right? Like when you see TB, Tide, even, is it a support weaver? Yeah, support weaver. Like you kind of expect Timber to be really hitting these earlier towers, right? To some degree. So the fact that SG's been able to defend these towers, assuming that they brought Voice Spirit and Pango to all of these earlier fights, it does put Quincy in this awkward position where like Timber's not had like the free Timber game that you somewhat expect, and Tinker's not having a great game. So I think most of them are actually kind of all on mode recovery right now, but it doesn't count them out though, because they will still hit this timing of, you know, the tiny carry doing pretty well, the Timbersaw being tanky, and Tinker doing obnoxious damage. So it's on SG to kind of fix some of the problems they've had so far in this group stage. Like the reason why they are 2-10, it's like they are able to find early leads. I'm sure, you know, Avo might agree with this, but it's like it's harnessing that lead and converting that into a win. And I think not just SG, but a lot of teams have struggled actually closing out games, breaking down that high ground, and, you know, winning the game. Because a lot of teams nowadays, like, they know all the mechanisms of prolonging and ensuring that they hit a timing, and also utilizing that timing well with that effective smoke or with that key pick-off to keep themselves in the game.
Actually, I put Quincy in a similar bag, at least in TI, not usually. They've actually had struggles utilizing the lead effectively. So these two teams are fairly similar in that regard. They're both being put to the test. I do feel like this is one of the easier games, quote-unquote, to close out, because you have good counter initiation and protection for your carry, potential save on Weaver, and a carry that can go high ground relatively easily and push fast.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think
they found the Tinker.
Yeah, I mean, that's it's a rough life, and that is the traditional Tinker. The Tinker ward. It is such a basic ward.
It's called the Tinker ward.
It's called the Tinker ward for a reason.
It's branded
but especially when you're in a situation like this, when you know that your outer towers, your tier 2 bottom and top are going to be the next target, you should be prepared for a ward on either high ground.
Luckily, Meta is wearing out here, but they still should be able to at least bully this.
There's an Aegis on the TV for a little bit.
They're going to be,
And you notice how Titanford is positioned so aggressively? The reason he can do this is because there's no real answer to him. He doesn't need to be afraid of a clockwork hook into a hoodwink ult that just kills him from range.
Yeah.
If they want to try to kill him here, Tiny needs to commit in, and that allows the other 4 heroes to have a very free team fight.
Arrow.
Wow.
He baited it.
Very
He wants them to go, I think so, yeah.
I mean, he's going to be
Because
fine.
they know they
They're
win the
gonna
fight
go
if
in.
the team
Right.
But they kind of creep forward, like guys with arrow.
He moved his illusion aside, he got arrow.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering.
Yeah.
All right, at least they get, well, surely they have to get back to defend their Terrorblade. Hello. Terrorblade just respawned in the middle of the enemy base. Oh, he just TP'd out. BKB TP out.
So
okay,
he's probably
okay.
yelling there, like, I have BKB, I'm going to TP out, don't.
Yeah, I was
me.
like, they're just ditching him. They're out, but yeah, with good reason. Nice, on the same page. The only one they lost is the Watermelon. They got the Rex to half. Quincy Crew with the backs against the wall here with this game 2. T, I'm sure you have for me what it means if they tie.
Basically, if they tie, then both teams will be 3 and 11, which means that the next series that they play, SG will be playing against Spirit, and Quincy will be playing against Elephant. If either team 2-0 and the other team doesn't get 2 wins, of course, then the other one will lose.
Yeah,
What does
because
it mean for the other
Fnatic
two?
winning means they're out. Sorry, out of contention for elimination, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. What
So-
did you say? Sorry.
What does it mean for Elephant and Team Spirit?
So for Spirit right now, they've made a very good resurgence, and now 8 and 6. With Spirit, if they 2-0, they'll be going 10 and 6, and they are very much like upper bracket. So it's kind of like the turnaround story where they lose to the top kind of 3 teams, but they beat everyone else, right? And it's right now, I think, as you look at the group stage there, right, it very much could be, it's still Quincy or SG. And the importance of this series was, if either team got a 2-0, they can just get one more win in the next series, and it's like the other team's out, right? But because it's a draw, it then goes into another important series where it's like you have to get the more wins than your opponent. So,
Yeah.
but it is between these 2 teams now for elimination, pretty much.
That is
It's rough.
added pressure.
Yeah.
In games like these, when you're in a position where group stage you might be in that position, did you ever, did you look at other games to know what their scores were if they were simultaneous games?
You always do.
Okay.
Like, I think as a player, you try to not think about this stuff as much as possible, because the ideal mentality really is like, I'm going to sit down and I'm going to play a game of Dota.
Yeah.
It's 0-0. It doesn't matter if I'm at TI or if I'm at home playing a pub. It should all still be the same, because literally what's required of me what I should be thinking about is still the game. Nothing changes, but
They got him.
when we talk
ADR,
about pressure,
brother.
that's exactly what it is, right? You're going to know. You're going to keep track of the score. And even though you shouldn't, I think naturally you do.
also player
So I
dependent,
think they're
right?
very aware of like all the scenarios of this is what we need, or this, if this happens, then that happens. And it would surprise me if they weren't aware of what the like situation is like for them.
You always have the one chatty guy in the room. Like, if no one talks about it, but one guy's loaded up Wikipedia and he's like, oh, and he just says it and then he
But
spreads
you just
it.
know.
Yeah,
like,
yeah, you can feel it.
Yeah. It's in the air. No, what I was going to say earlier is I think this TI, more than any of the TIs that I've had the opportunity to watch, at least in this way, I noticed the importance of making sure that you utilize your timings
Yeah.
and not so much your gold lead. It doesn't seem like the net worth really represents the strength of the heroes as accurately as it has in other patches. And it's very much knowing what are our timings in this game, when are we strong, and the teams that manage to utilize those timings and push the game forward are the ones that I feel like are doing the best.
Yeah.
And I think for both these teams, I'm noticing that neither of them are really like getting clean engagements when they're at their peak. I think Quincy Crew missed their timing to utilize Ogre Tinker, and for SG, I'm not really seeing that like barreling down lanes, having the Tidehunter that's unkillable, and utilizing the fact that Tiny doesn't have a BKB. And now that Tiny has BKB, the game is like more even again, where both teams have options to fight. And I think Quincy Crew, in the games that I see them do well, is when they're at an even point in the game and they're allowed to use their mechanical skill to win these micro situation team fights where it's like, you don't really have to think so much about how am I placing myself on the map, but rather just how do I win this fight? Which buttons do I need to click? I think that's when they've actually looked quite good.
It's
throughout this
actually
tournament.
smoking up right now as well. Like, they're looking for the fight.
They want to. Roshan is up as well in a couple of seconds. Which,
Yeah.
I mean, that's why we see SG being so hesitant, right? They need that Roche in order to feel confident enough that they can barrel down lanes.
Right.
But this is the Roche fight.
I think like the bot Rax engagement where TB had to BKB TP out, like that was the realization they can't just walk up to a high ground and assume to take it, right? Like this Tinker will have added value playing inside his own base, and they are respecting that. And if they do get this Aegis, then they find the pick off, kill the Tinker. Like that's where SG's looking good. But for sure, Quincy, they shouldn't be too concerned right now because like they are keeping themselves in the game with the fact that SG is playing like reserved. And they are at best maybe going to kill an Ogre. But they have to use.
But if they kill Ogre, they should still be able to take Roche.
This gives them a pretty big,
Yeah.
this is a pretty big pick-off if Roche spawns during this time.
Oh, this would be an even bigger pickup. Yeah, that's one that you ravage for right there. So,
How did Timbersaw get caught?
why was he still there? That was a mistake.
But I thought I saw him in like leaving in the top part, right?
He might have assumed that Roche is up, so SG gets the pick-off, and they're immediately going to run to Roche.
Right.
And then you walk over to try to be in position in time, and then he gets caught off guard.
I see.
And also, it's like if your Ogre's dead for 6, buyback. If he doesn't die but prolongs it by 20 or 30, suddenly they're like, oh, he's got up in 10, they can TP. There's still outpost control, I believe, to Quincy, if I'm saying it correctly. So.
Yeah.
That was very big.
Gentlemen, it was an absolute pleasure. I was next on the elimination list. Nobody is safe. We're going to find out if Quincy Crew or SG is safe, hopefully very soon. But that's going to be the main question of the day. Enjoy the games. Frankie's going to take over from us. You'll be in good hands. And enjoy.
Thank you.
I will say, when I entered the panel, Brian said that he wants to log out of Steam. He didn't log out of Twitch. He just never logs out of his account.
You want to stream on Beastcoast?
I mean, I could right now if I wanted to.
Say his
but-
line. Can you be him? He's like, keep it PMA, keep it BSJ.
We just saw like 3
Quincy
more.
Crew just had an amazing team fight.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think this is like when their team shines. When they're allowed to take fights that they feel comfortable playing in, that's when they look good. Like they're like macro part of the game hasn't looked amazing, and I think there are a lot of teams that are doing well that are getting away with that. Like I think T1, for example, to me, and BP, they're a little bit of a similar story where they are just amazing team fighters. They know how to play these fights out. So the problem I think for Quincy Crew is just getting themselves to positions earlier into the game before they get rolled over, where they have the ability to fight back.
I also feel like these teams who are kind of in the lower end of the group stage, they're a little bit more rigid with how they're playing. They're not looking for the 4-man play or 3-man play. They're waiting for like all 5 to be ready and want to move as like kind of this ball. And that doesn't always work out. And now we're seeing like kind of Quincy, because SG was hesitant with after that fight where they get the 2 pickoffs, like that slight hesitation, it does give the value Tinker to come through. And the reason why Tiny is so strong is once you get to the base, of course, you're chunking through the towers.
And you can also get pick off like those because you have the out of position skill.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's pretty brutal. I mean, they went from an advantage for SG, or a decent advantage, to just now being Quincy's camp completely.
Yeah. And this is like when you're in an elimination game, the mental swing here is very tough to deal with. Like you were ahead, you're going into the enemy high ground, you have an Aegis, you know you're strong here, but you don't really manage to fully capitalize on it. Like you get the racks down to half HP, but you don't manage to finish it off. And it's a mental win, right? Whenever the racks goes down, you feel like you're ahead. You feel like you've accomplished something. But when you go there and it goes down to half HP and you have to back off, like mentally you feel like, oh, we failed, or we didn't manage to do what we set out to do. And I can see it in SG, and I'm sure like the players can feel it too right now, where...
There's a team fight again.
Yeah.
It's actually Tiny gets to steal her as well.
So is there anything specifically that really stands out in this fight?
I mean, it's simply the fact that Quincy... I mentioned earlier the idea that they're waiting for 5 heroes, right? But this is the perfect example of them fighting with 3, right? They know if they give this Aegis away, they will probably lose a Rax or 2 if they're not positioned correctly. So they're playing with 3 heroes, they're running into the entirety of SG, and they're hoping they get the snap, right? Like it's like a 50-50 play.
They were roshing with meta on, right?
I believe so, yeah.
And so it ran
when
out.
He first, yeah, when
it
he
ran
first
out
came
by
through,
the
it was up. I think.
So the duration nerf on the meta actually might have mattered a lot in that team fight.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, it's the fact that you was able to, get the kill on the Aegis and get the Aegis itself, right? Like that, it's just like these small things. I think we saw it as well with Fnatic Secret today, right? Like Secret, it's like a 2-3k difference in the game. Suddenly Storm zips in, gets the kill and the Aegis, and then it's like Secret's not even in the game anymore, right? It's like that's the level of importance that Roshan has.
Yeah.
And Quincy has like a 7k lead, right? Just because of this one play from the lads, from UR.
on Tide. You can tell they're feeling the pressure of the game. He's buying a BKB for the Silver's Edge. But I believe if he gets Silver's Edge hit and you get Tiny comboed and then stunned, it's not really going to make a difference.
Please go ahead, Amo.
That's what BSJ was saying, actually. Specifically the Silver Edge combo. That's all I had to say.
Yeah.
Thank you.
The Ravage kind of whiffed. We have a Shiva off Ravage.
Yeah, she's not trying to take like this Hail Mary fight, right? And they're just trying to run in and hope to connect
Because
their
they're
spells.
fighting the Tinker though, this is crucial for their team
that's
fight.
good.
Yeah, now the BKB's out. He has freedom to fight because there's no rocket spam coming, there's no laser removing his health.
He has to stand Nick in 3, so if
Yeah.
they can lock someone down, they should die right now.
Who has the Lotus? Because the Lotus Orb is something clutch. Not only did they return the Fire Blast, but the toss actually put the Tiny in the right position, as opposed to being kicked out. Or sorry, the Tide.
The Weaver has the...
What a Sunder.
Beautiful Thunder.
That's actually a really good team fight by SG. That was really well
Huge.
played.
So for SG, they managed to get on top of Tinker. And if Tinker dies during the BKB duration of TV, he knows that he has a lot of freedom to fight. There are not going to be lasers stopping him from satanicking. He's not getting spammed down constantly. And I think for Quincy Crew, it's going to be important to try to cut out the BKB duration for the Tinker to start having impact on the fight.
I honestly didn't see Tinker. Like when they were going, I was like, I didn't even see the
jumped
Tinker
on.
underneath. I was like, they're going on like the Morano Ogre, right? But yeah, the fact they were to get Tinker at the start of the fight, for sure that makes it pretty good for them.
The Keen Focus are small people, right? So it's hard to tell.
I mean, when TV's a big boy, he can hide the hero he's killing.
Hello, Frankie, by the way.
Hello, everyone. How
Hi.
are you?
Splendid, thank you. Yeah.
I mean, I've already asked you this
that's why
question, you and
yeah.
this question, but I haven't seen you today, Ava. How are you doing?
I'm doing great.
Good.
Now that you're on the panel, it's even better.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you. Well, I mean, a professional has Shiva, so I think you'll miss her very much. But I'm glad they let me come back today. Remind me where we are in the SG Quincy Crew series, because obviously this was one of the first series of the day and it's still running on. So who is one up currently?
It's kind of a roller coaster. It's really for anyone's game right now.
Yeah, it seems like it's coming down to really the details of the game, like the small positioning and who's able to find which important hero first. And it's swinging back and forth. Neither team is like having very clean performances.
Is
So
that BKB on Tide?
That's a BKB
It
side,
is.
right?
It's so nice though.
I like the idea.
Yeah.
For this game specifically.
It's just kind of the idea that where in these games where you're tanky already, it's like if you buy the BKB, it means you are the unkillable hero, right? So
It's also because Silver Edge is going to break you, so if they break you and they stun you with that, then you're done. But if you activate BKB, even if it doesn't dispel the break, you're actually capable of saving yourself from the Silver Edge combo.
and also Quincy did win game 1, Frankie. So if Quincy are to win this second game, then they're looking to be in a really good spot to put SG into elimination.
And if SG win it, then Who
then
knows?
it's next series is then deciding everything. So if SG win, we're prolonging the who goes out between these two teams. So again,
Oh, the Tinker Hex now.
Yeah.
That's a big deal.
It is indeed.
I mean, for these two teams right now, this is probably going to feel like they're already in the main event with the tension.
okay, he's dead. All right.
Is
he?
since he dies now, I don't know.
Oh my.
Yeah, yeah.
Every time Tinker's nearly dying, you have this like back of your mind, he's gonna get the rearm, he's gonna get the blink off, but no, he does die there.
Can you see how long the death timer is?
It's 90 seconds.
90 seconds, it's a long time.
That's a long time.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's enough to push high ground.
That's a banging tip though from KJ. Don't promote these tips, but competitively, it's
It's
Come
40
on.
mil on the
game.
line.
I think it's part of the game.
No, don't
Tips
worry.
and
it is.
voice lines are the right kind of BM.
For competitive, sure, yeah.
And question marks.
Okay, question marks. Any sort of punctuation. Is
At the right time. At the right time.
Yeah, it has
Yeah.
to be very tasteful. Yeah.
don't do it when you finish the game. You have to do it right before you're gonna reverse sweep someone.
Yeah, it's still very comical though that don't do it before the series ended. I still can't get over that. But the fact that Quincy dies there, again, it's like every time Tinker dies, it's pretty much a Rax going to be pressured, right? Because SG's just going to run on over.
It's very good positioning by the Chakras, by the way.
You panic use. That's a 25-second window. But it's really hard. Quincy Crew without the Tinker just don't have the damage to defend. They can't commit in. They need to spam from long range. And they have decent heroes to do it, but it's... Oh, Yawar's committing. And the immediate counter initiation with the BKB stops any sort of follow-up. So it's a good decision by Talvo there to cover the backline.
And it's as if Tiny by himself, he's never going to kill the Terrorblade by himself. And you really are, you're missing the kind of the Tinker. But if anything, what Quincy's just trying to do here, they're trying to force the fight where then SG can't go to the bottom, right? They can't at least try and take a little bit of range and pressure that. They have to take some type of engagement here.
I mean, this is huge. For Quincy Crew, every time Ravage is used or meta is used, that is their timing to shine. If you think about it, like, basically you will have one team that's strong when their cooldowns are up, and once they use it, that's a 2-minute window for the other team to fire back.
Yeah.
And now Quincy Crew has to try to make the most out of the situation. They gave away Rax, but depending on what happens in the following 2 minutes, it might end up actually being fine for them or worth it for them even.
Because they're getting Aegis for one thing, and also I believe Quincy's like 250 away, right? Oh,
Sorry?
Quinn, sorry. I keep saying Quincy. Quinn, he's 250 gold away from buyback.
Yep.
So he's going to be playing on buyback, whilst maybe they... Do you think give him Aegis here?
Sorry?
Are they giving him the
I think that,
No, they give it
generally
to Tiny,
speaking, what you want to do is you want to give the hero that walks up the high ground and attacks the buildings the Aegis.
They gave it to Quinn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that to me signals that most likely they're not looking to go for a high ground push here. They're happy just like, they
play for the
feel like
fight,
they have
yeah.
another timing. They have something still coming up for them that's
Okay.
going to be in their favor. Had they put the Aegis on Tiny, that would be signaling that, all right, we feel strong right now. We want to try to like take a significant advantage back or make some sort of push here.
What do you think this next timing they're thinking about is?
It might be some Tinker item. I personally would have preferred the Tiny Aegis because I think for them to win fights, this Tinker has to place. He can't get caught. If he gets caught once, I think he will die a second time again because the hero is so positioning based. Like you really want to be staying far back. So, whereas you want the Tiny to be running in front.
It feels like Quincy, their timing right now isn't like an item or a level. It's mainly the idea of SG's way to win the game. They want TB to use meta to play a longer fight. As soon as it's down, that window, then they'll go again and try and take the fight. Right?
I see.
They want to keep playing for constant buybacks, right? Because right now, Tinker's about to have one. Tiny, like everyone's 1,000, 2,000 gold away. So if Quincy can kind of get farmed to the point of buybacks, then they can start playing for the 2-3 fights in a row, smaller skirmishes where maybe they poke down SG and just kind of whittle down like Terrorblade's impact. But again, this is, I still don't think Quincy's too scared in this game because everything that's gone wrong is because of like picking off a Tinker, right? And I think as long as that gets readjusted, they're still going to be pretty confident in these fights. Just they need to make sure this Tinker isn't getting picked.
But you know, Void Spread, especially once you hit the level 25 spike,
It's very hard.
then
And
it becomes really difficult to not. Because he has the shard now already, so extra mobility, and you just need to simulate stun, and then Tinker is going to be in a tough position.
Or the Pango roll, or the Tide Under Ravage, or
Yeah.
a random swarm to clip the Tinker to have the vision. Like, there's so many ways for SG to play this. Like, as much as Quinn's been picked off, like,
Is-
it's a combination of SG finding the pickoffs and Quinn
Yeah, of
being
course.
in the area. Like, it's a.
Of course.
Is
a nice
Tinker
marriage between the
BKB
two.
a crazy idea here?
Not at all. I think it's
BKB?
actually a very strong item
It is,
for
yeah.
the Tinker. It will allow him to have 9 seconds of spamming laser. And if you think about how laser works with Aghanim's, right, it reduces your max pool of health by a percentage that I should know because I'm a pro player.
If you game with Phil, don't worry.
and
It's
yeah.
20%,
So-
I believe.
20%, there you go. So when you have the 3 seconds of constantly spamming that laser, you're reducing the health pools of all these heroes. And most likely, those 9 seconds of BKB are going to be enough to secure your team a teamfight win. So I really like the idea. I think it's a smart choice. But I do think, for now, the most important thing for Quincy Crew is try to find a fight in which they can have vision. Unfortunately, they don't have heroes that can provide that for them. So they're going to need to use either wards or take a fight in a position where the Tiny can play in front and give you vision of the backline so the Tinker can have the impact that it needs to have.
And that's kind of like why you see these Tinker lineups do so well when you have like these beefier boys that can walk up. Like if you don't have the Venom Monster, the Night Stalker, etc., the heroes that are naturally just survive long enough, it does unlock the Tinker's game.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
Hey.
Avo fell short.
Bye, Avo.
Bye,
And
Avo.
the last part of the original panel.
Bye.
Bye, OG.
Oh, no,
Oh, you
that's
can't
not
call him
OG.
OG, can you?
No.
Because there's a
Can't.
team called OG spoiling our fun. OG panel is what I was referring to. We've now got Effie joining us, the new G. Hello.
It is me. Can someone catch me up really quickly on what's going on?
We're talking about Tinker.
TLDR, game pretty close. Tinker died once, lost racks. Tinker died twice, lost racks. Tinker now has Aegis. Very close game. Ooh, there you go.
It really is anyone's game.
It is, yeah.
I think it's going to come down to if either team is able to fight around the board, they're going to have a pretty big advantage. And initiation is going to be very important.
And how did game 1 go?
Quincy Crew won game 1. I think fairly convincingly, right?
Yeah, it looked like a pretty clean game. I'll quickly double check now.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it was the Spectre versus Io Gyro. Got to see a Quinn Ember. Pretty cool.
Given that the first game in the series sounds like it was quite convincing in Quincy Crew's favour, therefore, are you quite surprised at how SG have managed to bring this back?
Not at all. I think when you get to this point in any tournament, when you're kind of both battling for the same thing, no matter what the first game result is, I think both teams are going to come out swinging, right? And I think most people coming into this series would put these teams very even because they both had moments where they could have taken games, but they didn't. So I kind of expected this to be a draw to some degree. So yeah.
Experience level-wise as well, I mean, SG, most of these players have never been to a TI before. The fact that they're basically fighting for their tournament survival in this series, well, in this game alone, and performing so well.
Yeah,
That's pretty impressive.
It absolutely is. And I mean, I think Quincy Crew, like we're talking about them underperforming, but you have to be playing to a certain level to still be able to match them. And I think SG they're bringing the fight to Quincy Crew, and they've had their moments in this game. Like when I look at a team, I try to look at, are they able to control the game pace? And when they're in that position, like, are they able to pull it off? And they absolutely were, right? They have 2 lanes of racks. They're in a pretty decent position in this game. They're just waiting out the Aegis, and now they successfully have. And I think now they're going to look to start making their own moves and try to set up their own vision to try to bait Quincy into a fight where they are favored.
As a pro player, when you are in a last chance situation like this, is there anything different that changes within the team and the way that you're communicating it and the things that you're trying to do?
I mean, I think it gets more tense. Like every small thing matters a lot more, and I think you're more careful about committing in, and that usually is to your detriment. But it doesn't look like they're scared of committing right now.
Are they catching everyone now?
Yeah, Yawar died immediately,
Yeah.
and that removes the front line that Quincy Crew has,
And there's no Aegis.
and it exposes the Tinker straight away.
But yeah, that was just Tiny just walk up to the high ground with no BKB, but it gets really nicely chain stunned up, and then by the time he can BKB, it's just a little bit too late. So
It comes down to what I said, right, about vision and initiation. When you
Yeah.
walk up to the enemy team's high ground and you're hitting their racks, they all see you, because you're obviously hitting their buildings. And that allows SG to have the opportunity to get the first jump. And because there's so many stuns on both teams and there's no real save, he's never going to be able to get his BKB off if he gets caught first.
perfectly stunned up, and then yeah, the swarm goes through and clips the Tinker as well. It's like, oh, we found him. What a juicy little prize. But I guess luckily for Quincy here, they do have the double buyback. But it boils down to the point earlier, the idea that Quincy were playing so aggressive. I guess it's not surprising, but it was weird that they decided to hit the high ground when the Aegis was expiring, and like they could have like just kept holding that area. They had like an 11k lead. Could have been like a slower, steady game. Try and take the fight in the open area and under the vision, like Aiden was mentioning. But the fact that they go straight for that tower, it does feel a little bit more kind of, not rushed, but maybe they thought they were just stronger than they were, and SG just, Pangolier, the MVP of the fight there, just surprising the Tiny with that perfect CC and then layered with the Ravage.
Yeah.
I feel like I came at the end of a movie, right? And they're just talking about the plot, and I'm trying to piece it together.
Don't worry, I came in halfway through as well.
I mean, this has really been a game of like, because it's so close, and both teams are somehow managing to like hold on. There's one Rax now away from Mega Creeps. I think in this game, Mega Creeps doesn't really matter too much because the Tinker has the Boots of Travel, so he can stay back, defends his base, and then he connects his team as soon as the fight starts.
And also, both teams, let's say SG, they were about to get Mega Creeps. Both teams, if they actually get to the enemy base, they're going to be clearing it out pretty quickly, right? Like, Quincy's way to win this game, it isn't them going, let's go to top, let's go to bot. It's them winning a fight, going down mid, and Tiny just using that tree and just destroying the tower straight away, right? Like, this is very much just win the fight, win the game. The structural advantage right now, it's not too important. Of course, it's getting Mega Creeps will help SG a lot.
Forgive me if I'm speaking out of turn here, but I didn't think that Tinker was that popular at the moment.
He's popular in certain games.
Right, okay, so he's very situational dependent in terms of the draft.
Yeah.
He's a reaction pick, sorry. Team fight.
Exactly. And Quincy Crew this time gets the initiation. But no, Tinker's been, I think it's a player-hero specialist combination. And I think in this game, we said Quinn is not really that type of player. He's not someone that's played a lot of Tinker. I think the last time he played it was in 2018, and the hero's been significantly changed since then. But they must have just felt like, this is the game. This is a very good Tinker game.
So, sorry to interrupt, but this is the game-deciding moment, right? They got the Terrorblade pick-off and the Tide pick, and both of them bought back. So, I expect to see the game end within the next 5 minutes. Don't wanna call it out, but hopefully the team-deciding fight happens so that I can actually follow the
Get
new
into the
story.
flow of the next game. Yeah.
And this is the beautiful part of the game, right? Because if you see the buybacks right now, Tiny has a buyback, Mirana Ogre has a buyback, that's 3. For SG, they're only sporting Void Spirit and Pangolier. And 2 heroes are I think it's only one, Weaver doesn't have the gold for it, right? The other's on cooldown. So it very much is a fact of, if Quincy want to try and win this fight, they need to sacrifice the Ogre. They have to sacrifice one of these heroes, have the outpost control to be able to TP back in. This very much is the game deciding moment. And it's how do you use buybacks. And this is a critical thing, as you are just kind of waddling around in front. This time it does get the BKB off.
So the meta was popped here by TV, and if Quincy Crew are able to successfully run away, they're going to be very happy with the start to the fight.
That's big.
Yeah. So the Terrorblade really, he fights around this Metamorphosis spell. It's a pretty long cooldown, but it gives him a very strong power spike where he's able to output damage from range rather than melee.
Does Tide have a BKB?
Yeah.
Yes, he does, yeah.
I guess you do need one versus Tinker.
Two
It's
tokens?
impossible otherwise.
TB, there he is.
So you see the Tinker's caught in the back, but I think... Is he gonna
Maybe
die?
someone.
Quinn has no buyback, so if the Tinker goes down there, it's huge. But oh my god, he gets 3 kills before.
And don't forget, Tiny still has buyback in all of this, so even if he was to die, he's not dying at all. This is just...
Oh, there's no buybacks.
Yeah, there's none.
All the heroes without buybacks have died.
And that's kind of the point where SG, in that moment, they saw you while walking on the low ground. They thought they could jump him, but he gets the BKB off. There isn't that perfect CC that we saw Pangolier do on the high ground. Of course, it's more open, so it's hard to chain that stun. And then they get the disengage. They get up to the high ground, they reset, and they choose when they want to take the fight. They get the reinitiation. And SG, they kind of felt under the pressure there because when in mentioning, of course, Terrorblade, you pop meta, you want to fight, right? You have that available, and they kind of just, they fall victim to the kind of the Quincy lineup there. Tiny up front, tossing non-stop. Tinker does get picked off, but Tiny does the
the
damage.
impatience of, you committed this big cooldown of the Metamorphosis.
Exactly, yeah.
That's what I wanted to say, because it didn't even look like Quincy Crew were prepared for that smoke, because the way that Tiny went to that lane, his team wasn't exactly behind him. He kind of got surprised. And then he just managed to Silver Edge walk uphill. They pop BKB on Tide, BKB on Terrorblade, and then they choose to just go back in.
And then after all of that, Quinn, with no usage of the tips, being tipped relentlessly, then tips his opponent to conclude his
Great.
point.
No, but what I wanted to say was that SG chose to take that fight. They went back in even after using all of their BKBs. And I think that's Could it have just been whatever, guys? At that point?
I think it's because they popped the meta. They felt forced. This is we have to fight here, or we give away Roshan.
Yeah. There's no realistic way to fight into Tinker without BKBs, and I think maybe the best option there was to just go back and try to look for a better situation, but it's like you said, they used meta. They know that they're just going to run at them after meta's over, so maybe they thought they could catch them off guard with the Tidehunter Ravage anyway.
Yeah.
And you were
That's
absolutely
sunlight,
right.
man. What do you do?
You were absolutely right, because you was literally took one look at the game and just went, oh, this is going to end in less than 5 minutes if this happens.
Yeah. I missed the storyline, but it seems intense. There were some tips and pauses. I completely don't know what that
There
was
were a
about.
lot of tipping going back and forth. I think.
SG was getting very vocal with like the tipping Quinn. It's like, haha, Tinker, we killed you, but it's the hidden storyline in all the games.
We would like to go to the A stream, I believe, guys. Is that where we'd like to go?
I
I'm
would
being
love to watch
asked.
that game.
That's a banging game.
Yeah, we want to go to IGOG.
Yeah. This is a series that could potentially be the grand finals of the entire event. These two
Is that what
teams
you're expecting?
I mean, I would say LGD is probably expected to be in the grand finals, but if
one
both
time,
of these teams made it there, I wouldn't be surprised.
And here's the interesting thing, because tiebreaker-wise, this is a really important series for OG. IG, they've already secured their #1 seed no matter what happens in this series. But for OG right now, OG, VP, EG, and Undying, they could all still make the top bracket.
Yeah.
It just really depends on so many different factors that I know you're dying to talk about, Teagup. This is the two of you have both been like gassing about this all morning, so I need to give you the opportunity to talk us through
I
it.
won't bore anyone too long, but it's like Group A doesn't have 2 sets of games today. This is literally the final set of games for the group. And to put it in the simplest of terms, if OG is able to 2-0 the series, they are upper bracket. So I think let's keep it simple for that. And when we move to the next series, I'll then add an extra little layer of like, you know, the details. So then we don't have to overwhelm, because I could go on for about 10 minutes, like if this, but right now, if you're an OG fan, simply winning one game is not good enough, because EG can get 10 wins, T1 can get 10 wins, Undying can get 10 wins. Like there's a lot of variations in which tiebreakers happen on 4 and 5. So if you're an OG fan, with this 11k lead, you want that to become a win, and then the second game become a win, and then you're looking good for upper bracket. But yeah, very much, OG has to beat the top lads of Group A.
Essentially, at the moment, VP and OG, they are in the running, and then behind them are EG and Undying. So EG and Undying, they both really need a 2-0 in the series that's happening on the B stream right now.
Yes, and then also T1 is playing Thunder Predator, where T1 has to respect them as a team, right? Even though the team's eliminated, an eliminated team is still gonna, you know, make some waves and try and do some stuff. I believe that actually happened to us at ESL when Chaos played Liquid. Liquid, these lads decided to start whipping out some Willow and being really annoying and pesky, and we didn't expect them to change new plans and like have fun.
Our own elimination.
Yeah, and then remove us. We're like, oh no. And then we have to go lower bracket, and then this point system. It was really annoying. But that single game and understanding that, now I'm like, you have to think of every game, no matter if they're eliminated or not.
Yeah.
But OG, if they do end up in the lower bracket, again, slightly less statistically likely to happen really when you consider the other teams and their matches too. They can survive and they can thrive in a lower bracket situation.
I think they have a strong mentality, but historically, they have won both their TIs through the upper bracket, and they've just gone all the way through. And I think the only TI I remember, I don't think they've actually ever started lower bracket, have they? Out of
It's
groups?
always been, I felt like it's upper bracket.
I feel like they always
Last
started
year
upper
was like,
bracket.
not last year, TI9 was kind of easy breezy, beautiful OG.
Right, and TI8, I think they barely squeezed into upper.
Yeah.
And then they like picked up pace, right?
Yep. Triple checking it now for your chief. Yep, TI8, they beat VGJ Storm 2-0, then
Right.
EG.
They had the same run actually. It's
Yeah.
one of the craziest things. They played the exact same teams,
And then TI9.
and then Liquid in the finals instead of LGD again.
Yeah, same thing, always been upper bracket. But like, the thing with lower bracket is, you always want to have that like, that safety net, right, in any competition. In lower brackets, sure, you're still in the competition, you have to play a best of one to start with, and that alone is a very scary place because it removes the idea of what Dota is. It's like, what level of prep have you gone to mind game your enemy so you can really just outsmart them in that one moment, right? So that's one scary thing. And also, like, you don't really want to have one off series and be out, right? Like, you want to have that one chance to recover and go next. So that's why upper bracket is
And you
it is
never
how
know
you
when
win
your
TIs,
captain
right?
might take Barrowcopter.
No, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah,
Like,
just might happen. And then then you're screwed.
wait, wasn't that Loda's fault? Wasn't he the one taking the ball? Oh dear. But yeah, right now you see here OG with a pretty substantial lead, just moving around the map, kind of trying to punish IG a little bit here. But this is kind of what you expect from the OG style. But the games that they lost, it's been their get up and go attitude has then been eventually shut down, and maybe you see that with IG, but they don't really have the heroes to be so shutting off, other than maybe like a shake or slam as a retaliation potentially.
The thing is, this looks like one of those TA games where if she does die once, IG are just completely back in the game because they've got good heroes in dealing with the enemy heroes. I think Silencer is excellent versus Abaddon in particular because naturally as a 5, he doesn't have the goal to build like a Lotus Orb or a Dispel item, right? And then whoever, if they choose to go on TA, which is the primary target here, there's not really a way for him to have a counterplay there.
Yeah.
The thing is, TA is so far ahead that it looks difficult, but they do have Slark and they do have Ember. Both of these heroes excel at killing TA.
And I think OG's struggle this event has been that they're not struggling at taking control and playing from ahead, or getting ahead, I mean, rather. But they have shown that they can throw games.
Yeah.
So they have shown that potential of like, we might be a little bit too over-aggressive. And like Effie said, this TA dies once, this game is going to look very different.
As you see here, Notel, he's got the mana boots and the perseverance, like he's about to complete a Lotus Orb. So in this like next 3-4 minutes, we are going to see Abaddon have his own way to deal with that Silencer. But again, it's a long, I think it's only a product of being able to have these early towers. Like Effie was mentioning, this is a rare case where you actually get that gold. On 5, you often don't get these like bigger items to do things, right? But because OG has played so aggressive, because they have been able to take these towers, we are now seeing Silencer get put a little bit more into the back of the
also,
order.
Flyfly just got so many stacks off of that Abaddon, so he's like looking to fight here, even though he doesn't have his ulti. I think that was a bit of a
over-aggression.
Unfortunate. But that's just so tempting as a Slark when you just hit this Abaddon a billion times.
Yeah, because you build up the ultimate, right? The ultimate procs from Abaddon, so you're going to guaranteed get a bunch of hits, and for 6 seconds, depending on your attack speed, you just get the free hit and build some stacks. So probably felt a bit over-aggressive here, and now OG strike back.
And also to be clear, Seb didn't use the RP there.
Yeah.
It did look like it, but he just went all the way to the animation, then he did cancel it. So that is still available as OG looks to get up the high ground with 30 seconds of no Slark.
Yeah, so if you look at OG's position here, they're keeping a lot of the heroes that are really important very far back, and they're only letting Sumail walk up and hit the racks, with no kill closely positioned behind them to dispel any sort of stun. And this is the kind of formation that you want to have when you're going high ground, and you want to abuse the fact that nobody can see your backline. And as soon as he's stunned, there you go, no kill pops up, removes any sort of disable, and you can freely reset as soon as he sees heroes approaching him.
And this is kind of the difference that you see between teams from even like OG's position to maybe lower in the group stage, right? It's like when you go to hit high ground, there isn't always that like consistent, clean way of hitting the building, right? Like I feel like these top teams, they are just putting that one hero up, be it like a Tiny or a BKB, a TA or whatever, and they are positioning nicely behind. I think when you go lower down the group stage and the teams that have been struggling a bit more, they are a bit more kind of, one hero's dead, let's send 2 heroes up, let's send 3 heroes up, let's just try and take this tower quickly whilst we have the advantage of numbers. But then you just lose the element of surprise because you are just revealing more of your lineup.
This is the classic smoke into smoke. They're just looking for each other on the map.
Both teams recognize that Roshan is very important here. The nice thing for OG is they have a lot of ways to scout it out. They have TA traps to give them vision, and they have the ET Spirit.
They don't have a trap in the pit in person.
Sumail's caught. Huge echo. And so here you see the global silence comes out, and it stops No-Tail
Abaddon.
from being able to save, and which is what you touched on earlier. And Abaddon, despite being ahead right in this game, and OG having a very dominant game, and it being 27 minutes in, still doesn't have, or is it 37? Sorry. 37 minutes in. Still hasn't finished it. Oh, he just did. Okay.
This is also a rare moment as well. Like OG, they're Radiant playing on the dire side, but they didn't deward that high ground. The whole initiation from IG, it was just the fact that OG just kind of clumped 2 heroes there, enabled that slam, and that's kind of the good old phrase, uncharacteristic, but it is kind of the difficulty when you don't deward, you are going to get initiated on, and we do see that death on the TA, which might spiral the game out of control.
So for me, just the most interesting thing to note there was that somehow there wasn't a trap in the pit, right? And Sumo just melded on the high ground, waiting for them to kind of walk back up and just surprise them. But they were more ready for that than OG were ready for IG's play there. And I feel like that just shouldn't have been the case in that part of the map in particular, because you do have a TA on your team.
I believe there is a sentry outside the pit. I think it got instantly rewarded. So it's kind of like vision itself. But yeah, like they weren't authoritative with their position. Yeah, if you see on the mid, there are sentries by the pit there, but so probably IG already aware and kind of countering Sumo's play there.
Super quick update on Stream C. VP have just beaten Aster in the opening game of their series.
I think a quite an expected result. I think VP, the way that they've been playing this tournament, matches well against Aster's play style.
And that's kind of, it's an important thing to note as well. VP, they're in a similar situation to OG, so they're looking to 2-0 here so they can cleanly get themselves a guaranteed spot in the upper bracket.
Yeah, exactly. The 11 wins puts you in that position of confirming your own spot, yeah. Which is, imagine that, OG 2-0, VP 2-0, and then you leave, you know, EG versus Undying. Oh, that's tiebreaker.
Are you looking forward to EG versus Undying?
I
mean, it's going on right now. But
yeah, it's weird to see like an entire international group stage, but then it comes down to the battle of NA versus NA. You know, they have to out one of their own to be able to pursue further. So it's kind of it's a weird storyline that kind of developed, I guess. But yeah.
I mean, leading into TI, who would have imagined Undying and EG are like in the same position for upper bracket?
Yeah. I feel like this, yeah, I think most people expected it to be like EG would be second or third in the group, and then Undying would be like a very decent 5th, 6th type of situation. But the fact that they have been able to turn up and put themselves in position of putting themselves top 4, that is, yeah, it's very impressive stuff.
I'm sure we'll check in on the EG Undying game in a bit. I think we want to see this game through, don't we? And then maybe we'll switch stream just to check in on that one, because it'd be interesting to see EG's recovery, because it seems like they got a little bit flattened yesterday by VP, and how the game plan has come back will be quite interesting to see.
OG just
This is so back and forth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, IG just had an Aegis, but OG just kept running out.
Eyes on Saxa here. He's going to deal so much damage.
I was going to comment on that. That ET is so farmed, and I thought about it. Who else is the empower target on his team? It's not like he's running around empowering the TA, right? So he can actually give his ET a farming means and get him that Ags, which makes a huge difference in these fights. But they overextended in IG's base, and they paid for it. They paid for it really hard. Interestingly enough, after that fight near Roshan, where TA died, I thought IG were in a really good place. But then they kind of messed up themselves and got 3-man RP'd, which enabled that sequence of events where they just ran down and felt confident enough to hit their high ground. But then OG did the same thing that IG just did. And
you have Thompson basically at tier 4s, aggressively using when there's a silencer, like there's no BKB. Yeah, that was a very OG-esque play there, trying to break down the spirits of IG, but...
I think this game, in difference to the Quincy Crew versus SG game, you're seeing two teams that are both playing to win. And that's when these situations can arise. When both teams are willing to take these fights. Like OG initiated without the TA, without their Abaddon. They went in 3 versus 5 because they saw an opening. They saw a timing that they could use, where the ET like kind of fills the role of the TA and just smacks them down if they get enough heroes RPs. So in this case, I think while it looks maybe a little bit clowny, it's clowny for opposite reasons than we saw in the last game, where both teams are very tense and playing defense. Here you see two teams that are doing anything it takes to win. And I think this is a good sign for like why, like the difference between being at the bottom of the groups and being at the top.
I really like hearing that perspective from you in particular, because obviously your experience as a pro player changes the way that you look at these things. But for, I think, most viewers and talent even, we can look at these situations sometimes and say, are they throwing? What is going on here? But to look at it from the lens of they are hungry for the win, and that's why they're willing to take these plays instead of just clowning around is a really good perspective to hear, because I think a lot of us forget to look at it that way.
Yeah, because I think in a lot of situations when you see OG play aggressive and they get ahead, that is like, you think, oh wow, that's so well executed. But the times when they do it wrong, you're like, oh wow, why are they doing that? And the result shouldn't really necessarily define why you think one thing is right or isn't.
I think in most games, right, the moves happening is because they think that's like, not the best move, but it's like a good move to make, right, to try and win the game. And that it's rarely in a game you feel like you're fully checked out, right? Like, I don't think, if you speak from experience, like, is there really a game where you're like, yeah, we've lost this game, we're going to use it to talk about the next one, right? I don't think that ever really exists. I know people have spoke about that, but like realistically, is you're always just trying to find that avenue back, right? Like just don't give up, keep going. And just,
Yeah, I don't really think you don't really talk about because you don't know what the next team's gonna be.
No,
right?
exactly. Yeah.
You don't know the draft. You don't
And
know.
I just heard that
yeah.
several times. I just don't think that exists within Dota.
I mean, our team doesn't do it at least.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you have a defensive item yet for Thompson?
I think he has the Eels, yeah.
He just has the Euros, okay.
Yeah.
Nice teams.
Oh, again, the
beautiful.
same position, OG running up. It's the same ward as well, I believe, still alive from the previous time they lost in this position. Whew. Yeah, this is kind of the OG make or break moments for them where they play with the aggression, but then sometimes if the team's just ready for it in the right position at the right time, they can just dismantle it, be it in their own base, coincidentally, or playing on the same ward.
I think perhaps we should be able to criticize that a little bit because they're just going up the same choke point versus Global and Earthshaker and Ember the same way that they did last time, and it didn't work out for them. They probably should have just taken that other round of Ho.
I think OG, they had a trap
Honestly.
up the high ground. So they saw something, and then being OG, they're like, all right, pounce. Just go.
It's kind of one of those things where, like, with the just go, like, a just go works if like the one, like the Abaddon walking up to scout, like, open the vision, and then it's the TA blinking or the mag blinking, the RP, the skewer, etc. Like, it did feel very OG with the idea of the go is just walk on in, save our spells so that we can make the big plays. Like, yeah, it's.
But I think at this point now they have to realize that there is the threat of Global, so Abaddon can't have any impact in saving heroes if they do go for plays like that. And my concern is just the last couple of TA deaths really, really put him behind because this is not how you win as TA in this patch in particular. I say this specifically because she's playing against Slark, Ember, Weaver.
Yeah. The matchups aren't necessarily great. And I think the way TA wants to play the game out is you want to have a lot of traps around the map, and you want to be controlling the vision.
Yep.
And once you die, you spend like 100 seconds out of the game. The enemy team is able to push over the creep waves to your side of the map, and you're not able to get to the places where you want to have traps. But here we go, round 3, same place.
And the whole idea here is like OG kills someone if it's like an RP into then the damage of the TA.
Getting echoed every fight.
Yeah, they just waddled it in and died. Okay, 3 for 3. Like, you were mentioning the whole, how TA is going to struggle, and I was like, yeah, it feels like this is the only way they win. It's like the RP or the stomp, that kind of clutch play to then unlock TA to teleport in on the trap to then get the damage in. But yeah, OG right now, kind of 2 fights in a row. One where they just kind of blindly walked into a slam. Again, great positioning from IG. And then the second time, it's they're TPing onto the top wave whilst initiating into the jungle. It's a little bit fragmented, and they're not clearly getting out the damage that they need to win the fight. Like you see here, Seb gets the RP off, but if you look at the minimap, Sasuke's by the top rune. You had Sumo TP kind of waddling in from the top side. Like, no, they weren't really ready, but IG, they were. Like, Silencer's always in position with Global being, global. And then Earthshaker has been hitting these beautiful slams now, so.
But there we saw the strength of Silencer because it could have been a good play if he managed to get the skewer back to his team, but he just couldn't because of the instant Global. So maybe they thought that it was off cooldown and it just came off faster than they thought because they had just lost a fight recently, right? But I think Global is actually surprisingly low cooldown and people forget it. It's really not that long.
Yeah.
It's happened to so many of us where it's like, okay, we just lost a fight to Global, let's go. Everyone respawns and it's just back up. I think it's around 80 seconds.
As a pro player, again, I should know that.
It's around 80 seconds. If you get a quickening charm, you have it up so frequently.
So something interesting to talk about when it comes to cooldown timers is, I think there are certain spells that when you're around the 80 second to like 100 second mark, you're almost always going to have it up for every single fight. Because that's approximately what the time it takes for you to die, respawn, group up, move out on the map, like get all the lanes ready. So when you're around that like 60 to maybe like 90 second mark, usually you will have it up every fight. And then when you go above 100 seconds, that's usually when these cooldowns are long enough to where every other fight you will have them. And you'll see teams really abuse openings that they get because the spell is on cooldown. So probably OG are trying to squeeze it in, like within the 80, and they're just barely not making it.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
It feels like this match. I know I love myself for sounding so simplistic, but it seems like this match is currently like kind of hinged on OG repeatedly making the same mistake at the moment.
It's kind of
Rather
forced
than
aggression.
IG having to like control the situation, OG just playing into their hands multiple times.
Yeah.
It seems that way for sure because they made a mistake fighting in that place a couple of times, but it's also just impeccable positioning by IG being ready for them at that moment when they do walk up. Because if they had been 2 seconds later to group up there, they wouldn't have found the opportunity that they did. My concern for OG is it's a safe lane TA lineup. She can't afford the kinds of deaths that she's been having.
And he's in trouble again. Is he
You
able
know-
to jump out?
Stabbing him.
Oh.
He's surviving. He's gonna jump to base with his trap, I think. No. 3 men RP. They're actually
What a
doing
fight.
it. So this is something I think you
Now
have
it's
to credit
Look
OG
at that
for.
ET.
Now everything's connecting. Like
Yeah.
when the spells connect, it works, right?
You have to credit OG for this. I think the reason that they
100%.
do take these fights and the reason they do force the objective is they always want to be in control of the game. As long as they're the ones making the move, they know what's going to happen. They can predict what's coming next because they're the ones forcing the engagement. And I think it's the same thing here, right? They tried 3 times, it didn't work out, but the 4th time it works. And now suddenly they're at the enemy base.
So why did it work that time? Was it because literally they actually did get to have the first initiation as opposed to just being discovered while on rotation?
So I think the key thing in that fight specifically was that Sumail was the first target. So if you think about Sumail, in this game, he's the damage dealer. So if he's in position to deal damage, they're going to have good fights. And he survived the initial burst of IG, and then he was able to stand his ground and fight back, while his team could support him with spells, which is OG's ideal team fight.
So kind of a 4 protect 1 within the team fight.
Exactly. And Sumail, with Sumail in position. Whereas the other fights that we saw in the jungle, Sumail kind of was coming in a bit late, and they couldn't really use the duration of their disables for him to deal damage.
And also they have more the kind of the clutch plays coming in as well, like Abaddon coming in, keeping the TA alive, TA being innately tanky. And I think the main thing here is like we've critiqued OG and their fight 2-3 times in a row, and then it does work the 4th time. It is that constant aggression and constant going forward. Some teams, after failing once or twice or 3 times, they'd find a new game plan. They'd reinvent themselves or like try and find a new way to kind of enter the game. OG, they just do the same thing again and again, right? Like they know how they've already like got the idea of fighting, so they're gonna keep going. So now we see it happen fine in the bot fight, and then it works, right? And it's testament to planning out your fights.
Call that cojones.
yeah, exactly.
Very epic, go on.
Right, so in the last minute, OG basically just unraveled IG completely.
Yeah.
Seb was so clutch. He found great RPs, great skewer backs. He had a skewer back twice in just 30 seconds, and it felt like IG just kind of let the game slip out of their hands.
I really love Owen's face at the end of that. It's just like, yeah, so the fourth fight worked. Okay, we understand why they kept doing that now.
I guess the main thing here is like what we haven't mentioned is the fact that when you're playing a Dota game, if you're always making really good plays but they're reacting to your opponent, it's great that you made the plays, great that you got the kills, but you're not getting yourself onto the map, right? Like IG, they got the Aegis, but it didn't suddenly mean that they were making their own tier 2, tier 3 aggression, right? It's like, oh, let's go hide again. These little OG guys, they're
Wait
gonna
for these
run
guys
on
to
in.
come to us,
Yeah,
yeah.
exactly. So it was very good from IG always being in position, but I guess what we should have maybe been highlighting is it is OG playing OG's game still, and if there was like 1 more fight lost, 2 more fights lost, then IG will cross the river, make their own plays. But yeah, it is very much, if you're against OG and you beat them a couple times, you need to then pick up the pace yourself and then run at them. You can't always be waiting and
IG
crazy.
won the fight, they just didn't capitalize on them.
It's more so that IG had good fights and they were in a position to just keep taking good fights, but OG, it goes back to what Insania said about how it may look like, what are they doing, this is so clowny, but they actually have an idea with what they're doing, and if you control the aggression of the game, like Insania said, you can predict the next move, and obviously if they kept running into them, they had an idea of what they wanted to do there. I also thought it was really cool how ET functioned as a secondary carry in that last fight. He was doing absurd amounts of damage with the Empower from Magnus. I thought it was a cool combination.
Yeah, and I think a lot of viewers might not know this, but the Elder Titan aura removes all armor. Any sort of base armor that you have goes to 0. So if you think about how Stark works, he steals a lot of agility when he hits people.
Yep.
And to those who don't know, agility immediately translates over to armor. So it increases your base armor because it's coming from a stat, and Elder Titan just negates all of it. So you're seeing the Slark that has crazy amounts of armor get 3-shotted by a support hero.
And he
simply
doesn't
because
wanna
of the aura.
He doesn't want to buy actual armor, right? So against ET, if you buy like plate mail, bucklers, like actual like additional armor, that's what makes you tanky against ET. But these heroes, they don't really want to buy it. So Agi heroes against Morphling, bye-bye. Thanks for playing. You are going to have your biggest defense is now removed.
How dare you mention Morphling in my presence? Okay, let's have a switch. I know that we really wanted to check in on the EG Undying game. So if we can switch over to that. We already have. Apologies. I'm so sorry. We're going to see that very shortly on our screen. We're in the draft right now. Oh, no surprise. We've got a Tide Hunter, we've got a Snapfire, we've got an IO, we've got a Weaver, and we've got a Disruptor. So we can use what I learned yesterday. Sorry,
What did you learn
about me.
yesterday?
What was, yeah.
Well, we talked about this earlier. If you get the Aghanim Shard, Tsunami taught me this.
Scepter.
Scepter, sorry, okay. If you get the Scepter, sorry. Oh God, Ags S is literally the same for both of them. Sorry, I got so excited. Okay, fine. If you get the Aghanim Scepter on the Disruptor, then his Mortal Strike. No, oh my God.
So this is what you told me off screen.
I literally told you that off screen, and I did it.
Did you know that when Disruptor buys Aghanim Scepter, you can no longer use your items? So we're both silenced. You cannot use your spells, and you cannot use items either. So you can't BKB your way out of it anymore.
I did say that. Yeah, it's just I forgot the name of the ability.
It's very good.
And that's what threw me. It's not Mortal Strike. It's
Static Storm?
yeah. I'm so sorry, everyone. I'm not going to talk. Don't worry. Anyway, the whole point is he mutes. He can mute. Okay, he gets some money and then he can mute. It's fine. So. With that ability in mind, is there anyone that's going to be particularly useful against on the Undying side of things?
I'd say Disruptor, the cool thing about it is his glimpse and the interaction with Wisp. So if you think about IO will relocate 2 heroes into a team fight. And then 13 seconds later, he will pull them both out. But when you have Disruptor, you can choose to send one of them back to where they came from. And that's
it.
Something that can be very useful in a game of Dota 2.
But also, you drop your spells, right? Like you see the relocate. You throw everything down, the Static Storm, the Kinetic, like you know exactly where they're coming, you prepare. It's like, we're gonna go, I can't cancel the, so you can also preemptively drop all your spells on the spot of the relocate. So Disruptor, he deals kind of with the toolkit of IO pretty well, as long as IO doesn't have an amazing lead and everyone has items and they're running you down. But in an even game, Disruptor can be really, really good against IO.
Okay. We've got a puck coming out as well.
That's the hero I did not expect to see that much here at TI.
Whereabouts are we going to see puck being played? I know I associate him with mid, but actually it's quite a flexible hero. He can be played in more supportive role as well.
I'd like to see it mid. I think against Undying's lineup, which wants to be, like when you pick CM into a Lesh with a Weaver, it's very much like you want to have the mana to fight, you want to be in the face, Lesh wants to hit the towers. Puck is one of the best mid laners to counterplay this early aggression. You get your 6, you just go in, you have the coil, you stop them from hitting the tower because they're trying to run away. You kind of control the fight. And also you have all the wave skipping mechanisms to, if the game does get hard, Puck can be that pesky little hero behind you, always skipping the waves, making it really difficult. So yeah, I think the need for lockdown, for early tower defense, and then for eventual wave skipping, Puck ticks all the boxes. And now Undying will have to think of a clean way to try and stop this Puck running around these fights, because they don't have reliable stuns to catch such an elusive hero right now.
And outside of that, it's just like, look at the absurd team fight potential if you add a Puck to your lineup too. You've got Dream Coil, Static Storm, Mortimers, and Ravage. I personally am not fond of having like 4 or 5 team fight heroes just because you become so cooldown dependent, but because of the reasons that you mentioned about Puck's ability to play side lanes and push out waves and stuff, he's multi-dimensional in his item builds and how he chooses to play them up and what he does. Also, it's an Aved specialty hero, so there could be an idea here outside of just, maybe Puck's fallen out of favor as a hero. I wanted to comment on Crystal Maiden a little bit just because it's interesting. I think she got picked earlier as well. I didn't catch the game exactly, but everyone considers her a bad hero, but I think she's a little bit underrated. She's not particularly great this game just because Frostbite doesn't really do much in canceling Mortimer's kisses. It can't do that. And if you Frostbite Tide Hunter, he'll just crack and shell it off. So that kind of sucks, but it's going to be a good route against Puck, right? If she ever gets the chance to do it. But also the Weaver and Crystal Maiden synergy is really nice because Weaver's a very mana-dependent hero.
Yep.
And I think it was Vici actually who combined these two heroes in particular at the Animator. And the sole reason behind the Crystal Maiden pick was just to give Weaver mana for Shikuchi in lane.
There's also a lot of synergies in how they lane together. Weaver is a hero that has a lot of mobility, and the way that the spiders work, the bugs that you put on the opponents, which again I should know the name of.
I mean, you literally send us, yeah, it's literally swarm. You send a swarm of bugs. If you say bugs, everyone knows what you're talking about.
Okay, great. So when you put the bugs on the opponent, it takes time for the negative armor to build up. And Crystal Maiden is one of the few heroes that has 2 crowd control abilities really early on. So you get both the slow and the freeze, and you get the negative armor to build up really, really fast from Weaver. So the early part of the laning phase is really, really strong for him. And we have a RTZ anti-mage.
That's quite the anti-mage,
That
right?
is quite the anti-mage.
So if you look at the reason for it, of course, anti-mage into sanking, traditionally, anti-mage thrives because sanking can't always pressure you out if you don't have the correct 4 position behind you. You'll then also have this big mana bomb the entire game, which is Leshrac. You're going to be running around trying to put yourself in vulnerable positions, hitting towers and whatnot with Edict, and then anti-mage can clear you up. So right now, Undying, they're going to be in a bit of a spot of bother where they need to group up early, keep taking those fights and keep killing them. And we mentioned earlier that the idea of like the whole the 4 team fighting spells on EG, like that type of timing. This is kind of what EG wants now because their spells, it's going to be your 1 push, we use 2 spells, you now reset, you come again, we use 2 spells, you reset, you come again. Fast forward 25 minutes, anti-mage's like, hi, I'm now like 3-4 slotted, I can win the game because there isn't really the hero that will cleanly stop killing an anti-mage. Like I mentioned the lack of stuns, and like it was a Lesh stun, a CM root, and now they have Burrow Strike. That's barely enough to kill a puck on a good day, right? And now they have to try and do that to a puck and an anti-mage. So yeah, very much Undying needs to look to find that laning phase advantage, an Aegis, and to really send it into EG's face.
This is a criticism I hear about EG a fair bit, and maybe something that could be made about them yesterday against VP, and it's something we kind of briefly touched on earlier, but obviously we're all quite busy watching a certain OG versus IG. Is EG having very solid game plans, having possibly the best regarded coach in all of Dota 2 in Moba, but maybe not always wanting to switch things up from what they intend to do. And now they've got a draft that looks like it's stronger than Undying's. Surely they're just free to go and do that now, and they're going to be going into this one with quite a lot of confidence.
Well, I don't think that Undying's draft is bad at all. Like, it has its merits, right? So EG did set up for the ability to fight and defend towers without their anti-mage. That explains the 4 big team fighting heroes. But they also have very cooldown dependent heroes. And Undying have the ILS. ILS can just run down lanes together and apply pressure on the map very early on into the game. We start to see these movements happen around minute 10, and assuming that Sand King gets the stagger timing, they will be able to just control the map in their favor if they don't make any bad plays, right? So there is going to be pressure applied to EG's draft. We just have to see how both teams approach the game and how it goes. So I wouldn't necessarily say one draft is better than the other. They both have a means to win the game, and it's not clear.
I think the different advantages here. So you're going to see Undying, who's going to try to take control early on and try to like really bring the fight to EG. And kind of similarly to how we talked about OG in the last game, where they need to be careful about making one crucial mistake. That's going to be what EG is looking for. I personally think, based on this tournament so far, the team that has had the ability to win later on and have a timing that's, once we hit our timing, you can no longer fight us, has tended to do better. And I think EG does have that advantage in this game. That once the anti-mage is online, once all their heroes are online, and once the Disruptor has an Aghanim Scepter, it will be very difficult for Undying to fight into them. But up until that point, there is Undying definitely has the ability to fight back, and they're going to be in control.
We need to talk about the spray, don't we?
Which one, the Arteezy one? The best thing is you can put it on like trees and towers and cliffs, and you can distort it a little bit so that you can make, Arteezy's eyes bigger, or like his smile happier, It's pretty cool. There is a method to sprays. I look forward to next DPC where teams really reinvigorate themselves with what they actually bring into the game. But also touching back onto Insanity's point quickly, it's the way that you look at Undying's draft. They need to have the same kind of tenacity that OG had in that previous game we just witnessed, right? Like, just because you get wiped or just because you might die to some teamfight spells, it means you need to be able to reset and go again. Like, I'm kind of looking for Undying to pretty much like copycat OG here, where they run in, they sacrifice a couple guys, maybe they win the fight, but it's like you need to just keep going forward. You can't be afraid if things slightly go wrong, because like going wrong means EG's using valuable resources to be able to protect the farm or the map of anti-mage. And that's exactly what Undying needs to do, like mentioned earlier, is like breaking down the map quick enough so that anti-mage is always like looking to find farm rather than the farm coming to him.
It also should be noted, when Insani was talking about which team has the advantage here, just in terms of team, that EG and Undying have played versus each other so many times, right? They're from the same region, and EG is predominantly the better team. That's what most people know them as, and they probably know the ins and outs of the Undying players. So in that regard, I would give them the edge draft-wise, just for that. But if Undying can just power through, I can see their draft taking over the game, because Weaver is not a hero that should be underestimated in terms of how fast and how much damage he can do early on. And I think Sand King has the potential to catch up this puck. We were saying that we're concerned that maybe it's not enough to kill a puck, but I think a Sand King and Lushrak can do it if Sand King does his job.
Yeah, I think for them, the Sand King kind of completed their draft. It gave them a way to fight back. They needed some sort of instant disable, and they get that through the Sand King. And yeah, like you said, I think the regional thing, and I think that's something that, as a player, when, for example, we play against Team Secret, I think we might have more of a mental block than a Chinese team that plays against Team Secret, because you haven't gotten mauled by them for like months straight. Whereas I think Undying playing up against EG, there should be a little bit of that, right? You ran into the EG wall so many times. In your region, they're always a team that wins. They're the team you always lose to. So I think there could be some mental aspects to it too.
And there's also the mental aspect that really both of these teams need to 2-0 this to have a shot at the upper bracket. So after you've gone through this first game, if you've not won this, the second one's going to feel absolutely devastating. So all the pressure is really on these moments right now.
Yeah, the first game is really important here.
The important for this series is if EG Undying draw and go obviously 1-1, and then T1, as expected, were to beat Thunder Predator, who already eliminated 2-0, it puts them both out. They could actually drag them. Yeah, I was just checking now. Yeah, if they draw this series and T1 wins, both NA teams drag themselves to the lower bracket. Sorry. So this could be NA undoing themselves at TI.
Is there anything more NA than NA?
I'm taking you with me.
I didn't realize that. Oh, God.
If I can't go, you can't go either.
Oh my God. Oh. Right, how's T1 doing right now? That's such a weird storyline, actually. Like, most regions will have. Wait, you got China in upper bracket, EU, Eastern Europe. Unfortunately, no SEA, no SA, but.
No, T1's SEA.
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, I forgot T1 would be going up in this scenario. Yeah, so we'd have SEA. So we'd have all regions but SA, and then we'd have no Americas.
Does Beastcoast have no hope for upper bracket?
Beastcoast is currently.
They have upper bracket hope, I believe.
They're in contention, I guess.
Yeah, so we could have. That would be very hype. All regions in the upper bracket of TI.
But no NA.
Potentially. Right?
Yeah.
We could still have NA.
We're going to have NA at least in the lower bracket.
I really wish we had all regions in upper bracket. That would be very, very cool.
It could happen.
It very much could happen. It also could happen that all regions bar NA could be there, which is also a crazy thought. Through the own regions doing that's the.
I mean, going into TI, like, who would have expected EG not to be upper bracket, right? They made 2 major finals. They looked like they were going to win the first one. They've been a really dominant team throughout the entire season. And it's pretty crazy the position that they're in, considering like where they came in from.
We see that every TI though. There's always one team that just exceeds our expectations and how they perform. And I think a lot of people counted Undying out and did not expect this result in group stage. And they've just surprised everybody. So it would be a really nice story if they did well in this series too.
How do we feel about Undying going into this one, given their performance against T1 yesterday? Because they held on and they held on. They had, I think they had the longest matches of any team throughout yesterday, which is one of the reasons we finished about 11 p.m. ladies and gentlemen. Not that I'm resentful towards them at all, and I love an underdog, so go Undying. But it felt like some of those games, they were on the back foot constantly, just holding on. And they had the resilience to do that. They just didn't have the edge to really win, like especially that first game in the series against T1 when they they take the high ground in their base, but like we're just literally seeing T1 just coming back and going, yeah, we're not going to let you kill us and take an advantage. We're literally never going to let you leave the space until we've destroyed it. And I'm just kind of wondering if they can't find the edge there, how are they going to find the edge against CG now?
I think it's actually a good sign when you hold on, generally speaking, because it, at least from inside the team, if they believe they can win, even though we can very clearly see that their chances are limited, it means that they themselves believe in their ability to, like pull out some miracle in that kind of moment. I know when we were at DreamHack Leipzig and we have Taiga and Boxy pull out their 2v5 moment, like all of us were, like we were mentally done. Like we thought this is over. And I know ever since that, we always thought to ourselves like, okay, no matter how over the game looks, we don't know. Because like what happened in the VP's game was that Resolution took his hands off his keyboard. Like you can never plan for that. You never know what might happen. So I personally think like when I see a team play it out till the end, that's a good sign. And I mean, sometimes you're like, okay, maybe it's better to tap out and move on. But I think it's at a TI stage, as long as they're not tilting themselves and as long as they're not ruining their own mentality by doing it, or like getting fed up with getting destroyed and getting smacked so many times, I think it's a good thing to see. And especially from like a new team who's are at their first TI.
Yeah, and like Frankie mentioned, like Undying was doing that yesterday. Like even when the games looked rough, they were doing these like 3-4 man smokes. They were down like a lane of racks, whatever, but they were still choosing to take fights in these triangles with their own vision. Like they were set, like they were doing like the basics of a good fight, even when they were down like 20, 30K, right? So the idea that they want to make sure that they can always give themselves that like 5% chance, rather than just playing for one, like that it's over, they might throw, they're trying to find their way to win the game. And you also said about the length of games. So other than SG, who's only got 2 wins, the average win of Undying is 44 minutes, 20 seconds, which is the longest of any other team. Compare that to like PSG, who's doing really well. They're 33 minutes.
That must be aided by the fact that they won early today in just 17 minutes.
It's like there's an 11-minute gap average win between Undying and PSG. Like it's crazy to think there's such a disparity there, but.
And also, the Chinese team is the quicker team as opposed to the American team. And I feel like a couple of years ago it was always like this kind of wider kind of overarching, very basic storyline was, oh, the Asian teams really like to farm.
I'm very happy that was broken down quickly. Like PSG, like all new age has kind of proven that wrong. And like, no, we can't really say that anymore. It's like most teams have an element of intensity in how they play, and also if they want to prolong game, they can, right? But you know, PSG for sure is not a team that's like must farm a BKB. No. They're very more enjoyable to watch.
I like that.
It's not even just PSG though. Most Chinese teams are like that. You'll find that they end their games faster than a lot of the Western teams. And the idea behind the Chinese region maybe 3 years ago was that, yeah, they like the long games and they like to farm and they play the boring style of Dota, but I don't think that's been the case at all in the last few years. And actually the most traditional and like rigid Chinese team in this tournament is Elephant, compared to Vici, IG, or PSG. They just have these veterans who like to play a certain way and they don't like to throw a one game. So like, for example, that game we watched a few days ago where Elephant took forever to go high ground.
They're like 40K up, bro. No.
They refused to potentially die to a split earth high ground defense with Aegis. They made sure they waited an extra 20 minutes before they ended the game, right? And that applies to Elephant for sure, but not the other Chinese teams, I would say. So that's a bit of a misconception that people have that is due to how the style of China used to be a few years ago. But I would honestly say that's not the case. They've been innovative with their drafting and they've been playing very high tempo Dota.
And that's why you're your favorite.
I just really enjoyed watching the Chinese DPC. It was my favorite by far.
Although your favorite player is actually playing right now in EG.
Who's your favorite player?
Can I guess? Is it the Earth Spirit player? Got it, in one.
So I have a ton of favorite players, especially because so many people impress me, but Crit as a player really learned a lot by watching him play, so.
What is it? So it's simply, is it because you have learned a lot from him, or is there a particular flair that he has to his game that always impresses you?
It's just that we have a very similar hero pool, but I think he's really intelligent in the way that he moves around the map and things like that. So it's always sad for me when it's not really an Earth Spirit, Tuskar tiny four kind of meta, and we have to watch these Snapfires and these Lions, that's when I kind of look towards other players, right? So Zincu from PSG LGD, that guy's cool. I like the way that he plays Dota, for sure.
You're in position 4.
Yeah, so I'm in position 4, that's why I'm speaking from the lens of a 4. But I think all of these teams have incredibly talented players on every role.
What about you?
What about me?
Are you your favourite player?
Wow, that's...
Sorry, I realise there's a team fight happening here.
Well, who was in your dream
We're about-
team? Huh?
Who was in my dream team? I mean, I would choose all 4 of my players, and then I'd add a good captain to that roster. So maybe a Kuro, a No Taylor, or a Puppy. There you go. Dream team.
Well, are you sure it's just not you and 4 BSJs? Because I feel like
It's definitely not
That's
for
what he said
BSJs.
last time. That's what I set him up for it, but he then backed down.
I'm
from
not
the-
choosing for BSJs.
It was you,
That
it was
would be
Blitz,
so
and it was then
powerful.
Brian in every lane.
Oh boy, we're never gonna do anything. It's gonna
Okay.
be Chinese Dota from 3 years ago.
Wait, Aiden, would you rather play on a team with 4 BSJs or 4 Jenkins?
4 Jenkins. It would be good vibes. We would have a lot of fun with 4 Jenkins. We wouldn't win much, but we'd have good times. And we'd get to play all the crazy stuff.
That's what it's all
right?
about.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what
yeah, yeah.
At the
it's
end
all
of the day,
about.
right, like,
Dire's
not everybody can win.
is under attack.
So
Right.
playing for good vibes is good.
Little trivia, because I know I'm not meant to be talking about Counter-Strike too much, but Mickey's a very good Counter-Strike player.
He's a beast.
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
really good at Counter-Strike. And then Grim, who's a Counter-Strike pro in Team Liquid, the CS equivalent, he plays Dota.
Yeah, so does
And
Fallen.
Fallen as
actually.
well,
Fallen's
Fallen,
huge
yeah.
on Dota. Very
Brazilian
passionate Dota.
player.
Like when we're at the facility in Utrecht, he'll come in and be like, "Are you guys scrimming?" We're like, "No." He's like, "Why? Go practice so I can watch." He's very, very into Dota. He really enjoys watching it.
Fallen is absolutely hilarious. He's,
Yeah.
yeah. I want to go to Utrecht, man. I want to go hang out.
Yeah, you should
play
come by
some Dota,
sometime.
man.
Yeah, it's good vibes.
Very good vibes. Right now, though, I feel like this has been a fairly reserved game. I know we're only 12 minutes in, so it can't be that bloodlusty yet, but we haven't seen like a full-on 5v5 engage.
So this is around the time when they should start to make plays with their Lashrak and Io, but it seems like EG are the ones applying pressure on the map, and generally it's not a good sign if the kill score is 5 and 2 at minute 12 and you're the anti-mage team with 5 kills. That's
Yeah. I think when you're playing up against these
that's a
teamfight drafts,
depressing thing to look at for sure.
yeah, when you're
always
playing
up
against a
there.
teamfight drafts, you usually want the kill score to be high because you want them to be burning these cooldowns for kills. But when the kill score is low, that means both teams are allowed to sit back on their respective sides and kind of wait out their cooldowns. They're not being abused while they don't have half their spells. And that's a pretty big edge that, it just, for me at least, it's a good sign for EG's chances in this game.
Like right now, Undying, their lanes aren't the strongest lanes where they can like crush one lane. It's like you force a hero to the jungle straight away. Like you saw Anti-Mage pretty much at some point by himself solo, allowing Disruptor to make these early moves. And what EG is kind of presenting is when you have these early damage dealing heroes in regards to the big teamfight spells, and we said this time and time again on the panels, right? It's like if you dictate when you get to use your spell, if you're the ones like hitting a tower, using the Ravage, using the Moba Kisses, you not only are going to take the tower to some degree, you're going to force heroes there. So Undying, they need at least like 1 or 2 cheap items to do damage, and they want to defend their towers to these team fighting heroes. So EG is kind of enabling their draft for aggression to unlock anti-mage farm, and you kind of wish Undying could do more, but their heroes, if they just blindly run at an objective, they will just die, and that will just accelerate EG even more. So Undying have to be very tactical with what fight they take, and that's why EG hitting these earlier fights, it's just kind of punishing Undying's like patience and trying to kind of calculate what's best for themselves.
This is the window now. They just used all their team fight spells mid, and they should have gone for a play a bit earlier because I feel like they spent a little bit too much time in their jungle farming before they did something like this. But this concept of having this strong Tidehunter come out of his lane and go to the mid tower, I've seen this before a lot actually, particularly by Elephant. I don't know why they don't do it anymore, but with the combination of Snapfires, like Little Shredder, that and just a Tide being beefy and just right-clicking, that tower dies so quickly. And they did so much tower damage that they actually forced them to defend. And then when that happened, they were perfectly set up for all of their abilities.
And that is the main reason why, like, Undying, they come to mid, like, let's go hit this tower. Tide with a hood just walks up in the front, and then Puck and Disruptor, their spells have just come back from, like, the fight before, so now they're smoking behind, like, yeah, it's so hard for Undying to try and get the ball rolling, because if they want to do it, they have to use a lot of resources to eat through a Tide or eat through a Static Storm or a Core. So it is very difficult. And maybe Undying is going to be looking to waiting for like a BKB moment, because now even Arteezy, like the kills are kind of coming to him. He's got his Battle Fury, he's farming the map, and
This is the
Undying
EG
is
we
getting picked
expect though,
apart.
right? Like,
Yeah.
EG's putting it on. I think this is
100%.
like a result of EG playing good Dota.
Yeah.
Like you're seeing EG really force the pacing that they want. Like this Leshrac and this Weaver were at the top of the net worth charts, literally up until just that happened.
And then Ice is like running back to mid lane. No, this is my tower, gotta defend it.
Yeah.
So this is very dire for Undying. Quite
I think
literally.
yeah,
Very
the
literally.
pacing is not good for them.
This is not the way that their draft is set up to win the game. Everything that happened in the last 2 minutes is just bad. They lost to their team fight spells and lost their mid tower, couldn't make a counterplay, and then died in their jungle. Afterwards, Anti-Mage went and found a kill on Leshrac, which is something that you don't expect to happen around minute 14. And by the time Undying are going to set up for another play now, they're just going to have everything up again on EG. And I can just see the map being completely oppressed. And Anti-Mage himself is going to be able to apply pressure now.
Yeah, I mean, even the way Arteezy was farming there, right? Like he had Battle Fury, but he was playing with his team moving into the jungle, right? Like, I think a lot of people, at least in I guess pubs, right? Like anti-mages assume that they need to farm the Battle Fury plus 1-2 items to join the fight, right? But when you have a very clear target of who you can man avoid, like you can farm in the area, you can play on the fringe of a fight, and you can just go, that's me done. I threw my void, killed the hero. I can go back to farming, right? So
I
active
feel like for me
anti-mages
at
are the
least,
best, right?
one of the reasons that Arteezy is so good is because he's very good at these things. These things specifically, I like attribute to an Arteezy carry anything. If he's an anti-mage, if he's a Naga, he's one of the players that I feel like really utilizes his hero. He knows how to find himself in the right positions to make those spells count.
I would agree with that, definitely. And I remember when Arteezy as a player had that shift from incredibly greedy, farming, winning the lane, and just had this kind of individual mindset, made a shift to become a team player. And a lot of people criticized him for that change in style a few years ago, but I think it's only made him a better player and not worse at all.
I'm being told that we've got a slight problem, and that is that someone did not get the memo today, which was you were meant to wear maroon. Because you replaced BSJ on this couch and you didn't wear
I
maroon.
apologize, Frankie.
So we got someone in who obeyed the rules. You know?
My
We had a
apologies.
conversation about this, didn't we?
My bad, my bad.
To go away.
Before you leave,
That means I'm out soon.
No,
under
no,
your
it's
You
okay.
set
I
the
like
trend.
this color. You can
Thank you. No, I like it.
There's
don't
a
like the feeling
prize
of it. I can't
underneath
touch
you.
it,
If you
yeah.
just look around, no, for real, look inside the couch.
Yeah, looking.
Yeah, yeah. Check if there is something very valuable.
Is
A
there a
million
car
bucks.
under there?
Probably.
Is there a frying pan? Is this Oprah?
Nothing?
Oh, are you actually being serious?
I think someone forgot their phone. All right, bye-bye.
We're doing some admin right now.
Yeah. No, there's nothing here, Chief.
Go deep, go deep.
Go deep.
Nothing. All right.
Going. Okay,
Never
nothing
mind.
here, Chief.
Well, that was
panel.
fun.
Hello.
How
What
are
were you
you?
looking for?
Well, yeah.
That doesn't matter. We didn't find it.
I mean, it clearly matters because
So
you came in, you
ambiguous.
started tearing the sofa apart. It's fine. We can talk after class. It's okay. Have you managed to catch much of this series yet, or do you need an update?
Can you please update me just a little bit?
Sure. TLDR, EG Anti-Mage draft. Undying Leshrac Rundown Lanes draft. Didn't work out. EG have the lead, 14-2. Anti-Mage very strong.
Anti-Mage strong? Okay.
We'll see what happens.
I haven't really seen that too many times, right? AM is usually just AFK farming and he never comes online and you lose the game, but looks like EG is definitely making it work. Is the Weaver carry, by the way?
It is, yeah.
Cool. Very interesting. What's the most exciting thing that happened so far?
OG versus IG.
Yeah?
That was hype.
Yeah. Basically, OG running at a brick wall. They bashed their faces into it 3 times. They got some scrapes and scratches, and it's not looking good. And then eventually, Sumo then goes, "Wait a second, lads, I need to do it." And he goes, "Boom!" And then it's like we won the game. So
But that's OG, right?
yeah, exactly.
It's like a game where game of trust where you have to run at the door that's closed and it might have a brick wall behind it.
Takeshi's castle. you
Yeah,
know?
basically,
It's like-
of Dota. That's
Yeah.
how we would call it. So, yeah, brilliant. This sofa is coined Paleo Dota now and Takeshi's Castle Dota.
Yeah, that's
Brilliant.
usually what Thompson does, right? He runs in there and you don't really see, the room is completely dark and you follow him. And sometimes you win a TI, sometimes you fall in a hole or
I
something.
mean,
So,
it's worked 2 for 2. The only player to have a 100% win rate at TI, right?
yeah,
Yep.
for sure.
Are EG now just going, yeah, we've basically got total map control. So we're literally just gonna start camping your jungle now. It felt like they did that actually, to be fair, 5 minutes ago, and then Ice was like, oh, hang on a second, they're at the mid tower, I don't want them to have that.
Pretty much. This game is, if EG has spells, they kill everything. Undying. The way I see them coming back into it is EG not grouping up anymore, which is not going to happen. Or Weaver getting suddenly 2-3 big damage items, be it like a Daedalus, MKB, even like a Rapier. That's kind of like the level of how I see this game being a little bit dire for them.
So I think the best approach they have is to just split push and try to play the map. Maybe go for some cheeky little relocate plays on towers, things like that. But even with that going for them, they're playing against anti-mage. And fuck, how are they going to be like?
Yeah.
I did say cheeky to you.
Okay,
I saw that you were
yeah, I'm
my
laughing
choice
at
of
it. So
words.
Frank
He
is
was
here now,
very
T-Gov as
happy.
well.
A really quick update for you. We unfortunately didn't have a time to check in with this particular match, VP versus Aster, and we're not going to because it's quite simply over, super fast, 2-0 to VP, exactly what they needed to do. Does that confirm them in the upper bracket, please, sir?
Yes.
There we go. Congratulations, young
the magic
guns.
number of 11. Yeah, so basically...
2-0?
Yeah, they 2-0'd Aster, VP. So...
Yeah. How long were the games? We're still in game 1 for...
We were a little bit longer due to the Quincy SG series being a little bit longer than the
Extremely
other.
long, yeah.
But the games were
How long?
30 minutes and 20 minutes on the dot. Like,
that explains it.
That's quick. But yeah, just to confirm, VP now has 11 wins, and the teams fighting below, EG, T1, Undying, they only have 8 wins and only 2 games left. So of course, you can't get more than 11.
VP are in
VP upper bracket.
shape.
It is a little bit of VP, definitely.
There it is.
They're a team that hired, a basketball player, some famous basketball player from Russia to pump them up. He's so tall, and he just stands behind them and looks at them, you know, and then afterwards rallies the boys, pumps them up and whatnot.
You know, he's incredibly tall, and that may be intimidating, but he seems pretty nice because the way that he interacts with them in the restaurant and stuff, he's smiling, and he just seems like a nice brother figure. So he's not scary looking.
The VP basketball player, I was just looking up stats just in case we had anything that you guys wanted to hear about, but it was a career-based stat. You got a stat.
VP, DM, the only other time he tried qualifying for TI, what player or team did he lose to? What player? You can
Is this a quiz?
Just guess any player in Europe, like, it could have been, you know, maybe like a puppy or something.
He was playing for Chaos or something, right?
No, he was playing for some random open I can't remember, but either way, what single player, personality might help? Hint.
Cinderon.
Cinderon?
Can I have a hint? Is it a Russian personality or an English?
English personality.
You!
T.
Wrong, it was Gorg C. Gorg himself prevented and gate-kept DM from getting to the TI. He beat him in the closed qualifier finals 2-1. So little old DM, who's now upper bracket TI, his previous chance was stopped by Team Bold.
Team Bold is definitely a scary team to play against in open qualifiers.
Weird stat.
They literally have no hair to lose.
Thank you for sharing that.
I don't know, I just held that one for so long, I just needed to let it out. Can we move from this game, Frankie?
So you want to move away from EG versus Undying, but why? It's going to be over soon. Okay, no, we can move away from the stream. What would you like to watch?
OGIG.
Okay.
Actually no. T1 Thunder Predator. Have we even looked at them yet?
I think we should check in on.
I'd like to, T1 Thunder Predator if possible, please.
Yeah,
All right,
Thunder
then.
Predator
So
is actually
can we
picking.
go to group number D? Group number D, I apologise. We're in group A. We're going to go to stream D. Apologies.
Oi, there's some new heroes.
That's the first Keeper of the Light, which I started saying as well. Like the hero hasn't been picked at all, and Thunder Predator, they're doing a service to the community, picking in their last games, these heroes that haven't been drafted at all, trying new things out. And everything else didn't work so far.
yeah.
They've gone for a classic combination of Keeper of the Light and Bristleback. It's something that's been very popular throughout all of Dota. It may not be currently in meta, but it's something that can always work, because if Bristleback does get his stacks and hits his timings and has a Coddle behind him, he does so much.
I could see T1 struggling here, right? Because like Coddle Bristleback, but also Coddle Timbersaw is also really disgusting.
Yeah.
Like you Timber chain in, you have double Chakra now, or Whirling Death, sorry, whatever. Mix them ones up, but anyway, like it's so potent, and like this type of lead for Thunder Predator, it actually looks quite nice. Like Timber and Bristle up top, it's a core Furin as well, so you're gonna have to hit towers, and T1 to kill a Timber or a Bristle, it's kind of like a Morphling with Scardy Manta.
Yeah,
right?
that's the issue, right?
Yeah.
If 23 Savage gets with his timings, it won't matter.
Exactly.
Eventually, this should be a fairly easy game for him. But yeah, I was talking to Aoi when we were in the shuttle coming here, and we were surprised that Kotal wasn't picked at all. At the Dota pit just a few weeks ago, the hero was first pick, first ban material. It did get nerfed afterwards, but I always felt like he's still kind of solid. Can be played.
I think it was quite the significant nerf, actually, because one of his strengths in why he was first pick, first ban, outside of how absurdly good he looked in games, was that if you first phase him in your draft, he could either be mid or be support. That's something that was still up in there, or even offlane, right? But he's completely lost his core potential because of the nerf that they did. Instead of 3 null talismans to clear a creep wave, which was the crux of mid Coddle, now you need 4, right? And that's just too much of an investment from mid. It just makes him all the weaker and makes his timings weaker. So you can pretty much secure like a first phase Coddle. You understand that is a support hero. It's not going to be offlane, and it's not going to be mid. And you'll find that all the first phase heroes that are popular this patch, like Monkey King, are flexible.
And besides first phase, do you think that Kotal is still a decent hero to pick in the second stage, perhaps? It doesn't have to be first phase. Like you can always make these combos, like Bristle plus Kotal, Kotal Sand King. They're just, this hero throughout history has been so strong in these combinations, right? And it does provide you with a lot throughout the game. So I'm surprised that even though he's not as flexible, he isn't picked anymore, at least in the second stage. But yeah, I agree completely with the note value.
He's gone back to being a niche pick, for sure, but he can definitely have his games. And I think T wanted to say something, because...
I'm sorry, I'm just getting giddy. I'm just enjoying the game.
Do you maybe, if we can continue the Kotal
Proceed, please.
Storyline.
I'll watch the game.
Do you think that maybe it's the Weaver and some of these Invis heroes and Void Spirits and Storm Spirits that Kotal hates to play against, they're extremely popular, and it's kind of hard, right?
That's a very good point. The Spirit heroes are excellent in this meta, and they are probably some of the most contested over the style of last patch of perhaps Magnus, TA. And Kotal is so susceptible to these backline jumpers. So outside of losing his flex potential, his ability to die to popular meta heroes kind of explains why he fell out, right? We pretty much went through it. And Tiny, we can't forget about Tiny. Tiny like shreds Kotal like a piece of paper, man.
What's wrong with that hero? Is there anything that he doesn't shred? Like jumps, like look at him. He just comes up to you, hits you twice with the Echo Saber, and you're gone. This build as well, there are many different ways that you can build him, but one in toss is perfectly fine to secure kills all over the map. I just love the fact that there are so many different build-ups, but this Echo plus Silver Edge seems to be the easiest one and just the most reliable one to go for.
For sure, and it feels like it gets to a point with Tiny where he has his Moonshard and his BKB that there's not much you can do except watch your buildings die. It's really sad. And there was an interesting approach to Tiny that we saw yesterday, Frankie. In what game was it exactly?
It might have been
the last one
T1
yesterday.
game. Yeah, was it T1 Undying yesterday where we saw a Tiny position 4?
Did he go with Blink or?
Well, so basically what happened was that Tiny's approach to just ending the game wasn't fighting the enemy teams. It was using his BKB charge to disengage. So he would walk in, hit the tower 4 times, BKB, and walk away. And they did that over and over again. And while that sounds like a slow and arduous process on a lot of other heroes, it's not when Tiny is four-shotting these buildings.
Stop it, right?
There's
so
nothing
annoying.
you can do there. So I thought that was a really cute kind of way to end the game with a Tiny. It's not something we've really seen.
You've been a coach of Chaos, right? And some different teams. And when it comes to group stages, Is the last day? Yeah. Clean your glasses. Yeah, yes, please. The last group stages, the last days, are they the hardest one mentally for a team that's maybe about to drop out or?
Well, TI9 were in the exact same position with Thunder Predator. We had a couple wins, so we weren't like not on 14 or whatever, right? But we still had not enough wins to get out on the final day, and we were against Secret. And like we started going, let's do this strat again. Let's do the Lone Druid Tinker that we had in the pocket for playoffs. You know, let's start playing this stuff. And then we started winning, and we were like crushing. What? We just beat like the #2 team in the group, you know, in one game at least. And I think if anything, it's less about pressure, but more about EG just be Undying. It's not about the pressure, but just you kind of regret, and hindsight kicks in, right? Like we should have done this, we could have done that, but. I guess it's a combination of it all kind of coming into one, right? It's very emotional, that's for sure.
Is it difficult to deal with this hindsight and whatnot, to just stay positive and look forward?
100%. Like, I think in all things in life, right, once you do something and apply yourself to something, and then you see the result of it, and you know that you could have done something different, and you're not like 100% happy with it, it is so hard to kind of get over that, right? Yeah. So it's difficult. I mean, that's why you have to be in the right mindset,
I'm going to
right?
be feeling about my performance discipline. You did just slip in there really casually that EG did beat Undying. They're 1-0 in the series, so they are going to be desperate now to win that second, to go 2-0 to try and have that upper bracket chance.
Yes, and the important thing there is, right now, Thunder Predator looking to be pretty strong in this game. Of course, they have to respect Tombstone in this game, the Morphling with Ascadi, these very high value things against them. But if Thunder Predator are able to win this game, T1, not upper bracket. They are now removed from that contention. And it means if EG win the next game, EG will make it upper bracket. So yeah, exciting stuff here where they could throw a spanner in the works if Thunder Predator can surprise them.
From someone that's kind of used to losing a lot and being dumpstered by many different teams, maybe not on as grand of a stage as T1, TI that is. I have to say that when you're in this spot, you're maybe the most dangerous. Thunder Predator, they have nothing more to lose. Well, they have one more game possible to lose, but for real, they can just chill, play their best game, completely relaxed. Yeah, some bad emotions might be there, definitely, but it's kind of a sad moment when you realize, damn, this was my potential. Like, this is what we could have done if we were only a little bit freer.
I wonder if for Thunder Predator, just the way that they're playing this game, it seems a lot more relaxed, right? I wonder if just the pressure of being at TI and being eliminated made them play differently to when they're comfortable. Because obviously, if you're comfortable and you just play like you're at home, you're going to bring out your best Dota. But it's really hard for a lot of these players at TI to access that headspace. Because look at what's on the line. They've been building up or working towards this for years. It's a $40 million prize pool. And you wanna make your fans proud, you wanna make your family proud, right? But now that they've officially been eliminated, it feels like they're just playing the way that they like to. And it's sad that we couldn't see that before.
That is the annoying thing, and that's the kind of what makes and breaks teams, right? The teams that can go far are the ones that have already built the systems in place, so when they get to TI, if this happens, then they're not gonna be able to, they will be able to deal with it, right, on the fly, so.
The experience.
This is very much this is the experience. It's kind of the procedure of how to deal with losses. And they find a Predator right now, like they kind of, it looks like they're in the groove, but also you have to look at T1 in this game a bit and say they're keeping themselves in it because Thunder Predator put like this wall of aggression deep inside Dire, but T1 are always kind of skipping behind, making these little farming plays and stuff. So as much as it looks like Thunder Predator are going to be, like they could win this game, if Morphling whips out the Skadi, if Undying just gets a good Tombstone, like I kind of touched on it just very loosely, Tombstone is incredibly good this game. Like Timbersaw, Bristle, they thrive in these like long fights running you down, but there isn't an innate Tombstone hitter where if you put it on the high ground or out of reach, it will eventually build up the slow.
Maybe some profits, right? Maybe some profits on
sure,
the deal.
Exactly. But like that over-aggression will be their undoing. So like T1, they're not going to be too disheartened with how this game's going right now. If anything, they're like, we expect them to be running us. We expect them. So this is a very close game, and it's exciting that, like Lizard mentioned, the whole and Effie mentioned, like when you have nothing to play for, and you've got all that kind of stress is gone. That's when you'll be playing your best. So I am just very happy to see
a team eliminated still playing with kind of that, we can still do it, we can still prove ourselves.
And just to go back on what T was saying about T1's draft, look at the targets that Morph has to morph into this game. He's got Bristle and Timbersaw, which are both really excellent, and if he ever gets an Axe, he can become Undying and just drop 2 Tombstones. And T was talking about how good Tombstone is here. What if you've got 2 of them?
What about double Tombstone?
What about
Refresh is a great item. Like, I'm not saying just for Undying, but for some, now you've unlocked this spark in my head. I love Refresher Orb. Okay, so like Armlet's pretty cool, but like Refresh is really, really cool. And I think offlaners, it's so hard to buy, but like Ice's been doing it with Tidehunter, where it's like phase, casual hood, and then somehow he just slots in a Refresher, maybe a Blink Dagger, but I think some pros might want to look at this Refresher item on these big cooldown dependent offlaners or whatever. Like the build-up's really good, so maybe we see that develop a bit more. Maybe it's just for Tidehunter, but
Frankie,
great
we're
item.
talking a lot about morphlings and dyings. I saw that you have a little bit of a dislike towards Lynx. Is there a hero that you like a lot?
Is there a hero I like a lot? I like lots of the heroes when I see other people play them well.
One?
What's my favorite hero? So in a carry position, I really like Phantom Assassin. Is that okay? I know that's very basic, but you get a nice build on her. And actually, Luna was one of the first heroes I played, and I did struggle. And then once I had Professor Purge help me out and understood, you know, getting the Mantis on her, feeling that power, I definitely started to really enjoy her too. I love getting lifesteal items, obviously, because it just makes me feel more secure about myself.
Clicking hands off like, woohoo! They're dying! Yeah.
And then I was very excited to start seeing Underlord being played yesterday, because I do love Epitome Pitface, as I call him, in 3, and recently Dark Willow on position 4.
Okay.
Dark Willow is one of my favorites now.
That is a great hero. I'm very happy that you like her.
I mean, I've played her a few times, but she made the position 4 thing click for me. Whereas I tried Lina in 4, and I tried Lina in mid as well. Mid, for me, just the mana management on her in 4, I've just, you know, because obviously making sure you're bottling your runes and all that kind of stuff. And understanding now when I'm playing other roles, right, do not steal that bounty rune if your mid needs to bottle it, and just, you know, being polite in game,
like,
right?
I wish my teammates did that. Like, they take my bounty. Like.
Have you heard the words, the biggest oversight?
I have heard them, but not necessarily in the same sentence.
It is my time to part.
My friend.
You know?
My friend,
you
farewell.
I finally have my seat back.
It's actually really warm, by the way.
Nice. That's the Jenkins
Is
seat.
that a service that you provide?
Yeah, I do.
Brilliant, good to know.
There you go.
Seat warmer. Oh, it is warm.
Actually, Governor, get a cup of. Effie was
Frankie.
in the middle of asking about the biggest oversight.
One day you will hear the words, the biggest oversight, and then you will think of this day and we'll have a conversation.
Okay. Will I also be really upset when those words are used at me?
No, it will bring you great joy, because if you're a Dark Willow fan.
Is it time to bust out? I feel pressure, though. I feel pressure right now. But I feel like she's the hero I can impersonate the most.
You can do a Mareska impression?
I can't do the voice, but I can just do the... Did I do the laugh when we had dinner?
I don't think so.
I can't remember. Like,
Come on.
Hang on. Oh.
Come on.
I'm
You can
really
do
worried
it.
I'm not going to be able to do it. Okay.
It's pretty good.
Oh my God.
That's pretty accurate.
Yes.
There we go. I'll put my glasses back on now. There we go. Thank you. I got
That
production's
was-
approval. Good.
Pretty accurate.
Thank you very much.
Scary, but very good.
And that is how I auditioned for the International, ladies and gentlemen. Obviously, no one else turned up, so that's how we got here. Going back into the game right now, it's interesting. Okay, we know T1 like to play the long game, and we can't count them out at all, but it does actually just look like Thunder Predator are now just, yeah, we're literally just going to overtake them out now.
Yeah, they've done that for a while now. Insania, have you been following the game?
I have not, but I see Coddle, so I'm very happy.
You're happy, right?
I'm a happy man.
Our boy for the first time.
Yes, bring out the old man.
Would you like to? I know some of you might have already seen this because amazing Leo's been sending us stats, but would you like to do a quiz about the heroes that are currently uncontested? I haven't been picked.
Can I go first?
TI. Have you cheated already?
No, but I know one, and I want to say it first.
Okay, but how
I know
many?
that
How many do you think have not been picked so far from Hero Pool?
I will guess 18.
I think less maybe. I would say 11 at the moment, uncontested.
You think
I think it's like 5 or less.
Okay, it's actually 9. You're the closest, is it?
Easy.
And you may guess,
Very.
which has not been picked.
How about this? We'll go around and we all say one each, and then as soon as somebody gets it wrong, they're
That
out.
was literally my plan, but I'm going to let you take credit for it. So
Nice.
let's start with you.
I'll start with Nico.
God damn you.
Of course! That's easy though. You went with the easiest one. I don't respect
Okay,
that.
okay.
let's
It
go.
doesn't-
So easy. That's not fair. That was mine.
Not only is it easy, but I know what you did there. It's fine because I have another one arc coordinate. Is it? Come on. It should be.
No.
It's unpicked.
Really?
Apparently,
Lizard
yeah, we
loses.
need to find out where, but maybe if Liz watching this, they can even make a
Okay,
message
so it's
us.
me and Effie left.
What? Oh, he's
Okay.
not eliminated yet.
Techie.
Didn't he say it wrong?
Techies, yeah, again, another easy one.
Simple.
But I respect it. Keep it simple.
Wait, so if he gets it wrong, you're not out?
He's out. He lost.
Oh, I see.
Okay, fine, he's out.
Just eliminate. I'll
You
just
two
leave.
continue
I'll just
doing
leave.
your easy heroes.
Go.
I'm sorry, you
Oscar.
tried. You
I
tried.
tried. It's fine.
Oscar?
Yes.
OD.
Outworld Devourer.
Wait.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, Outward Destroyer.
Okay, Lone Druid.
Yes.
I need a second.
If I start singing Bohemian Rhapsody at you,
Yes, that would be very helpful.
I can't because we don't have the rights, but it is a massive hit.
You can hum it.
No, we still might get in trouble.
Okay. Okay.
But that's a massive hint. Think about the lyrics of Bohemian Rhapsody. And also think about all the games that I'm playing at my level. This hero plays every single match.
Hold on. I think you've given great hints.
So you know. Oh no, hang on, you're still in the game.
If I say it, I win?
No, you don't. You've still got more
It's
heroes.
still my turn, but what hero is god awful right now? God, this is so difficult.
I mean, move away from the hint because you're not getting it and try a different one instead. Actually, one of them I'm quite surprised we haven't seen, but that's because I know nothing. But I actually did see, there's literally one on the floor.
What?
Frankie! This is unfair.
What am I looking at?
Green.
Broodmother.
There we go. Thank you very
Thank
much.
you very
now
much.
you may use the hint that I gave earlier.
That was the hint, wasn't
I
it?
gave another hint about Bohemian Rhapsody.
Oh, I was thinking about Broodmother.
Easy clap.
I was thinking about the mama. Are we in trouble?
Oh, you are in trouble. I can't listen. You know what? It's not been really a big team fight. There's just been bullying. So, oh, here we go. We might see a potential team fight. But I really love that there's a pig pole in this game, by the way. That's really made me extremely happy right now that we are 27 minutes into the game and someone's still using a tier 1 item.
I'm still just trying to figure out who the hell picked arc for them.
Not bad. I think I can tell you, Undying probably played it.
Okay.
Do you think?
I think so.
Yeah, I didn't see that game then.
Alright.
Well, interesting because Hero has been completely ignored so far.
You know what I was thinking?
heroes.
I was
Down
thinking
to
Quake's
Travis.
not at this event. What heroes does he play? That only he plays, right? Brood, Lone.
Yeah, that's true.
So wait, there were 9?
Yeah, we've got 4 more to name.
Okay.
I feel like Twitch chat, for once, probably on my side. I'm only joking. I've been looking at Twitch chat. I'm just imagining.
I have another one. I think it hasn't been picked. I'm not sure if it's uncontested.
You're eliminated.
No,
It doesn't
I'm
matter, you guys need some help.
Guys, we're
You
never
should
going to
have
get to
thought
the
of
end of
that
this if I
before
don't
you
let him
said
back
Arsenal.
in. You're back in the game.
What about
Congratulations.
Spirit Breaker? Has he been contested at all?
You're absolutely right. He
you.
has not been uncontested, so you've got 3 more left.
Was Coddle one before this game?
Spirit Breaker.
Oh, actually, maybe only 2.
No one picked Spirit
Actually, only 2 left.
Huh.
Only 2 left because Keeper of Light got picked.
So
by our
it
friends
was
on the
closer to
Predator.
5 than 9. 7's closer to 5 than his 11.
But it's 9. It's 9.
Is it 9?
Yeah,
It's 9, yeah.
There were
Really?
10 before this game. Keeper of the Light got picked, and that's how
I
we
see.
ended up in this mess.
Nobody picked Spirit Breaker, not even once?
Not even once.
No, not even
The
once.
hero got nerfed, same like Kotal, a little bit.
We've got 2 more left.
2 more.
It's Insania's turn. He doesn't want to get eliminated. You know
We
what?
never set
I feel
any
like
time
we should
limits.
eliminate the turns.
No elimination.
because-
There were no time limits set. The rules of this game are very unclear. I can just sit here forever and just
It's a
not say
head-to-head between you two. The pressure is on. 2
Okay.
more heroes to name.
Is this
Hey,
an
I'm back to the
elimination
game.
match, or are we?
You
Can
are
we
back in the
guess?
game.
Do you know? How about this? If you know one right now, you'll win. I'll give up.
I mean, again, you're not setting the
5.
rules. You're a contestant. Know your
Sorry.
place.
Zeus.
My apologies, Frankie.
Thank you very much. Thunder, thunder, lightning, very, very
That's what I
frightening.
thought.
Please, Galileo, Galileo.
Yes, okay, listen.
What was it?
Zeus.
Zeus is.
I won.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Well, I mean, we've
Makes
got one more
sense,
hero. I told you, he has no authority here.
Here's the thing. I was doing
You don't
some.
have no authority here, Jackie. Weaver, very British reference. I thank you, but Weaver, it makes it Dota. Okay, so there is one more left.
Did I win?
Okay,
I
can we
won.
guess
No, you
wrong?
have not won. There's one left.
He said I'll instantly win
If
if I.
Lizard
Yeah, but she
names
says I have
this,
no authority, so I'm sorry.
then
Unfortunately, it
Lizard
doesn't work
wins.
that way.
Lizard wins.
Wait, did he say it?
Lizard can win. He
Lizard
got
can win that.
eliminated.
How did I get eliminated? I
whoever
just
gets the
guessed.
last hero
I
wins.
just want to say that he's impressed me the most because he's moaned the least. So, if you can name this one. Oh, hang on a second. Action is happening.
Tell me what's happening on the screen, Frankie.
Okay, what's happening right now is Predator. Well, I missed the start of the fight. They probably tried to engage in a fight and are now being backed off. So basically, it looks like T1 are trying to regain map control. They've had to think about what they've done. They're always playing for the long game, as we see, and now they're having a chance to break back in. But actually, Predator don't want to give up this fight. They've gone back. They've regrouped. But they're still going to lose it. Something like that.
Yeah, this was pretty good. Pretty solid.
Well, second day on the job. It's fine.
What is the last hero? I can't think of it.
There's you broke me with that meeple pick. Like the moment you took
Frankie,
that.
what attribute is the hero?
What attribute is the hero?
Strength, agility, or intelligence?
Oh, I think they're strength, but I'm actually not sure. I apologize. They're not intelligence. I've not played them before.
Omni Knight.
Thank you. There you go, Omni Knight.
I was so good.
Yeah,
Did
take
I
that.
I feel like this game was rigged.
Did I win?
No. Well, yeah, you did. Technically, you won. Yes, congratulations. But Lizard was meant to answer that one. You stole it from him. It's fine. The real winner today
Frankie, you're not supposed to have favorites.
is Dota.
Nice.
The real win. I mean, also,
It's fine.
I
You
do
can
want to say.
you can have the win. You actually guessed more. Plus, I guessed one wrong. I guess, even though that wasn't in the rules. I'll accept my loss.
It is
Again,
super
Frankie,
impressive
you don't
that
have no
this
authority
many
here.
heroes are viable, though, in this current meta, I will say. Like, that's incredibly impressive. Makes sound like, well, not your life very difficult because you know everything. But, like, it is incredibly impressive that we're currently in a patch where everything seems viable, everything seems doable.
Even the hero, she was completely baffled that Spirit Breaker wasn't picked at all. Because hero is actually pretty legit. Is being played in pubs a ton. Same goes for Omni Knight, who was 2 weeks ago. He was first pick, first ban material for many teams, and now suddenly he isn't anymore because of some small nerfs. Sometimes it feels that these nerfs aren't even necessarily. They're psychological even a little bit, right? Insania, like, the hero can still stay relevant, but the team sees, it's not as good anymore as it was. Well, let's not pick it any longer.
It's like the most classic case when my hero gets nerfed. The hero's actually not that bad,
You
but
just
because
don't
it's
wanna play
worse
it,
than what
yeah,
you're used to, it feels terrible to play.
So
It's anchoring bias.
Yeah.
while that's true, I think in Omni Knight's case is a pretty significant nerf because the way that teams were playing him was that there's a spell called Heavenly Grace, which you would put on an ally and it would give them a hard dispel and then it would give them a lot of strength, right? And it was undispellable before. You couldn't remove it with any kind of item or any kind of ability from a hero. So the change that they did was that they made it dispellable, which is pretty significant because if you know that an Omni Knight is coming in a draft, you can actually pick to counter it. So it just stopped being as valuable as it was before, right? But the hero can still be good.
This is where I learned that actually Omni Knight is an intelligence hero.
He's strength.
Strength. He's
You're
strength.
right.
Okay, fine.
You got it right.
This game is so much hype, by the way. I'm sorry to interrupt all of you, but this wolf just two-shotted the bristleback pretty much. They ran in, silver edged him, he disappeared. This is not the tanky boy that he's supposed to be, but yeah, it looks like T1 is back in it, and Thunder Predator, even though we praised them a lot and how they are playing much better now than they did previously, it's fallen apart a little bit.
If Lycan bites tiny, does he become tiny wolf?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you know what's funny? The wolf can pick up a tree.
Lizard, were you there for Dragon Wolf?
Yeah, I've seen many wolves. Dragon Wolf is
Highly disappointing.
I do have an exciting update for us now, actually. Genuinely, IG have just leveled out with OG. This is exactly what they did not want to happen in OG's camp, because it does mean that potentially they could be in a lower bracket situation. We know VP is definitely guaranteed. IG were always guaranteed as the top seed going into the upper bracket. So now, actually, EG have a lot to play for, potentially. They need to get that 2-0. I mean, they already did. But is there now a chance, do you think, that they could actually make it to the upper bracket?
So EG has 9 wins currently, and they're playing one more game against Undying. T1 are going to be at 10 wins, and OG is going to be at 10 wins. So there's, no matter what, there's a guaranteed tiebreaker, right? Between T1 and OG, assuming T1 wins this game.
And if EG win as well, they will.
And if EG win, they'll also be involved in that tiebreaker.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Yep.
I agree with you guys.
I just thought there was something going on at the end of this sofa here. I'm sorry, I've just outed you guys. I apologize.
We were communicating with sign
just
language.
complimenting my watch, I guess. That's it. Yeah.
Well, I mean, we don't have any sponsors for this show, so it's okay to talk about it.
Yeah, I'll just.
It's a nice watch. Did you?
I'll put my hand like this. Yes. Hide it away.
It's okay. Don't hide away your, show off your.
Yeah. By the way, I need to
blatant wealth.
return your jersey when we're talking about sponsors and whatnot. I need to give you.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
The Jenkins bit.
The Jenkins bit.
I heard there were 3 Insanias.
Apparently, yeah.
There were 3 Insanians. Yeah.
Not anymore though.
Now there's just 2.
It's outdated.
One of them has been eliminated.
Yeah. I have been kicked.
Can there be another?
You can join.
I feel annoyed.
It's
I could've
up to
thought mine would
Jenkins.
be.
I don't make the calls on who gets to be Insania. Apparently, it's totally Jenkins.
We have no authority. Frankie,
Yeah.
can there be another Insania?
I actually don't think we should go for another Insania, no offense. One is good enough. I think that we should all do little top knots, and then we can all be a Jenkins.
Jenkins?
Yeah, I think we should all go to makeup after this. And it's annoying, I've not got a hair tie on, but if we could all just be Jenkins for a day, I just feel like as long as we don't see any pigeons, because he hates birds, we'll just have a lovely life.
Why does he hate birds?
We don't know. I think
Oh, ask him on the panel. He'll explain.
when you experience life with such joy de vivre as Jenkins does, there has to be a sacrifice that has to be made. It's like selling your soul to the devil. So I feel like in Jenkins' universe, he experiences things with such joy and delight that his one vice has to be something ridiculous and everyday, like birds.
I think one of his vices will definitely be his consumption of diet beverages. It's concerning the amount that he drinks.
He loves
in
the
a day.
sugar-free fizz.
Did you see that he's walking around with a bird book? Did you notice that?
Well, are birds real as opposed to birds flying? Yeah.
He's trying to figure out which ones are real and which ones are just government drones sent to control us.
My first encounter with Jenkins a couple of days ago was literally, he said, "Oh, hi, how are you doing? Would you like?" And then I don't want to name any particular brands because there are multiple brands available and we don't endorse them, and Jenkins does it off camera. But he was just like, "Would you like this sugar-free beverage? Would you like this diet beverage?" I was like, "Literally in your rucksack, I can go and pick up one from the tent right now." So thank you.
I asked him for a sugar-free Coke.
It's okay. That's not actually a brand. Cola.
Thank you. I definitely knew that.
It's a brown drink made from vegetable extracts. You're fine.
Exactly. And he just randomly went to the table. He saw there's none of it, and he's like, "Don't worry, I got you." Opens up his rucksack and finds one somewhere in the depth. Like, that man comes prepared. What
He
can I
does
say?
come prepared.
Yeah.
It's actually not an exaggeration. At the Animator, he was walking around with a bunch of a sugar-free beverage with a bunch of it, and he would just go up to people and, "Would you like one?" And we didn't even know he had one, but some people would humor him and be like, "Ah, sure," and then
But has he offered you guys
conjure it up
Jenkins
from
juice?
behind his coat.
I just want to state for anyone watching this that too many sugar-free beverages may have laxative effects. So luckily half of you are watching this on your phones, and if you have been drinking too many, you can take us with you. But anyway, we've got a GG. T1 turning things round. In a nutshell, I know we were doing very important things like trying to win at quizzes and discussing how Jenkins wins at life, but in terms of... Oh, here he is! I wanted to talk about how they turned that round, but instead we've got a picture of Jenkins.
Oh, this is
Here's
gonna
the
be fun.
guys.
I just want to see.
those
Actually,
shorts.
where's Whiteman? I can't see him. He's actually just chilling. He's sitting.
Oh.
Isn't that White Man drinking water?
Yeah. He needs to have a snack or water or something after every single game.
They're just
Literally no.
The cameraman's feeling himself.
Camera is running away.
Getting out of there.
maybe I shouldn't be here.
That's literally
He's thinking about his life choices right now.
absolutely
Sir,
incredible.
action slacks voice.
I just realised though, I don't think that people on stream can actually see what we're seeing right now. So no one on screen, no one watching this actually did witness the celebratory strip off that we did. Let me tell you, there were no nipples involved. It was very much just safe for work.
PG.
Nothing you wouldn't be able to see at a swimming pool. Very safe for Twitch. Where would we like to go, guys? Because we've still got 2 matches that are ongoing. We've headed into Undying EG. It seems like this could be a good match to be watching right now because Undying are trying to basically hug EG from behind and jump off the glass bridge with them. They want to take them down into the lower bracket with them, I think. So, it feels good to be this. Looking at the draft, Lizard?
Yeah, this one is extremely interesting, but I would say the Quincy Crew that's about to start. The Quincy Crew
You want to go
game.
to Quincy Crew instead?
No, not right now. Maybe we can watch this for like 10 minutes, see the laning stage and how it goes versus EG and Undying, and then go a little bit to Quincy Crew.
Because the Quincy Crew is going to be one of the last games of the day, whereas they're kind of the final matches of the day.
It's also very important for Quincy Crew, right, to perform well there.
For sure. So we got the IO Weaver matchup. We're seeing that almost as much as we're seeing the IO Tiny matchup.
But look at this. It's a Naga pickup.
Duo, sorry.
It's a Naga pickup that I've been calling for quite a while now, the whole group stage pretty much. In Dota Pit recently, if Weaver is picked as a carry, you answer with either a Naga or a PL, and you overwhelm him. He can, even with all the builds, Weaver and Clinks, they don't truly do well against Illusion heroes. And I'm excited to see how this one is going to go, because we haven't really seen too many Naga picks, have we? A couple maybe?
I'm not sure of the statistic, but we have seen a few Nagas. And I'm surprised we haven't seen more Nagas, because I thought this would be one of the most contested carries, but I suppose she is a bit more niche when it comes to drops than I thought she was. And I think Insania could actually elaborate on this more than I could, just in the scope of drafting, right?
Yeah, sure. I mean, Naga Siren, I think, we've talked a lot about timings throughout this entire event and how like you want to play for certain timings. Nagas are a bit odd in the fact that depending on how the map structure looks, she will be very, very strong and annoying to play against, or she won't be. So when you're playing up against drafts that have a hard time pushing out lanes or carries, like you mentioned, like Clinks or maybe Weaver, that they're going to be in one space and they're going to push out one place and that's all they're going to do. Naga Siren usually is very powerful because she'll play on the opposite end and be pushing in 2 of your waves at once. So it forces the carries to move around a lot between 2 waves in order to respond to that. And I think I mentioned it before when we talked about RTZ Anti-Mage. I think this is also like a hero that he really, really shines on in the Naga Siren. He's one of the few carries that I think really knows how to set up the cutting of waves properly to where he can find plays. So he will cut waves to set himself up to make moves with the Song of the Siren. And you'll probably see it combined now with the Kunkka spells and the AA spells. Mostly.
Do you have the same feeling that I do? The Doom is usually pretty decent versus all these illusion-based heroes later. Not all these, like PL and Naga, in a way that you can itemize properly against it. You buy that early Midas, instantly there's a Shiva a couple of minutes later, BKB, you're running around with scores 30, illusions are just disappearing on their own.
So personally, I think against PL it's better. But if you think about Naga, I think Naga's biggest strength is not like because she's a super strong team fighter or how she matches against you 5v5, but rather that she will never give that fight to you. And she has the song to sleep when you do. And like reset your teammates out, yeah.
And Naga is the hero who has always come out in certain situations and people just remember, oh, she's pretty good. But one of her weaknesses is just that awkward downtime that she had between her hero farming and her illusions farming. But they changed her recently so that the downtime between her mirror images being up is just 1 second. You only have 1 second without your images up and you just farm all the much faster. So I think for me that was the biggest thing that kind of brought her back to light in these high MMR pubs and in the eyes of these pro players, for sure. But I would like to quote AUI, who's a wonderful Naga player, that Naga isn't typical in the sense that a lot of carries in this meta are, is that you want them to be up in your face and durable and build tanky and like have a satanic BKB like Tiny would. She is very dependent on how her team can fight around her and how they combo with Song and things like that, because she isn't going to fill the role of a Gyro or a Tiny or any kind of carry tethered to an Io. So it is a bit more particular than it looks on paper.
Should we get the Naga player on then? I love that segue.
Thank
You should
you.
be in this bit.
Thank you, thank you.
Hello.
You summoned him.
I'm here for Effie.
Thank
We
you.
just gave you a nice shout out, so now I'm here to kick you out the panel.
But I gave you the shout out
Thank you. I
because
appreciate
you're
it.
coming to kick me off the panel.
Yeah.
That's smart.
Production. So, Aoi, do you agree with everything that Effie was saying?
Yeah, I think that's pretty much right with Nagasiren. The problem with Nagasiren is that she needs
Thank
her
you,
entire
Effie.
team's lineup to be built around her, but you can't really early pick her the way that other heroes need a lineup to be built around her. For example, with Nagasiren, if you think about the heroes you want a lot of team fight, maybe some like lockdown with her, and she'll deal with all the lanes, she'll take all the farm on the map. But it's not that usual that you build your first 4 heroes and you're able to fit a Naga into that. So it's like sort of a weird hero to draft with.
Do you think that they have enough on their side to make plays while Naga is farming?
I think Arteezy, I mean, this might sound weird, and like sort of Arteezy fanboyish, but I think he's the only good Naga at the tournament. Because I played a lot of Nagasiren. I watched a lot of pros play it, and I think his concept, like, it's not about the play, it's about the concepts behind the hero. I think you'll see him, like, when he gets his items, like, Naga with Mantisar, you should go fight.
Instantly, right?
Yeah, you should
That's how
instantly
I
fight with
feel as
Nagasar.
well.
You should get Falcon Blade, Treads, Mantisar, and every time you sleep up, you should be going to fight. Because you can't die in these fights. I mean, maybe it's a bit tricky versus Doom, but honestly, like, you're really fast and you're pretty tanky with that build.
I just
And
feel-
then,
sorry, do you feel that there's so much overtime damage though from Undying? Like you have this Doom that will be running into with Dark Siren Shell, with Scorched Earth. Might be a bit of a problem.
I think Nagasiren, the damage isn't fast. It's not so bad for her. It's like PL, like if you keep chipping away at PL, then every subsequent illusion is worse. But I think Nagasiren doesn't quite play like that. It still matters, of course, AoE, but less so. I would say this is like a pretty good Naga game.
And they're doing so far so well in the laning stage. Is this something that we should have expected in Sania? Like, Darkseer isn't the greatest laner, I know that, but Doom should have been just able to farm up in the jungle and not feed, right? This is his second death, I believe.
Yeah. I think when I think of EG's draft, like, I do think they have better like potential moves. They have this Lion to rotate around. They have damage from AA, whereas like Undying is more on the responsive end with, like, you have Disruptor who doesn't really do anything till level 6, and you have Wisp that's just going to TP respond to ganks. So like EG has control at the start of the game. They're going to be allowed to do what they want, and Crit's like free to move.
Now, that's a really good point. They actually set up the first kill on the Doom with X marks the spot, and Lion just started TPing in like 2 seconds after, right? He TPs and they get the kill. Meanwhile, Io TPs, but he doesn't have Tether, so it doesn't really help.
Do you skill net on Naga? Sorry.
Yes.
Yeah.
That skill is 1 skill point for 2.7 seconds stun. I think, or root, I guess. I think Nagasiren's actually a really strong laner, and EG would never pick her in a scenario where she's not going to put pressure on her lane.
Makes sense with AA, right? Set up for all of his spells.
Yeah.
Did Arteezy go 1-1-2 or like 1-0-2?
2-1-1, I think.
2-1-1, okay. Because I know I was talking with Arteezy about Naga, and we were looking at Riptide, and like the second point is like super value because you go from 2 to 4 armor. I'm not too sure. Like it was a while ago. But
the first Ravage has been used, but he has ultish. Is he gonna live through this? Yep.
Ooh, that was close.
Easy.
And that's a bolt Ravage for not kill.
Yeah.
That's a big deal.
And
I think this early on into the game, though, it doesn't really matter, because what are you going to do? You're not really going to be able to take a tower off
That's
of
a
it,
good point, yeah.
But also Darkseer TP'd here, so they're trying to make a counterplay.
I guess there's no real push on Undying that you would need your spells for to like. I don't really see some big collapse onto mid tower this game like you normally would.
Did they even kill the Tide here?
I think he's...
It's so I thought that this is really good for Undying because they only responded with an IO TP, but now the Darkseer has also TP'd on the bottom lane. What do you do with the Weaver? Does he have to just go top maybe, TP pressure the tier 1? You have your offlaner there, does he go to the jungle? What's the correct move?
think you probably just have to move Darkseer into the jungle because Weaver doesn't really get Naga off the wave, right? Naga's going to send illusions on the wave, and you can't kill them fast enough to prevent her from pushing it out. So there's no real play of moving top, I think.
Also, EG Star had a nice response to the Darkseer coming bottom. They're like just chilling with their Naga in the jungle, but now A has a completely free lane. Like he's not going to need Tome to get sick at all.
And
That'll accelerate their game a lot. EG's lineup, like their cores don't have that, like their 2 and 3, they don't have that much damage, but once the supports come online, like anything's a kill with AA out of finger.
Can you just explain one thing to me? What happened with comboing Darkseer plus another melee brawling 4? They had Darkseer and Disruptor in this lane, and they got pummeled pretty much. Don't you want, I know Darkseer isn't as strong as before, but don't you at least want something like Clockwork, whatever, you know?
At least something to try to nullify the lane, right?
Yeah.
Like I feel like if you play Disruptor in the off lane, you're actually trying to win that lane. I think, I used to really like Darkseer plus a range hero in the off lane when you could like go even or win the lane, but if you're playing it like that and you don't win the lane, then you don't really have options. Because the other good part of Darkseer is like, you know, you put an Iron Shell in your Clockwork, he TPs in our lane, you surge him right before TP ends, and he gets a kill in that lane. And even though you're losing your lane,
he can even farm or something, right? Go fire around.
Exactly.
Woods,
yeah, you're right. Like it does look a bit awkward with the supports.
Yeah. And also Disruptor, when you think about it, Naga just uses mirror images. Can't even...
You can glimpse one.
Yeah, I guess. You can't really utilize your Thunderstrike that well.
And I guess that's a lot of the reason why EG picked Naga. Sorry. Do you guys pick Naga at all?
We played a bit. Not as much as EG, though.
Of course you do.
We played on mid and Mickey and Quakefa played.
Okay.
When you play Naga, do you play it in a similar way to how EG are playing it now?
We try to, but we're not as good as... I think EG are, like I always said, probably the best.
Because they're such a laning-focused team.
Sorry?
Because of their laning style?
No, I think it's more to do with what he does after the lane. I think most Naga Sirens, like I would say the default pub Naga that most players probably play with, is he goes to the jungle, farms 3 items.
so long.
Yep. Yes, and then like at some point when they're level 22, they're like, okay guys, I can come fight. They join a fight, and then if your illusions are strong enough, they're gonna win the game, and if they're not, they lose.
It's sort of weird because Naga Siren, she doesn't actually farm that fast unless you're taking like this wave cutty farm.
Right.
Yep.
So like when I see my Naga Sirens in the jungle after they have Manta, like I know it always feels like you're losing out on the map.
Yeah.
Like I'd way rather have any more like of the more sort of like robust carries, because I think as Effie was pointing out, like Naga Siren, she can't man fight.
Yep. She should probably be somewhere in the enemy jungle, ready to collapse at any given point,
yeah.
right?
Naga's, I think, a very complex, as a team, I think it's one of the more complex carries to play around, because you have to be shoving waves and you have to understand how to move.
It's like a full team thing too, right?
It's exactly. It's your entire team needs to know how to work around it. It's not like, I'm going to play Sven, I press ulti, I go hit heroes.
And I think you were mentioning this earlier, but like her timings are weird.
Yeah.
Like they don't feel as dominant. Like when Sven has BKB, you know it's go time.
Yeah.
When Naga has Manta, she's like, guys, I can fight, I'm strong.
But not really.
And then your team is clicking and you're like, are you actually, or are you like, but you sort of are as long as you can take the fight in the right way. Like if you can send your illusions off to the side, they don't get cleared off right away. She does a lot of damage.
This game, by the way, is a bloodbath. There's just
Oh, they killed Arteezy.
They killed Arteezy?
Was that solo kill from Saberlight?
I highly doubt that, but maybe.
But there's 4 dead heroes in mid lane.
Yeah, you're right.
It was only Darkseer left, right? Or I don't know if someone was with him, or maybe Arteezy killed someone?
He killed him with an... I really think he killed him with the vacuum wall and iron shell, and that's it. He's alone, right? It's one-on-one on the bottom lane.
Okay, so Saber honestly salvaging it, because I would say if you get 4-man wiped to mid and the enemy has a Naga Siren, like your map is going to be so dark. He's just going to kill every creep wave. He's going to send illusions and steal your camps, and it's not going to feel good. That's a big difference maker.
So do you think that it's the correct play that Saberlight was there, or that maybe he should have been in the team fight on the mid lane? Obviously, it ended out great for him. He killed Naga.
Yeah. I mean, if you could have won the team fight mid, you should probably be there.
Fight there, right?
But I don't know the conditions. Maybe Arteezy actually used sleep to cancel his TP, and that's why. Because Arteezy didn't have sleep there. Like, it's a bit hard to see what happened. I do like what Abed's doing too. He's just going for this quick orchid. I think some Naga players have started doing this where you sleep, and then you buy orchid, and you orchid the one person that deals with your illusions, and then you sort of have free reign over the fight.
It's really smart.
But if your teammate can do it for you, you don't have to build like... I mean, Orchid's like a decent item, but it's sort of mediocre compared to like just being able to go Manta Butterfly or like Manta Scotty.
Did I get that right? Abaddon also got the Orchid, right?
No, he's the one that bought the Orchid in this game.
Yeah, Abed's buying the Orchid.
Ryle again.
Honestly,
such an easy setup for
Orchid
them.
does a lot of damage. Like, when you have nothing to purge it, is it 30% extra?
20, I think, no?
20? Okay.
If it's a 30, maybe it's 30.
I don't know what it is.
I'm terrible with numbers.
I bet it's 25.
They just moved over.
Let's say 25. I'll settle on 25.
Yeah, it's at 25, I think so.
Yeah, I think the cool thing about EG's draft in this game is, and the way that they're playing it is, if you think about it, they're constantly using their cooldowns. You don't see this Kunkka run around with boat ready for like 3 minutes. They're applying pressure to Undying. And I think when I look at these drafts, I feel like Undying is the team that wants to play with pace. They want to be the team that's in your face. But we haven't seen like a single static storm, I think. Maybe one.
I feel like we haven't seen Doom and Darkseer join up.
Yeah.
Which I feel like should be the primary two heroes to like move around. I mean, Doom is like, he is a farming mid, but...
Look at his net worth.
Yeah, he's not even top net worth either.
It feels like he should be way
higher. I do
higher.
feel like Kunkka vs Doom is not good for Doom.
Okay, but still, you're a Doom. You go.
Yeah,
you go
no,
with
like
the
you
creep.
still get a net worth, but you don't get the, you know, the classic Carl insane top one net worth type. And maybe you still have that.
He's
but
also been
Kunkka's
caught like 2-3 times. Every
Okay.
single smoke from EG has been on Doom. Like they always find him.
And it does feel a bit like what Sanyo's referencing to is like, if Undying's the one setting the tempo, then your Doom's not getting smoked on because you're the one making that move together. I think it would have looked nicer for their lineup to do that.
I was going to say, why is the Kunkka Doom matchup not in Doom's favor?
He doesn't dominate the lane as much as Doom overall doesn't dominate many mid lane matchups, right?
So
But he
Doom, I
farms.
think, generally struggles when you can force them off the wave with like consistent harassment, because you don't really have any sort of self-sustain. The hero shines when like both tiers want to farm, because he gets more gold for creeps that he kills, right? Because he has a Devour, and he can just go eat a big creep in the jungle, so he gets a bunch of bonus gold. And against Kunkka, you're gonna have to buy salves to stay in the lane. You need regen, because he has the 6-second cooldown splash in your face. So I think the lane doesn't really go that well for him, because the extra gold he gets goes into sustaining him in the lane.
It looks like we're going to just see a similar situation as the previous Undying EG game, to be honest.
It feels like EG have like the draft that hits a harder timing, but they're also the team that's managing to make the better moves. And I think when you get both those conditions fulfilled, it's very hard to play.
Will they combo it well? They should be able to. But there's the wall. He didn't really catch anyone with it, but the relocate is nice. Or was it? X marks the spot and Darkseer is just gone.
Nice patience from Fly there. He waited for the reload.
And now the IO is back.
Really well executed by EG.
Also, it's so important to kill off these poor heroes just before they hit their big items. Saberlight was a creep wave away, more or less, from Aghanim's completed. And this Aghanim's, I believe, puts them in a position in which maybe they'll feel a bit more comfortable to fight, right?
Yeah. And when you kill heroes before their timings, let's say Darkseer's 500 gold off of Ags, right? And you kill them and you use Naga Siren ult. Instead of them immediately making a move when they respawn, they're going to go back to farming that item.
Yeah,
and then you will have your Naga Siren ulti up again by the time that he has his item and comes to fight you. So it's very well timed gank.
Literally
by EG.
one lane away from.
In EG, they're still looking to pressure Darkseer because I think they've identified the same thing you guys are talking about as well, right? Like Undying, the only thing they really can be waiting for is the Doom BKB plus the Aghanims and Darkseer. They just want to start ramping up the tempo. I think they should feel like they're outscaled, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like they don't really have heroes to deal with Naga Siren. They're going here.
Do you guys think that Midas is an absolute must on a Doom? Even in a game like this one where you're struggling hard? I mean, he's still, what, top 2 net worth, but for a Doom standard that has a Midas, it's not that
I feel like all my Dooms just buy Midas and they don't think about it at all. Yeah. In my head, there should be situations where Midas isn't optimal.
Right.
Like I feel like itemization in Dota is often like that. Like sometimes even like some drums into Midas, like it could be specifically better. But I don't know, I always see them just default to Midas.
Like phases drums BKB or phases drums blink BKB for me sometimes feels, maybe even without the drums. If you're the only one that can create moves on the map and start teamfights for your side,
I think it's more
Midas,
that though. Like if you are the only one that can start fights for your team and you're the only, like we need Doom's items to make moves, I think you're not really, the hero's not really happy playing that kind of Dota.
That's true
I think.
as well.
But in some games, yeah, you're forced to.
Did you watch the Quincy Crew game 2 against SG?
Yeah.
Because that was a game, I think it's like a similar concept that Liz was talking about. They had a Tiny Tinker Timbersaw core lineup. And I thought Yawar should have gone Blink on Tiny that game. Like in my head for sure. Because what ended up happening was,
right?
yeah, like no one could go in for the Tinker, and Quinn died a couple times because, I mean, Tiny just sort of farming, going Echo Saber, but he won his lane, and you can make these changes and adaptations. It's honestly, it's a lot harder to see because players have so much less information as spectators, and you don't even know exactly how your other lanes are going and like how the enemy's lanes are going too.
Do you feel that teams and players just struggle to not necessarily innovate, but switch up what's from the norm in a tournament that's as big as this one, especially on the last day of the group stage when everything is on the line? I'll just go with what I know it works. Screw everything else. I'm not going for a Blink Dagger. Maybe that's the...
I think some teams are better at adapting to the situation than others. Like, when I think of that, I think of Secret immediately. I think Secret's really, really good at adjusting how they play their heroes based on the situation that they're in. So I think for some teams, they're really good about it. Other teams, I think, are worse.
You get Doom off?
This is a great fight for Undying.
They got the Doom and the nice wall, but it looks like they're just getting out. The glimpse is good. They got the Naga.
Ooh, and that was the Weaver bug. They were trying so hard to kill it, but just gave it a vision to get the glimpse off.
Yeah.
It's a good turnaround there. I think a lot of it is, when I think about itemization, I think a lot of people itemize to like think about their own hero and what makes them strong. It's like the build you've done in a lot of pubs. But oftentimes you need to intermix that with like, what problems do my items solve? Like I think the easiest example is like Thompson at TI. They have a bristleback. He's terrorizing our team. I'm gonna build Diffuse on Gyrocopter. And it solves a problem for your team. I think itemization is the same thing.
Like, I actually remember you talking about it. It was some interview longest time ago. You were talking about, okay, if we don't have a hero that catches, some of us is going to have to buy Yules or Atos and just adapt to that. I think it's one of the first iterations while we were at Alliance or something.
I see. Man, I was smart back then.
What happened?
What happened? Now I'm here. No, I'm just kidding. It's great to be here. Thank you for having me.
You get to sound smart on the sofa.
That's true.
You don't have to show us. You can just say it, and we'll believe anything you say.
Undying are in a great position to win this game.
Yeah, I believe it. Let's find arguments to back that up, Lizard. We have to.
Yeah, that's how the panel works, right?
It is.
You guys have to prove me right.
Undying is in a good position to win this game. Is that what you said?
Doom is the top net worth now.
True.
Although honestly, like the swing of momentum when you catch out a Nagasarn like that, I've seen a lot of games. I don't think this is actually one of them where Nagasarn dies once and it just all collapses.
I think the thing with killing Naga, the biggest thing is that you reset the map back. Like you get waves shoved out again, and the Naga needs to then again find herself a way to get like
it's like
into your
not
jungle.
simple to get waves back on Nagasarn. Like she's one of those heroes where like you get a status quo on the map and like it's really easy to maintain it because you're in a more aggressive position because you already have more information. The problem is if you die, you lose all that information, so you're spending time getting that information back, and your enemy won't just let you do that easily.
And they're actually quite far away from the pit. And with Reaver, there's a ton of damage.
Arteezy's not running at all right now.
There's the A ult.
So normally teams, when they get Ice Blasted at Roche, they try to wait it out. So I think he knows that he has time.
Yeah, but look at the smoke. It looks very solid from Undying. Are they going to wait for them right here on the high ground? Probably, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I like this play from Undying. Just the concept of Roshan is that I think taking the vision before you go for the Roshan, and if they come, you kill them on that vision, it's a very strong idea.
At the same time, yeah, exactly. Right? It's very difficult to play this play versus EG, as they have all the illusions scouting out and whatnot, A ulti as well. But it's a really nice concept. I love the fact that they moved instantly to where usually teams try to wrap around.
I do feel like this is like an EG specialty though. Like they're on your hill, you're on their hill, but you're getting a bit more because like you're very calm even though the situation is just sort of weird. Maybe not, like maybe even like a fly specialty. I feel like I've seen this like some OG versus VP Kiev major. Like this happened a lot where they just sit on each other's hills.
It's an intense game right now. It's the standoff at Roshan. In fact, this is a situation that often occurs in like elimination situations or like when you're playing when the stakes are high. Neither team really wants to commit to Roche, but they're both very willing to sit there and like pose.
I think hypothetically this should be better for EG though, because Nagasaki can send illusions down to bottom lane, and you'll farm like all 3 lanes. You're just sort of waiting for that pressure to come in. It's not that big a difference, but I think they're slowly going to keep getting an edge here if nothing happens.
We've been in this game for quite a long time, and it's becoming a little bit of a resident sleeper for everyone that wants to check out the full screen. Instead of spamming full screen in the chat, they can go probably to other streams.
Are you asking to move?
No, I'm not asking. I'm just saying they can move to different.
Absolutely. I mean, you can have the literal professionally casted Undying versus EG if you would like to, because that is present on the B stream, I believe. So obviously, you can go and head over to that if you want. We've got some other matches starting off right now as well. On the D stream, I believe it is Spirit versus SG that's kicking off, and they're actually in the drafting phase right now. Would you like to go and have a look at a different game?
Would you guys like to maybe check out Quincy?
Yeah, we can. This
Quincy,
is a very,
at least, yeah.
You've been asking since you got on this sofa. You've just been like waiting to get.
Sure.
If we could jump into that Quincy Crew game as the stakes are super high with that one, that would be great. Thank you.
It's a really important game for Quincy Crew. In the first series, you could definitely see the emotional and pressure that they're going through. And they weren't making all the correct moves. They still did manage to take the series, though. And now they're playing versus a team that's arguably a bit stronger. But Elephant also hasn't really performed that well. And it feels like when they lose one of these first games during the day, they just get broken.
Yeah, I think it was with Vici, right?
Yeah,
I think they lost 2-0 and it sort of fell apart that day. And today, I believe they were playing versus LGD. They had like a 15k gold lead. They lost that game and just got stopped the next one. It's honestly a bit surprising because if you look at Elephant's roster, you think like team of veterans, they're going to be stable even in the face of losses. But I feel like they're sort of like, even if it's not conscious, like the build-up around the team, it's like starting to haunt them. Like, this is a superstar team. These are the all-stars. They should be doing better. And you just lose and your mentality sort of collapses.
Not sure who talked about it on the first panel, but it's very reminiscent of Secret 0.10, right? Like the first Secret.
The Fly Noto?
Yeah. The first Secret. Basically, there were just way too many superstars there. It looked kind of all right, I guess, but later on.
I'll tell you who was talking about it, Lizard. It was me. I'll tell you who wasn't talking about it, Insania. You don't know anything about Secret 1.0, do you?
No, please help educate the people.
I'm happy.
Continue.
I will gladly elaborate.
Thank you, Aiden.
All right, so here's the deal with Secret 1.0. Not only was it a team of superstars, but also I think having one too many captains could be a downside, at least people with captainship mentality. Because I look at Alliance and I see the same issue. I see one too many brains. You kind of need that strong driving force and everyone just falls in line.
So is it too many ideas? What's wrong?
Too many cooks in the kitchen.
But when you have Super and ROTK on 5 and coach, shouldn't those two men be able to rein in the horses and just point you to the right direction?
What if the horses take sides?
That's true, actually. What if they're teams within the team?
Ooh, that's always a bad one at TI. I feel like that happens a lot. Like little factions within a team.
Right.
You have two players like sort of talking and they have some idea of Dota. You have another group talking, they have some idea of Dota. You don't manage to like properly discuss it, the coach doesn't bring together, and then during the draft like, oh, this is what we want to do. No, this is what we want to do. And it's always a disaster, especially at TI.
This is why breakfast is the most important meal of the day and it must be had as a team.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
You can't even feel the tension in the dining room.
Who was on Secret 1.0, by the way? It's like Puppy, Curl, Fly, Noto. Do you remember who their 5th player was?
Was it S4?
Who would have been the carry on that team?
It was Kuroki.
No Tail.
No, Curl was playing carry.
Curl was carry. It may have been S4.
Would you like me to look it up?
Sure.
You know, I can make myself useful,
Secret
finally.
1.0,
Right.
what, the original
Is Fly offlane, right? Fly was offlane. They played Shaker
yeah.
Tidehunter every single game.
Yeah, that sounds familiar.
Vision to Ravage.
And for what it's worth, the team, all the players who were alumni from that Secret have gone on to do great things.
Yeah,
But
no, it's a
them
testament to the
together.
fact that like a lot of Dota making teams is about the synergy and how people like fit in more than the individual skill of players.
What game are we on?
We are currently on Elephant versus Quincy Crew. Yes, because obviously it's a very key one for Quincy Crew.
And Quincy Crew is doing really well.
They are. They're actually 2-0 with Medusa, I think. I think it's the only hero that's like looks stably successful for them this tournament. I mean, they haven't had a great run.
Do you like this Venomancer from them? I feel like the hero before might have not been in the best place unless you're playing it versus some Monkey King. But now when Shaker is so popular, and Shaker is almost always played on offlane, you can pick it up. If it gets countered or it's not the best game, you just move into that position 4 and then you get this Veno that's...
I think it's a Tiny counter, because they also beat a Tiny with Deuce Veno last time as well. But I think you're right, like it does match up, like I'm thinking about it, it matches up pretty well with the offlaners. I also just think it's a Leslie specialty.
Yeah.
Lelis, I don't know what his official name is, he has like 18 names. Leposa, Leslau,
Lelis. Leslau basically means...
Easy for Leslau.
Big Lelis?
Big Lelis.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, but I think Veno's probably, in my head, it's his like, I don't know about best, but most annoying. Which is what you want to do a lot of times from the offlane. And when they pair it up with Medusa, it's like really good against Tiny. You have slows for Tiny, you have percent damage for Tiny, and then you add the Skadi on top of that, and he just doesn't move or hit.
Like one thing when I look at Veno is, what I'm worried of, is there a hero that gets on top of me, eliminates me after the laning stage? And so far, as much as I can see on the Team Elephant, there is nothing like that. There is no Storm Spirit, Void Spirit, anything that just isolates you and eliminates you without worrying of all the Serpent Wards stopping the blink and whatnot.
He has a blink already on Yawar. I don't know if you guys saw that. He went for Manta, Skadi, Blink, or maybe even Blink before Skadi, but that's very early.
That's
I'm curious
so
his idea
as
on
well,
that.
yeah.
Like
Frankie,
maybe
what you
just
got?
if they jump on my team, I can just Stone Gaze and Blink in front of them.
Blink in front.
Because that'd be really cool. That's a neat idea.
I feel like that's usually what's the point of a Blink on Medusa if you're buying it. But this is very early as well.
It is.
Well, as it's early, I will jump in and I can give you an answer. So who were you saying before? You were saying Kuroki.
Kuroki, Fly,
back
No-Tail,
when he was
Puppy.
Simba, No Type of Puppy. And the final member is actually playing at this event.
Is that S4?
Yeah.
Okay, so you're right, okay.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
That's a big brain team.
I know, right?
It's the maximum brain right there.
Pretty
much every single successful Western coach, Western
that's
position.
every captain, huh?
Yeah,
PPD.
every captain.
PPD won a
PPD.
TI. But yeah, beyond that, all the Europeans all congregated in that one Avengers team.
Yeah, because that's literally four captains. Is it 5?
All 5,
Oh,
really.
it's all 5. Oh,
Yeah,
geez,
5,
yeah, because Kuroki, obviously Puppy. How can I forget the current captain of Team Secret? I wasn't thinking about Puppy, I was thinking about all the others. Which I'm sure he absolutely loves.
It's fine, it's happening. Like, we couldn't remember. We couldn't remember the 5th one. You helped us
It's
out.
pretty interesting.
Just forget that the guy who's beat every single TI is the captain.
Yeah, that guy is
was
not-
a captain. Now is still a captain. Whatever.
It's pretty interesting when you have teams like that because your ideas like spread out for that team. Like they, even if they didn't do as well as I think they hoped to, they probably developed a lot of ideas about Dota, and then they all brought it to their different teams, and they've been like incredibly successful with that knowledge.
You see, like, people should talk more even if they're adversaries because you grow like that if you share your ideas. Probably not before TI, but
I completely agree.
afterwards a little bit.
I think people are way too cagey in Dota.
Yeah.
Especially like I can see a bit at the top of the pro scene because you might be teaching your enemies a bit, but I don't know how it is in other regions, but I feel like in NA, people think they have a lot more knowledge than they do. And they're like super hidden with what they know. But if they work together, like that's how you develop into like tier 1 knowledge in teams, but they just don't want to do that. It's super weird.
When I was starting out, when I was playing with my tier 6 teams and whatnot, I would actually beg tier 1 players to let me in their comms. Just to be there, you know,
That's a
on
good
TeamSpeak,
idea, yeah.
on Discord. Just to,
They did let you?
Once or twice it happened, but not very often. Like, they're still very secretive, even towards teams that you don't really even consider them as a threat unless you meet in some open qualifiers or some leagues. So
Is that a threat thing or is that a trust thing?
probably right. Probably they weren't really that worried. It was just a trust thing. Yeah, that makes more sense.
No offense, by the way. I realised that sounded totally underhanded.
It's fine. Don't worry about it.
I don't trust Lizard.
I never trusted him.
I don't even let you in handsome and muscular.
Comms.
think when I was researching and getting ready, I think like Quincy Crew and T1 have got quite a good like scrimming relationship. I think it is. There's
Yeah, I think
definitely-
for the brief period that they were, so T1 was in either Ukraine or Romania after the animation ended, and they're a Southeast Asian team, and so they were like, who do we play? And then Quincy Crew was also hanging around, and they were like, okay, I guess we'll just be scrim partners right now because we're in other sides of the world. Normally we never play each other. This could be a cool little exchange of cultural ideas. And so for a brief period, yeah, they were scrim partners.
And then everyone playing TI stopped scrimming each other, basically.
Yeah, so on the topic of not really being willing to share ideas as much as Dota players are, how do you find that finding script partners is for you in your past, Ali? Was it like, I need to trust this team to scrim with them, or were you like, I'll just play whoever wants to play me?
And some people have like different mentalities about it, but I feel like if you're confident in yourself, you should always feel like you'll get more of the scrim than your opponent will. You should just scrim everyone. But I know it's not like that. Like for example, I know like people talk about the OG EG rivalry. Like I can almost, like I don't know for sure, but I can almost guarantee you they did not scrim before TI. It's weird. Like
that's probably true. That's like 99% true. They did.
I would bet a lot of money on that.
Even I would bet a lot of money on that.
If Quincy actually manages to take the game, there was a couple of
They're
good
guaranteed
plays.
in then, right? SG can only
Yeah,
get
because
4
they
wins.
won versus SG.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the head-to-head.
Okay. No, because Quincy are at 5 wins now.
Oh, so even just based off.
Yeah,
the
they're just in no
okay.
matter what, no matter what, no matter what.
Ooh, well, that's a huge weight off their shoulders then.
Yeah, I saw Jack last night as well. He was quite worried.
He was a broken man.
He was very broken.
A shell of his former self.
Yeah. He's looking great though. Like,
He is.
A couple of months in
Yeah, even
Ukraine.
physically, he's a shell of his former self.
I was thinking of that. I wasn't sure if I wanted to say it. I'm glad you did.
Yeah, he lost a lot of weight.
I kind of
I
continued.
love that we're discussing, you know, an opportunity to promote Healthy Gamer GG, but we've got to talk about where we want to go next because we've still got 3 ongoing games. So we've got SG versus Spirit, we've got EG versus Undying, and we've got Secret versus Vici. Now, maybe we should check in with EG versus Undying again.
Yeah, let's go there because that game started a long time ago, and it looks like Team Spirit Secret versus Vici has just began, right? So we can head back into Vici Secret afterwards.
All right, where we at? IO, Doom, Darkseer, Disruptor, Weaver, for Undying, Naga, Siren.
Yeah, it's the Naga game,
that's right,
RTC
okay.
Naga.
And AA, Tide.
And it looks like he's just split pushing. Meanwhile, Io and Weaver are trying to push on top lane. Yeah, this game might last long, by the way. It is a Naga game after all.
It's a Naga game, and the scale is like weird. Like earlier on, we were saying like we think EG has the edge with the Naga sign, but it's like honestly, Undying's lineup late game is no slouch. Like Darkseer and Doom are super strong, and they're taking good fights here.
I wonder if he did go for the build that I was expecting on doing with BKB instant Shivas afterwards. Just deal with the illusions. Maybe even take the talent for Scorched Earth.
Yeah, I think that sounds right. Some BKB Shivas, and then probably get just Refresher because you're Doom.
You could even go for some AC, I suppose, but you don't want to, right? Maybe it's an overkill.
It wouldn't be bad, and this is just like Nagasai and Dota. Even though you're a hop in net worth, they no longer are after that great play from Undying. When the enemy team groups up, if you haven't sufficiently controlled the map and like use it to get pick-offs, I think this is what it often leads to. It's sort of, I don't know what you guys think of the meta at this current event, but I think it's actually slower than the past TIs in the very start. But as soon as you start getting your timings, like you group up really fast. Like there's a switch. And then you just start going ham.
There's a spike, definitely.
Yeah, and I don't think Naga fits that as well as Naga players would hope.
She usually always was this slow choke out, just send all those illusions everywhere. And don't let anyone have any info about your team because you're pushing in the waves. That doesn't truly work, at least not in this game. It hasn't worked for EG.
Well, it's not working for me either because I wanted to stay and see out the end of this, but because of RTZ, going for Naga, it means I have to get kicked off before we get to the end of this game. So I'm like the only person
I understand.
at TI who's just like, RTZ, I could take or leave him. So I'm going to take my leave of you. That was a joke.
It was a pleasure.
It was an absolute pleasure. Thank you, all of you, for putting up with me and educating me this group stage. I'll obviously see you in the main stage. You guys as well, all right? Behave yourselves. Sumi is going to be coming in a second, so you'll have her until the end of the day, so stick around, because we've got our final matches are literally ongoing right now, and you obviously don't want to miss them. So I will see you guys in a couple of days. You guys have fun.
Bye-bye.
Behave yourselves, especially you.
Thank you.
I
I'll
see
keep
that.
my eye on him. He's always up to no good.
I'm being targeted.
Just a tiny little bit.
Yeah, and we actually saw a pretty good fight coming in from EG. They managed to blow up Bryle, and he instantly bought back, and they were to reset with a sleep.
Did they take any kills? Only the Doom? And Doom was forced
It was
to buy
just
back
Lion
as
for
well,
Doom,
right?
and then Doom bought back. But that is a big deal because Bryle, he has a lot of net worth right now, right? Or a bit less now. But he has his Refresher finished, he has Shiva's BKB Blink, and that is a little bit of sort of like a fight-win condition, because if you take down that Doom, I feel like Nagasan should be able to take over the fight. Honestly, I don't even know. I feel like Nagasan's also sort of one of those heroes who might be better in pubs than officials. People are more split.
Who's Naga
in pubs.
afraid of this game right now? It's like,
I feel a threat that's a little bit invisible is Saberlight.
Yeah.
The amount of iron shells just being...
Once you have Aghanims, it's just a lot of damage.
And he rushed it.
But it's like nothing on its own is quite enough to deal with her, but you know, the Iron Shells plus the Scorch Earth plus the Shivas, even like you add in glimpsing one illusion or something, like it can take down the Nagasaran. At least make her uncomfortable to play.
Ryle's dancing around, playing with danger right now, because this would be a dieback if he goes down, but he gets the second Doom off onto the Tidehunter, who gets glimpsed back and finished off.
Yeah, he should have a BKB as well because he refreshed, right? I'm not sure if he used the second.
He didn't use the second one, so he can re-engage if he wants to, but I think they're just going to let this IO.
A pretty decent fight for Undying considering that they lost Saberlight instantly. Like he wasn't really able to contribute at all. But they did expend what the graph is showing us. 2 Dooms, Refresher obviously, and because of that maybe EG will be able to take control of the map.
And a little bit of, I want to give a shout out to Dubu there, because I thought his positioning in that fight was really good. He sort of managed to salvage the fight because despite Ortiz sleeping, or using Song of Siren, he was able to just like skirt the edge and get that final glimpse onto Isis Ice. If they didn't kill Tidehunter there, like the map would look really bad.
It would be really
for them.
bad,
Yeah.
Not sure. Every time I see Naga, I'm kind of happy if she loses. I've just been hurt by this hero too many times.
You're hurt too many times.
Yeah. All the split pushing and...
I love Nagasan.
Of course.
He's so fun to play. You don't even have to win it. You just imagine how everyone else feels, and it feels good.
I don't mind
Hearing
playing
that gold
Naga.
sound every few seconds, the camps are dying.
The gold sound in Dota is very nice.
Oh my
I feel
gosh.
like that's one of that's just a sound design in Dota.
It's the dopamine rush.
Yeah, every time I stack a camp, I'm just waiting for my carry to clear so I can get that nice dopamine. Just one hit, one taste.
Probably one of things that people don't even think about are how important in this game. Like if you don't have sounds in a team fight, your orientation is like half instantly when it comes to what spells have been used, where, and how recently.
Hello.
Oh, look at that, the sounds of a host.
Whoa.
More sounds that I desperately needed.
Hello, everybody. It is me, Sumi. I'm here to join you for, I believe, the remainder of the day. Maybe we'll have some extra special guest starring hosts. But until then, I am joining, and Frankie just tagged out. But I absolutely have to know. I'm so sorry if I interrupted some Dota conversation, but how lucky are all 3 of you to be able to work with Frankie? Isn't she, like, amazing?
I've heard the legends from CSGO. She lives up to the hype 100%. Gotta teach everyone Dota, spread the wealth, because it's a little intimate game that we have here. And I think we kind of live on our own little island in esports, but anytime someone comes to the island, show them a lot of love.
Yeah, I was just talking to her just a second ago when we were swapping posts, and she said that all 3 of you were amazing. A+++ on your Dota 2 talent report card.
Yeah, it's all me. I hard carried that.
So,
sorry, I was watching what just happened, and EG killed 3 of Undying heroes. They slept Bryle, and he just BKB Doom, Refresher, double Scorched Earth, and he literally 1v5 CG's team. They spent 3 buybacks on EG. He killed Kunkka, AA, and Nagasaran, basically alone.
Yeah, they absolutely have to get this Roshan out, right? Like If they don't, if there's a
Blessed
way
by
for,
Gavin.
if
This is
there's a
only
way
the
for
second
Undying.
Roche in a 43-minute game? Wow.
Sorry, what were you saying though, Lizard?
No, if there's a way for Undying to sneak in there and get a good team fight, this game would be over. But I guess CG understands that Roche should be free for them.
So Undying is currently have the upper hand in this game.
I mean, EG has been leading for a lot of the game, and it does look like they're going to be a little bit ahead because they did secure that Roshan. But it's looking like it's anyone's game, honestly. It's hard to say. They have a lot of really good spells, so it'll come down to execution. And Nagasaki, like I'd say, with EG's lead, if they had a more normal carry, it would be a lot easier game. But Nagasaki's like, it's always going to be a weird Dota game. If you don't, she's like, you either play a game where she dominates, or you play a really weird game, and there's no in between.
Like, look at that beast.
Look, bro, he's actually a monster.
He's just winning alone. This is
literally 1v5. I mean, Dubu is up in the corner, but
I just love that. That's why I really, really like Doom versus illusion-based heroes. Like in this game, it's not only the Naga, obviously, that's not a threat to him. The rest of the team, also from EG, doesn't really do a lot to Doom later on.
You said double Scorched Earth. Do they stack, or does it refresh the buff whenever you?
I think it refreshes the buff.
It just refreshes?
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm pretty sure.
It's not like, because Firefly stacks, I know, and that one's like super strong. Yeah, Firefly stacks.
Oh, snap! I didn't know that.
Wait. Now you actually got me thinking. I have no idea.
Honestly, I don't know.
I would say like 90% that it doesn't stack.
I feel like it doesn't stack
I
either.
feel like it doesn't stack. I think it's a buff.
But I bet you it stacked at one point because it's Dota 2. Do you remember with Scorched Earth, it worked around the creeps you controlled?
Yeah, any units that you owned.
But Doom didn't even have any creeps. So it was only like a Necrobuck or like.
But if you got like an illusion rune and
or
you had
you got
Scorched
a
Earth-
little. My idea was like you got the little troll summons and you would put a skeleton in a wave. Use Scorched Earth.
Do you remember the
It was
time when
way
you
too
would,
complicated for how good it was.
when you would go to the jungle, stack with the Doom,
do the
get the
tornado?
Wildkin?
Oh
and
yeah.
just
Oh my god.
For like 10 minutes. Yeah.
Wait, I'm sorry. Can you do that dance again?
Yeah, it was.
I think it's enough. One time it's more than enough.
Darn it! That was so close. We needed the full cam Lizard so that people can put the heart emojis on it. You know. So
He
tell me.
does like the heart emojis with him.
Yes, he does.
He told me.
Please stop.
We were talking
He's
about it in
lying
the
right
green
now.
room. Yeah, 100%. So tell me a little bit about what's been going on today. So we're getting down to the end of the day. There's still some matches here to determine some really, really close placements. What are we expecting for the rest of the day?
Quincy Crew is now confirmed safe because they got their win versus Elephant.
Yep.
I don't know if this match has any implications. I think Undying has been safe for a while.
Aren't they close for upper bracket?
Right,
These
so I
two
think
teams?
are.
these two teams are on the border, and
They might be fighting for it, honestly.
yeah.
And maybe not after the first one from EG, but I'm not too sure.
All right, here we go. Thank you, production, for putting it up. It looks like they are
That's
very
a
close,
buyback.
9-8. The score is 9-8 right now. It is
super important.
It
Oh,
is,
so wait, so EG needs to win this to tie with T1 and OG.
yes.
Okay. And Undying, they're just trying to destroy dreams, which
Yes.
is when they'll definitely be at the strongest, 100%.
Oh, playing spoiler. Like North American players, they'll just play for the misery of
I
someone
also
else.
wonder if we're going to see like some NA Dota, Undying versus Quincy Crew in the lower bracket, because that's what it's sort of looking like to me.
Uh-oh.
Yeah,
That's
maybe.
spicy.
And it was confirmed by the matches that SG will be going home, right? So Group B's elimination has been locked in.
Has their spirit match resolved, or was that confirmed even before they
'Cause
played
I think
Spirit?
Fnatic won, right?
Yeah,
Yes,
it doesn't
Fnatic
matter.
did
They're-
win.
They
They're
look
still
stalled.
playing versus. They're still playing versus.
So 2 South American
Spirit.
teams eliminated. That's unfortunate.
Yeah.
Wait, sorry, Liz, were you saying they're still playing, or?
I think they're still playing. I can see it. Spirits versus SG.
Yeah,
Okay.
but I think
Game's
it
still
doesn't
going on.
matter.
But it doesn't matter yet. There's
SG
no
is
implications.
2-12, and Quincy's right above them with 4.
No, Quincy has 5 now because they just
Oh,
won the
5.
first game. It's not updated yet first. And what's Fnatic at? Are they?
Fnatic is at
They're 6 and
6,
1.
6.
Okay, so it.
Six,
yeah, it
10.
looks like unfortunately.
6-10.
Okay, we can see it on the
Yeah.
screen there.
Yeah, on the
So
right-hand
yeah,
side.
SG and Thunder.pro, unfortunately, I mean, someone has to lose at TI. It happens to be them.
Yeah, but they worked really hard.
Undying have ruined EG's dreams of upper bracket though.
Do they only need the one to ruin the dreams, or do they need to win the full series?
Well, EG won one already, so.
Oh, you're right. This is the
I
second
wonder if
game.
was those standings updated for with EG there, like with this one win in there. I'd assume yes.
Yes, they
Okay.
They update it as soon as games are won, I
Okay.
believe.
Yeah, so this game is enough.
So this is like OG and T1 are upper bracket, and EG and Quincy, EG and Undying are both just barely in the lower bracket.
Yeah, so
So
close.
then all 3 North American teams will be lower bracket then. Ooh.
It's honestly sort of surprising for EG, right? I think most people saw them as number 2 team coming in to LGD. I mean, there's not that much data this year, so it's hard to say, but they look good at both the majors.
Yeah, but T1 was 3rd at the Animator, and so I think on any given day, these 3 teams could cycle on who's 1st, 2nd, and 3rd.
Gentlemen, we have 2 streams that are currently up right now. We have SG versus Spirit, and we have Team Secret versus VG Gaming. What stream would you like to see?
I think it's maybe
Why are you
for the
smiling like
best.
that, Tsunami? What's going on?
SG's already eliminated, so
Yeah.
I feel like it's just like voyeurism to watch their games. I feel like there's more competition to be had in Secret VG.
Yeah, but at the same time, okay, well, let's go over to Stream A if you don't mind, Team Secret versus VG Gaming. But we still have to give them like their flowers, you know, like they are still here and they're still playing their matches, just like Thunder Predator said yesterday. You know, they're still going to give their all. So no matter what, we have massive respect for them and their hard work.
And for the piece on SG, I think in the end of DPC Season 2, South America, they didn't look that great in either of the seasons. And if there was going to be Brazilian representation at TI, then I was kind of expecting it to be from Noping. And then SG ended up coming out of the woodwork and crushing the South American qualifier. It's just a little bit disappointing because Pain at TI8 was also the previous Brazilian team to have made it to TI, and they also got last place. And so I was hoping that maybe the Brazilians would be able to get a little bit higher this time, but it seems that the Peruvians have had their numbers for the last 2 years.
I read that in your article. You said that was their definition of, that was one of their definitions of winning.
Exactly. The success for SG would have been doing a little bit better than Pain, but still just making it to TI's success in itself.
100%. Sorry, Lizard, what were you saying?
Nothing. It's great success that some of us have never felt as players, but you know, you do what you can. But this game is actually very interesting. The Secret versus VG Gaming. I put VG Gaming as one of my favorite teams going into the tournament, which isn't a surprise for anyone. You have PSG, LGD, Aster, IG, VG Gaming, and they all look the same in their leagues, right? In the Chinese league, they look the same when it comes to the strength and power level. Only when they come to a LAN does it become a little bit different. And so far, how does this game look like? It looks like Secret is doing extremely well.
Yeah, it's 14-4, so they have a kill advantage, net worth advantage. They lose the Aegis on some eager initiation on the Tidehunter.
I'm actually really interested in PYW's build on Hoodwink. Like, he's playing a 4 Hoodwink, and this guy, okay, just 8 lance medallion, nothing too cute, nothing too special. But he's the one that I look at for new info on how the hero should be played. If you remember when Shadow Shaman came into the meta, like, yeah, sure, there were some players that were maybe a little bit more popular on Lion and Shadow Shaman, but PYW had some phenomenal performances in I-League on the hero.
So generally speaking, Team Secret has been doing really well, right? Like throughout this tournament, a lot of people said that after a little bit of a disappointing year for them, they come here and now suddenly they're doing really well, a lot better than they have been doing throughout the year. Do you think that this meets your expectations for their performance at TI, or is this surprising for any of you?
In Team Secret, we're the saving strats for TI, like full out team, right? So no one really had that much information on them, and I think it was like sort of a toss-up. Like, were they just full saving strats, and is that really an effective way to go into TI, or were they just not the 2020 Team Secret that won like 7 tournaments in a row?
Right.
I think, honestly, it doesn't seem to be like really either of them. Like, they look good, but they're definitely not that 2020 Secret, right?
They're not a team that wins 3-0 in 5 grand finals in a row or something like that. They're not looking like that. And they haven't been looking like that for quite some time. Like at the end of 2020 as well, it started to shift a little bit. You could see some cracks in the armor, but I also don't think that you can save strats that well coming into TI because you're also going to be scrimming a bunch of teams, right? And the group stage is so long.
How do you compare it to IG though? Because I had the same theory about IG.
No, I feel like IG has performed way better.
But like IG, they were playing like tournaments and stuff actively.
That's
Secret
true.
were just, it's not even like, because the saving strats thing is sort of a meme. In Dota, it's like practicing at your full, going full throttle, boot camping, everything, living together, like making sure you're improving. I feel like IG, even if they weren't going full throttle, they're still participating in I-leagues, practicing, keeping on form, playing a lot of pubs. Like I know it's weird, but I feel like Team Secret, like I think they might have one of the lower pubs played of players at this tournament. Like it's not like they have that bad ranks on the cores, but they don't play that much.
There's a meme between us following the Chinese region that I-League is kind of a scrim area. You know, you aren't really
public
that,
scrims.
Yeah, it's like that. It's public scrims that you're not really too concerned about. You're more concerned about the DPC itself. But IG, the way they approached both the second season and the second I-League was so nonchalant, right? They were just having fun, picking different strategies, testing things out, and if it doesn't work, it just doesn't work. They GG out 20 minutes in, and that's it.
And I don't think that's exclusive to IG. Even LGD, without Xiao8 at Dota Pit, was picking Carry Pudge and stuff like that. The Chinese teams,
Spirit Breaker.
Yeah, I mean, they play so much Dota that they are allowed to take a break every once in a while because they're still playing, like you said, Aoi, they're staying fresh, staying practice.
Is there something extremely satisfying about Horn Toss for you as well?
Yo, I heard Cuckoo got a 3-hero Horn Toss yesterday.
He did.
Oh man, I missed it. I gotta watch this.
Satisfying.
I just
you
like the
didn't play
spell.
enough against Magnus's, or like?
No, if you play it.
If you play
it,
it is very satisfying to have an auto skewer back.
Oh, that was a GG for Team Secret. So they have taken the game, which is great. We saw Matu on Tiny beating buildings, which we have seen a lot in this group stage. Now that brings us to Stream D, where we will check out Team Spirit versus SG Esports. So let's take a look at that game. Now, for SG Esports, like we mentioned earlier, they are unfortunately out of the tournament. So, AY, can you give me some perspective from like a professional player standpoint? What do you do with your mentality at this point? Like, how do you keep your mentality up and still perform at your best, knowing that you will still be going home at the end of the day?
It's probably the wrong person to ask. Like, this
guy wins.
This guy wins.
I mean, yes, but he also played on Arkosh.
I mean, the Arkosh
got
mentality might be good for it, honestly, because at the end of the day, you're playing Dota because you love this game. Like, I don't feel like there are any people who make it as pros who are like, I hate this game. I mean, maybe at some point, but like, they started with the love, you know, and if you can remember that love for why you played the game and have a little fun, I think it's important. It's hard because, I mean, losing just sucks, right?
Yeah.
Like, you dedicate so much of your time, so much of your effort into preparing for this one tournament, and not everyone can win. It's just simple reality, right?
If I ever managed to qualify to TI, I would treasure every single moment. Like, it wouldn't matter if I'm losing or not. And most of the players that I played with in teams that have qualified haven't won a single game at TI. So it wasn't only me.
You're in good company.
I wasn't the only problem.
So what you're hearing here, if you want to win games at TI, you cannot have played with Lizard.
Yes, that's
the man is poison.
After your team, he will curse you.
My curse is just way too strong.
It's very strong.
The Lizard player curse, I guess?
Yeah.
It's like the caster curse, but I guess it's a little worse.
If nothing else, this is a rare opportunity that SG gets to play internationally. Like, I doubt they get to play anyone outside of the Americas ever because they didn't go to either of the majors.
Right.
Scrimming from South America is difficult on latency. And so just the opportunity to be at TI in the hotel, you get to scrim all the other teams, you're getting to play officials against all these other teams. You level up a lot as a player and learn so much about strategies from different regions.
That is true. So this is still a really good opportunity for them.
Also, if you can destroy someone's streams,
play spoiler.
Like, that's some good stuff right there. Like,
yeah, Undying weren't winning for their benefit. They're winning for EG's detriment.
Yeah.
I kind of like that. That's a different way to make your mark on the tournament.
No, it's a good way to think about Dota. It's like honestly, no cap. Like, if you think about the game in a way, it's like, what's the most annoying for the enemy team? How can I put the most pressure on them, make it harder for them to play? It's honestly a good way to approach the game. If you do it in life, I mean, maybe
Then
not
you're a
always
psychopath.
good, but it is sort of fun.
So you invert it. Instead of thinking, how can we win? How can they lose?
Yeah.
Honestly, when you're playing Dota, it's not a bad way to think. Like, you think about your own win condition, you can also think about your opponent's lose condition or their win condition and how to counter it. Like, sometimes, I remember in the past, I would play Enchantress 4 versus Arteezy, and what I thought would win me the game was I would go to his lane, I'd throw Impetus on him, and it would work. Like,
Or in pubs, you rotate on the mid laner 2 times. You know this dude has the mentality of a child. He gets ganked twice.
You know exactly what's happening.
He's gonna walk down mid right after.
Especially if you're playing some Enchantress or Chen.
Oh yeah, why is this dude always in my lane?
Yeah, you know that you're bringing discord to the enemy team because they will be fighting
you gotta
each
get
other.
the mental game.
Yeah, for sure.
The best is you gank someone, and then you type like, my mid solo killed you. That's a good mental warfare right there.
No, you know, you can do that, or you can write, why is no one helping you?
Oh yeah, that's a good one.
That's smart. I like
that. There's that one as well.
So one of the things that we were given at the start of the day was like the stats on the most used heroes, and then I do believe that Leah also gave us the stats for like the hero
the
picks
worst
that
ranked heroes.
yes, the ones that were picked but didn't really do too well in the tournament, and I do believe I saw Puck on that list.
Yeah.
Sorry, 1 second. Is that our first Arc
It may be.
I think so. Yes.
Okay, sorry to interrupt. I
No,
just
no.
realized.
That's
Puck, huh?
Yeah, Puck was there. Io was there.
Io was number 1.
Gyrocopter was there.
Gyrocopter has not looked good.
I think
Probably,
Io
is
has...
Mars not on there?
Mars is not on there.
I didn't look up.
Although,
I don't know why Mars isn't on there, because
Fun
he has like a 20% win rate.
Fun fact about, part of the reason maybe because apparently there have been 3 meteor hammers built at TI Group Stage.
Yeah, all Mars.
All by Mars. Yeah. All by South American Mars.
It does make sense on Mars, to be honest.
Sorry?
It makes sense on him.
It does.
Like, the reason why Mars feels awkward right now is because you need everything. You need a tank item, a sustain item, you need an initiation item, and it honestly feels like you need a damage item.
Like some Dezo, AC, something later on.
Yeah, like he doesn't, it's just sort of awkward. It's not like he's unplayable, but his team fight's like, it's not the old Mars, it feels like, where you're Arena and the team fight's won. I think most of the games where he won, he's like paired up with a Phoenix, where Arena's just something to control them, and then there's this big team fight coming in behind.
Yeah, you need something like that. Phoenix, Snapfire, some sort of a combination.
Willow.
Too. Yeah, Willow, something that works with him.
I have a question for you. What about Enigma? I've heard in the green room area that a lot of people were thinking that Enigma was not bad, but still uncontested in this group stage. So what are the thoughts on that? I thought, because like throughout the year, Black Hole was like the thing.
Aoi feels that the hero is playable, right?
Yeah.
That he can be played. I don't really see it as, like, he's a TI winner. What am I saying? It's playable. I don't feel it. I like the hero a lot, but when they changed the cooldown on Eidolons, it just ruined your laning stage so much.
His lane is way worse, I would agree. I mean, it's just, I feel like Midnight Pulse is such a good spell, the 15 talent. So I feel like there should be some place for him. It's also hard because I think a lot of the carries are really good right now. Like, maybe not carries, but the top 3 heroes at this tournament are Tiny, Monkey, and Weaver. You cannot lane versus any of those heroes as Enigma. And Enigma's a very specific hero, like you need to have the right game for him. But if these heroes are in every game, you see offline Enigma, you Pepe laugh, okay, my Monkey King or Tiny's going to carry. And it's just like a free lane and free game for them.
That's true. It reminds me of our Kotl discussion as well. Maybe that's one of the reasons the hero isn't picked as much. You have
Honestly,
these Weavers.
I don't know why for Kotl though. Like even watching that last Thunder Predator game, I thought Kotl looked pretty good that game.
I was discussing the same thing with Effie. She feels it's because you have to build more null talismans right now to be viable on mid lane. But
it's definitely not mid.
But you don't play it mid, right?
Yeah.
Like you just play it as a sport.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Honestly, it's like, there's like a chance that after this event, Kotl gets really good. Because I played tournaments like that. Like literally, I played DAC in 2015, and Sniper was like sort of like a meme pick. Picked maybe like once by Secret, a few times by random other people. They had a horrible win rate. It didn't look that good. And then that was the ho ho ha ha patch. Like after that an entire tournament with like the 16 best teams, and it was ho ho ha ha, sprint to win patch. But it wasn't at that tournament. TI, usually it's a bit more discovered, and we've had a while on the patch, but honestly, I'm still surprised with Caudle.
It doesn't matter when you think about Omni Knight, and the fact that that hero was a sleeper for like a year and a half. No one was picking him, and suddenly Secret, oh, look, this hero actually works.
To be fair, that nerf on Omni Knight was like...
It's solid. Yeah, it's a big one.
It sort of removed the hero, I would say, right? Like purgeable on both your spells, that's a pretty big one.
And one of those spells is just your ultimate, you know, so it doesn't really matter that much. Yeah, no big deal, no biggie.
And also with Enigma, in addition to all the carries being good against him, Rubik is also on the rise these days. And so anytime that all these teamfight cores or supports start getting a little too cocky, all these shakers start coming out, the Tidehunters, then everyone needs to get that reminder about spell steal. And Enigma really has no answer to it, even though I think his shard is also really good. And with all these teamfight ultimates, like a Mars Arena, you start sucking people in with the black hole shard, then I think there's potential, but maybe have to wait until main.
Do you like the shard?
It's okay.
You don't like the suck?
It's cool.
It's cool.
It's cool.
It's not as effective. It's more cool than effective.
When I first read it, I thought it was the worst shard in the game.
Really?
But I actually played a game where, because like how you play like Clinxes and leaders against Enigmas, when they black hole, you just hit them to death. Like you don't need a black hole cancel. And I actually had a game where I got sucked into it.
Yeah, you keep having to like turn around for like a second.
I think it's situationally really good, but compared to a lot of other shards, I would say it's relatively low value.
Quick announcement for everybody. For those of you at home who are wondering where the games are going on, we currently have some network complications. We will be getting all of those games back up as soon as we can, so just stay tuned. And you know, in the meantime, you can listen to us talk about Dota heroes that have been picked in the tournament.
So who are the other non-picked Dota heroes?
Let me see.
We literally just had, like with Frankie, we had a game in which we had to pick all the unpicked heroes.
Okay.
I'll try. I have goldfish memory, but I will give my best.
Let's hear it.
There was Meepo.
Okay.
Yep.
Arc Warden was not actually because it was picked.
Yep. Okay.
Spirit Breaker.
Yep.
Omni Knight.
Yep.
Brood Mother.
Yep.
That's it. That's all I have.
Wait, you didn't even name Huskar.
Huskar as well.
Zeus.
Thunder and Lightning.
Really?
Exactly.
OD.
Okay.
OD and Syllabar, Lone Druid, and Techies. You didn't say Techies. Yeah,
I didn't say it. Yeah.
Did you just ignore
That's
it?
like, for some reason, that's like not that many heroes, but in my head, I'm surprised by a lot of them.
Like Spirit Breaker for me is probably the most surprising.
Yeah,
Like,
Spirit
that
Breaker
hero
was
looked-
picked a decent amount, I'd say.
One hero that I'm not surprised at all is Meepo. That hero is so bad, and I feel like Meepo should be definitely buffed.
There's no bias here, by the way.
There's no bias here at all. I just feel that the hero needs some love. Like, what's a TI without at least one Meepo pick?
Sure.
That is true.
But there are no Meepo specialists at this tournament either.
Abed?
Abed?
Oh, that's true, Abed.
Nisha plays it as well.
Does he?
Yeah, he does. He
Does
won. He won a
Secret-
major with.
Oh, that's right, yeah. Secret always has those. They had Ace last time also.
You have to have one Meepo player to feel like home.
What do you think that they can do to give Meepo more love?
Put his ultimate back to level 3, right?
That's an option.
You want Geo
I feel like that's
back?
all he needs, though, to be honest.
Or maybe buff up the Dragon Lance or one of these items that give you stats.
And Dragon
Because
Lance
the hero is
pretty
all about
good.
the stats.
It's
yeah.
pretty good right now.
It's solid. Could be buffed a bit.
There is something weird with Meepo, though. I'm pretty sure his ult being later just affects his timings way too much. Because, like, your laning used to be...
It does, yeah.
Like, it's such a big deal. Because level 3 is even, like, a lot faster. Like, I don't know the level numbers exactly, but I'm sure it's...
It definitely affects your laning. Usually you don't care about if someone harasses you, because you can go into the lane, poof the range creep, get hit as many times as you want, right? Because you're gonna get that level 3 UTP base, you poof back in.
Do you have to
your
buy
full
his
HP.
TP scrolls on your clones too?
No.
Okay, so it's
No,
based off the...
It's one TP. But the thing is, you don't even get harassed out of the lane that hard.
No, once your clone uses a TP though, do you have to buy a new one?
You use the TP only on your main Meepo. You can't use on the clones.
Yeah, I don't play Meepo.
Yeah, because BOTs don't even work
So wait, so
anymore
you
on the clones.
can't use a TP score on your clones?
Nope.
No.
Only primary.
Only on the main one.
Is that always like that?
But you used to be able to use BOTs on
You
the
could
other
use
ones,
travels,
but not anymore.
You couldn't use. However, what you can do right now is grab a meepo and throw him at someone, which is pretty nice.
Shard?
Is the shard. The shard is actually legit.
Really?
I love it a lot. It helps you gap close. And I think you slow the enemy hero or something like that when it connects, so it's pretty
You can
solid.
also create new heroes when it was bugged. Did you play that?
Yeah.
Did you see that one?
I saw that bug, yeah, that was good.
All right, well, we have the games back online. Thank you so much to all of you for your patience. Our game, we're now in Game C, and this game is Quincy Crew versus Elephant Game 2.
Yeah.
Buff me.
Quincy Crew versus Elephant. This second game, Quincy should be relieved, and they should be playing with, let's say, a little bit more composure than that first series that they had today, because that looked like a mess. They did manage to win, but it was a difficult game to watch. It was nerve-wracking.
On both sides, right? Like palms sweaty,
Both
just
sides.
Knees weak, arms are heavy.
Yeah.
Okay, so the first thing I see when we get into this game is I see a sniper in middle, and AUI, you were talking about sniper earlier. Tell me a little bit about this hero and why we haven't seen him too much lately.
I think the hero he's actually really strong early. Like, I only saw the alliance games with him, but both of those games, the hero looked really good early, but eventually, you are this pathetic dwarf that just gets jumped. Like, he's so slow, and you can try to like stand your ground with the Titanic, but
he doesn't even look like sniper. Like, what is that?
Dude, he's got the
That's
RGB
a very
sniper.
long gun.
That's a very.
I love that one. The one with the bayonet, basically, he's stabbing people with it.
Honestly, I don't know. I feel like he doesn't have that late game threat that he used to. I think a lot of it is to do with the upgraded blink daggers. Like before, when Sniper reached late game, it felt like he was so hard to deal with. But coming out of like these upgraded blink daggers, it doesn't feel bad for carries who have them. They have a gap close that's actually a decent item, and he's not scaling. He's also like, you'd think he'd be good at ending games because he shoots the tower from so far away.
Yeah.
But when you hit the tower, they have vision on you, and you're sniper, and you're pathetic and small and weak. So they like just jump you, and it doesn't feel good.
In contrast to that, you do have the shard now to get out, the famous Jenkins grenade. So
Jenkins grenade.
Yeah,
Why does he get credit for
he
it?
just won't stop talking about it.
Can you explain what the shard is?
Yeah, but it's good. Like it basically stuns in an area, plus it knocks you back.
And
so you
disarm.
can.
It stuns?
It's like a mini stun. So
Oh,
it can
like
break
with a disarm,
channels.
right?
Yeah.
And it's the effect is like a 3-second disarm.
Okay.
So you can push yourself onto the high ground. You can push
So like
yourself out
it's
of the
basically like a
arena as
hurricane
well.
pike, right?
Yes, but you get the Z-axis as well. So you
can go
fly a little bit. Yeah.
Well,
okay.
Hurricane Pike can also push you up cliffs.
Yeah, but you can jump
No,
over
like
the
over
arena.
arena and stuff.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
Pike just moves you through the cliff.
Correct.
This you can jump with.
Wait, so does it work on enemies' BKBs?
No, it doesn't.
So when they
I
jump
don't
you with
think
BKB, you're still pathetic little dwarf who just dies.
Correct. Yes.
Yeah, but that's at that point in the game. Hopefully, you're strong enough to just peep them out.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's a problem though, because your scaling on sniper is basically your range. Like you don't have a real steroid compared to other carries.
Did you see many late game snipers recently? Because
Well, I
they
saw
can get scary a bit.
the Alliance versus, I think it was Thunder Predator.
That was versus Medusa as well, right? So it's kind of
Yeah,
unfair.
they had
yeah.
like a bunch of blink. There's like a Lina, Medusa. I don't know if that's Thunder Predator.
Alliance won that game. Alliance won one game with sniper.
Yeah, they did. I think they won that game, and it did not look good.
And it was versus a hero that's usually countered by
It
snipers.
was like
so-
Sniper Void versus like Lina, Lina Dusa, Enchantress. I can't remember the
Do you
rest.
like Sniper Tsunami?
Yeah, but I think that I didn't think about the upgraded blink thing, but I think that that's a great reasoning for why he's not there. Because normally, I think with slot issues, it would be up to the initiator to go find sniper, unless you had a spirit, in which case the mid laner would always do it. But now anyone can justify being like, okay, my issue is sniper, and I can be whatever farm priority, and I am going to be able to get an answer for him no matter what. So I'm not as big of a fan.
I just feel like I don't see what Sniper does that Lina doesn't.
Radiant's bottom tower.
So like they both fulfill sort of similar roles, but I feel like Lina she farms faster, she has better nukes early, and also just being able to move around faster. is
because of the build, right?
It's just like the
travels and
damage
whatnot,
just comes in so slow from Sniper. Like I don't know if I'm underestimating a hero, I probably am, but I personally haven't had good experiences with the hero.
I've seen a couple of games in which he does well.
Okay.
Just a couple.
I mean, I believe it. Like the Sniper
like
game's still a
later
Sniper
on.
game, right? It's like a Tinker game.
Like
You can have those games where no one can get onto you.
Yeah, if you're a melee hero, sometimes you just can't gap close. Even if you have a BKB and you run straight at him, he just peeps you down by the time you're there, or pushes you away, which is even worse.
Interesting. So tell me, why in this match would they pick Sniper if he's a pathetic little dwarf?
He's a pathetic little dwarf, but they do have some combos with him. If you look at this draft of Elephant, it's not a Sniper draft, it's a minus armor draft. They have Gush, they have a little Shredder, they have Vengeful that also adds up to Sniper and buffs him up quite well. And then you have Weaver with Bugs.
Actually, I saw Secret play the same draft.
They had the
a
same
Slaughter,
exact,
though,
yeah.
right? But I think the idea is good. Like, so Sniper, I was talking about it, and he peeps at people, and he doesn't do that much damage fast enough. But I think the idea, you're right, Sumi, is that with all this, or sorry, Lizard, with all this minus armor, like.
Wait, no, Sam, right.
With Sumi.
No, it's Sumi.
Good idea, Sumi.
Good job.
with all the minus armor, if that damage does come in fast, then like you don't need that much damage, just hitting from long range. It makes a lot of sense. I can see that. I like that point a lot.
But that was a Vengeful on a carry, so it was.
Yeah, that round was pretty crazy.
It was crazy. It was so secret when they have inspiration, right?
It felt like a liquid draft, to be honest. Like, they're only here in the tournament on our panel this close, but
the spirit is still.
Yeah, like that's what I expect out of Team Liquid. A surprise Secret ran that one.
I don't see Lone Druid, I don't see Brood Mother.
That's true.
It's not
Those heroes
Liquid.
would not be uncontested if Liquid were in the tournament right now.
That cookie was really good. That cookie just saved him.
The cliff. Yeah, you guys were talking about Quincy Crew needing to have resilience after their earlier game. Need I remind you that Elephant got 17-minute GG'd by LGD just like a few hours ago.
That is
so, granted, Elephant should be no stranger to that. They got memed on all over by LGD.
We were mentioning this earlier, but Elephant seems to, like, when they have a bad loss, they seem to fall apart a bit.
Yeah.
Like, I think, was it day 1 or day 2 versus Vici? Do you remember, Lizard?
Day 2, I believe.
Day 2?
Let me check for you. Let's see.
Thank you, Sumi.
Elephant and Vici, that was day 2.
Okay.
0-2.
And then they lost that, and it felt a little bit like they fell apart. And it seems, I mean, this game's not over, but it does seem their mentality gets shaken pretty easily. It's so weird to me too. Like, they're a team of veterans. They have ROTK.
I know.
What happened with those stacks? First, Sniper started, then he's like, "Yeah, this is too hard for me.
I can't take
Can you take it over?" And Tide. It's like every single mid laner and carry ever. If they see a stack, they're gonna try and take it. And then if they realize, okay, I can't, then sure.
You
Tide
made this?
Hunter.
I made this. It's for me.
All right, so one other question I have is that one thing, whenever you mention Elephant, whenever Elephant is mentioned in any panel, everyone always says ROTK. So for the people at home, Tsunami, can you explain this legendary person?
Yeah, he was, I guess, I don't know if he had a Dota 1 history, but in Dota 2, he came to be well known in the Western audience by his time on Vici Gaming. He was extremely emotional player. Was he on the Superstar DK?
Yes.
Okay, so
TI2, right? That's what you're talking
yeah. So I think that was when people first started getting exposed to him, and then rose to prominence on Vici Gamings that made it to TI finals. And he's a very loud player. You'll see him like shaking around in the booth, smashing on tables and stuff like that. And ever since he's transitioned into being a coach, he kind of took the mold from Xiao 8 or Xiao Ba, according to Avo, where it's very organized and very disciplined type of coach that you don't really want to get on his bad side because he will put you in line. And so the idea was whenever you bring him to Elephant, which is a team of superstars who may think that they're too good to need to listen to anybody, and they're like, what do you know, dude? Then who better to tell them what to do than ROTK? It didn't really have the impact that everyone was hoping for, though, because their Season 2 DPC performance was the same as their Season 1 performance, both in their scoreline and within the games themselves. You'd have Eurus on one side of the map farming and not really participating with the rest of the team. And so the legend of ROTK is still there, but I think some of the luster is starting to fade away as we see how Elephant is just kind of having mediocre performances.
How long has ROTK been their coach?
Just for Season 2 onwards, so since like March.
Maybe it's like an adjustment period.
And not that long with the Neo Position 5 as well, right?
That's true. Yeah, Super was an import right before the TI calls.
Let's look at it this way. The Superstar DK team that you were talking about actually had Super in it as well.
That's true,
So
but he
now
was playing mid then.
So now he's playing as a position 5.
Yeah.
I feel like ROTK, he finally met his match and he was like, these boys cannot be contained. I need the reinforcements, super urine.
You guys aren't talking about like the Ice burning Mushi DK, right? Like, there's a different Superstar DK?
You tell me. I was taking his word
You
for
tell
it.
us.
I was thinking about the one that everyone expected to win TI.
Yeah, who were the last
They were
two players?
second, right, on that?
No, they got fourth. EG
Fourth,
got third.
yeah, fourth.
And then who was in the finals that year? Was that TI? That's TI4, right?
It's a newbie.
Newbie
and
Vici.
Vici, yeah.
Yeah. So RTK was on Vici that year with FY
Right.
and Fenrir.
Right.
But TI2, it was DK with super, right? Am I wrong?
I can't remember.
I don't think
but
DK was
when I hear DK, I only think of the Burning squad, like Burning.
I might be wrong here. Maybe some.
I will
remember
check.
We may be
they
conflating
played
DKs.
support.
Continue.
They played support. It was a LAN M. He played support Juggernaut versus us because I was on Cloud9 and he slapped us on the map. It was very depressing.
Let's see. Yes, he was on Vici. That was in 2016.
ROTK.
I think
Yes.
in
Yeah, when was-
TI3 he was.
Was he ever on a DK? Team
Yes,
DK?
he was on Team DK from 2011 to 2013.
Okay,
Yeah, so
T-
it's
T-
TI2.
okay.
Yeah, so probably super was. I'm pretty sure, yeah, that super was with him back then.
And
So
just for-
you bring these two veterans to a team filled with superstars,
Yeah.
and you expect them to not have any fractions anymore within the team,
Right.
Which usually is a problem when you have at least 4 big brain players in a team, right? You're going to have many ideas. And now ROTK as a coach, maybe he didn't manage to just unify them and just make them look in one direction.
Yeah.
But with Super, you have your guys in, right? You have your informant.
You got a spy.
Sorry,
got a
real quick.
spy.
Team DK had ROTK and Capital S Super 2011 to 2013. Both of them left for Vici Gaming after TI.
Who were the other 3 back then?
Burning, Super, ROTK, QQQ, and MMY.
Okay, so the Ice one came afterwards.
Yeah. I think it's weird coaching a team sometimes because you can even have all the players agreeing and then like on the same page, and the team just doesn't work out for some reason as well. I'm not like honestly for us as analysts, like we don't really talk to any of these players on Elephant, and we don't really know. But it's just I don't know. It's just hard to speculate about them because everyone like at the end of the day, the one thing everyone agrees on is these players are really good. And they seem like they'd be really good together, and they seem like they have a good support staff behind them.
Yeah.
And they're just, it's not like they're even doing that bad this year. They're just not destroying like you would think they would.
They're making it out of groups.
Yeah.
That's a pretty big accomplishment in and of itself.
Considering they ended first season on the 5th spot and the second one, it's a good accomplishment. It's pretty decent, so far at least. But I feel like it also might be one of those teams that will pick it up after the group stage. They might get very scary.
I want to
playoffs.
agree. It's just I find that like I can only like try to talk about the pattern. I find it sort of disconcerting that they had losses into tilt. It seems like because like I would think this team, the players, they'll do better under more pressure on the main stage, but I'm not really being shown that by what's happening at this tournament.
That's fair, yeah.
But I do hope that's true.
It's just that Tsunami will remember. How many times did we say maybe it's this day for Elephant?
Yeah, because this is a team that you want to see succeed. It's so fun to see these big names do well. And you want to be able to be like, oh yeah, it's the resurgence of these players who kind of fell off the map in 2020 a little bit when they were like 4 a.m. Elephant or whatever. And eventually I got burned one too many times that I stopped believing.
He stopped. Eventually you can't anymore. Every single game you're like, okay, this is it for Elephant. They're back.
Yeah.
They're bringing it, and then they lose. But
And you OD on Copium, and then what do you do after that?
But at the same time, like you guys mentioned, they're here. They're at TI. They're out of groups.
Yeah.
They were 5th and 5th for season 1 and season 2. Didn't qualify for either major. So if there's any stage for them to like make their big resurgence, have their anime redemption arc, it's definitely here, right? This is the place for them to do it, and they have more chances to do it in the main event.
Right, and it's a testament to the Chinese region in general, because all the other 4 Chinese teams have directly qualified to TI. This was the only one that didn't through points, and they took the 5th slot. So they got 5th in both DPCs, they got 5th in China in general, and so they were able to make it through. And so I hope that, I think the statistics is right now, China has a 50% chance of winning TI, which is not surprising after seeing how the group stage has panned
Is that by like random?
No, as in like based off of how the first 3 days of the group stage have gone and their standings and how other teams have been eliminated and their placement in the upper bracket, the region as a whole has a 50% chance to win TI.
But also in your article that you've mentioned, the teams that have the highest statistic of winning also don't win. Very good article, by the way, for those of you. Tsunami can just plug his own website because I actually don't know it off the top of my head.
I actually don't even know how you can Google it. There's no easy URL. Just
All right,
Google
well, go to his Twitter.
Tsunami TI10 guide or something like that. Google that.
That's a very good guide.
Yeah.
I read that right before day one of group stage started, and I was like, nice. I'm gonna copy it and paste it into my notes.
You made this? I made this.
You made this? I made this. But let's talk a little bit about the other team that's also in this game, Quincy Crew. And we were talking about them yesterday a little bit, how, you know, they have come a long way. And a lot of people have said criminally unsponsored Quincy Crew, but Tsunami informed me yesterday that they actually had many opportunities to get sponsored, but because they came all the way here on their own terms.
Started from the bottom, now we're here.
Yeah, now they're continuing on their own terms. Can you tell me a little bit more about that?
They're still kind of cruising on the bottom right now, so maybe they should have cashed out. But now that they are safe to not be eliminated out of TI, then there is a lot of pressure off of them. And like you were saying, AUI, even having a coach and having players who are on the same mentality, some people are still wondering, like, should you have a coach introduced so late into your season? Because they brought Kezu on specifically for TI. And in theory, bringing any more support staff would be a good thing.
I guess you just give him, sorry if I'm taking this away,
go for it.
But I guess you give him less responsibility than you would usually give to a coach. Right?
Yeah.
And maybe he contributes in different ways. So I'm the one that feels like the more the merrier.
Sure.
But you have to adapt the fact that he came too late. That's it.
I think that's completely correct. I think personally, from working with Kezu, I feel like he's not the type of person who would ever lead to a negative. Like but you're right in that you can't have like an ROTK coach come in and like this close to TI.
He can't transform your team.
Sure.
But for example, if it's more focused on like trying to help people understand each other, because the thing about Dota is it's so complex that even pro players, oftentimes they'll be like, they'll have an idea in their head, but they won't say the right reason why, even if they know it, because they'll attribute it to something else.
Okay.
And you have to like sort of dig in and find out what they really think and how to communicate it. And oftentimes you just need a third party to do it. So I think for Quincy Crew, I'm gonna say that Kezu had to have helped, because I think he's very good at that, like just being stable, level-headed, understanding the issue and trying to work out a solution for it.
Do coaches also, because one of the things that I learned is that coaches also help with draft. Do you think, who did drafting for Quincy Crew before, and is that responsibility now put onto Kezu?
No way he's drafting.
Yeah, there's no way he's drafting. You still stay with the same drafter. He definitely does contribute. He probably provides them with a couple of good ideas every single series that they have. Maybe analyzes the enemy team a little bit more than they can. But I sincerely doubt that you would just give off your drafting rights to someone that just came in.
Because even on Viking, I think Celery was the captain for
He
Viking.
was, yeah, he was the drafter as well.
So Kezu hadn't been in the driver's seat for a while. So it's on a team-by-team basis. Like for EG,
Bulba.
Yeah, Bulba. Yeah. Bulba and Fly are like left and right-hand man. And so them, it's a very intimate drafting experience, but for some teams, it's just like, you're here to tell me what to do out of the game as a coach, and as soon as we get into the lobby, then it's all man.
I think usually coaches have pretty close relationships with the captains on the team. And even if he's not the one clicking the buttons, he'll often help organize the other players in the draft.
Right.
Because a lot of the responsibility of the drafter is to try to combine the ideas of your players into something coherent and like better than its parts. And some of that will be like, maybe LOA will have assigned Kezu the responsibility of saying like, Yawar, we're thinking of picking your hero. You need to tell us what you think are good bans for this hero so we can plan for it in advance. Because there's a lot of that in drafting right now where you can't just pick the hero that you think is good. You need to have set up for it with bans or earlier picks or like sort of scene conditions.
It's a game of its own, right? Drafting is like half of the game. You need to have a solid draft, but you have to understand that the enemy drafter is working towards making your life as miserable as possible.
That's true.
Just banning out all the heroes that you like because they've done the research as well, putting you in different traps, baiting you into picking something that they have a response to instantly after.
Right.
Like what Aoi said is so right. It's not only about how strong is the hero, but when he can be picked. Because that's one of the reasons why Monkey King, let's say, is so contested at the moment. The hero can be picked as first pick in every single game, and he will contribute to your whole draft and the idea behind it, no matter what you draft afterwards, because he's so flexible. It can be on position 1, it can be 4, it can be whenever.
Right.
Yeah, to add on to that, if you think about drafting, you're basically like, you might not have exactly a checklist, but in your head you have like a mental note of like all the things you need in Dota, right?
Yeah.
I think part of the Monkey King thing is he's so flexible and he solves so many of those checkboxes.
Right.
But it seems like in this game, maybe they lacked a little bit of jump for the sniper because it doesn't seem like he's
He ain't looking so pathetic anymore.
Yeah.
He's peeping.
He's historically been good versus TB as well, right?
Yeah, I think so.
The hero's matchup is good when Sniper is in the meta. And when you look at this game, just like you said, they have no catch for him.
Because they have no catch, it's very likely that Quincy Crew Elephant drafted Sniper probably last, right?
Yeah, probably he's been one of the last picks. That's usually when you even pick Sniper, right? You don't really open up.
I don't see what hero they would have picked after Sniper, to be honest. I'm going to say it's last pick. I mean, I can't say with full confidence, but...
Give me a percentage chance.
Like 95.
95.
Oh,
okay.
I'll take it.
99. 99 is a bit too confident for me.
So what would you say the
games.
opening was? I would say like Weaver plus
Oh man,
Tide
I love this. Working
or
against Tide
Snap.
for sure.
ET Shaker, Weaver Tide.
ET Shaker, Weaver Tide, and Snap and Venge.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
And I think Alpha was second pick, but honestly...
You don't think Doom was first place?
I don't. It might have been.
Dude, this is a fun puzzle game.
I'm not sure.
It is sort of fun.
Yeah.
Because honestly, it's probably good to think about, even like if you're just a Dota player, to try to like understand drafts. Honestly, just in general, like trying to understand something, and then creating like reasons and logic for something, and then being able to adjust your model once you have the actual data and statistic.
Yeah.
I think it's always interesting to do just with anything in life because you realize how stupid you are, you know?
Okay.
Like, how dare I think this?
That is not where I expected that to go.
It's really fun. God, I love humiliating myself.
Would you ever take apart like remote controls or something like that and try to put it back together? Because I know some kids were very mechanically minded and they love seeing how things worked.
No.
Is that your style? No.
This is a man that eats macaroni and cheese with
That's
his
true.
hands.
I forgot you're a
Please.
Why is that bothering you guys so much? I feel like, okay, if there are no utensils and you're really hungry.
I don't blame you. I do it.
And it's
I do it
delicious.
as well.
By the way, you know, Canadians, they eat the most macaroni and cheese in the world per capita. So it's in
Really?
my blood. Yeah, they do.
My
Mac and
friends,
cheese in
my
your
friends are, some of my friends are not Dota players. This is their
Disgusting.
first time ever watching Dota 2 because it's TI, right? And they wanted to support me because they're great. The one thing that I got messaged the most is what is going on with Macaroni Boy, and that's all they said to me. Like literally,
Macaroni Boy.
wait, 3 people messaged me. One person said, "What is up with Macaroni Boy?" And then 2 other people were like, "Why did that guy talk about eating macaroni and cheese with his hands?" So I guess that's the
I didn't bring
takeaway
it up.
here.
I never brought it up.
Yeah, but you did it.
It's done. You rebranded. Jenkins,
I don't regret it.
Jenkins is
I'd do it again.
Insania.
I
You are
would do it
Macaroni
again. It
Boy.
tasted really
Would you
good.
do it on a TI stage? If I brought a bowl of macaroni out, would you start ladling it in?
I'm not your...
Dance for me, Allie. Dance for me.
Another question for you. So who was your coach for Arkosh?
Sarge sucks.
Oh yeah, Sarge.
How was that? What was that experience like being coached by? Did he draft for you?
No.
He didn't do anything, Sumi.
I feel like talking about Arkosh is almost insulting to the teams here. Because that team is... I don't have like...
I mean, it's competitive.
I'm not
It
allowed
plays
to
in
say the
league.
words on camera, I think, how bad that team is. Like the description, I can't do it justice right now.
Right.
Jake is also like right there on his
Seething.
phone.
Oh, he's aware. Yeah.
Okay. So from now, what I've taken from this conversation, other than macaroni and cheese, is not meant to be eaten with your hands. Is that if we go to another game, we can play the puzzle by seeing what the draft order is. Is that something you guys would be interested in?
Wait, can you tell me if we were right? I'll check how right we were first.
Okay.
Or we can go to out again. I'll check along the way.
So while AUI confirms, is there a stream, Lizard and Tsunami, that you two would prefer to take a look at?
Man, A and B are both pretty good. I'm down for Secret versus Vici or LGD versus Beastcoast.
We've taken a look at Secret and Vici. So let's take a look at Stream B. Let's take a look at LGD versus Beastcoast. LGD has, I mean,
Tsunami was right. It was a Doom first
phase. Okay.
And it was a Snapfire Tide.
Okay.
Yeah, Snapfire.
So I was completely wrong. Pathetic. Don't know what I'm talking about. Just
It's a learning experience.
Was
the sniper the last
get
pick?
better.
That was the original question. Was sniper last pick?
Yeah, he was.
99.9.
You had the right percentage, I'm assuming.
So Snaptide is actually one of the most picked and most successful combinations in the game in the TI at the moment at the group stage. So not really that surprising that they were first picked. However, Doom first phase, I did not expect. I expected them to have first picked Shaker +1.
So they first picked Shaker, and then they picked Snaptide. They picked Doom as response to Tide.
So Shaker was first.
His first pick overall.
Okay, I see.
That doesn't surprise me. One thing that does surprise me, look at that. It's
that's
another
sniper as well.
sniper.
Another sniper.
It's another one.
Dead. He's dead. And it's actually a 5-position Rubik. Why is playing the Rubik?
Big fan. I'm a fan.
Yeah, and partly because another pick that has reemerged is a Shaker. And so, again, all these team-fighty heroes go in cycles. When
I feel like Bloodseeker, I've only seen Bloodseeker from Beastcoast this tournament. I don't know if that's true or not, but I thought this hero was going to be really highly picked.
I would say one of the CIS teams, Eastern Europe teams, played it at least once. Can't confirm it 100%, but I think so.
Yeah.
However, what really bothers me when I look at Beastcoast's draft is there is no way of buffing the sniper up. If you look at the Elephant game, they have Venge, Weaver, they have Snapfire and Tide. Here, yeah, you have these bulky boys that can go up front, which is nice. Timbersaw can protect you, Bloodseeker can make a lot of chaos. Blood Rage, I suppose, but besides that, you aren't really buffed from anyone.
And Blood Rage, honestly, using it for attack speed is sort of underwhelming on allies. The magic damage buff is insane, but I think it's still half for attack speed, right? So
why are you surprised that Bloodseeker hasn't been picked more?
he looked really good in pubs. Like a lot of people were playing him. 1 position, 3 position. He looked just really hard to deal with. I would say he's the strongest offlaner in lane, maybe for carry too. Like, he's really hard to pressure, he has really high stats. His nuke does 1 billion damage at level 1.
That's all after nerfs.
Yeah.
Like, he's been even stronger.
So tell me a little bit, Tsunami, about Beastcoast's story. Obviously, a lot of people are already pulling for PSG LGD. I'm pretty sure a lot of new people just tuning into Dota are aware of PSG LGD's, prestige and up their skill level. But what about Beastcoast?
First, tell me they're standing. I haven't checked up as of today.
They're quite high.
They're in the middle.
Are
Beastcoast
they
is in the middle.
for upper bracket?
They are, yes.
Ooh, okay.
They are.
So this is an extremely important game.
So Team Secret, Team Spirit are tied right now. Well, depending on oh, there you go. There you go. You can see it right there.
Perfect. So they are okay. So Secret, I guess, must have just gotten a 2-0 victory. They're playing Vici right now, so I guess that'll have to pan out. And then in the head-to-head, East Coast beat Secret 2-0. So if it comes down to that to find out who's going upper bracket, that would be very, very.
But is upper lower bracket head-to-head?
I have no idea. Is it?
I feel like that would be tiebreakers.
Yeah.
Probably. For TI.
I feel like head-to-head would only be in between, like if you're number 1 or 2 or 3 or 4, like not upper bracket.
Oh, okay, for
And then
seeding.
not for elimination, but it could be for upper lower. I'm not sure.
Regardless, the fact that they're contenders for upper bracket is a step up from TI8 or TI9, which is when this roster last showed up as Infamous, because they started out lower bracket and had a hell of a lower bracket run because they were able to make it all the way to top 8. And it's rare that a South American squad will have stuck together for 2 hours. I mean, 2.
Yeah, 2 hours sounds right.
Sorry, 2 years. 2 hours would be also a new record for a North American team. And I think that they had tension also, because after they qualified for the Singapore major, they had some
issues.
Player who may have gotten a little adventurous, and then as a result, the whole team contracted COVID and could not attend Singapore. And as a result, everyone's like, are we gonna make TI now? And then second season, they didn't even get first place. No Ping ended up getting first place, and so tensions were probably high.
They were close to not qualifying by points, right? I think
Exactly.
Thunder Predator was 12th, but they were 11th.
And I think they were both tied at 800 points also.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, and so it was on the line for both of them. And everyone had such high expectations for Beastcoast because they show up at other tournaments most of the time against international opponents and they do quite well.
Yeah, but some of these things aren't necessarily connected to how they play and how they are strong as a team.
Right.
And I believe that this is a team that we should respect a little bit more and talk about a little bit more when it comes to their performances because they've had some phenomenal games so far in the group stage. I think we still have a little bit of this bias towards SA as a region, right? That they're maybe a little bit weaker, but they truly are not. They've been hindered by lag and problems qualifying through NA and whatnot. Now that they have their own region and the DPC, I feel like we might see a region that will flourish very soon.
It's a region that managed to get 3 teams here. Granted, 2 of them got eliminated, but they still got here in the first place because they performed at the Animajor and they performed at Singapore.
Yeah, and Beastcoast themselves are currently above Elephant, Fnatic, Quincy Crew, and SG Esports, so they're doing really, really well.
Not in this game though, because this game is looking kind of rough. They just did get 2 kills. My problem is they're playing versus PSG LGD that doesn't necessarily crush you in the laning stage, but it's what they do afterwards. And even the laning stage was really good for them here.
Yeah, I feel like LGD, they usually play lanes for sort of what they want, right? They always get what they want out of lanes, but what they want is never to end the game like EG used to. Honestly, I haven't seen many win lanes into dominant games.
There was maybe one 17-minute game, and
but even that game, I feel like it's a lot of you can win the lane slightly, but like your first move has to connect. There's not like there's been patches in the past where it's felt a bit hopeless after lanes. I feel like this patch is not like that at all.
Yeah, one of those patches when you're a support, position 4 has like level 4, minute 11 or 12, position 5 as well, and then you can't make any moves because they desperately need that 6.
And did Faith Beyond ever play IO during the DPC? I feel like this has been a recent addition to a 0 pool.
No, I don't think so. I think it's actually OG that started it.
Yeah, with Seb playing the IO.
I haven't seen anyone else do it before.
And LGD, they're like very solid in their spot, right? So this is probably just them testing out, can we run this traditional strat? It's honestly a good idea, because
if you see OG picking IO, it's probably a good idea.
Yeah, especially OG, right? Guys, if OG runs something, they might know something.
That was my justification for OG running it in that game 1 against EG, was that like, let's just test it, and then let's make everyone scared of it if it works. And then now LGD might be like, oh snap, they ran Seb IO. Faith, can you play this? Well, not Faith, actually that's a different player. Faith Beyond, can you play this? And so far it's looking like he can.
Working. But one thing I also want to note is that Beastcoast Fire, like during that entire conversation, was like a constant flame, and it was like blinking and stuff because it was reaching max cheer potential.
Max
and
GA potential.
It was going for a very, very long time. So for all of you at home cheering for the teams, thank you for giving us some extra like stuff to look at.
Yeah.
What if it were like Hunger Games, where like if you cheer so much, then you get like bounty rune or something?
You're thinking about Midas mode. We could make that a possibility. Let's talk to Slacks.
With the cheering, I'd be a big fan of that.
That's Yules. Probably not what he expected to hit, but
kind of last hit the range creep, right?
Yeah, he just gets tipped. It's fine. He knows. He knows what he did. There's almost a BKB on the sniper, so teamfights will become a little bit easier for Beastcoast. I'm just feeling that PSG LGD is running away a little bit with the lead. Bloodseeker is keeping up though with the jug when it comes to net worth as well.
Beastcoast.
Yep. Bloodseeker.
Oh, I thought you said secret.
Yeah, did I? Maybe I did. Not sure.
I don't know.
But Bloodseeker on Beastcoast is keeping up. Yeah.
I feel like Hector has played Bloodseeker for 2 years, and he's one of the only Bloodseeker carries I see that always keep up in net worth. I honestly don't even know how, because I don't feel like his skill set is that good for farming. I mean, it's solid, but it's just, he's like, I don't know if he has this game, but he used to always buy Manta style, like even Rush, and he would farm really fast with it.
It's Hector, right?
Yeah, it is
When
Hector.
when you look
Ooh, big echo slam.
Slam, the smoke
my
broke,
God.
and the Blood Right finishes off the Rubik. Now it's just head to head.
Oh, they got on top of the sniper though, and you guys already know sniper.
Yep.
Whisper is such a beast, though. He's still keeping up.
Whisper has looked really good this tournament.
Extremely.
Yeah, I think honestly, he's been by far the standout player of Beastcoast. Not because any of the other players aren't performing, but did he play Tinker yet?
I don't think I've seen Tinker.
Okay, because I know he destroys
Some
Puzzle
people-
Tinker.
hold
I
on.
feel like Beastcoast was the only team to really utilize Timbersaw in the first 2 days, and the teams are slowly starting to pick up on this hero because. I mean, the hero got nerfed a lot, but if you can make it past the early nerfs, like he's still the same hero, like in the taking the tower alone, pressuring, taking over the map, and if you keep on a network, that hero actually does a lot of damage, especially with someone who can cast spells as well as Whisper.
I think of nearly all the players who get to play at TI, I think Whisper is one of the ones who would benefit the most from zero latency. Because I know he's Bolivian. I don't know if he plays from Bolivia. I think Beastcoast has a team house. But playing, like, he will play Timbersaw on like 200 ping, which sounds incredibly frustrating. And he still gets like all of his Whirling Death combos off.
Even playing something easier or on paper easier, such as Mars.
Yeah.
It's so ugly to play on ping.
And he nails those combos every single time.
He nails those combos, and not only does he nail them, he buys Meteor Hammer and follows up with that. And it makes the item actually look good. I think he was the first one that even bought it at the tournament at TI.
I do not see Tinker. on
Okay.
Beastcoast.
Maybe they're saving some strats, I'm spoiling something here. But Whisper Tinker, I did see him, I saw him in a pub. It was versus, I think Matu and Puppy on the same team. And he just literally 1v5ing fights. He had like Shiva, Strength Blink, blinking around, lasering everyone. It was crazy.
Was he playing offlane?
Yeah, offlane Tinker. He plays offlane Tinker.
Tell me a little bit more about his hero pool. So obviously we see Timbersaw, and we've heard about the legendary Tinker, but what else does he play?
So traditionally, Whisper plays a lot of like weird ranged offlaners. Like he'll play your Death Prophets, your Pucks, and he would do like these crazy builds where his inventory is literally just a spirit vessel. Like no branches, nothing else, no six,
Just a vessel.
Just vessel. And I think that's sort of what he plays. Like when I think of him, that's all I can think of. Because it's like he can play anything, but he likes the weird stuff.
You could actually, you could compare him to Fate Beyond in that way. Like, he loves these Visages, Nature's Prophets. Viper was one of his heroes in the pool that they picked a ton in the regionals, but so far he's mostly been this frontliner.
God, he literally just baited like the half the team in, half of LGD in, and just lived, and then they took out 2 of their heroes.
These Echo Slams have been pretty clutch this game, but it does look like LGD.
They're still taking
LGD's
the
team
fight.
fighting it's still LGD, you know?
That's
They'll
true.
always be able to get close to the maximum you can of any given team fight. I feel like they've always been able to get on top of Sniper, despite, I would say, their map's not the easiest to kill Sniper with. Specifically, Ame, I didn't get to quite see it, but I believe the last 2 fights, Sniper has died to Ame Slash.
He did, and the first fight that he died to it wasn't even a relocate. So he just found the right way to enter the team fight where Sniper didn't have vision. He came up close and Omni Slash. I believe he will be building a Blink eventually, right?
For sure, yeah. On Juggernaut, yeah. I feel like that's what Om is actually really good at. It's waiting for his correct timing to like maximize his impact in the game. He's always been seen as sort of a selfish carry, and in the past it's been a little bit of his downfall. But he's added a lot more team play, and honestly, having that element on the carry is actually it's sort of a good trait, right? Because at the end of the day, you're supposed to carry the game. You're supposed to have that 1v5 potential. And like Ame, for the past, I don't know, 6 months has looked so reliable as a player. Just always doing the right thing, always having a good game and contributing the way you want your carry to do.
I just remember some Monkey King performances.
Without buying BKBs.
Without buying BKBs, yeah. Everything that you said is definitely correct because mostly you've been watching the majors, right? Like the international lands. At the leagues, he lets himself go here and there.
But it used to let himself go even more. Like, he was demoted off LGD for most of 2020 because I think after TI9, it was a lot of what you were talking about, Ali, where he like wasn't really as reliable as you would hope for. He would do what you were saying, where he's just kind of playing for himself.
He sort of tanked the blame for TI9.
He did, yeah.
Which, looking back, maybe wasn't quite true.
It may have been a little exaggerated, but because the rest of TI9 goes to Elephant, and they're looking even worse than Ame. So whose
Everyone's
fault was
looking
it
worse
really?
than Ame, to be fair, but yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
And so I think him learning a little bit of humility during the DPC was good for him.
Again, it's the same scenario. Jug gets in, he omni slashes the sniper is gone.
They don't really have any save for Sniper at all, right? Like, they don't have the physical app, they don't have the save, so it's on some like individual player positioning, and it's not easy because you're a slow and pathetic on Sniper. You do not walk fast, you have stubby legs.
This Earthshaker though is
Do
doing
you buy a
some
blink
work.
on Sniper? They just get out?
I think just probably just Pike. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Like you want to buy blink or you want to have that, but it's a lot of gold for those
too
stats.
much.
I'm not sure.
He was literally standing and hitting Jug in that last team fight for like 10-15 seconds. Jug, in those 10-15 seconds, how much HP did he lose?
Like it was like a quarter or something.
Less than what West healed him for.
0%. Like,
oh, was he bound to IO?
He was bound to IO,
okay,
but
okay.
still, he didn't lose absolutely anything. He just came up close, omni slashed, and got out for free.
Yeah, the Jug the whole time he's getting peeped is like, you just wait. You just wait until I get this like 600 distance.
You know what the problem is? He built into this Skadi. He has a ton of agi, he has a ton of armor as well. And Sniper has absolutely no buffs with it.
Yeah.
So it just, the hero looks worse than he usually is. It's like picking PA in a meta in which PA Slardar is a necessity or PA Magnus.
It's just how Dota works, the itemization. Like, how I think about it is that there are more things that buff damage than there are that buff defensively. So like, your damage output is like your damage times attack speed times crit times like any actives or whatever, and then that scales faster than building just HP and armor, HP and magic resistance. But since it's multiplicative, if you don't have enough damage or buffs, you just straight up will not have enough damage. Like Sniper, if you're playing Sniper, you're only relying on items. You need a lot of items before the damage kicks in.
One of the other things that I was thinking of when you were talking about the Juggernaut versus Sniper matchup is that, you know, they do have IO. So, and what we were talking about right before AUI joined the panel and before I joined the panel is that IO's biggest utility is the healing, right? And that allowed Jug to just sit there while IO healed him up.
Yeah, it may have been a shortcoming of the positioning of the Sniper, because yeah, after I watched the replay, he lost 0% HP, and Sniper was still just like, okay, maybe this shot will finally bring him down. Okay, that one didn't work, but maybe one more shot.
Was he hoping for a headshot or something? What's happening?
Yeah, I mean, but even
crit?
if he slows him, the IO move speed with the tether, you're still going to get caught up to. So I think maybe just Chris should go farm right now. He can't join into fights. He contributes absolutely nothing to fights.
That IO has a heart of Tarask, I think. Maybe not really. He has a Reaver.
He has a lot of
Okay, that's a really cool idea too, right? With the healing ward, the region from the heart, you'll sustain so I also like the itemization for Juggernaut. He built the phase boost, but he also got the extra wind lace, plus the tether move speed. He's able to like close the gap even without the blink dagger. He also itemized for like an
They do
SY.
that a lot on supports as well. I just love it. Tranquils, another wind lace, drums, whatever.
No, I love the little move speed items. They feel so nice.
Overall movement speed for the longest time wasn't really, it was underestimated. How, especially with the talents on level 10, like Enchantress had, I don't know how much, 20 movement speed?
It's 20 move speed or 10% magic resist, or 15 or something.
And in some games, that 20 movement speed felt so good on an offlane edge.
Oh my god.
It was a quick move to start sieging high ground. They only managed to get, pick on Rubik, but they were like,
I do love that about Beastcoast though. I feel like I see this more from Beastcoast than any other team where like they're down gold, they might even be down heroes or an Aegis, and just start hitting the enemy high ground. It's actually the correct decision. Like the enemy team has Aegis, but they're able to waste this Aegis time, pressure them, bring them back all the way to the safe line, to their tier 3. They lost nothing there, honestly. They gained, I'm pretty sure on the graph will show that they gained gold and map control there.
Suddenly now you can exit your base, go into the dire jungle because you know they're not there, ward it up, they ward it.
Sorry, I was just laughing because they clicked on IO. He has Mech Holy Locket Soaring, almost a heart.
Yep. I think it's
there it
coming.
is.
There it is.
Oh, of course. It's a 3-IO too. I actually
Yeah,
forgot
it's a
about
3-IO,
that. Okay.
that's why.
No, because if I see that on a support IO,
It-
like
the
I
game
want to
is
exit the
But-
game. Like,
But when you think about it, even as a 3-IO,
yeah.
it's still a lot. It's still a ton because you're not truly farming. You're running around with Jug.
I like how they constructed their lineup too, right? 3-IO provides a lot of healing, a lot of that utility. Well, I'm gonna say it's the lowest damage 3 in the game, as long as you're not buying Aghanims.
Yeah.
So they drafted with Jug, who I think is one of the best buff users in the games. You have a steroid in his crit, you have a steroid in his lower BAT.
Then you have
Omni
Lash as
Slash
well.
provides an extra steroid, and Lash, as you mentioned, he's one of the highest damage mids in the game.
And the way they work, when Jug wants to be farming, Io can actually play with Lash, right? And he plays post-laning stage for 5 minutes. You can literally just tether Lash and run around, take towers. Because you have that early mech, and you can't stop Lash from taking
And
towers.
Lash, honestly, it's a pretty cool core idea. Like just the 3 cores together, I think they have a lot of synergy.
I agree.
He just stood there in the jock rooms and just hit the tower. He didn't even move.
Well, it's partly because freaking Timbersaw griefs his own Hoodwinks. There's no way to not really play against it. Hoodwink
That's
gets a
true.
stun, and Timbersaw's like, what do you want me to do, dude? You want me to cut your tree? I'll cut it.
I actually think those two, like at the pro level, they work pretty well together though. Because you always have something to timber chain too. Because it's both ways, right? Sure. Like you can cut the tree and remove them from the stun, but as long as your comms are good, like it can also be beneficial because you timber chain to it. However, I have seen that where he just like rips the stun away and you're just like, whoops.
Which thankfully they have Shaker. So like once Hoodwink lands the initial bushwhack, then Shaker can be like, okay, now I can get a fissure, you can cut the tree as Timbersaw, and then we can start to burst this dude.
I don't know how we might be playing or watching some better games, but for me, it's
grief.
always
It's always
griefing.
Really?
Like, like 90% of the time. And if it happens once that you plant some tree, the timber chains to, you feel like, God, okay, we actually did something well here. But usually it's just, there's too big of a mess, and you want to try and catch multiple heroes or with that bushwhack. At the same time, he wants to damage multiple heroes.
That does make sense, yeah.
It takes so much discipline because you can do it where the chakram's just like just at the tip that it doesn't cut the tree. But in the heat of a battle, this Timbersaw is just tossing things out left and right. And wow, that's a GG actually.
No, really cool lineup from OGD, honestly.
The 3 core, like you said, when you consider the healing ward as well with Leshrac, and Io has a very early mech, how do you stop them from pushing? And that's what happens here. Like, you have a sniper, but you can't stay far back enough to stop them from killing you.
I feel like that's been the downfall of IO a lot of this tournament, is that they'll draft IO, but they won't have lineups that open up the map so that you can actually play the IO game with relocate and taking like these long fights with sustain. Because I don't know, I see like IO Gyrocopters don't really fight early anymore. And then IO, he's picked so much, but it's such a low win rate. Maybe LGD, like, one of the things that people talk about is like how they can beat the best heroes of the tournament. Like those are the teams that are going to win. But if you can figure out how to turn one of these highly contested but sort of mediocre result heroes into this super threat, like that would be huge for LGD.
Well, that was a GG for LGD, bringing them to 1-0 right now. I do see something going on in Stream C. Let's take a look at that game
It's another sniper. It's the same scenario, literally. This game just took a little bit longer, and
it's the same game.
Yeah,
it's still the
first game we were watching.
No, yeah, that's what I meant.
Yeah. But honestly, Quincy Crew, they seem to have turned around because we were talking about Sniper. He has a good matchup versus Terrorblade, which I completely agree with.
Do you buy a Blink on Terrorblade as well and you just get on top of it?
I think Blink on Terrorblade is actually generally underrated. Like even before the upgraded Blinks, I feel like Terrorblade, if you look at his skill set, he's a very committal hero. Because once you pop meta, you need the fight to happen. And you need to be able to right-click people. And I feel like Blink makes a lot of sense on that.
Look at the Weaver, by the way.
Rapier.
That's a Rapier.
Oh, is that the third one of group stage?
No, we've had more than that actually.
That's also a level 25 with 3 Geminate attacks.
Ooh, that's juicy.
With Rapier, and
Rapier
he has
Daedalus.
the quiver. And he has the quiver.
Oh, he has the quiver.
he has quiver?
So he hits you from
Oh my
a mile.
God.
From,
That's the most fun thing.
You can't even see him.
Yeah.
You can't. He's so far. He hits you from the parking lot, literally, while you're at the stadium, and you get hit by 3 consecutive shots. He just needs some sort of a crit there. Does he have it?
He has
Daedalus.
He has Daedalus. A support just dies.
Honestly, you can actually buy a Blink and blink in, hit a support literally once.
And then
time
Sakuchi
lapse
out. Oh,
and
time lapse.
well, Sakuchi, true.
if you're really ballsy, which Sumi clearly is. But and you'll kill someone. Is that Mega Creep still?
I think so.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah,
They
it
have
is.
no Raxes.
Sumi, how many times did you play against Mega Creeps?
How many times have I played
Yeah.
against Mega Creeps?
Uh-huh.
Oh my god.
Well,
it's
Sumi doesn't
all the
lose,
time.
so never,
okay.
right?
But you can still play versus
yeah.
Mega Creeps and not lose.
Oh, that's true.
I have played against Mega Creeps and won.
Yeah,
Really?
It's one of the most
And do you
empowering
know
feelings.
why? It's because those guys fountain dived
That's a good feeling.
me. That is a good feel.
So you got Doan and then you won after fountain diving? Nice.
Yes.
That is a good
That's a
feeling. I feel like
nice,
Dota, of all the games I've played, it has like the highest highs. Like the
That's
highs
true.
that you get
I
from
agree.
Dota are insane. Like you'll remember these games for the rest of your life. Like you win a game 4v5, or you're
remember it.
losing so badly, they're talking shit on
Yeah.
chat, they fountain dive you, and then you win the game. Oh, there's nothing that can compare.
I 100% agree with that. Nothing feels better than that. And you just put the GG well played in the, you just use the line and you call it a day. And you don't get commended. You probably get reported, actually.
Ooh, Aeondis, Swift Link, Aeondis, huh? I guess he was playing against a lot of like Swap Ravage burst plays.
There's a refresher on Tidehunter as well. So I guess it's, let's make sure that I don't get blown up instantly.
It's about,
Makes sense.
I think it's a lot about identifying your opponent's win condition, right? Because again, like I mentioned this already, but I really like that way of thinking about the game and itemizing. Like, how can Dire win this game? They can win this game is if they double Ravage the Terrorblade and burst him before he gets to use BKB. And honestly, it looks like that's the only way from this point. The other way, I guess, is if you can take a really long play with sniping or peeping for a full minute.
Now, one of the heroes that at the moment has the highest win rate versus Tidehunter is Doom. And historically, right, he's been
Yeah.
good. You jump in, you Doom him, and then...
And we
you
saw in
just
this
continue
game,
fighting.
it was a counter pick, right? Like they
Yeah.
pick the Snapfire,
Snapfire
and
and
then
Tide
they pick Doom
and
in
then-
response. It makes a lot of
That
sense.
makes sense now.
Yeah.
We're so stupid. Now I understand.
Yeah, see, that's what I mean though. Like, it actually exposes you. It's the same as like if you watch a replay with your team and you go over to fight in 0.25x, and you're like, okay, what should we have done this team fight? And you're like watching your own players' perspective, like, well, I shouldn't have been doing this. But you learn a lot as long as you have an open mind. Because I don't know, Dota, it's, in my opinion, it's like the most, I don't know, complicated. It's like the most beautiful game. There's just so much going on, and you always have something to learn. Like, it doesn't matter how good you are, how bad you are. You can, if you are able to properly examine what's going on, it's just,
There's always something
it's so
that you can
cool.
improve.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no such thing as a perfect game of Dota.
Except when I play, but yeah.
Oh, okay, okay. Tsunami, one of the things that I saw was that Aeon Disc was like one of the highest purchased items in the game. Do you have, I believe that we saw some stats on that earlier.
Yeah, and do you know when you pulled those stats?
Ooh,
was
I
it from
think
this
it
group
was.
stage?
I feel like
I
that
think
was
it
from
was
Animator.
yesterday.
probably
No, I think it was
Animator, yeah.
yesterday, wasn't
Yesterday.
it? I
Like at
think
this
I think
tournament?
Leah gave us some stats on the
Pull 'em
on
up.
the items.
I'm
gonna
curious
pull 'em up.
because yeah, at the Animator it was extremely popular, and back then I would have not been surprised in the
I guess-
slightest to see it on a Terrorblade.
I guess it's still an item that any position can buy, and it's good for you later on in
Yeah.
the game, right?
That does make sense, actually.
It used to be that, well, okay, so
I'd also be a bit surprised, though.
I would be very surprised because I feel like games aren't going late enough. That,
This game is about to be done in this
yeah,
fight, I
they're
feel
going in. They got the Doom on the
I
Tide.
will say, though, if one person's building Aeon Disc, I feel like there are like multiple Aeon Discs in the same game.
Right.
Because like the reason you buy Aeon Disc is the same for all the heroes.
But I feel like games aren't going late enough that people are getting like one-shot killed, and that's when you needed the Aeon Disc.
Yeah, I agree.
Where's
All right, I can't find it.
Sniper?
Sorry.
I'll take
I
your
see.
word for it.
We believe you.
Oh yeah, you believe me? That's nice. I could say.
He's gone.
Okay,
Yeah,
I
this
won't say
game
anything
is
dumb.
pretty.
In any
Okay,
case,
Ravage, double Ravage. They're gonna
Double
bring a
Ravage?
Terrorblade here.
Oh,
But he
Oh,
has
he
a-
is it?
but he's not
Aegis,
going to have
huh?
meta when he comes back, unless he took the Scepter. Did he take the Scepter? I don't think he did.
no.
That Aeon Disc just got
Oh, he
swapped.
swapped in. He has a refresher shard on the
Oh, yeah,
Terrorblade, so he actually has
activate
another
the-
BKB
BKB
meta.
meta.
And there we go.
Oh
Sniper
my
is.
God.
Oh, Sniper
Oh
is
my
dead.
God.
Look at that.
There you go. There's
Okay.
there's the power of Sniper that you were talking about earlier.
Was that the buyback on Sniper? It
Yeah,
was,
Sniper
right?
ball back already. Sniper, Venge, Earthshaker, Tidehunter all ball
Ultra
back.
kill and with that ultimate.
At this point in the game, once you have the items multiplying each other's damage, like Sniper does do a lot because you're just able to get more hits off.
Are they able to turn this into a push? Because it's very difficult, right? As Slag screams there.
That is a good
I
line.
know, I heard that.
MSS is not in a good spot right now. Well, ideally they can at least force buybacks, or at least a Doom buyback.
Yeah, because you do have Rapier, right? You,
Yes.
you don't need both of your cores to stay in the base.
Mm-hmm.
One of them can push, and they're strong enough to push alone. So you should be able to convert this into
And I
at
believe
least a buyback.
Terrabot uses shard and meta, so he will not have meta for his push.
Yep. And
This
now
might be one of those situations where this is the highest percent
Well,
for
they're
Elephant to
sneaking
all in with.
They're in vision. There's dire wards on their high ground.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter, right? You're just forcing them to go back. That's
Here
it.
comes-
You don't have to be pushing. You don't have to take the throne. You're just buying yourself some time.
Roshan's not up,
Yeah.
so I would say they probably had enough time to like sneak in a Roshan, but maybe not enough time to throne. I mean, if
It
more
just
Quincy
died.
Crew-
It just died before that.
The
Mega
Roshan,
push.
okay. You're right, actually, Terrabot had ages in the fight,
Maybe
but
had it.
yeah, I can't. That's not even reading, I just can't see.
Oh god, this
He
dude
looks
is so
Oh my-
slow.
He looks
Yeah,
like a
it's-
mini nature
Oh, it's
prophet.
60-minute
about to
items.
say.
Okay, Ex Machina, easily
Lot
one of
of
the best
armor.
items
Wait,
because
can
it
you
gives you double
explain
BKB.
it? Okay.
It gives you plus 20 armor and it refreshes all your item cooldowns. It only has a 30-second cooldown, so basically you can pop BKB whenever
Oh
you
my
want.
god!
That's
Did he
the
disappear, maybe?
triple
What happened
Geminate
there?
Rapier.
Yeah, triple Geminate Rapier Daedalus just melted.
The Earthshaker there one
MSS.
moment.
There are some things when you're playing a certain hero, you're playing to get to that stage,
Yeah.
right? You're secretly wishing for it. You don't have to win as long as you get there, right?
You just want to live out your power fantasy.
Exactly,
right.
exactly. And Weaver, with that triple Geminate attack, with the Enchanted Quiver,
Double
Daedalus
Rapier.
feels so good.
I do feel like I think they should be hitting more neutral creeps than this.
To get their tier 5s.
Yeah.
Yeah,
They don't have them all, right? Like there's
No.
some really good ones
I
for
think
their
that's the
team.
only one that's come out is Ex Machina.
Yeah. All right, Lizard, so tell me, if you are Elephant and you have the chance in TI of either winning the game at 16 minutes or being as powerful as that Weaver, what would you prefer at TI?
If I could be as powerful as that Weaver,
As that Weaver.
probably that Weaver.
Whoa.
That's the way to live. Okay, we got a Giant's Ring now on Quincy Crew, which for Doom is amazing.
They picked up both supports and there's no buyback on Earthshaker.
Like 20 years, like in the future, you think about this game and you're like, damn, I owned with that Weaver. That damn sniper though.
This DK is actually holding
What's
on to the Giant's
happening?
Ring.
Wait,
Look
what?
at that barracks. Look at that showcase you barracks.
I really like that, actually. That was
He's
cool.
trying to. Oh my god, this dragon's gigantic!
That is
Oh my god, wait, that's like half the screen.
That's a dragon.
He did literally nothing. He just turned huge and then died.
Yes.
You just needed the bloodlust, right?
Yeah, I know, exactly, that one more
that
size.
was terrifying.
Terrorblade is
He's
extremely low. He's
Oh,
gone.
he's dead.
he didn't have
buyback.
Thunder.
Yeah, but they don't have buyback on Dire.
DR
Okay,
on the
so
floor.
this is
over.
Oh, that's a
That's
GG.
Yo, honestly, you guys are talking about a Weaver. Getting Giant String DK.
That's
DK
solid.
that is the
Yeah, yeah.
dream. I mean, if they had Bloodlust, it's like a mental. It literally covers the entire screen.
can't even
it's the most
touch the other
ridiculous.
heroes.
It's one of those things when they add it to the game. It's the first thing that you
Yes,
test out.
I went to the lobby. I spun in circles.
Every Dota player tests out how big they can get in the lobby.
Yeah, like get WTF mode decay on Undying.
Decay on Undying
Yeah.
until your
But he
game breaks.
didn't do anything.
He didn't do it.
Yeah,
they
but-
won the game.
I'm pretty sure the mental damage done by saying this that dragon is literally bigger than the ancient. Like these ancients are supposed to like control the universe.
Oh, let's take a look at Stream A. How about that?
There's no giant dragons.
We've already peaked at TI.
I only want to
It's
see
all
the giant
downhill
dragon.
from here.
Oh gosh. All right, this is Team Secret versus Quincy Gaming. We will have no large dragons here. But what do we have? We have
Tiny.
we have Tiny. We've seen a lot
The
of
opposite
Tiny.
of what I was hoping for.
That's the question that I have for you. So we're at the end of group stage, and we've seen the teams have been playing each other all week long. So what is the meta looking like right now? Tell me about the meta.
Tiny.
Tiny.
Tiny, a bit,
Tiny,
of, a
Tide.
bit of Tide and Snapfire. Because of the Tide, there's Doom as well that's back in the game.
Some Earthshakers, Outer Titans, Monkey
Earthshakers,
Kings,
Monkey
Weavers.
Kings.
Io Rubik.
We're just saying hero names, not really a
you can
meta.
just go down the list.
It's okay, Sumi.
It's
Stick around
weird.
for day one main event. I might have a little something
It
for you.
feels like
Alright,
teams
perfect.
didn't truly move away from the stacking that some of us expected they might because of the nerfs.
I mean,
Tell me,
it feels,
wait, can you
they
explain the
continue doing
nerfs?
There was what, 15%
So
reduction on
when you
stacks?
stack a camp, whoever stacks it, if your team kills it, you get 30% of the gold bounty.
Yep.
And what that did is it was super high value to stack. It was also just like the biggest power spike for your core. What they did is they made it so that the person who kills the camp gets 15% less on the stack count. So it's significant. I think it made it so that stacking is still viable, but it's not required. Because I think previous to that patch, it would just be one team stacking, the other team stacking. You both have stacks, and you kill those stacks. And that was the gameplay there.
After that.
That is true.
What's interesting though, heroes that have built-in cleave are still highly contested in the game, right?
I think that's because Battlefield is just so bad.
That's also
too.
true. No one can build it.
Yeah,
Like,
I think
you're pretty much only picking heroes.
Anti-Mage?
Anti-Mage has supposedly been picked, but I didn't
There
see
was
it.
one game of AM by EG today, and they won with it.
He hit Battlefield, right? I think he's still by
I think
Battlefield.
he did, yeah.
I think PA is okay, but PA is like, he's looking very mediocre. I saw it from, I think, was it Matu? He went like Maelstrom MKB. Like he didn't even want to build Battlefield. And I think it was picked by Tomato, Battlefield was picked up by Tomato versus, was it Team Secret? He was versus Furion, so he thought he needed the Battlefield. But otherwise, like, you really don't want this item. It's no stats, low damage, expensive, and honestly, it doesn't even help you farm as fast as it used to, because you don't have as much map space.
But Perseverance feels so good to have in your inventory.
Only if you have 6 of them, you can collect Dragon Balls and make wishes.
I think that's something that a lot of newer players do. Like they collect perseverances in their inventory.
Actually, you made me think of something, Tsunami, because they've actually buffed all the regen on heroes.
Yeah.
Mana regen, HP regen. So that actually probably contributed to Battlefield being a lower value item.
That's true.
Because if you don't need that one component of the item, or it means a bit less, I mean, the item's just worse.
Yeah, it used to be whenever I get that Ring of Health in the off
Yeah.
I'm getting a Vanguard or
Actually, I
something
used
like
to think that, like, you can't play carry without regen.
Yeah.
Like HP regen, mana regen, and I'm like, okay, that's why you need Battle Fury. It's not even the fast farm. You have to have the regen so you can farm and still come to fights. But people have been doing fine with just like a Falcon Blade Maelstrom.
Yeah, and then Morphlings these days, I mean, they always got a Morbid Mask anyway, so they have their own regen. Yeah,
They used to build the Battle Fury.
No, I bet. That was a top tier item.
Only Windrunner. Only
Windrunner.
Windrunner Battle Fury is good.
Actually, they still get Falcon Blade, right, on Morphling. For
Yeah, they
some
do.
mana regen.
You do want some mana regen.
It's either Falcon Blade Dragonlance build or the Lincolns in
Yeah.
Speed Time Sing at the
Falcon
moment.
Blade Manta too sometimes.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, that thing you said on the regen part, I like that. It made me think about it.
Thank you, even though you said most of it.
This is like a very tiny
This is
game.
actually an extended version of Jenkins's argument on why Meteor Hammer is such a, he thinks it's a very timing dependent item. And Insania's like, no, people just like having a Perseverance. They just want to rush the Perseverance. They don't really care about the Meteor Hammer afterwards.
Honestly, even for why Meteor Hammer didn't show up as much here, like it's the same logic, right? Like you
Don't
have
need the
more
regen.
resources in Dota now than you used to.
Yeah.
So this resource component, there's just more, it's like you both have more base regen and there's like efficient items like Falcon Blade. You don't want to have to commit so much for something like a Meteor Hammer.
Moving away from the Meteor Hammer, do we have any other games, Sumi, at the moment, or is this the only one going on?
We have a stream on, we have a draft going on in B. It looks like that is Beastcoast and LGD.
Beastcoast and LGD
Yes.
for game 2, right?
Yes, that is their game.
Are we going to have any tiebreakers?
At the moment, it looks like the answer is no. Production has confirmed. Thank you, production. You're the best.
So is it just guaranteed no tiebreakers?
Production told me the word no, so
Do you trust them?
I trust production.
They can hear you.
They can hear me. I trust them with my life, right now.
There we have
I'm actually really disappointed we don't have tiebreakers. 'Cause I really want to see some more Dota.
If we had tiebreakers, I would ask for Insania to come back and join us on the couch, just on that third spot right there, so that he could be present for another one.
Oh yeah, he loves tiebreakers.
He loves
It's a
tiebreakers.
ritual for
Why
Liquid.
doesn't Insania love tiebreakers?
Oh, because Liquid always plays them.
Oh,
Anytime
okay.
Liquid's in any team, you know, they're like,
That
yeah,
is
why
true,
don't we lose a
actually.
few more
That is-
games just so we can play tiebreakers?
Yeah, it's on purpose. It's just for the bet, right?
He just loves Dota so much. He wants to be playing all the games possible.
Just like you said, they play because they love the game.
The love of the sport.
Yeah, somewhere in there it's true for every Dota player. They might have forgotten it for a bit, but at some point you'll remember.
They'll return. So tell me a little bit about this game. It looks like the kill score is relatively even. The net worth is very much not. Can you explain for the viewers at home why that could possibly be?
Tree-man hit building die. I think it's a lot because Team Secret as a team, honestly, when they were dominating in 2020, the thing that stood out to me the most watching this team was that they were a very positionally based team, but if you looked at how many neutral camps they killed, I think they were by far the most neutral camp efficient team. Even before making moves, they will clear every single neutral camp and then make a smoke. It was actually a cool concept because if you clear your camps first, make a smoke, your enemy hasn't finished clearing theirs and you know where to hit them with it.
The way they move out of the enemy base as well. If you look at the way they retreat, if they're not chased, they will always make sure that they sweep the map as they retreat to their triangle or round rush. So as you're leaving, let's say a tier 2 push, you farm all the camps around that and then you go back. As long as you can stick together in that area without being punished for it. So a lot of these things definitely do add up. And it comes down also to their carry just not dying very often, right?
Yeah,
so he spends
to
more
some
time
extent
farming.
it's just, their heroes just farm faster. Like you clear more waves, which means you shove into the enemies, you have more info on them, you can clear more of the neutrals. And so at some point, if you can choke out the opponent, steal their camps, you just build up that network lead.
Interesting. So they're just not fighting at all. They're just basically pushing it out, keeping them in their base, and then taking the entire map.
There's been some fights. It's still like a kill a minute, right?
But now that we've finished praising them, when you're winning, if you're winning all the tournaments, usually and most of the time,
Whatever you do is brilliant.
And you will be farming more, right? Because you're taking control of the map.
That's true.
You'll have more of everything.
But on the other hand, Vici Gaming is kind of getting starved of resources a little bit. What can they do to turn this game around?
They do have the Spectre Necro combo. Right? She can get scary later on, and it is already later on, right? This Basher might help her lock down a Silencer instantly in a fight, but I don't know what his items are. I suppose he has a Ghost, 4-staff, something like that, something to save him.
I'm gonna say, when you have Earthshaker and Necro, with the ET aura, like you should always have some comeback potential because you just have so much instant stun and burst. If they blink, echo, Reaper Scythe one target with enough heroes, they could split Secret apart a bit, then they'll always be able to kill that target. With that said, Secret, looks like they got a nice pick off, and Vici, they're committing buybacks and chasing pretty far here.
Oh, there's
oh
my god.
Doesn't even kill her.
On a Mirana.
Now Poyo-Yo's on an island.
And look at Puppy, he baited everything out. He was in the pit, they went for him. Actually, he has the Ghost and the 4-staff. Uses both of it, forces Spectre to go on him.
That's
Buyback from Spectre? He's going in.
They feel like they have to win this fight,
maybe,
I think.
that's true.
Is Roshan up? Is that why? Or like?
I don't think it's up.
I don't think it's up.
It's 2.5 minutes until it's up.
I'm honestly a bit surprised by that buyback. I feel like committing, buyback is important in Dota, but I'd say Spectre's buyback is the most important of any hero, just because of how the hero functions. Like, we were talking about the win conditions. One of the ways that they could have won previously is Spectre goes in, he tanks a bunch of damage, does a lot of damage with Dispersion, maybe a bit less because of Silver Edge, and he buys back
and uses
back
ulti
in.
or Aghanim's and goes back in.
But they don't have that option anymore, and honestly, carry buybacks, like, they're really expensive right now. It's based as, I think it's a 7th or 8th of your net worth. So if you're a carry, it's worth even like more gold. And I mean, that's sort of rough for them.
I just felt that they were a little bit maybe desperate. That's one
They
of
looked
those,
very desperate
yeah,
there,
that's one of those smokes in which you're really trying to make something happen. If you look at the way the fight started, they were even fighting 4 versus 5. They still tried to go, and it's because they thought, okay, we have them here, they're not truly all composed and together, and even though they're stronger, maybe we can turn this thing into our advantage somehow, which obviously didn't work. They even wasted the Reaper Sight. And when you can't even kill a position for Mirana with the Reaper Sight, you know that you're in a really bad spot.
Do you think that the buyback from Poyo was just out of like pure frustration? Like,
I don't think it's frustration.
The stakes were so high.
Old 11 just got shredded.
I think they thought they could turn around when the enemy was going on Necro for so long, but it's hard to judge these. And man, the amped up Spectre, he literally got 4-shot from Tiny.
And he can dispel it. Slardar has the talent.
He has that's actually one of the
talent.
scariest talents in the game. Like, he even has a Witchbane, so normally he would be able to dispel that. I thought there was some hope because he could Witchbane the Silencer when he Ghost Sceptered and 4-staffed and like turn around, and Team Secret, they just end up looking dominant in that.
Yeah, that's 2-0, right, for Secret? I believe
That
they
is a
took both
2-0.
of the games off of.
That means Secret's upper bracket, right? Maybe
I
they're
think,
already upper bracket.
I think they're already upper bracket.
Okay.
Yeah, they're basically confirmed for upper bracket.
Is this?
What is happening?
What is going on in this game?
They're high-fiving and
It
using
just
sprays.
started, right? So they're just having fun.
Does this game not matter?
This is the last game of the group stage, I believe,
Yes,
right?
well, all the positions are locked now.
Okay.
Because there's no way, because
That's awesome, man.
Team
They're
Secret with the
high-fiving.
I
Team
love to
Secret
see
with the
that.
2-0
Yeah, that's
They're
nice.
just having some fun together.
confirmed that
Okay.
they're going to be, they're the 4th slot for upper bracket.
I see. So yeah, seeding doesn't even matter then.
Beastcoast will be 5th.
That's adorable. That's awesome.
So
I'm a
wholesome.
big fan.
Yeah.
Just
Yeah.
go down the lane and high-five each
And
other
these
for
aren't
making
even like
it out
teams
of the
that would
groups.
know each other. It's a South American team and a Chinese team or something like that. Yeah, give me the replay. That's right. I want to see this.
Oh my gosh, that's so friendly.
I definitely would have tried to kill one of them.
Oh,
like
yeah,
if I
for
was
sure.
in the
For
cage.
sure.
TI,
I'm like,
man.
hey guys, we're just having fun here, right? Guys,
And then you suddenly start just
behind
hitting
me.
him, you know?
It's like, you know, in Dota, sometimes you go, hey, yellow, 1v1 me, and you tell your team to come smoke, and you free kill, guys, free is free.
You're an
Of
awful
course, he's a
human
techies
being.
player.
That is
yes,
true.
of course.
When you hear these stories,
But yes, the brackets are on the screen for those of you who are interested. Group A, IGVP, OG, and T1 are seeded into the upper bracket, and at the bottom, Undying, EG, Aster, and Alliance, with Thunder Predator unfortunately going home.
Wait, so
that's an offlane snap, by the way.
on this bracket, AUI, if you had to put EG in upper bracket, who would you have taken out? Who do you think would have, in your prediction before the tournament started?
T1.
Okay, Lizard, how about you? Is this what you would have expected?
Maybe I would have expected Aster even in the upper bracket.
Really?
Yeah, they just had some difficulties, right?
Over who?
On day one?
Their mid laner couldn't really play.
Yeah, who would you have put in instead of?
Instead of Aster?
Yeah.
I mean, for Aster slot, I'm not sure.
I would have taken
Maybe
out.
VP actually.
Yeah.
Honestly, this
I
group,
would- yeah,
this
I
group
would've-
looks scary. Like,
Yeah.
it looked like coming in, I think a lot of people did think Thunder Predator looked a little bit weak. But this group I thought looked really hard to get top 4, and the other group looked it looked really tight for the last place spot, in my opinion.
I would have put EG in top 4, and I would have put Virtus.pro in bottom 4.
Yeah. And then where are we out on Group B? That's also fully locked or no?
Also,
Group B is. Group B is locked. That's this group right here. So LGD sitting at the top,
Wow.
14, 10,
Wow, Team
10,
Spirit
10.
really came back.
Oh, by the way, this
Yes.
is the first Enigma, right?
Oh, we got an
We have
Enigma.
a first
yeah,
Enigma
you're
on the
right.
tournament as well.
Yo, shout out
Do you
to
think that
Whisper,
did they
because
pick
it doesn't matter.
did they pick it because this is the high 5 game?
Maybe.
Maybe, yeah. it just might be that, right? Or you're trying something else out.
They do play Enigma though.
And
like
if
Whisper
you-
has traditionally played a
And,
decent amount.
and if you win with it, maybe you'll force a ban in the future, right?
Yeah,
From some.
it is a scary hero.
true.
Also, I mean, actually, there's a Monkey King in this game.
Yes, there is.
Okay, and they ended up with Clinks versus Enigma in lane, which
The late is probably pretty good for Clinks. I also saw one thing though. At the start of this game, Clockwork managed to pull 2 creeps from one of the waves, and then pull additional 4 creeps from like the second wave. So he's able to pull 6 creeps around, which gives him a lot of the denies. As a result, like you can see, Enigma, he has like 14 CS. He's actually having quite a good lane here. Enigma with a good lane is no joke. Like Clinks has 10 CS. He's actually getting destroyed in lane.
Yeah, especially when you consider that Enigma before, like you didn't even need to creep pull that much. He would be able to do this on his own. But at the moment, it's kind of hard, right, with the cooldown on Eidolons. So
I feel
Clockwork
like
is doing a lot.
it's underutilized, Enigma still. Like when I see, if this is the result of the first 2 waves, or first like few waves, where Enigma's like, he's denied, so you can't match the equilibrium after the pull, you block some camps. If Enigma is decent in lane, this hero is strong, because Midnight Pulse is one of the best spells in Dota right now. Like you have the 15 talent that makes it huge, it's lower cooldown, it doesn't cost a lot of mana.
This is my problem though, this situation right here. So he just lost all his Eidolons.
That is sad.
And he has them on 30-second cooldown. Like, what do you do in the lane? You can't really right-click, you
But
can't
he
farm.
lost equilibrium somehow again. I feel like you shouldn't lose all your Eidolons with the wave so far, yeah.
That's why I was talking about this creep pulls. You don't really want anyone to creep pull when you're in Enigma. Just block the small camp, right? Before at least.
Okay.
Because you were able to
Yeah,
keep
just
the
hold the
equilibrium,
equilibrium, right?
on your own. Or you should be at least able
Yeah.
to keep it close to your tower. But you're also playing versus a position 5 Legion commander. which isn't something that you play very often against, especially if you're an Enigma, and then he just nukes your
It actually
idol
sounds pretty
down.
good versus Enigma in lane.
Like you can't pretty much do anything. You can't Malefice, and you can't summon idol ones because he pretty much one-shots.
Yeah.
It's pretty interesting to me that Nothing to Say has missed a couple of torrents at this point. Like, it makes me feel a lot better. He missed the X torrent in mid earlier, and whenever I see that, it just makes me feel so much better. Pros can do it too. So now
Not
I'm
just pros. Like this guy's what is he rank 2 or 3 MMR right now?
Yep.
In the world.
It's him, GPK.
GPK is 1. Nothing to Say is somewhere up there as
It's
well.
Quid or Nothing to Say, 2 and 3.
Wow.
So you're in good company, Sumi. Anytime you mix an X.
I'm not in good company.
So
I'm not even
people
on
who
the
miss
list.
the X torrent, it's Nothing to Say, Sumi.
Oh, okay, that's the list I'm on.
You're in a
Great.
good-
All right, thanks.
Good collection.
I feel better. I can't believe it. This is the last game of the day, huh?
It is the last game of the group stage.
Last game of
TI10.
group stage, gentlemen.
Wow.
It's been a long path to get here.
It was 150 games, 125 games or something like that. That's a lot of Dota in 4 days.
That is a lot of Dota. 4 streams that went on at all at the same time throughout the day. 4 days of Dota times 4.
It's just so much Dota, it's an overload. I know when you're a viewer, right? Like when you're sitting at home, it's amazing.
Oh my god, TI time is unmatched.
You just always have something to watch, but when you're trying to analyze the meta in every single game and keep up with what's happening, it's so much.
What is your typical TI viewing experience? What do? Do you have like a routine? Do you take off work and set up and pop some popcorn
Work?
and sit there?
I play
This is-
Dota.
You're asking the wrong people. No, previously when I was just a fan, I would usually watch the mainstream. I preferred them handling it for me rather than me having to keep 4 different streams open at the same time. And group stage, I would only tune in to my American hours, which for the first few TIs was great because it was all in Seattle, and I was like, oh, perfect. I wake up and I get to watch, and on the weekends I would watch more, and then for the first few days of main event, I wouldn't really be able to tune in. And then on the weekends, Friday, Saturday, Sunday,
DJing.
Yeah, it was full DJing with my friends. We would have like viewing parties, and all my friends who got me into Dota, we would watch it together. And it's almost a little bittersweet being on this side, which I know I don't think they're watching group stage anymore.
Now you're watching with us.
Yeah, that's right.
We are your friends.
The TI was actually in a cinema in Sarajevo in Bosnia.
Yeah.
We organized the viewing party, and we watched the semifinals, or the lower bracket, upper bracket, whatever.
Which TI?
8, I think. And then it went kind of late for us, like 12 p.m., midnight, something like that. Not 12 p.m., like midnight, yeah. And they just kicked us out of the cinema. So
Get out, you nerds.
Yeah, we couldn't finish watching it. Someone complained, like, yeah, you can't. Get out.
What about you, AUI? When you're not winning or playing in
watch
TI,
any
did you ever
TI?
just sit
This
and
is
watch?
my first time watching.
You've never watched a TI as a fan before?
No.
Really?
I didn't watch TI1, and I mean TI2. I was like here at the event, but I wasn't playing or competing.
Okay.
So I guess TI2.
Okay.
That was in like Battle Royale Hall. It was a lot more intimate and close.
That's
but
right, yeah.
This is the first time I haven't been player coaching since then.
Well, how was your Battle Royale Hall experience? Did you go with friends?
I missed Battle Royale Hall. No, I went with my team because we were invited to play.
Wildcards?
No, it was ESWC, I think. ESWC finals. It was at PAX West.
Wait, it coincided with TI?
Yeah, it was during TI.
Oh, okay.
For me, I watched a lot of Dota by myself because all of my friends were actually European, so we were on like opposite time schedules. So I would watch by myself watch the VODs by myself. I wanted to go to TI and I was like, okay, I will absolutely go. And finally, when I like had a full-time job and I can afford to go, they stopped having it in Seattle. So I just got absolutely destroyed, and this is my first TI that I've ever attended in my entire life.
Hey, welcome, welcome.
It's still pretty cool, right? The experience, and you end up in Romania watching it. You fly across the world. It's
Absolutely.
amazing. Yeah.
And I get to watch it with my friends. Now I have friends to watch it
In the
with
same
in
time
real
zone.
time. Wow. What a good time. This has been a really good group stage. I've definitely been enjoying it. Definitely a different experience too, given like all this the situation that's been going on in the world the last 2 years.
For sure. Do you think that the meta will change after the group stage significantly? Like
Yes.
there's that one day in which every single team will brainstorm all the ideas that
That's
happen.
tomorrow. That's tomorrow.
The lower bracket teams have 2 days too, because only upper bracket plays the day after.
Oh.
I thought it's half and half.
Let me check.
Is that true?
Check.
What is the schedule for main
It's
event day one? I'm sure we'll get it on the screen eventually whenever this game ends. But for right now, I need to know now. I need to know how to brace myself.
It was like that past TIs, right? Like
It was
would be half,
only
half.
upper bracket?
No, what you said. It was
Oh,
like
it's half and
half.
half?
The schedule right now
I just like ran into a couple of the players and player managers and stuff. They're like, oh, we have 2 days, so maybe for them. But I don't think the schedule's out yet.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
honestly,
They
they,
should know this.
Wait,
they don't know what they're talking
production
about.
is listening to us and they're here to like tell us the lore. So
Okay.
there's 2 upper bracket games
Okay, so
and
it's
then
half-half.
4 lower bracket games.
So it's all the lower bracket games.
Oh, so because they're all BO1s.
Okay,
So
so they
all-
only have 1 day. So they were lying. They were lying to themselves, me, and their players.
Lower bracket are indeed best of ones.
You do
upper
what you
bracket
can to
is
feel a
best of
bit
3.
better, you know, like, yeah, I have more time to prepare, it's fine.
That's rough, actually.
Yeah, you got 1 day and then a BO1 elimination after that. Ooh.
AUI, how do you prepare for that? As a lower bracket team, what do you do? What do you do with 1 day?
I think you try to find, like, the last day of TI is tiebreaker, so if you don't have to play tiebreakers, you have some time. So you should before that day, you should actually have discussed what you think is really strong. And then that day, you should try to schedule 1 set of scrims so you can test it out. And you have to just commit to something. Go with like the idea that you as a team believe is the strongest. It's not an enviable position to be in, but I think that's the best.
Do you feel like that's like blind faith? Like, because you obviously don't have the opportunity to test out everything. So when you pick something and you commit to it, does it feel like you're just kind of like covering your eyes and jumping in?
I mean, you do have some data, right? Like, you do have some in the group
Mm-hmm.
stage. You do have the feelings you've accumulated through playing like a lot of games here. But yeah, pretty much you are at some point, you are just guessing because you're trying to see the strat that you think will work best against the team you're going to play against. You're trying to see what they would do against it, if you need to make any adjustments, like why you think it's strong, if the reasons you think are strong are even like high validity, like you don't know.
And it's a difficult position to be in, but it's difficult for every single team that's in that position, right? So
Right.
you're in that difficult position, but the team that you're playing against doesn't have it any better. So it's all about, I would say, even controlling your emotions and approaching the game with as much chill as possible. I know it's difficult, but it definitely does help. You could see it even in the group stages, like this morning, Quincy Crew, the way they played, that was not clean Dota.
That's sweaty palm
Yeah,
Dota.
That was.
You don't want sweaty palm Dota in best of ones.
Wait, explain sweaty palm Dota.
It's when you're
Knees
tsunami,
That
your palms are sweaty.
Mom's spaghetti is just pockets filled with pasta and you're just hoping not to die.
I think what it usually leads to is trying to avoid losing instead of trying to win and being focused on like, because every team like in Dota is going to be good at specific things and worse at others. And what usually makes the teams great is when they can form a game plan around making all the things that they're good at very prevalent and sort of lessening or dampening the effect of their weaknesses. And sometimes when you're nervous, like you forget about that game plan. Maybe you forget even about making your teammates feel good and playing better. And all of a sudden you have 5 isolated individuals just because of this nervous atmosphere. And I think what some of the greatest captains in Dota do is they can make it so that the atmosphere feels very calm. I mean, we've seen TrueSight, like with OG and Ana, like he, for a little bit, he was having a moment of weakness, I would say. But Seb and Nota, they're just able to prop him up. And because of that, they're able to win TI. Like, it's human to have these emotions. It's human to feel nervous. But you're a team together, and you can always try to cover for each other, make each other better. And that's what will make teams win.
Do teams in Dota frequently do team bonding exercises or like outings or anything like that?
Like the falling, the trust games?
I mean, like that, but also like just things where you get together and just hang out.
I think more often than before, but not always. Like, I don't know it's widely accepted. I think a lot of teams have people who go to the gym together.
It's changing a little
Yeah,
bit.
it's changing for the better to be like normal human beings, but I don't know if it's like completely reached the point
what
of...
he's saying is so right. Like 4 or 5 years ago, we were in a really bad spot. Like players did not really take too much care of themselves when it comes to living a life and having like, some gym experience at least, working out a little bit, taking care of your body, because if you do that, you'll play better as well. And then when you talk about psychologists and team mentality and all this stuff, in Europe, in the Eastern Europe, that's hocus pocus. That's something that you didn't even believe in. Like what? Only OG made that kind of more common and more prevalent. Maybe some teams started getting interested in this strange things that are called emotions and psychology.
You know, I was having a conversation with a bunch of pros. I can't remember quite who, but they actually had a smoking theory, like going out for cigarettes for they were Team Liquid at the time, for Team Nigma at TI7, because they had this insane lower bracket run. And their theory was that the reason why they're able to go on that run was because they were all smokers together. So they would have so much time where they would go outside together, chill, talk about the game in a nice, calm manner, removed from the atmosphere and the stress, and then they would go back in and they would just destroy. And I mean, I'm not advocating for having to do something like that, but having some time together as a team, realizing the human aspect, because you're around these people so much, it really does help in that.
Bring one hookah to the boot camp, gather.
I like how we had two ends of the spectrum. There was one that's like, yeah, let's do something really healthy together. Let's go to the gym, you know, let's meal plan together. And the other one's like, oh God, I'm mentally done. Mind control's mentally done right now.
More than the smoking, it's just like going together, being together, doing one action together that's not just playing Dota. I think a lot of the time, maybe a bit less for the pro teams now, you can often forget that the people you're playing with are human too.
Right.
Like you play so much Dota with each other that you don't humanize them, you don't try to prop them up, and
well, also a lot of the time, these people just kind of existed on the internet. Only recently has it become more normalized to like, let's get a team house together.
I'm pretty sure some of the people I play with aren't real people
they're
still,
figments of your imagination.
Especially the ones who have added me and talked to me, like, it's definitely part of the simulation.
It's AI for sure.
Yeah.
But with the DPC, now you're incentivized to like, I mean, we have to play 6 weeks together, let's just live together for 6 weeks.
100% their simulation. The first team that I kind of played with in some small leagues, 2 players were from Trinidad Tobago. Like how? Like
that's not even a real country.
It's like I'm a Bosnian. I'm like some random Bosnian playing Dota in a team with Trini Tobago guys. Like Tobago. How do you pronounce it? Tobago. Yeah, Trini Tobago. Like
unless you're from New York, it's Tobago.
Tobago?
I have no idea.
I pronounced it Tobago.
They need a representation. I need to see that flag on Liquid.
Shout out to them.
That's honestly super dope, though. Like, honestly, one of my favorite things in esports in general is just meeting people from so many different places.
Agree.
Like, it's like I don't know. It's you have so many like stereotypes, even in education growing up, and then you meet people from all over the world, and everyone's just so cool and like just so interesting, and everyone has so much passion.
I think like back in the day, weren't people like taught not to talk to strangers online and stuff like that?
Don't talk to strangers on the internet.
And
scream at them.
That's why you don't talk to the strangers on the internet.
And now we have like it's like all of your friends are online, and even stuff like online dating is like really common, and it's just the times are just changing. And Dota is one of the things that remain.
I've met many people who found relationships through Dota, which blows my mind.
I helped a guy get engaged on a major.
Tell the story.
Oh yeah, that's right. I remember that.
Yeah, like he approached me during the like, autograph signing session or whatnot, and he's like, "Can I have a minute of your time afterwards?" Shout out to him, by the way, and her. I hope they're happy together. He's like, I'm like, yeah, sure, whatever. I'll wait. No. He didn't ask me yet. No. He asked me.
Dignify you with my presence.
I'll wait. I'll stay here. And he's like, okay, can I ask you for a favor? Can you help me propose to my girl? I'm like, are you sure you want to do it here?
With me?
with me?
Wait, where was it?
It was the Stockholm major.
Dream League Stockholm. Yeah.
Dream League Stockholm, yeah. And I'm like, are you sure? Maybe you take her to a restaurant or is this something more intimate? You know,
Did you think that she was gonna say no? Is that why you were trying to discourage her?
No, I was just trying to think like.
It's like such a big memory, right?
Yeah, it's
like
such a big memory, and Dota is great. We all love this game, but it's the same like proposing on a football match, right? In the crowd.
Sure.
So Shiver helped out, and we tried to make it a little bit more memorable. We took them to a balcony where there's not a lot of people, and you can see everything. He proposed there. She said yes. It was endearing. It was a really nice situation. I hope they're still together. Hi.
Oh my God, that's so good. Dota, it does a lot of things.
It definitely
to
connects
find
people,
love.
yeah.
Yes, yes. Actually, like I've definitely bonded with significant others over Dota, and you know, sometimes we get really mad and we hate each other because you know I'm playing 5 and they don't come back to the back line and save me, and maybe we don't talk that night. But you know what? It's fine because ultimately we're playing a game together. We're enjoying the time overall because we like the game, and yeah.
And when you
it's fun.
come back against Mega Creeps together, it forges a true bond.
It's true. That's true.
It's like going through, you know, like in the military, they go through boot camp. They get like dehumanized and crushed down together, and they emerge as like family. Like you'll die for each other. It's the same in Dota.
Brothers in
like
arms.
you win against Mega Creeps with me, like we're set.
ride or
We're
die
good,
now.
For me, it's if you win versus Tinker.
Or if you kill Tinker together.
If you kill Tinker together,
you
oh
see
my
a Tinker
God.
and you're
It's
both
just-
on the same page. And
Dude, it's literally claps for the next 5 minutes of the game.
The Zeus gets the vision, the clockwork hook shots, and you're like, I love
that's
you.
beautiful.
I love you.
Zeus, not picked.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
true.
That's true.
Oh, yeah, we're wrapping up the group stage now. So Enigma, we're crossing off the list. There's
So
still
it's Techies, Omni Knight, Zeus,
Broodmother,
Broodmother,
Huskar.
Meepo, Huskar. That should be it. Maybe 1 or 2 more.
Yeah.
That actually sounds.
Right?
Actually, that's actually ridiculous. There are so few heroes that are unpicked.
It's insane.
How many heroes in Dota are there? Like 112, 120?
122? 122?
I'm a boomer, so.
Bruno.
Yeah, you're way back in the day. I think it's 125.
Statsman Bruno. 222. What? 122.
122.
157.
122. I was right. I nailed
That's
it.
a lot of
And then
heroes.
I
A lot of heroes.
unnailed it.
Although 9 had less, actually.
It's just a testament to
9 only
this.
had 2 heroes that were
After
unpicked.
groups.
After groups. It was like Brewmaster and may have been Clinks. But there was
No,
even
Clinks
fewer.
was played, I know, because Fly was playing Clinks and Artesia was playing Phoenix. And they misclicked who was playing it.
Oh yeah, you're right. I do
it wasn't
remember that game. Okay, so Clinks was
But something like that, yeah.
But Brewmaster wasn't picked, and it was one other.
Okay,
So, yeah.
that's crazy still, though, honestly.
Oh, that's a good
What
fight.
if someone like misclicks and they pick the wrong hero? They
Yeah,
can't
TI?
just get up
Do you think
and
that would happen at TI?
they
Maybe in
can't
an
just get up and
elimination
switch
game?
seats, right? Oh.
No, you're not allowed to do
What
that.
would you hate to misclick?
Gyrocopter.
Gyrocopter, right?
But Gyrocopter is one of the most picked.
Oh, Sumi hasn't done an
Names.
Insania panel yet.
I have no.
I have done an Insania.
Oh, then he didn't.
He
bring-
told me.
Oh, okay.
He
That's
told me the
unfortunate.
story.
Maybe a bit too fresh. And he's not even here, so I
No,
shouldn't
no,
be
no,
saying
no.
that.
No,
He brought
no
it up
mercy, no
himself.
He's brought it up on
Yeah.
multiple occasions.
Honestly, I've heard he actually makes fun of it. Like his team makes fun of him
Oh, yeah.
for it in a good way.
The,
Like
the
I'm
liquid
happy
spray
they
is
can.
him saying misclick, and it's him on a gyrocopter.
Yeah. Really? Okay. I
He
like
told
that.
me.
If you think about that game itself, how they continued playing it, they actually tried hard afterwards. They tried
No,
to
they
make-
were gonna win that
They,
game.
they tried their best.
I think they were actually higher percent to win that game at some point in the game. I remember I was actually in a lobby with Loda because they're part of Alliance, and he was saying like, yeah, we were actually supposed to win that game, and then we got BKB, we died mid, and then we zipped across the map into a Leshrac stun, and we died, and we just crumbled. But
Could have been.
rough time. No, TI,
Imagine-
the ups and the downs.
Imagine if he won. Like he would be considered the greatest genius drafter that ever was.
If they won that game, I'm curious if they ever would have told anyone it was a misclick.
Probably.
I would have
I think
been-
that
He
team
would.
would have. That's the kind of team that memes it up, and they would have been like, we didn't even.
I
meme
feel like
them.
if they really want to meme it, they should have waited till like after the next series and be like, okay guys, it was a misclick by the way, and just let it fester for a bit, you know?
That's true. They could have thrown them off their game.
Yeah, the next opponent would have been like, oh god, man,
They're
that
gonna pick the
Insania
five.
gyrocopter, we didn't consider
Oh
this.
God, they're gonna misclick again.
It is funny because 5 Gyrocopter actually got quite good
It did.
at some
was-
point.
It
Aiden
did.
was on the ground floor.
There was
baby.
a void in that game as well, right? Like
Can't quite
I
remember.
think carrier offlane or something like that.
So back to this game, it looks like Enigma not looking so successful. Honestly, maybe,
Top 3 network though, like keeping
yeah.
up.
It is still like one of those Enigma games where I feel like he can win this game if he gets enough items. Like even 1v5 from the offlane.
Yeah, there are no. If he gets the Monkey King and the Kunkka, there's There's no easy disable for the black hole.
Yeah, and honestly, once he has BKB, there's
He has
nothing.
BKB,
maybe
right?
maybe the duel plus talent, maybe an Aetherlance.
But he does have BKB already, I believe.
Okay.
Right? He should have, at least he's sitting on 11,000 net worth.
Man, Midnight Pulse will be so good against all these cores on LGD if he ever does manage to get a good team fight.
So can you explain to me what that single boat was for? All it did was hit LC. It didn't even seem like it was targeted toward
Probably
anyone.
just reducing a little bit of damage.
Yeah, so
keeping them
it has
sustained.
a Kunkka ROM, right? So I think it's just 40 now. It doesn't go up to 50. I think they nerfed it to 40 at all levels.
Yeah.
But you have like delayed damage, so you don't take the damage now until some 10 seconds later. It just makes everyone really tanky and able to reset the fight.
Lynx is on the wrong
Dude, he
side
wants
of
to go
that
home.
hill, but it doesn't matter. They can't
has
approach
Aegis.
him. Like, they're all sitting so low.
I know. This
The
is
Lynx
where
wants to die at this point.
this is where you get the Tidehunter Ravage and then the Echo Slam and yeah.
And the black hole.
And the black hole. Yep.
He's literally
Honestly, I
sitting
think
there, please
the
kill
best-
me at this point.
The best way for Beastcoast to win this game is if they try to bait the Ursa, try to get their rage off before the duel, which is honestly sort of realistic, and then follow up with some egg. They overcome on the egg, and you get a good black hole. Like it's not easy to win games like this, but finding like some conditions to win it, I think is important.
But that wouldn't turn it around to a win, right? It would just
if
keep them in the
win-
game a little bit
If they win
safer.
a team fight, I think their lineup is actually pretty good this game. The problem is like it's not simple to win the team fight. I mean, if you're going into like a late game even with Enigma, Phoenix, Invoker, even some Ursa, like they're good heroes. It's just LGD, they're so disciplined. It's hard to bait them into these bad fights.
And when you look at LGD, they have 5 heroes, all of which can scale and become cores eventually. Like, this is a Legion 5, keep that in mind. This is Snapfire position 3. So,
That's scary.
Clockwork with Yules.
I love that Clockwork Shard.
Dude, the jetpack is so much fun.
Jetpack is amazing. Why did he get Yules early on? Versus Duel? No?
Maybe, I guess just to survive with Kunkka.
Versus X marks the spot to catch people, perhaps?
Yeah, maybe he thought Legion was core.
Yeah. I mean,
No.
yeah, it took him 15 minutes to figure out Legion as a support.
He looked at the scoreboard
And then I bought this Yules.
No, I think it's mostly just. It has to just. Oh, it also you can also interrupt Clinx's Q, which is a big deal. Like an instant interrupt.
That makes sense, yeah.
It doesn't look like that good a Yo's game. I'm curious to see his reasoning for it.
I don't see it, honestly. But yeah, probably
Maybe
some
when
idea.
Phoenix eggs, he can use a Snapfire as well. Because that's
Okay.
a killer.
yeah,
I've actually
that's
thought
true.
about stuff like that before, and that one's actually pretty valid, I think.
So far, you gave us 10 ideas. This is the first legit one.
No, the
So, as
Captain
long as
Clinx
you
Q.
keep on
That's good.
throwing until it sticks, yeah.
Yeah.
No, I like that Legion Commander was not a core until 15 minutes in.
That's probably.
Honestly, if you
That's
see
the
enough
best
ideas,
one.
like you know the monkey type
monkey
on a
type,
keyboard.
right? Eventually
yeah,
they'll type
eventually I'll be right.
Shakespeare.
So,
Yeah.
well, do you know what that website's called? There's a website that has anything you can write, like up to 5,000 characters.
Library of Babel, I think.
Yeah, that one.
I have no idea what this
You,
is.
you can like, there's basically someone made a website that has all the combinations of letters
all written text.
possible, and you can find like like you can Google whatever you want to say, and it'll be somewhere in the library. It'll show
has
you
been
where it
written
is
already.
Yeah. So nothing's original anymore. We're living in a simulation. Blah
Oh
blah
my
blah.
god, that's scary.
Is it only English?
It's only English.
It's English.
I think it's
So I'm
only. Yeah,
still
they
not-
only did it for English. So you can still do
I'm still
original.
safe,
I'm a
yeah.
one language bad human. So
Monolingual.
yeah, it's very sad and pathetic.
Are you really?
Yeah.
I thought you were Canadian.
I'm
Aren't you all kinda?
Oh yeah, I took 10 years of French. I can say
There you go, 10 years.
hello, how are you? My name is.
That's cool.
And
that's
I'm not
good.
saying on stream because it's
That's,
embarrassing.
that's fine. I wasn't gonna ask. I'm not a fan of quizzing people on their language. It's just not my thing.
Jetpack is so good.
It's so funny.
It just
It's so
looks
fun,
looks
honestly.
fun.
Oh, yeah.
It's not only fun, it's good. Like
Yeah,
the-
it is. Underrated
The
for
charge is
sure.
underrated. They buffed it up a little bit too, so now I think the turn rate is slightly better.
When it first came out, it was almost purely for memes, I think. But it's gotten to a point where, and I do like that about Dota. I feel like there's a lot of things that are sort of like meme ideas, but
And
they
then
get
they
turned
turn
into
into-
like
viable strategies or ideas?
So a long time ago, I was trying to figure out how to play Meepo properly. Back in Dota 1, it was mech build, mech Vlads. When I started in Dota 2, and immediately picked up the hero, and I saw everyone was building hard, but I liked edgy more, right? So hit harder. So literally my build was power treads and 5 ultimate orbs. And the ultimate orbs with power treads, it was legit. Aghanim's was necessary. So 4 ultimate orbs and Aghanim Scepter. And it's what you needed to do. Like, it actually worked out really well. It was a meme at the beginning. But then I figured out that you can combine them into a Skadi.
Genius.
That's when it became...
Was this memes or was this your lack of knowledge in the game?
No, I'm kidding. Yeah, it's just I did start. I actually started off with Skadis, and then I'm like, I don't need this point booster. Just give me the orbs.
Yeah, it's basically what Dota is on Meepo. Even a few years ago, like you'd build the stat items, the Dragon Lances.
It was pretty much the stats always. How fast can you get fat enough that no one can kill you?
He does have Aghanim's Refresher on Invoker. The problem is, I actually don't think Cataclysm is good with Enigma, because the Black Hole actually circles them around. When you Cataclysm, you only hit one person with the Sunstrike. So unless he gets like a 2-3 man Black Hole, it's not really that effective. We'll see. He does have some other stuns, like Ursa can jump one person, Clockwork Hook's on, he gets a good Cataclysm that way. It could be a comeback mechanic.
How hard is it to come back when you're at a deficit like this one?
We're about to find out. Supernova goes down.
This specific deficit looks quite hard, but I'd say in general, Dota is relatively easy to come back compared to maybe other games in the genre. It's still hard because a lot of it comes down to like your mentality and like baiting them in. And of course, if you're ahead, you're still favored to win. But there are definitely opportunities. This one, it's a bit far gone, I'd say.
Not this one.
Especially after a team fight, I'd say.
They do have
once a
buyback.
throne dies, I think there's less comeback potential.
Oh, okay.
so?
Oh, wow. That's some amazing insight.
Analysis.
It does make sense. I actually have to think about it. I'll test it out when I go.
If the throne dies, you can't come back?
I'll test it out when I go back.
What if you deny it? You win?
Honestly, that is a comeback. Sometimes I type last kill wins, and I've morally won after my throne dies.
But LGD has legitimately won, and they will take final game of the group stage.
Yeah, I mean, they were already sitting at the top. They were completely uncontested for that top as well. So, yeah, I guess.
We get a round of applause for the end of the group stage.
Absolutely. Very well fought, Dota. We've said this at the start of this match. All of these teams did a fantastic job. And even the teams that unfortunately do have to go home, they put up a really good fight and they repped their regions very, very well. And we have a lot of respect for that. Gentlemen, we have reached the end of group stage. Do you have any initial thoughts that come to your mind immediately when thinking about the fact that we're about to get into main event? AUI? Oh, no, wait, AUI first.
Sorry, I was looking at the camera, man.
He confused you as well.
One screen, I focus on the camera, man. I don't know, honestly, I'm pretty surprised specifically by EG. Well, sorry, was this about the teams or was it about like the...
Anything. Any thoughts that came to your mind?
Yeah, I mean, that was my biggest one. I expected EG to do really well this tournament. And to my mind, in terms of gameplay, I actually really like how the meta is progressing. I feel like there's a lot of long-range nukes poking into some like cataclysmic like clashes where you just try to burst someone and it's about save then. So I think we're looking forward to some really good games in the main stage. I also can't wait to see what OG has hidden because they always have something for main stage.
Same. I completely agree with him. I'm happy.
That's a lazy answer to talk
No,
about.
I want to conclude on the same. I'm really happy for the patch. There's a reason why we have like 5, 6, 7 unpicked heroes. The patch is a TI-ready patch. There's no snowballs. There's no games that end up in 15 minutes. We had one single game that ended at the 17-minute mark. And I'm happy that we will see a lot of new, I think, strategies coming into the playoffs. But I don't think that the Chinese teams are, in contrast to OG, hiding anything. I think they're showing their hand right here. PSG LGD is playing the same way they've been playing for the last 6 months, and they're dominating. And that's pretty scary for everyone else.
I've been thoroughly impressed by the Eastern European region. I think we've been talking a lot about how South America, they were able to show up 3 teams. Eastern Europe brought 2 teams, and both of them got upper bracket. And they're both teams that I could have very easily seen being in lower bracket or even being eliminated. Maybe not VP eliminated, but Spirit eliminated, I wouldn't have been too surprised by. But they both come out of nowhere. Spirit comes kind of out of nowhere and manages to make upper bracket. That's something that's very encouraging for the region, which has for so long been just overwhelmed by all the oldies who have just been showing up TI after TI.
Are they on average the youngest, right?
Both of them, yeah. Teams. Both those, the Eastern European region as a whole just is experiencing a bit of a renaissance, and can't wait to see how they do at main event.
Same.
Oh, great. Real original.
No, but seriously, I also agree with AUI. I'm very, very glad I didn't manage to get my predictions in on time because it would have been completely destroyed. EG not making it into upper bracket is very, very, very surprising to me, and also a little unfortunate. I got a little bit of that bias going on, but Virtus.pro doing really, really well. I had a lot of big questions about them because of their lack of experience on LAN, and they've proven that their upper bracket, they're doing fantastic, and I guess I'm just wrong. I'm just completely wrong. I would say that for the people that I was talking to BSJ about what teams that I thought were going to go home, I did say Team Spirit, and they also proved me wrong. My predictions are just all wrong. Let's take a look at the standings in IG.
Americans in shambles.
Absolutely.
Neither North or South got into upper bracket.
Our region not doing too well, but the other region's doing fantastic. IG, Virtus.pro, OG, and T1 will be in the upper bracket, as well as PSG, LGD, Team Secret, Vici Gaming, and Team Spirit. In the lower bracket, we have North America and a little bit of everywhere else, with Undying, Evil Geniuses, Team Aster, Alliance, Beastcoast, Quincy Crew, Fnatic, and Elephant. Unfortunately, 2 teams did have to go home in the group stage. Those 2 teams were Thunder, Predator, and SG Esports. And gentlemen, as I mentioned earlier, these were some amazing games. Everyone fought super hard. We got to see really, really long games where we finally got to see some tier 5 items come out. We've also seen some really short games, record being, what was it?
17 minutes, Elephant getting GG'd by LGD.
Oof, that must have been really crushing for the mental, but they still pulled through. We got some good stuff going.
And the 2 teams that have been eliminated, they've played so many games that this tournament comes as, this TI comes as a huge experience. And you can be sad for them, but at the same time, there's always next year, and I'm sure that they'll come back even stronger. Especially SG, 0 wins. It's actually Thunder Predator, 0 wins. Very unexpected considering their major success, which was only arguably 1 game, but 1 is bigger than 0. So waiting for them in the next season.
Yeah, they were saying online after they were unfortunately eliminated that they were not too pleased with their results, but no matter what, they were still going to give it their best in their games against T1, and they really did. And yeah, I mean, just well fought. AUI, any thoughts?
No, I'm just happy with the Dota that we got to watch. I'm really excited for the break day because I'm a big Dota nerd. I'm gonna go watch a bunch of the VODs and replays. And honestly, the thing about this TI is that we had not that much information coming in, and I'm more excited now that we have all this information for what the geniuses on the teams and all the captains will do with that. I just want to see all the strats that they're gonna bring and all the cool ways they're gonna break the game.
Now that you've seen all of the teams play in a LAN setting with the international, mix of teams, what teams do you think that you would put at the top of your scoreboard now?
So my original prediction had Secret winning it, and I think that I'm still pretty confident in that being a possibility.
Bottling?
Yeah, it's, they've been saving enough strats that maybe it starts to reveal a few of them, and like I had mentioned earlier, China as a region currently, actually I don't know if it's been updated now that all of the standings have been solidified. They're in the top, but statistically so far they have a 50% chance of taking the entire thing according to Knoxville's number crunching. And so 50% for an entire region, it's quite high, but then you look at how they're doing in the tournament and it's not that surprising.
Before we get to Lizard's answer, sorry everybody, we have an announcement that the brackets are currently being worked on. So if anybody wants to wait and see what those brackets look like, you can hang out and listen to us talk for just a couple more minutes. So please hang in there.
So,
sorry, Lizard.
Wait, before, one more thing. Last year, or 2 years ago, I guess, at TI9, at this very time, I was doing the wrap-up for the group stage for TI9. We were waiting, and they resolved the group stage. The last thing was OG needed to figure out their opponent, and they said, flip a coin. We don't care. And I think part of the reason was because they were doing it in front of all the other teams. And that mental game of being all like, here, who we face, flip a coin, we'll kick their ass anyway. And so even though it's not all predetermined, the upper bracket teams get to choose based off of seeding who their opponents will be. And so there's still some mind games going on even after the Dota has ended.
That really is a power move there.
Yeah.
I'm interested in seeing how that pans out. Sorry, Tsunami, Lizard, go ahead. What teams do you think that you have your eye on throughout main event?
This will be a very boring answer and not a hot take at all.
All right, LGD. Moving on. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
LGD, keep it on. Let's go. No, it's not only LGD. I'll take the two winners of the two groups. I'll take IG from one and LGD from the other. I'm not going to stray away way too much. Maybe I'll mention one hot take. That's Virtus.pro. They've yet to win a single TI, right, as an organization.
That's true.
And there's a lot of teams and a lot of players talking about them and how strong they are in scrims. That's been said before, though. During the Animajor, a very common team was back then. So if they manage to rein in their emotions, I think they can go far. Yet again, when you look at PSG LGD and how they're playing, I don't think they've met their match yet.
AUI?
I'm surprised you guys aren't talking about OG, because, I mean, they're looking to
The three-peat?
right? Yeah, I mean, it's OG at TI.
3 flukes in a row?
You can, yeah, 3 flukes in a row. You can never count that team out, especially when it comes to the main stage. But I also think LGD and IG, they're just looking phenomenal, and it'll sort of be that battle. It almost seems to me like, it's been a while since TI has sort of felt like that, like West versus East, because that's how TI was originally divided, right? Like the TI 1 to
West and East.
4. It was just West versus East, and
all 1 through 6, because Wings took 6. So
like in winners. No, I was literally talking about the regions. It used to be
okay.
West and East,
Right.
and
Yeah.
But yeah, no, it's been a while. Honestly, maybe a bit too long for the performance through the years since we had a Chinese team win TI. But OG, I don't even think they've shown their best Dota yet during the group stage, honestly. Like, I see Sumail sort of clowning around the day before matches, not fully focused, because they know, like, and it's probably, like, agreed upon by the team. Like, they know what it takes to win TI. They know the mentality that they set themselves up for. So I would never want to count OG out.
You can never underestimate the
no,
power
they're scary.
It's worth mentioning, though, there's no crowd this time, though. And if
That
they
is
get
true. They
big
do
power
feed
up,
off that energy.
They do feed off the energy, which if you at home are watching, don't worry. There's still a lot of show planned. Even though you guys aren't going to be there, we have grand plans for things to come whenever we finally come to the main event. So the show will still go on despite the circumstances, but the players and the teams may have different conditions now that there's not that roar. But you guys can do it in-game, I guess.
And that could be a deficit for some team like an OG, right? At the same time, for these youngsters, Team Spirit.
I mean, for VP for sure,
For
right?
them, it's good.
Like tournament nerves are a real thing where like you walk onto the stage, you see the entire audience cheering for you, or maybe just sitting there because you're playing against their favorite team and like they're all watching you and you know that they're going to be judging you and there are going to be people talking about you and watching you the whole time. Do you think that really like, does that shake your mentality?
I mean, not for me personally.
You don't care?
No, I care, but like, I think it's nice. Like, it's inspiring. I think the main thing is the vibrations. Like, that's what I feel like it's not talked about enough. Like, it literally shakes. Like, when something exciting is going on, you can feel it. And even if you're trying to remain calm, like, it's just
shaking
electric.
you.
Like, I mean, you're physically being shaken. Like,
Insania was telling me a story about how at one of the epicenters, him as a European team was going up against Gambit. And this was before TI9. And so for Gambit, this was to determine who might be able to get enough points to go to TI9. And so it was like the true finals of that tournament and it happened in lower bracket, and he said like the entire world was quaking. The crowd was roaring every single time they get a last hit on Gambit, and it was just like pin drop silence whenever it's on and a liquid good thing happens. And they ended up taking it, and like he was like, I could feel the tension in the crowd. I could feel the eyes just like burrowing into me after we won that.
So what I'm hearing is that during main event, we need Tsunami, Lizard, and AUI to jump up on the stage, jump up and down on the stage so that it vibrates, so that they can feel
I'll
that.
shake the booth.
For me, I think, so I actually had a conversation with one of my friends this morning. So he's a Red Bull athlete, Anakin, and he plays fighting games. And he, of course, you know, OG is his bias because it's like his teammates, right? Sure. He asked me what I thought, and I said that what I personally was hoping for was a LGD EG Grand Finals, but I said that OG being top 3 is like basically, that's like, I'm confident in that because they're just so good. They have the 2 TIs under their belt and like so much more experience just attending TIs in general that they're just ready, you know. Virtus.pro might have, like you mentioned earlier, they might not have that experience and with the vibrations or with the crowd or lack thereof, but I think OG has that power. But me personally, you know, I'm always hoping that EG will, you know, RTZ will finally get to lift the Aegis, you know?
That's all we need.
But LGD has just been proven to be very, very consistent throughout the entire DPC. You know, they're just really good. They came to TI, continuing to be they're proving to be why they're at the top of international worldwide Dota.
Do we still have to kill time before the groups are determined?
Production, what's going on?
Okay, we can do this. We can do this all day.
We can continue.
That
the
is true.
three-peat? Do you believe Tsunami?
Well, I think that for the pre-TI OG, surprisingly, this is actually the most competitive the pre-TI OG has looked. I think before TI8, it was, we're panicking. We lost S4 and Fly. Let's get this pub star. Who's this Thompson dude? He plays Meteor Hammer Invoker. I don't care. Let's get him. They get it, and he didn't have any LAN experience prior to that, and now still is rocking 100% win rate on TI main stage. And then TI8 comes around, and roster in shambles, as is tradition for OG, managed to bring. Actually, so what was the...
TI9, they brought Ana back.
Right, so what was the last tournament before that? Did they bring Ana for any of the DPC tournaments?
No, it was just for TI quals, right?
It was just for TI quals?
No, you mean for this?
No, last year.
TI9.
Yeah, last year, I think it's just the quals.
Yeah, so just quals, cobble it together.
They barely beat Wind and Rain, 3-2.
That's right.
Finals.
Yeah. And then group stage, they were actually dominant.
So it's very similar, right? They barely won versus Tundra here.
They barely won versus Tundra.
Yeah, and they're back in TI.
No, they might be role-playing a bit, to be honest. Like, they barely brought in their carry for TI quals only. It's trying to replicate a bit of the magic. Yeah.
Yeah.
Play for fun, you know? We wanted to have this super close 3-2 versus Tundra. All part of the plan.
All part of the plan, all according to Keikaku, right, Sumi?
Oh my gosh, stop saying that.
And so if there was the writing on a wall for a three-peat, they have followed the recipe thus far for their team. And Sumail has been a standout performer. Now the question is, can you do it without Jarex? Can you do it without Ana?
That's a tough question. I feel like for me, my experience with Dota, whenever someone talks about OG, everyone always mentions Ana in some way, shape, or form. And unfortunately, now that he is retired, how does that feel for OG, like, as a team? Like, for you, AUI, have you ever had that feeling where, like, someone leaves, well, other than you, where, like, someone leaves and then you just feel shook?
Or the team leaves you.
Stop! I was trying to avoid
when
that.
the team leaves me, it's not a good feeling. I don't know. I feel like Ana, he was a very special player in OG, like very good. But for me, because I'm a little bit biased for Sumail, because he literally carried me for a TI win. But I think Sumail is one of the most special players in Dota. Like, it's a generational talent. So if there's anyone who can replicate what they did with Ana, it has to be Sumail in my eyes. And as for Jarex, I feel like he's honestly a bit harder to replace. Like Saksa, he's looked fantastic, honestly, like super solid, rock solid, standout player. But you do miss a little bit of that JRX magic, I think, still. And the one thing that OG's strength has always been is about utilizing their players correctly. So I think even if you're missing something, like Saksa does bring stuff to the table that JRX couldn't. And I think, honestly, overall, I just think OG is going to be really strong going to main stage.
You can't really argue about a guy that had 3 accounts.
Yeah,
on
top
10.
1,
2, 3.
Oh, it was a 1, 2, 3?
Yeah, it was 1, 2, 1, 2 at least. I'm not sure if it was 1, 2, 3.
Wow, okay.
It was 1 and 2. Yeah. He was playing some Lycans, I felt it as well. He was dominating. But maybe he brings a little bit more stability and less flair. Like Jerax was definitely like tiny airlines. Come on. Like, the moment you see that and how he's laughing while he's tossing the player back to his team, it just fits him, right? And he said the correct word. You don't have to describe it any longer. Magic. Like he just brought some magic to the team. I think Sumail, Ana, and perhaps Emo, who Sumail has called to become a superstar a long time ago, right? Are very similar. They're 1 in a million kind of players. Like there just aren't plenty around. That's why I think IG can do it as well. Like how many teams do you see question mark after being 0-2 down?
Especially at Chinese teams.
Exactly, and then they reverse sweep EG. Like that was already a moment in history for them. The only question is, can they contain the same thing going forward into the TI?
Well, gentlemen, we have the information in. For those of you at home who may be wondering, coming out of group stage, the top seed in each group will pick their first opponent for the playoffs from either the 3rd or 4th place finish in the opposite group. Okay. So they got to pick. And now, thanks to the beloved TI graphics team, thank you so much for all of your hard work, we have the day 1 main event bracket.
IG versus Spirit. China versus an Eastern Europe.
LGD did not pick OG. That's what we're seeing here.
That's true.
Yep.
And Secret taking on OG, a European classic at this point, which both the DPCs always went in Secret's favor, I believe. And so if history is to repeat itself, then someone might be making a deep lower bracket run already.
What are your thoughts on the matchup? Oh, we have more. Undying versus Fnatic, Quincy Crew versus Team Aster, Beastcoast versus Alliance, and EG versus Elephant. What are the thoughts here?
Or best of 1?
These are best of 1.
These are best of 1s.
EG versus Elephant. Tell me, after TI9, tell me these players will be playing in the lower bracket best of 1 for elimination from TI.
Terrifying.
I literally wouldn't have believed you. Like, that's crazy.
And whoever is kicked out here, like in this particular game, in this particular series, you would never expect them to be there in that spot, right?
No.
Like, it's going to be a surprise to anyone.
I want to see some lightning round, hyper fast predictions for these matchups. Tsunami, you first.
Okay.
Pick one from each.
I'm gonna say Undying, Aster, Beastcoast, EG.
I'll copy you.
Really?
I'll say the Americas will win all their matches.
Yeah, I said that. Oh, okay. So Quincy, Beastcoast, EG, Undying. You're taking the left side the entire way. Okay.
I was also going to take the left side.
Yeah.
I mean, I have nothing behind that. I'm just supporting my boys.
Regional bias.
Same, actually.
Well, then fine. Lizard, let's go for Fnatic. Fnatic's taking game 1. Let's go.
Fnatic, Aster,
Let's go.
Alliance.
Give me the right side.
I feel like it's hard to take a wrong pick here. Like,
I know.
That is true.
It's so weird how these teams are the lower bracket teams to me, honestly. Because even in the group stages, it's like they've shown some really good Dota. It just happens to be that this TI it's really tight. I mean, maybe not for LGD and IG, but it's really tight and super like close.
But you could also say it's tight between LGD and IG, right? Tight between those two, right?
I mean, I want to see those two teams play, to be honest.
Yes. Well, we have another surprise from our lovely graphics team. We have even more. For day 2, we have LGD versus T1 and Virtus.pro versus Vici Gaming in a best of 3.
LGD versus T1, okay, you could say that LGD is probably, right, the favorites there, but VP versus VG for me is an extremely competitive
that's
series.
A close one.
Like, I couldn't predict that, no way.
You know, it's also interesting because usually, I think historically, TI has had like sort of a strong group.
Yep.
and that group has like gone on, because they play each other so much, they go on to define the correct meta in the playoffs. I'm not sure which group that is at all this TI. Like, I have no idea.
There's a lot of actually like strategies and heroes that are being picked or were picked in Group A and Group B, and it's seemingly the strategies are similar too.
Yeah, and it's also, if you compare it to TI9, it's a little bit deceiving because Core IO emerged, and so whatever teams were in OG's group will all of a sudden like, oh my god.
No, but OG just busted that out.
Yeah. Right.
In the main stage. It wasn't even in groups,
It was
right?
in groups.
It was in groups?
Yeah, it came out like
my apologies, okay.
It came out like day 3 of groups.
Okay.
But they didn't like start leaning on it until main event, but they debuted it in groups.
I see.
And so whenever there was that one team that able to break the seal on like, this is
No,
what
my favorite example is like TI5, right? Because CDEC, they were like the most ahead of the meta team.
Right.
And we just happened to be in their group. It was very nice. Thank you, CDEC. And we could learn from them. And then Group B, I think it took like 5 out of the top 6, just because they're all able to play CDEC. I think it's gotten a little bit less like that in today's Dota world, because teams adapt really fast now. But there's still potential for it. Like, I don't know. TI is weird. Like, you have to get lucky with the strats you meet and the ones you learn from in order to win oftentimes.
Well, we will have to see what happens with all of the strategies clashing and all of the new metas combining together as we head over to our main event of the international. This was just group stage. The party is just getting started. So for all of you who would like to see more Dota, don't worry, because we have more coming to you live on Tuesday, October 12th, live from Bucharest, Romania. Thank you so much to all of you for joining us, and we will see you all on Tuesday.
Toss number 2, the beacon, he doesn't have the Ravage goes in. They do see Quinn, but he managed to get a D-arm away. He blinks down, they don't see him, they see Devil King juggles, he spotted him. Yule Scepter first, the other one is there as well. He goes down with the laser, but then goes to Melee dead. They win for the Tinker, but they lost their carry and keep themselves out of elimination.
Team this a lot. Yeah. They are the most patient team.
Ooh, that was dope.
There we go, proving my point.
Yeah. Held off as Sting has blown up Yatoro. Now a static storm. Ravage to turn it around, but it's nowhere near fast enough.
Oh my god.
He's gonna get chased. He's dead. And Carnal Blade is there, and that is a dead Arteezy for 2 minutes. It's Undying. They have found the lore within Superman.